Chapter 3786. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had just finished sending a voice transmission to Murong Sui Feng when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and the gentle and pleasant voice seemed to contain slight happiness mixed within. Just by listening to the voice, Duan Ling Tian could already guess who it was. You also came? Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept through the air and finally landed on the beautiful figure in the hidden fog sect group. She was as beautiful as a flower. Even when she stood next to the Murong family's third miss, she wasn't inferior in any way. Tang Wuyan softly responded. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated and somewhat sorrowful gaze. Even she didn't know why. She originally wanted to forget the person in front of her and rarely thought of him after such a long time. But when she saw him again, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The feelings buried deep in her heart seemed to break through the soil once again. Even the rapid heartbeat that had been silent for a long time appeared once again. Are you okay? After a few breaths of time, Tang Wuyan softly asked with a voice transmission. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian responded and then didn't say anything else. Tang Wuyan, who thought Duan Ling Tian would say yes, also fell silent. Had he become so cold after not seeing her for so long? Duan Ling Tian sighed and pretended not to see the trace of hope in Tang Wuyan's eyes. He shifted his gaze to the others. However, he soon discovered that in the hidden fog sect group, besides Sect Master Qian Yin, Grand Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyan, he didn't know anyone else. But even so, he casually withdrew his gaze and looked at Ho Qingning, who was no longer as distant from the Murong family's third miss, Murong Yinhua, because of their conversation just now. If things continue like this, maybe Ho Qingning won't criticize Murong Yinhua after his father goes to the Murong family to propose marriage. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Sect Sect Master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder led the people of the Hidden Fog Sect and stepped through the air. They greeted the 2 people from the Murong family and the 3 people from the Linghu family. As the neighboring God-Emperor level forces, they were the pillars of their respective God-Emperor level forces and had long known each other. The Murong family was led by Family Master Murong Yunlu and the old man beside him. The Linghu family was led by Linghu Jingxing and Elder Heng. At this time, the leaders of the 3 divine Emperor level influences were gathered together, happily chatting with each other. The several people from the Hidden Fog Sect and Linghu family seemed to have completely forgotten about the storm that occurred 20-some years ago. And in fact, after the Hidden Fog Sect announced that Elder Feng was expelled from the sect and expelled from Elder Feng's faction, there were no longer any conflicts between the Hidden Fog Sect and the Linghu family. The Linghu family also couldn't find any excuse to blame the Hidden Fog Sect. It wasn't until the people from the 10,000 Demons sect arrived that the expressions of the Hidden Fog Sect Sect Master Qian Yin and Grand Elder Lei darkened. The leaders of the 10,000 Demons sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was an unfamiliar face to Duan Ling Tian. But the old man seemed a bit familiar. When he saw one of the 2 youths following behind the old man, he couldn't help but smile. No wonder I found him familiar. So it's the 10,000 Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. Du Zhan was one of the strongest Grand Elders in the 10,000 Demon Sect. His status in the 10,000 Demon Sect was similar to Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog Sect. Duan Ling Tian had heard of him before. Moreover, he had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu with one of the 2 youths behind him. Du Qianjun. Du Zhan's second grandson. As for the youth beside Du Qianjun who looked similar to him and Du Zhan, although this was the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen him, it wasn't hard to guess his identity. Du Pejuan. Du Zhan's eldest grandson. Within the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation, his strength was second only to the Sect Master's son, Yang Qinya. It was said that although he was only an upper God King, he was so strong that there were few people beneath the God Emperor level in the 10,000 Demon Sect that could be his match. When Duan Ling Tian was looking at Du Qianjun and the other 2, the 3 of them were also looking at him. Of course, Du Zhan and Du Pejuan had never seen Duan Ling Tian before. It was only because of Du Qianjuan's reminder that they followed Du Qianjuan's gaze and locked onto Duan Ling Tian. However, the two of them only glanced at Duan Lingtian a few times before withdrawing their gazes. Only Du Qianjun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you and Wu Feng would be the final winners of the trip to the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury back then." Du Qianjun's tone was filled with resentment. "You can only blame your bad luck." Hearing Du Qianjun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. He looked at him with a playful gaze. "The place we went to is the same. Even the method to open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury is the same. It's just that your side was a step slower." "Do you want to know why you were a step slower?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Why?" This was also something that Du Qianjun had been puzzled about all these years. Why was it that Duan Lingtian and the others opened the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury first and not them? He asked himself. He had searched every inch of the hall where the statue was, but he hadn't found any mechanisms or array formations that could open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury. "Do you want to know?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Du Qianjun. "All right, give me 100,000 divine stones and I'll tell you." 100,000 divine stones. Duan Lingtian's words angered Du Qianjun so much that his complexion changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and his eyes seemed to spew fire. "Duan Lingtian, you tricked me." "I'm not tricking you." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile, "What? You are the grandson of the dignified Hidden Fog sect's highest elder. You can't even take out 100,000 divine stones? How pathetic. How about I give you a 50% discount? Just give me 50,000 divine stones." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the playful light in his eyes became increasingly intense. Du Qianjun's complexion was incomparably gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match and that it was impossible for him to attack Duan Lingtian in this situation, he would have already rushed forward and attacked Duan Lingtian. Thus, even though he knew Duan Lingtian was playing with him, he could only silently endure it. But as he looked at Duan Lingtian, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. His heart was filled with hatred as he comforted himself. There's no need to bother with someone who's about to die. In any case, he's already entered the Tianlong clan. He's dead for sure. Grand Master Ancestor is not only an inner sect elder, but he has also become in-laws with the Tianlong clan's vice sect master Shui. If he wants to kill an inner sect disciple who just entered the Tianlong clan, wouldn't that be easy? Thinking of this, Du Qianjun's complexion gradually eased. At the same time, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian, afraid that he would be angered again. Murong family head, Elder Xingxing. At this time, the middle-aged man leading the 10,000 demons sect also smiled and greeted Murong Yunlu and Linghu Xingxing. But when he swept his eyes over the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin and Elder Lei, his eyes were filled with ill intent. As Murong Yunlu and Linghu Xingxing greeted the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian also knew who he was. The 10,000 demons sect master, Lan Qing. As for the hostility between Lan Qing, Du Zhan, Qian Yin, and Elder Lei, he didn't find it strange. This was because he was once a member of the Hidden Fog sect and knew that the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 demons sect were mortal enemies. Sect Master Qian Yin. Lan Qing revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Qian Yin. "This time, your Hidden Fog sect doesn't seem to have any outstanding disciples participating in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, right? I advise you to have your Hidden Fog sect's disciples participate in the sect entrance examination. It's best if they don't participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Otherwise, I fear that our 10,000 demon sect's disciples will be careless and ruthless and slaughter your Hidden Fog sect's disciples." As Lan Qing finished speaking, his smile was brilliant. As the Hidden Fog sect's disciples were enraged, Qian Yin coldly sneered and said, "Sect Master Lan Qing, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition hasn't even started yet and you're already spouting nonsense? During the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you should worry about your 10,000 demon sect's disciples. Don't let them die at the hands of our Hidden Fog sect's disciples." Facing Lan Qing's provocation, Qian Yin didn't back down. Is that so? Lan Qing smiled. He lifted a hand and pointed at Du Pejun standing behind him. This is our 10,000 demon sect's core disciple, Du Pejun. How about we make a bet before the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination begins? My 10,000 demon sect will send out Du Pejun and your hidden fog sect will send out 2 people. Du Pejun will fight 1 against 2. If your hidden fog sect loses, you will give my 10,000 demon sect 1,000,000 divine stones. If my 10,000 demon sect loses, we will also give your hidden fog sect 1,000,000 divine stones. How about it? As Lan Qing spoke, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. His eyes were filled with contempt. As for Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the Linghu family's camp, he felt a burst of regret in his heart. It was a pity that he was a member of the Linghu family and couldn't represent the hidden fog sect in battle. Otherwise, he could easily earn 1,000,000 divine stones. In this sort of situation, if he won glory for the hidden fog sect, the hidden fog sect wouldn't be stingy with the 10,000 demon sect's bet of 1,000,000 divine stones. What a pity, what a pity. Sect Master Qian Yin, don't tell me you don't dare. Seeing Qian Yin's eyes flicker but he didn't respond, Lan Qing grinned. His voice became a bit louder. I want your hidden fog sect to send out 2 people to fight Du Pejun alone. Does your hidden fog sect really not have anyone else? Lan Qing continued to provoke Qian Yin. At this time, the gazes of the hidden fog sect disciples fell on 2 figures. They were a gray-clothed young man and a green-clothed young man. These 2 people were both upper god kings and could be ranked in the top 3 of the hidden fog sect's core disciples. In the past, before Shengguan Xiongfeng died, he was ranked in the top 3 of the core disciples with these 2 people. It was to the extent that Shengguan Xiongfeng's strength was inferior to any one of them. However, that was also because Shengguan Xiongfeng was only a mid-divine king, and these 2 people were both high divine kings. If the hidden fog sect doesn't accept the challenge today, I fear they will lose face. Duan Lingtian swept his eyes around. He discovered that there were many people not too far away. As if they could sense the smell of gunpowder in the air, they all gathered around. Chapter 3787. The Hidden Fog Sect and the 10,000 Demon Sect are fighting again? The 10,000 Demon Sect's Sect Master Lan Qing has declared that the 10,000 Demon Sect's core disciple Du Pejun is challenging the 2 young disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect to join forces. Du Pejun? According to what I know, Du Pejun is in existence second only to Yang Qinya in the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation. Even so, it shouldn't be easy for him to defeat 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect by himself, right? What is the Hidden Fog Sect doing? They don't even dare to agree? Those that gathered here to join in on the fun included people from other Divine Emperor-level influences, people from God King-level influences, and many wandering cultivators. Now, everyone was looking at the Hidden Fog Sect's Sect Master, Qian Yin, with great interest. As for Qian Yin, under everyone's gazes, his complexion darkened. Sect Master, agree with him. Elder Thunder said to Qian Yin with a sound transmission, today, if we don't agree, our Hidden Fog Sect will lose face. If we agree and lose, we will also lose face. But, if we agree, even if we can't win, as long as we can tie, we won't lose face. It was clear that Elder Thunder had already weighed the pros and cons. As for 1,000,000 divine stones, Elder Thunder didn't mention it. This was because 1,000,000 divine stones wasn't much to the Hidden Fog Sect. Even if they took it out, it wouldn't hurt them. Compared to the face of the Hidden Fog Sect, this amount of divine stones was nothing. Sect Master, Lin Xiong is willing to fight. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog Sect disciples, a gray-robed youth stepped into the air and asked for Qian Yin's permission. Sect Master, Lu Yiming requests to fight. After the gray-robed youth, the green-robed youth also stepped forward. Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were core disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect when Shengguan Xiongfeng was still alive. They were ranked in the top 3 core disciples and were slightly stronger than Shengguan Xiongfeng. In addition, Lu Yiming was a disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Yun. As for Lin Xiong, he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Wu. They had long heard of the strength of the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Dupajuan. They even knew that if they were alone, they wouldn't be Dupajuan's match. But now, the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign actually said that Dupajuan would have to fight 2 young disciples of their hidden fog sect alone. They all felt that if they joined hands with each other, they would not be afraid of Dupajuan. Moreover, the 2 of them were on good terms with each other because of their respective masters, so they often sparred with each other. If they really wanted to team up, they would have a better rapport than if they were to team up with other people. Sect Master Qian Yin. At this time, the 10,000 demon sect's sect master Lan Qing spoke up again. He had a mocking expression as he said, "Even a disciple of your hidden fog sect has volunteered to fight. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept? If you don't dare, then just say it, my 10,000 demon sect will not force your hidden fog sect." As Lan Qing spoke to the end, the mocking smile on his face became increasingly thick. In the eyes of the hidden fog sect people, he was like a villain who had achieved great success. However, although they were filled with righteous indignation, there was nothing they could do. They could only look at Lu Yiming and Lin Xiong, hoping that they would vent their anger for the hidden fog sect. Who says our hidden fog sect doesn't dare to accept the challenge? The hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin finally regained his composure. He sneered as he looked at Lan Qing. "Since your 10,000 demon sect wants to gift the divine stone to my hidden fog sect, how can we refuse? Lin Xiong, Lu Yiming, the 2 of you should step forward and experience the skills of the 10,000 demon sect's proud son of heaven, Dupajuan." Qian Yin loudly said, "Blades and swords have no eyes. Even if you injure Dupajuan, the hidden fog sect won't blame you." A moment ago, Qian Yin had been hesitating. But when he heard Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming sound transmissions saying that they were confident they could defeat Dupajuan, he no longer hesitated. Although Dupajuan was strong, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were disciples of the hidden fog sect's 2 cloud mist old men. They weren't weak either. As the hidden fog sect accepted the challenge, everyone present, including those from the Linghu family and Murong family, retreated, leaving a large empty space for the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Dupajuan and the hidden fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. Dupajuan stood in the void, looking at Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming with disdain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, they had serious and vigilant expressions as they faced Dupajuan. Not to mention anything else, just their aura alone was enough to determine who was superior. "Duan Lingtian, which side do you think will win?" Ho Qingning's voice sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was clear that Ho Qingning was interested in this. "It's hard to say right now." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a sound transmission, "But, with the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing taking the initiative to propose this bet and Dupajuan's confidence, the 10,000 demon sect should have a higher chance of winning." After several breaths of time, Ho Qingning said with a sound transmission once more, "If the hidden fog sect loses, they will truly lose all face. After all, the hidden fog sect has 2 people joining forces and the 10,000 demon sect only has 1 person. This bet is unfair to the hidden fog sect to begin with." Duan Lingtian said with a sound transmission, "The hidden fog sect has 2 people joining forces. Even if they win, the 10,000 demon sect won't lose face. After all, there is only 1 person on their side. If the 10,000 demon sect loses, they will only have to give up 1 million gold taels of divine stones. And even if the hidden fog sect wins, others will think that they have an unfair advantage. Once they lose, they will lose all face." Duan Lingtian clearly saw the situation in front of him. If he was the hidden fog sect's sovereign, he might not have accepted the challenge. This was because he was too passive. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Dupajuan and the hidden fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming attacked at the same time after a brief silence. Of course, if one looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see that Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were the ones who attacked first. Dupajuan only saw them move and the divine power he had been accumulating burst out of his body. Whoosh! 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 2 figures and 1 figure shot towards each other. And as they did, they each took out their own divine artifacts. The three of them used medium-grade divine artifacts. Thus, no one had an advantage in terms of divine artifacts. Hua! Hua la la! The three of them attacked, their momentum vast and mighty. Waves of air swept out with their attacks, beating against the air and emitting gusts of howling wind. Soon, the attacks of the three people finally converged together. At the same time, a series of explosions sounded out. Even more terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, like a series of shock waves. However, as the Hidden Fog Sect sovereign Qian Yin and the 10,000 Demon Sect sovereign Lan Qing attacked, the shock waves produced by the collision of their attacks were easily resolved. None of the onlookers were affected. No matter how strong the three of them were, they were still only upper god kings. On the other hand, Qian Yin and Lan Qing were both low-level divine emperors. Moreover, they weren't low-level divine emperors who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. Any one of them could easily kill Du Pejuan's group. The attacks of the three were directed directly at them, and they were able to easily block them. Moreover, there was no need to mention the shockwaves of their attacks. Du Pejuan is really strong. With his own strength, he can fight the two of them to a standstill. The 10,000 Demon Sect's Du Pejuan truly lives up to his reputation. Since Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog Sect hasn't produced another outstanding disciple. It seems that in terms of the potential of the younger generation, the Hidden Fog Sect is destined to be suppressed by the 10,000 Demon Sect. I think so too. It should be known that Du Pejuan isn't the strongest member of the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation. Above him, there is still Yang Qinya. Why didn't Yang Qinya come this time? It is said that Yang Qinya has already received invitations from several peak god emperor level influences in Tungleng province. And those influences are stronger than the Tianlong clan. If you were Yang Qinya, would you still join the Tianlong clan? Seeing Du Pejuan fight the two people from the Hidden Fog Sect to a standstill, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. As they spoke, they lamented that the Hidden Fog Sect had no successor. In truth, in the Hidden Fog Sect's younger generation, there was originally a monstrous genius whose talent and perception were outstanding. Not only was he no weaker than Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, he even surpassed him, but what a pity, he was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog Sect. Suddenly, a person in the crowd mentioned this matter. After this topic was opened, a group of people joined in the discussion. Duan Lingtian? He was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog Sect? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog Sect? Moreover, the Hidden Fog Sect repaid evil with kindness. They wished Duan Lingtian a better and better life in the Linghu family. Betrayed the Hidden Fog Sect? That is only a smokescreen thrown out by the Hidden Fog Sect. I have a friend who is an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog Sect. According to him, the reason why Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog Sect was because the Hidden Fog Sect's two elders Feng and Lei forced him. Two elders Feng and Lei's disciples, Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng, provoked Duan Lingtian on their own initiative and even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were killed by Duan Lingtian instead. Then, Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog Sect under the protection of the Linghu family's two elders Hang and Huan. If this is true, then the Hidden Fog Sect can be considered to have reaped what they sowed. If Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog Sect today, he might have been able to turn the tables for them. As a group of people mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was unknown who recognized Duan Lingtian. Soon, everyone's burning eyes gathered on Duan Lingtian from all directions. He is Duan Lingtian? What a handsome youth. I really couldn't tell that he was someone who had the ability to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. It is said that he is also an outstanding divine alchemist. He can casually refine the limit of spirit-level divine pills. A group of people stared at Duan Lingtian. There were also many young women who frequently winked at Duan Lingtian. The two people from the Hidden Fog Sect are likely going to be defeated. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice the gazes around him. He continued to observe the battle in front of him. After a moment, he said to Ho Qingming with a sound transmission. Ho Qingming couldn't help but be startled by Duan Lingtian's words. He was puzzled as to why Duan Lingtian said that the two people from the Hidden Fog sect were going to lose. Bang! An even more formidable strength erupted from Du Pejuan's body. This was the power of his bloodline that he had just stimulated. Now, it erupted once more. Chapter 3788. This Du Pejuan was actually hiding his strength. So, the bloodline strength he displayed just now wasn't its final form. I've heard that some bloodline strengths could be released layer by layer, but today is the first time I've seen it. They were originally evenly matched, but now that Du Pejuan has further revealed his bloodline strength, victory and defeat have been decided. Du Pejuan's sudden outburst also shocked the crowd of onlookers. As for the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin, their complexions changed at this moment. As for the 10,000 demon sect's people, with sect master Lan Qing in the lead, their faces bloomed with a brilliant smile. Just as everyone thought that the Hidden Fog sect's Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming would be defeated, the divine artifacts in their hands changed, erupting with an even more formidable strength. In this critical moment, the two of them had exchanged divine artifacts. High-grade divine artifacts. The Hidden Fog sect actually lent 2 high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming for the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. But the Hidden Fog sect lent high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. As the grandson of the 10,000 demon sect's highest elder Du Zhan, how could Du Pejuan not have high-grade divine artifacts? The high-grade divine artifacts in Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's hands were lent to them by their honorable master. They were meant to use them when they participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. But now that they were sparring with Du Pejuan, they had no choice but to take out their high-grade divine artifacts. This was because if they didn't take out their high-grade divine artifacts, they would lose. Do you think only you have a high-grade divine artifact? As everyone thought, as Du Pejuan lightly laughed, the divine artifact in his hand changed, turning into another high-grade divine artifact. In the next moment, his offensive became even more terrifying, suppressing the combined attacks of the two. Bang! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wild and violent strengths collided. As Du Pejuan's strength crushed the attacks of the 2 Hidden Fog sect members, the power behind it was still far from his peak. But, if it struck the 2 Hidden Fog sect members, it would still be able to severely wound them. Seeing the 2 of them about to be severely wounded, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin's figure flashed and he arrived in front of the 2 of them. The power of laws fused together with divine strength erupted from his body, helping them block Du Pejuan's attack. This scene caused the surrounding onlookers to involuntarily frown. The group of people from the 1,000 Demon sect were even more enraged. However, before the people of the 10,000 Demon sect could erupt in anger, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin was the first to speak. In this battle, our Hidden Fog sect has lost. The 1,000 Demon sect's genius, Du Pejuan, truly lives up to his name. As expected of someone second only to Yang Qinya in the younger generation of the 1,000 Demon sect. Qian Yin said loudly. At the same time, Qian Yin lifted his hand and a storage ring flew out. It floated in front of the 10,000 Demon sect master Lan Qing. Sect master Lan Qing, this is the 1,000,000 gold taels of divine stones that my Hidden Fog sect lost. Please accept it. Sect leader Qian Yin is straightforward. Lan Qing's expression had darkened when Qian Yin made a move. However, when he saw Qian Yin admit defeat and hand over the wager, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a brilliant smile. If it were him and Du Pejuan was in danger, he would also act like Qian Yin. Thus, although Qian Yin's actions angered him, they were also within his expectations. Seeing Qian Yin admit defeat, the joy in his heart completely overshadowed the anger he felt. The group of people from the 10,000 Demon sect were the same. But, there were still many people who sneered, the Hidden Fog sect really can't afford to lose. The sect master personally stepped up to protect someone. How laughable. If I remember correctly, it was the Hidden Fog sect master who said that swords and sabers have no eyes. Even if the Hidden Fog sect disciples injured senior apprentice brother Du Pejuan, our 10,000 Demon sect wouldn't blame them, right? How ironic. In my opinion, the Hidden Fog sect really doesn't have anyone in their younger generation. Perhaps, in another few tens of thousands of years, our 10,000 demons sect will be able to swallow up the Hidden Fog sect. The young disciples of the 10,000 demons sect didn't hold back in their words. And at this time, the Hidden Fog sect disciples who were in the wrong flushed red with anger. But they couldn't refute this. This was because their Hidden Fog sect's actions were indeed the source of ridicule. The two defeated Hidden Fog sect disciples, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, also drew back with ugly complexions. They never imagined that Du Pejuan would be so strong. He was even stronger than the rumors said. In the rumors, even the number 1 junior of the 10,000 demon sect, Wuxia Xianxia, wasn't so strong. But looking at the current situation, if Du Pejuan was as strong as Wuxia Xianxia in the rumors, then Wuxia Xianxia's true strength was definitely greater than the rumors. After all, Wuxia Xianxia was the number 1 junior of the 10,000 demon sect. This farce ended with the 10,000 demon sect suppressing the Hidden Fog sect. And it was also because of this that more people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. They felt that if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might have been able to bring glory to the Hidden Fog sect today. Du Pejuan, if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect and he fought with you today, do you have the confidence to defeat him? A spectator loudly asked Du Pejuan, as if he didn't want the world to be in chaos. This person was a young man wearing brocade robes. His face was ordinary, but his eyes shined with a confident light. He stood behind a dignified middle-aged man. And this dignified middle-aged man stood in front of over 100 people, standing at the side of the void. Over 100 people were led by him. Sect Master Hua, the last time we met seems to have been 300 years ago. I never thought that you would personally come this time. The 10,000 demon sect Master Lan Qing looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of the brocade-robed youth and greeted him with a smile. Sect Master Lan Qing. The dignified middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Lan Qing. You and I haven't met in 300 years. 300 years ago, when you and I met, that was before the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. As his voice fell, the dignified middle-aged man said to the brocade-robed youth behind him, why haven't you greeted Sect Master Lan Qing yet? Hua Tiandu greets Sect Master Lan Qing. At this time, the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Lan Qing. I've long heard of Martial Nephew Tiandu's name. Lan Qing smiled and said, I heard that Martial Nephew Tiandu is the number 1 core disciple of the Donghua clan. Ever since he became an upper-level divine king, there are few people below the divine emperor level who can match him in the Donghua clan. If Martial Nephew Tiandu is also here to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the Hidden Dragon competition, I'm afraid one of the top 3 spots will be yours. Lan Qing wasn't stingy with his compliments at all. At this time, everyone also knew the identity of the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos. He was the young sect master of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. The Donghua clan was also a divine emperor level force, and it was a stronger divine emperor level force than the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, Murong family, and Linghu family. There were several middle-level divine emperors in the Donghua clan. The Donghua clan of the Tianlong clan even had upper-level divine emperors. Because of this, the Donghua clan was very powerful in the Tianlong clan. It was far from the divine emperor level forces like the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Linghu family. The Donghua clan was also an indirect sect of the Tianlong clan. Donghua clan, Duan Lingtian had also heard of the Donghua clan long ago. He also knew that the Donghua clan was located on the other side of the Tianlong clan. It was very far from the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Murong family. Moreover, the current leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Chunming, was a strong cultivator who had entered the Middle Godly Emperor realm. He is Hua Chunming? Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on the dignified middle-aged man who was the leader of the group from the Donghua sect. He saw that the other party had an average build and an ordinary appearance, but the dignified aura between his eyebrows was not difficult to see that he had been in a superior position for a long time, and it made people awe him. Not only Hua Chunming, but Duan Lingtian had also heard of Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu was Hua Chunming's fourth son. He was one of Hua Chunming's two sons with the highest talent and comprehension. The other son was also the second son. His name was Hua Tiancheng. He had entered the Tianlong clan a long time ago. He was one of the three youngest white dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, he was as famous as Shui Haichuan, who had come from the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the leaders of the Divine Emperor level forces, including the three elders of the Linghu family, all greeted the leader of the Donghua clan. Many leaders of the Divine King level forces also came forward to greet Hua Chunming. They were reserved and humble. When Hua Chunming returned their greetings, they were all flattered and excited. Even though they are all Divine Emperor level forces, there is still a big gap between them. The scene in front of him made Duan Lingtian sigh inwardly. Compared to a Divine Emperor level clan like the Donghua clan, Divine Emperor level forces like the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, Thousand Demons sect, and Murong family paled in comparison. Moreover, in Tongleng province, there are some Divine Emperor level forces that are even more powerful than the Donghua clan. In those Divine Emperor level forces, there is no lack of high-level Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian was aware of this as well. However, such top Divine Emperor level forces didn't need to curry favor with Divine Emperor level forces like the Tianlong clan, which didn't have Divine Emperors. To put it bluntly, although the Tianlong clan was a Divine Emperor level clan, its foundation was actually built by its ancestors. In terms of real power, it was only equivalent to a top Divine Emperor level force. A top Divine Emperor level force that wasn't weaker than the Tianlong clan naturally wouldn't want to be inferior to the Tianlong clan. Among the Divine Emperor level forces that were indirectly affiliated to the Tianlong clan, the strongest one was about as powerful as the Donghua clan, and there were only a handful of them. Du Pejuan, you haven't answered my question. After the leaders of the various forces came forward to greet the leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, asked Du Pejuan again. Instantly, most of the people present all looked at Du Pejuan. If it was an ordinary person asking, Du Pejuan could ignore it. But now, the young lord of the Donghua clan kept asking. Although he was a little angry, he couldn't show it. He could only smile at Hua Tiandu and then look at Duan Lingtian subconsciously. Chapter 3789. When Du Pejuan looked at Duan Lingtian also looked at Du Pejuan. The two looked at each other. A moment later, Du Pejuan shook his head and looked at Hua Tiandu. I'm not confident. He wasn't confident. The moment Du Pejuan's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of shock in their eyes. Du Pejuan's strength was clear for all to see just now. Even so, Du Pejuan still said that he wasn't confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. From this, one could see just how deep his fear of Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, the onlookers increasingly felt that the Hidden Fog sect losing Duan Lingtian was a loss to the Hidden Fog sect. Many Hidden Fog sect disciples shook their heads and sighed. They felt that if Duan Lingtian was still in their Hidden Fog sect, they wouldn't have lost so much face today. You do know your own limits. After obtaining Du Pejuan's answer, Hua Tiandu laughed. Then, his eyes pierced through the skies and fell on Duan Lingtian. There was a bit of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian, when you killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the past, you were only a lower god king. Now, over 20 years have passed. Have you broken through to the middle god king realm? Hua Tiandu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a loud voice. For a time, everyone, including Du Pejuan, looked at Duan Lingtian. Among them were the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qian Yin, and the Hidden Fog sect's highest elder, Elder Lei. Of course, when Hua Tiandu mentioned Duan Lingtian killing Long Shao, Elder Lei frowned. His complexion darkened, but he didn't do anything. Not to mention that he had almost completely let go of that matter, but with Hua Tiandu's status, he had no choice but to hold back. It was also because Duan Lingtian had the three elders of the Linghu family by his side that no one dared to use their divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian. Thus, they could only wait for Duan Lingtian's answer. I barely broke through. Facing Hua Tiandu's question, Duan Lingtian nodded at him. He Tiandu only had a good impression of this straightforward Donghua clan's young sect master and didn't have any ill feelings towards him. It wasn't hard to see that this was a straightforward person. Of course, the other party had the right to be reckless. Amazing. After getting the answer from Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian, when I was still a lower divine king, I definitely wasn't a match for a higher divine king, but you, as a lower divine king, have the strength to defeat a normal higher divine king. Now that you have broken through to the middle divine king realm, in Tungleng province, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find anyone below the divine emperor realm who can be your match. Hua Tiandu wasn't stingy with his praise. Young sect master, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. I look forward to fighting with you in the hidden dragon competition, although, I don't have the confidence to win. Hua Tiandu smiled. As Duan Lingtian admitted that he had broken through to the middle divine king realm, apart from the people from the hidden fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Murong family, the rest of the people were shocked. Even the ordinary disciples of the hidden fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Murong family were shocked. However, the higher-ups of the three great powers weren't surprised by this. It was obvious that they already knew about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became the focus of attention once again. It wasn't until 15 minutes passed that the gazes of the surrounding people gradually dissipated. The group of people who had come to watch also dispersed. Apart from those who were on good terms with each other, the people from the various great powers all left in groups. However, as many people left, they were still discussing Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a higher divine king. The people from the Murong family still gathered with the people from the Linghu family. As for Ho Qingning, he also came to Duan Lingtian's side and began chatting with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually broke through to the middle divine king realm? You've hidden yourself too deeply. The last few times I messaged you, I didn't hear you mention it. Now that I think about it, I was too honest. I just broke through to the God King realm and I already told you the good news. Ho Qingning had broken through to the lower divine king realm 2 years ago. Moreover, when he had just broken through, he had already sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Are you sure you are only telling me the good news and don't have any thoughts of showing off? Duan Lingtian asked rhetorically. Ho Qingning was instantly speechless. When he had sent a message to Duan Lingtian to tell him the good news, he had indeed been proud and had said that it was impossible for him to show off. Of course, when Duan Lingtian mentioned his breakthrough again, Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. This was because he knew very well that it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to break through to the God King realm so quickly. It was Duan Lingtian who had continuously provided him with divine pills. First, it was the limit Jia Yi Bing San divine pill. Later, after he had gone to the Murong family, Duan Lingtian had even asked him to send a trustworthy person from the 10,000 Leaves sect to retrieve the divine pills from the Linghu family. Among those divine pills, there was even a limit king grade divine pill that could remove the bottleneck for a higher divine king realm cultivator. It was similar to the Emperor grade divine pill Emperor Ascension divine pill that the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition could obtain. However, there was no ordinary king grade divine pill that could achieve this. Only a type of king grade divine pill at the limit divine pill state could achieve this effect. As for the Emperor Ascension divine pill, even if it wasn't a limit divine pill, it had a similar effect. It could remove the bottleneck for a higher divine king realm cultivator to break through to the God Emperor realm. It was said that a top-level godly Emperor realm pellet could not only eliminate the problem of calmness, but it could also help cultivators break through to the godly Emperor realm. After breaking through to the godly Emperor realm, it could help cultivators consolidate their cultivation. Is there any news about Ding Yan? After chatting with Ho Qingning for a while, Duan Lingtian asked. Ever since Ho Qingning told him that his first friend in Wind City's hidden mist academy had disappeared without a trace, he hadn't heard from him. Over the years, he had tried to contact him several times, but he didn't get any reply. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul orb was intact, he would have thought that something had happened to him. No. Ho Qingning shook his head. Over the years, I've tried to contact him more than a dozen times, but I didn't get any reply. I don't know what he's doing. Why hasn't he replied to us? Ho Qingning was also puzzled when he mentioned Ding Yan. Do you know where he came from? Duan Lingtian asked. After he left without saying goodbye last time, I spent a lot of time in the Hidden Fog Academy to find out his origin, but I couldn't find anything. It was as if he suddenly appeared in Skywind City, leaving no trace behind. Ho Qingning said. His identity shouldn't be simple. At least, he should be from a God-Emperor force. Duan Lingtian remembered something. Back when he was still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, Ding Yan had told him that as long as he stayed by his side, the Zhong clan, a God-King level family in Wind City, wouldn't do anything to him. At that time, he had guessed that Ding Yan's background wasn't simple. However, since Ding Yan had left without saying goodbye, this matter had become a mystery. What do you mean? Ho Qingning didn't know about this matter after all, and he only came to a sudden understanding when Duan Lingtian explained it to him. Although I haven't known Ding Yan for long, I'm able to discern that he's absolutely not a person who speaks nonsense. Since he said that back then, he must be really confident in his background. I just don't know what kind of force is behind him. If we know, we can go and find him. Ho Qingning couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian, what do you think happened to Ding Yan? Why haven't you replied to us after receiving so many of our messages? There are two possibilities. Duan Lingtian said, the first possibility is that he's cultivating in seclusion and blocked our messages. The second possibility is that his spatial ring containing our soul orbs has been confiscated by someone, but his life isn't in danger. As for losing the spatial ring, that was impossible. Even if it was lost, the spatial ring that had recognized its owner by blood would send out a signal, allowing one to find it immediately. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's two possibilities didn't include the possibility of losing the spatial ring. 3 days was neither long nor short. For most people, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the number of people who came to the Sky Dragon sect's encampment had also reached its peak. All they could see was a sea of people everywhere. These people were either there to send people over, to watch, or to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Today is the day of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Only those who successfully pass the first round of auditions can enter the Tianlong temple and participate in the subsequent examinations. Every person who passes the auditions can bring one person into the Tianlong temple. The reason why the Tianlong clan set this rule is to make it convenient for those who pass the auditions to bring their elders into the Tianlong temple and observe their subsequent performance. This humanized rule was only set up 1,000 years ago, Li Yao said. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a member of the Linghu family. Although he had long known what the so-called auditions were, it was the first time he had heard that those who passed the auditions could bring their elders into the Tianlong clan. This was because his understanding of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was limited to the records in an ancient book that he had read in the Linghu family. That ancient book had been recorded by a member of the Linghu family 2,000 years ago, and it explained the Tianlong clan's entrance examination in detail. Of course, the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was ever-changing from the second round onwards, but the first round of auditions had never changed. The Tianlong clan's people are coming out. In the void east of the Tianlong temple, figures could be seen everywhere. Suddenly, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian's, turned toward the Tianlong temple. With just a glance, they saw a group of people stepping out of the Tianlong temple. Chapter 3790. The group of people from the Tianlong clan was led by 10 people. Among the 10 people, there were young men, middle-aged men, old men, a beautiful woman, and 2 old women. Everyone, welcome to the Tianlong clan. Among the 10 people, an old man stepped out into the air. He looked at the vast crowd in front of him and spoke in a clear voice. I'm the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi. I'm very happy to meet all of you here. I'm sure all of you are either here to participate in our Tianlong clan's entrance examination or to accompany the younger generation disciples who are participating in our Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Next, our Tianlong clan will conduct a preliminary selection for this time's entrance examination. Only those who remain after the preliminary selection will be able to enter our Tianlong temple and participate in the following examination. At this point, Yinpingyi paused for a moment before continuing. Next, we'll begin with the inner sect disciples' preliminary selection. When our Tianlong clan recruits inner sect disciples, we only have one requirement: to be under 10,000 years old. There are no other requirements. Now, what Yinpingyi said was already known to everyone present. At the same time, Yinpingyi continued, the inner sect disciple preliminary selection will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses between 8,000 years old and 10,000 years old. In this round, the 600 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. The second round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses between 8,000 years old and 5,000 years old and above. In this round, the 1,000 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. The third round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses below 5,000 years old. The 200 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. Even if what Yinpingyi said was true, everyone present was well aware of it because every time the Heavenly Dragon Sect's entrance examination was like this. Only 200 young geniuses below 5,000 years old will pass the preliminary selection. The reason why this number is set is firstly because those who are too young are generally not very strong. Secondly, rather than spending a lot of effort to cultivate young disciples, it's better to wait for a group of God Emperor forces to cultivate them and then recruit them into the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian had heard this from the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. Even if Linghu Renjie did not say it, it was not difficult for him to guess. If two people's talents and comprehension were similar, it would be much better to let them stay in a God Emperor force for a few thousand years and wait for that force to cultivate them and recruit them into the Tianlong clan. Then to cultivate them themselves. In the Celestial Dragon sect, not everyone could enjoy the best treatment. Ordinary treatment could also be enjoyed by godly emperors. Just like the direct descendants of God Emperor level forces, they could enjoy the best treatment in their respective forces. After entering the Sky Dragon sect, unless one became an inner sect disciple, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as before. And Tianlong clan disciples would not receive the same treatment as their previous God Emperor forces. If they only became outer disciples, the Tianlong clan's treatment would be far worse. This was the case for Murong Yinue, the third daughter of the Murong family. If she could not become an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan, it would be meaningless for her to stay in the Tianlong clan. It would be better for her to stay in the Murong family and become an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan when she was strong enough. Although her elder brother was the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan, the White Dragon Elder was not able to cover the sky with one hand and provide her with the best treatment in the Tianlong clan. Now, people from the God Emperor forces, please come forward. As Yinpingyi spoke, the people from the Linghu family, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the God Emperor forces all approached the people from the Tianlong clan. As for the people who were originally close to the people from the Tianlong clan, they all consciously stepped back and did not dare to continue occupying their previous positions. Although they were a little resentful about the special treatment given to them by the God Emperor forces, they did not say anything. Because they knew that this was the reality of the world. If they wanted to receive such treatment, they would have to become a member of a God Emperor force. Moreover, the people from the God Emperor forces present today were all affiliated with the Tianlong clan. They had contributed a lot to the Tianlong clan over the years, so it was normal for them to receive such special treatment. Everyone. As the people from the God Emperor forces approached, Yinpingyi's eyes swept across their faces. Next, please ask your young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old to step forward. As Yinpingyi's voice fell, a group of people immediately stepped forward. Among them was Du Pejuan. Although Du Pejuan was less than 10,000 years old, he was more than 8,000 years old. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, did not step forward. This Hua Tiandu is less than 8,000 years old? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. This was because he had heard from Ho Qingning that Hua Tiandu's strength was comparable to Du Pejuan's, even if he was not as strong as Yang Qinya, the young lord of the Million Demons sect. Hua Tiandu, only 6,000 years old. While Duan Lingtian was surprised, Ho Qingning's voice sounded in his ears, which made him speechless. Why are you paying so much attention to me? If you have so much time, you should spend it chatting with Miss Murong and getting to know each other better. Duan Lingtian could not help but grumble through voice transmission. The latter, on the other hand, could not help but roll her eyes at him before she guiltily glanced at Murong Yinyu, who was next to her. Murong Yinyu was now looking at the young geniuses who had stepped forward. At the same time, she said to Ho Qingning in surprise, "There are more than 500 young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old in our God Emperor forces." Now, there were almost 600 young geniuses from the God Emperor forces who had stepped forward. There were 19 God Emperor forces present. Evenly, there were about 30 people from each God Emperor force. This time, all the God Emperor forces had brought more than 100 young geniuses. There were more of them in this age group. Of course, most of them were between 5,000 and 8,000 years old. Next, I will open the formation plate and show you a space of abyss. What you have to do is to leave the abyss from the bottom. Yin Pingyi, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, said loudly, "Not only you. Even the young geniuses from the non-God Emperor forces will enter and compete with you. Many of you should be familiar with the process of the audition, but many of you should be here for the first time. So, I'd better tell you the rules." Yin Pingyi's voice suddenly became louder. This time, not only the people from the God Emperors, but also the people on the periphery of the battlefield heard his voice. The rule of the audition is to leave the space of abyss formed by the formation. In the space of abyss, you can do anything except kill. You can stop others from leaving the abyss, and you can also help others leave the abyss. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength. The disciples of the various godly emperor forces will definitely join forces with their fellow disciples. Therefore, I suggest that those who are not from the godly emperor forces consider joining forces as well. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to stand out in the qualifier. After all, there are only 600 spots. There are close to 600 people from the God Emperor forces who have agreed to participate in the audition. Obviously, Yin Pingyi was warning the people who weren't from Divine Emperor level forces. Those people's faces became solemn in an instant. Alright, I'll open the space of abyss now. Those between 8,000 and 10,000 years old will have 15 minutes to enter the space of abyss. Here, let me remind all of you. It's best if you don't enter now and wait for the next round. When the next round begins, everyone who enters will be tested for their bone age. If it's found that their bone age exceeds 80 million, they will be executed on the spot. In the realms of gods, bone age was an authoritative way to determine a person's age. One's bone age could be concealed by consuming certain divine pills. However, it could only increase one's age, not decrease it. For example, Duan Lingtian was only slightly more than 700 years old. However, due to the divine pills that concealed his bone age, he appeared to be 2,000 years old. In other people's eyes, he was only slightly more than 2,700 years old. The reason Duan Lingtian hid his bone age was because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current strength, if he revealed his age, the entire Tungleng province would be shocked. After all, in the history of Tungleng province, there had never been such a monstrous genius before. As soon as Yin Pingyi finished speaking, those who initially thought they were lucky broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, they made their move when Yin Pingyi tossed the formation disc out. Naturally, these people who thought they were lucky were not from the God Emperor forces. Those from the God Emperor forces knew there would be a bone age test, so none of them dared to take any chances. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Yin Pingyi tossed out the formation disc, a translucent light screen appeared in the void in front of them. The light screen fell from the sky, revealing a mirror-like abyss. Go in. As soon as Yin Pingyi spoke, a group of young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old, whether they were from the God Emperor forces, other forces, or independent cultivators, all rushed into the mirror-like abyss that fell from the sky. When they approached the mirror-like abyss, Duan Lingtian and the others could see that when they appeared at the bottom of the mirror-like abyss, they became very small. They were like ants. I was wondering why the mirror-like abyss is not that high. We can get out in just a few steps. So it turns out that those who go in do not face the mirror-like abyss that the people outside see. To them, it is probably the real abyss. The scene in front of him reminded Duan Lingtian of when he participated in the God Spirit Rank Core Disciple Assessment in the Hidden Fog sect. A group of God Spirit Rank Inner Sect disciples encountered a similar test. Chapter 3791. Of course. Although Duan Lingtian had participated in the Hidden Fog sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment in the past, it had also been in the Abyss. The tests set up in the two were completely different. In the Hidden Fog sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment, everyone could join forces. As long as they could rush through the numerous checkpoints above and leave the Abyss, they would be considered to have passed. But, most people didn't have the ability to do so. But in the Tianlong clan's qualifier assessment, there were no obstructions within the Abyss. Everyone had a chance to leave the Abyss. The faster one was, the greater their advantage. As for those who were slow, they might fight over a spot to leave. Begin. A quarter of an hour later, as the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Yin Pingyi spoke out, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, everyone in the mirror abyss began to move. Whoosh. 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 One figure after another shot up into the sky like lightning. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. It wasn't hard for him to see that among the dozen or so people at the very front, one of them was a core disciple of the Myriad Demon sect, Dupajuan. Of the other dozen or so people, there were people from God Emperor level influences and people who weren't. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that nearly half of these people weren't from God Emperor level influences. I never thought that there would be so many young geniuses outside of God Emperor level influences. These people, without exception, are all upper God kings. Duan Lingtian sighed. Moreover, these people weren't ordinary upper God kings. In terms of strength, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some core elders of God Emperor level influences. Of course, among these dozen or so people, there were some who were weaker than Dupajuan. Because they specialized in wind laws, they were able to fly faster. Among them, there was also an inner sect disciple of the Linghu family. He was the nephew of the former Linghu family head, Linghu Renjia. Duan Lingtian had met him several times and they could be considered to be similar. His name was Linghu Chongxiao. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, this Linghu Chongxiao would be 10,000 years old in less than 100 years. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still qualified to enter the Tianlong clan, so he came to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were thinking that Linghu Chongxiao, Dupajuan and the others would be the first batch of people to rush out of the abyss, Linghu Chongxiao, Dupajuan and the others suddenly changed their minds. A sudden change occurred. When they were still some distance away from the exit of the abyss, Dupajuan, Linghu Chongxiao and other people from godly emperor-level factions actually joined hands and attacked several people from other non-godly emperor-level factions. What are they trying to do? While some people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled, many people had already opened their mouths to dispel their doubts. Anyone who has come to watch the Tianlong clan's audition twice will not be surprised by this scene. That's because the process is similar every time. These people from godly emperor-level factions have temporarily joined forces to resist those who are not from godly emperor-level factions and prevent them from rushing out of the abyss and passing the audition. After all, the quota is limited. They all hope that the people who get the quota are from their own sects and clans. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. At the same time, he also doubted whether the people from godly emperor-level factions would be able to stop everyone else. Moreover, the first batch of people to rush out was only a few from godly emperor-level factions. This time, there were a total of 19 people from godly emperor-level factions participating in the audition. The rest were not in the first batch of people from godly emperor-level factions. Would Du Pejuan, Linghu Chongshao and the others choose to cooperate or suppress them together? When the second batch of people arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that all the people from godly emperor-level factions had joined forces to resist those who were not from godly emperor-level factions. This seems to be a bit unfair. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that this scene was unfair to those who were not from godly emperor-level factions, the people from godly emperor-level factions who were blocked by Du Pejuan and the others flew down from the sky and began to attack those who were weaker. Coupled with the cooperation of those who were not from godly emperor-level factions, the weaker people from godly emperor-level factions were injured one by one. They lost the ability to fly up and could only slowly land to heal their injuries. More and more people were injured. When Du Pejuan and the others rushed down, it was already a bit late. Some people from godly emperor-level factions began to pin down Du Pejuan and the others. Other people who were not from godly emperor-level factions took advantage of the situation and flew up from the sky. At the same time, they did not forget to attack Du Pejuan and the others. It was a tangled battle. Just like that, a chaotic battle broke out. Although the rules prevented them from killing, it did not take long before some people were seriously injured and fell down from the sky. Among these people, there were people from godly emperor-level factions and people who were not from godly emperor-level factions. In the end, it completely became a competition of strength. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to fly up into the sky, they would be stopped by others. Everyone continued to fight, as if they would not stop until only those who were qualified for the quota were left. Of course, at this time, many people took advantage of the chaos to find a chance to leave the abyss. There were people from godly emperor-level factions and people who were not from godly emperor-level factions. Those who were from godly emperor-level factions who left were not very strong, because the weak ones were seriously injured and the strong ones stayed down there. Those who were not from godly emperor-level factions were more or less the same. It's really intense. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but sigh emotionally. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Linghu Xianxia, who was nearby, curiously, "Elder Xianxia, are the other two selections like this as well?" Linghu Xianxia immediately gave him an answer. "They're all like that. Duan Lingtian, the Linghu family will rely on you in the selection for those who are under 5,000 years old. Of course, if you are capable enough, you can send a member of the Murong family up there and let the Murong family owe you and the Linghu family a favor." Linghu Xianxia said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. "Elder Xianxia, you think too highly of me. But I will try my best." At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at those who were injured and had no chance of getting a quota. He knew that they could only give up on joining the Tianlong clan. They were too old to participate in the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment. The Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment was restricted to those who were under 5,000 years old. Not only were those who were eliminated in the first round not eligible to participate in the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment, but those who were eliminated in the second round were also the same. But there are still people at the godly spirit realm trying to take advantage of the situation. In the process just now, Duan Lingtian had discovered that there were a few people at the godly spirit realm among those who were not from godly emperor-level factions. But these people, except for a few who had personal protection, were all injured and lost the chance to get a quota. I really don't know what they are thinking. Even if he is lucky enough to pass the selection, can he pass the subsequent assessment? The Tianlong clan's entrance assessment is not just a selection. There are several other assessments after that, and only those who pass all the assessments can enter the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a Linghu family disciple. In an instant, this topic was stirred up, and the entire Linghu family camp became lively. They were all ridiculing those who had entered the mirror image abyss to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance assessment with only a godly spirit realm cultivation. As time went by, in the mirror image abyss, there were fewer and fewer people who were still standing. It's about time. There's no point in continuing to fight. In the abyss, after one person spoke, the others looked around and confirmed that there were less than 600 people left, and they all stopped fighting. Then, they all tacitly stopped fighting and stepped into the air, rushing out of the abyss. In fact, during this process, many of the two people that had been fighting to the death earlier began to chat. Damn, you were truly ruthless earlier. My arm was nearly dislocated by you. You think you weren't ruthless? If I hadn't dodged your palm knife in time, half of my ear would have been cut off. It's just an ear. It'll grow back after I take a divine healing pill. Based on what you said, your arm can also grow back after taking a divine healing pill. In the realms of gods, there were many divine healing pills that had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones. Ordinary injuries, even a broken leg or arm, could be healed. In fact, even if his heart was pierced through, he would be able to recover. In the realms of gods, the soul was the foundation. As long as the soul was not destroyed, there was a chance for recovery. Therefore, in the realms of gods, one could either destroy the soul directly or explode the person into a bloody mist. That way, one could destroy the person's body and soul. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, more than 500 people rushed out of the abyss. During this process, there were also some people who helped injured people out. Most of the injured people were from godly emperor forces, only a few of them weren't from godly emperor forces. Those few people who were not from divine emperor level forces were the first batch of people who flew out together with Du Pejuan and Linghu Chongxiao. It's useless even if you bring him through the selection. Linghu Chongxiao, who was supporting a Linghu family's disciple, glanced at a middle-aged man who was supporting a young man and said to the middle-aged man, "The second round of the Tianlong clan's inner sect assessment is based on one's own strength. With his cultivation base as a greater god, it's impossible for him to pass." I know. The middle-aged man was from a non-godly emperor force who was skilled in the law of wind. He was also one of the non-godly emperor forces who managed to catch up with Du Pejuan and Linghu Chongxiao. When he heard Linghu Chongxiao's reminder, he said with a smile, "You asked me to bring someone along. However, I don't know anyone else other than this brother of mine, so I can only bring him along. There are a few people from godly king forces who asked me to bring them along through voice transmission. However, I'm not interested in the little benefits they promised." The middle-aged man said. Linghu Chongxiao was speechless when he heard this. He did not know how to respond. Just like that, after the 600 people left the abyss, the first round of the inner sect assessment officially came to an end. Chapter 3792. In the inner sect assessment of the Tianlong clan, 600 people from 8,000 to 10,000 years old had passed. Among them, close to 400 were from godly emperor forces. The remaining 200 or so were not from godly emperor forces. Anyone with some ability, regardless of whether they were from godly emperor forces or individual practitioners, had all passed. Of course, there were also some who had passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they were not eliminated in the first round, they were destined to be eliminated later on. All in all, the Tianlong clan's first round was considered fair to a certain extent. As long as you had enough ability, you would be able to pass. Of course, compared to the people from godly emperor forces, they definitely had an advantage. Of the people from various godly emperor forces who participated in the Tianlong clan's inner sect assessment, more than 60% passed. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the Linghu family who had participated in the first round of the first round. It was not difficult to see that about 70% of them had passed. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. After the results of the first round were out, someone from the Tianlong clan was in charge of compiling the name list. After the name list was compiled, the people who had passed the first round were brought into the Tianlong temple by the Tianlong clan. The person who brought them into the Tianlong temple was one of the 9 people who had come with Pinyi, the inner sect elder who was in charge of the Tianlong clan assessment. He was obviously also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. Pinyi's voice sounded again. At the same time, he looked at the mirror abyss in the void not far away and said loudly, young talents between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, enter the mirror abyss now. Another reminder, if anyone over 8,000 years old enters, they will be killed by the killing array. Do not take any chances. As Pinyi finished speaking, a group of people stepped into the air and entered the mirror abyss. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ants in front of the group of people, including Duan Lingtian. Among them was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. There are so many people. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that the number of people participating in the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple entrance examination between the ages of 5,000 and 8,000 was much more than the number of people who participated in the first round of auditions. It was almost twice as many. No wonder there are 1,000 people who can advance to the next round. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. To think that there are still people who hold on to hope. Suddenly, Linghu Jingxing's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw that there were two people who weren't standing together in the mirror image abyss. Suddenly, they were pulled in by the energy of the 5 elements, and then they exploded into 2 balls of bloody mist. His body and Dao vanished, and he turned into ashes. Are those two crazy? Elder Pinyi of the Tianlong clan reminded them again and again, yet they still hope to enter by chance. These two people are definitely over 8,000 years old. He thinks that Elder Pinyi is joking. Following the death of those two people, not only were the people in the mirror image abyss alarmed, but even the people outside couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that those two people were crazy to want to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Pinyi also announced the start of the second round of the inner sect disciple entrance examination. Instantly, the competition in the mirror image abyss became exceptionally intense. However, among these people, 5 people were like the light of dawn in the darkness, and they were exceptionally eye-catching. As they moved, they were the fastest to rush to the top of the abyss. Among them was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. That's the third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. Who are the other 3 people? They're not even 8,000 years old, but they can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianchen. I wonder who they are. I know that young lady. She's the 7th disciple of the 10,000 Flower Valley Master, a godly king-level sect. People call her Miss 7. Miss 7? She's the most talented disciple in the history of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Among the 5 figures that rushed to the exit of the abyss, 4 of them were young men with different temperaments. However, there was only one who was as graceful as a fairy. This girl was wearing a light purple dress, and her face was also covered with a light purple veil. However, even the veil seemed to cover her face tightly. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her eyes were like stars, and her forehead was like snow. Although she was wearing a veil, it couldn't hide her otherworldly appearance, making her exceptionally eye-catching. 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this godly king-level sect. Of course, this was also because there were many godly king-level sects, and it was impossible for him to know every single one of them. For example, in the Wind City where the Hidden Fog Academy was located, there were several godly king-level sections. And under the Hidden Fog Academy, there were also many godly king-level sects that were indirectly affiliated to it. Of course, what Duan Lingtian was surprised about now was that a mere godly king-level sect could produce such an outstanding young genius. Moreover, it was a girl. 7th young lady? Duan Lingtian's gaze also landed on the graceful and beautiful figure. He was quite surprised that a woman was able to know this step. Although there were female powerhouses in this world, it was not that there were no female powerhouses. Compared to men, there were far fewer of them. For example, the former second young lady of the Linghu family, the younger sister of the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was also a female powerhouse. Her current strength was the strongest in the entire Linghu family. In the Linghu family, even if the 2 old men, Heng and Huan, joined forces, they still wouldn't be her match. They are about to fight. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 5 people who were about to reach the end of the abyss finally made their move. Just like in the first round, the people of the godly king level sects temporarily joined forces, and the people of the non-godly king level sects also joined forces. A chaotic battle began once again. Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, and Ouyang Jianshan, the third young master of the Ouyang family, who had the best performance in the second round, joined forces decisively. 7th young lady and the other 2 young powerhouses of the non-godly king-level sects also joined forces resolutely, standing together with Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan. Then, Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan took the lead and landed on the ground, attacking the people of the non-godly king-level sections. 7th young lady and the other 2 followed closely behind, supporting the non-godly king-level sects while attacking the people of the godly king-level sections. The chaotic battle was in full swing. Throughout the whole process, Duan Lingtian only observed Hua Tiandu, Ouyang Jianshan, 7th young lady, and the other 5 people who were the fastest. As for their performance, it was indeed quite astonishing. Of course, it was just a comparison of experience. Because in the group below, there were actually a few people whose strength wasn't below theirs. It was just that they hadn't shown their strength before. Among these people, there were people of the godly king-level sects and non-godly king-level sections. Looks like the first round of the qualifier gave them a warning. So, they started to hide and only showed their true strength when the chaotic battle began. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover that these powerful young geniuses who had been hiding suddenly showed their strength. Many people had underestimated them and were seriously injured by them, temporarily losing the ability to continue climbing the abyss. After a period of chaotic battle, more and more people were injured. Just like the first round of the qualifier, the second round of the qualifier only ended when there were less than 1,000 people who still had the strength to climb the abyss. At the same time, the 10 or so people who had performed the best communicated with each other and were given the privilege to bring people out of the abyss. Each of them brought 2 or 3 people with them. In the end, they gathered 1,000 people and successfully ended the second round of the qualifier. The second round of the qualifier for inner sect disciples ended just like that. 1,000 people passed the qualifier. Those who have registered, come to my side and follow me into the Tianlong temple to prepare for the second round of the test. An elderly woman stepped out of the air and spoke to the 1,000 people in front of her in a clear voice. At this time, dozens of people from the Tianlong clan who had followed behind her stepped forward to record the information of the 1,000 people who had passed the qualifier. In the end, these 1,000 people left with the old woman. During this process, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman a few more times. It wasn't difficult for him to notice that the old woman's eyes were sparkling when she looked at the 7th young lady. Looks like this Tianlong clan inner sect elder has taken a fancy to this 7th young lady from the godly king level sect, the 10,000 Flower Valley. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's our turn soon. Ho Qingming's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Although Ho Qingming tried his best to sound calm, based on the words he said through voice transmission, one could tell he was not calm at all. Yes, it's our turn soon. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, later, when the third round of the qualifier begins, I'll send the 2 of you up first. The 2 of us? Ho Qingming was startled and couldn't react in time. You and the Murong family's 3rd young lady. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ho Qingming with a meaningful gaze. Ho Qingming couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This guy, who was usually considered decent, actually had such a side to him. Consecrator Duan, I'll have to trouble you from now on. At this time, Linghu Jingxing looked at Duan Lingtian and said, our Linghu family is participating in the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple qualifier. There are only 15 people under the age of 5,000. Including you, there are 16 people in total. Rest assured, Elder Jingxing. Duan Lingtian nodded at Linghu Jingxing. Young geniuses under the age of 5,000 were unlikely to pose a threat to him in the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. After the 1,000 people who had successfully passed the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple qualifier were brought into the Tianlong temple, the Tianlong clan inner sect elder Yin Pingyi, who was in charge of the qualifier, announced loudly, now, Please enter the mirror image abyss and participate in the qualifier if you are under the age of 5,000 and wish to become an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan. The rules are the same as before. Remember, anyone over the age of 5,000 will die if they enter the mirror image abyss. In the end, Yin Pingyi reminded him again. Chapter 3793. Including the Linghu family, there were only slightly more than 300 young geniuses under the age of 5,000 from the 19 divine emperor forces who came. This was the group with the least number of young geniuses. There were two reasons for this. First, it was difficult for geniuses of this age to make a name for themselves in the Tianlong clan, no matter how talented they were. Second, it was better for them to stay in a God Emperor force than to join the Tianlong clan. There are only a few people from God Emperor forces, but there are many people from non-God Emperor forces. When Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses under the age of 5,000 from the Linghu family entered the mirror image abyss, they found that there were more than 1,000 people from non-God Emperor forces. There were 3 times as many people as those from God Emperor forces. In the third round, only 200 people could pass, so the probability of passing was much lower than in the first and second rounds. After the first 2 rounds, the non-God Emperor forces had already gathered together and stared covetously at Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses from God Emperor forces. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first 2 rounds, we were at a disadvantage because there was not much difference in the number of people. But in the third round, we have more people than those from God Emperor forces. I suggest that we join forces to seriously injure them, and then we can choose 200 people from among us to pass the round. Following someone's words, many people immediately agreed to it. Of course, there were also some people from non-God Emperor forces who did not dare to agree because they had a God King clan or sect behind them. However, even so, the number of people who wanted to target divine emperors was still twice as much as the number of people from divine emperors. In this regard, except for the Linghu family, the rest of the people from God Emperor forces all looked grave. As the saying went, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although they were confident in their own strength, their opponents had more people. The mirror image abyss is actually an independent space formed by a formation. It can also be said that it is an independent plane. The people from the outside can see inside, not because there is a transparent spatial barrier between them. It is just a mirror image formed by the formation so that people from the outside can see what is happening inside. Before entering the abyss in the mirror image, Duan Lingtian already knew what was going to happen. Hence, after entering the abyss, his heart was extremely calm. Along with him were 15 young geniuses from the Linghu family and 17 from the Murong family. The 17 young geniuses of the Linghu family under the age of 5,000 included Ho Qingming and Murong Yinue. Right now, Duan Lingtian was walking with Ho Qingming and Murong Yinue. However, after entering the abyss, Duan Lingtian discovered that the people from God Emperor forces were surrounded by people from non-God Emperor forces. Of course, there were some people who didn't belong to godly emperors, standing in the distance. Even though they didn't participate, they didn't want to help either. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind us will take revenge in the future? Asked a disciple of a divine emperor force coldly, staring at the people surrounding them. Pfft. One of them stepped forward and sneered. If you want to take revenge, you have to find me first. Besides, maybe I'll be an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan in the future. Do you think the godly emperor force behind you will dare to attack me and my family? If the Tianlong clan finds out that you want to take revenge on me, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, because of the qualifier, I'm afraid the forces behind you won't have a good time, right? Now, those who dared to take part in the encirclement of godly emperors were not afraid of the godly emperor force's revenge. Therefore, threatening them was useless against them. 15 minutes is almost up. Although we can't kill them, I'm secretly happy that we can injure these arrogant godly emperors and make them watch us pass the qualifier. Someone laughed. So what if you're from a godly emperor force? You're not even 5,000 years old, how strong can you be? Many people said similar words. None of these people were from God King level factions. Even if they were from God King level factions. These people were either relatively uninformed or did not know much about what had happened in the past few days. Hence, when they heard these words, many people from godly emperor forces subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. Even those from godly king forces who didn't participate in the encirclement of godly emperor forces were looking at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not even 5,000 years old, but he had killed 2 outstanding core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Those 2 core disciples were existences that could defeat ordinary high-level godly kings. Some people from divine emperor-level forces, such as the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Demons sect, the Donghua clan, the Murong family, and the Linghu family, all knew that there was no one in the divine emperor-level forces. Even Du Pejuan, who was second only to Yang Qinya in the 1,000 Demons sect, feared Duan Lingtian's strength. He even said that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian. As for Du Pejuan, even in the first round of the qualifier, he was one of the top characters. In other words, if Duan Lingtian was placed in the first round of the qualifier for geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old, Duan Lingtian would be in the top echelon like Du Pejuan. Elder Jingxing, it seems that those people don't know how strong Consecrator Duan is. They actually dare to encircle godly emperor forces, including Consecrator Duan. They really overestimate themselves. The head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu, looked at Linghu Jingxing and said with a smile. Linghu Jingxing faintly smiled as he heard this. Perhaps they all think they have the ability to stop Consecrator Duan. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this time, even the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, Qian Yin, and the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei, looked at the non-godly emperor forces with disdain. In the mirror image abyss, no one triggered the killing array. Before the qualifier began, everyone was safe and sound. It seems that the people who died in the second round have completely dispelled the thoughts of those who thought they were lucky. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would take the risk. Every time the Tianlong clan's entrance test is held, there are always some lunatics who take the risk and seek death. The scene in front of them caused many people to whisper. Begin. Soon, a quarter of an hour was up. And the voice of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi, also resounded. As Yin Pingyi's voice fell, Duan Lingtian had already placed a hand on Ho Qingning's shoulder. At the same time, Ho Qingning's face reddened as he held Murong Inue's hand under Duan Lingtian's arrangement. In the next moment, with a hoot sound, Duan Lingtian teleported with the 2 of them and arrived in the air above the abyss. Upon seeing this, the people from the Divine Monarch's forces began to panic. When they saw Duan Lingtian leaving through the teleportation profundity, those who were skilled in observing the law of space quickly chased after him. Even those who weren't skilled in the laws of space also quickly chased after him. You want to rush up under our noses? You're dreaming. Within 3 breaths of time, I will catch up to you and pull you down. Brat, you can't go up. Now, Duan Lingtian had become the bird that stood out in everyone's eyes. A group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces either teleported or leaped into the air to chase after Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not teleport a second time like everyone had expected after the first teleportation. Standing in the air, he glanced at Ho Qingning and Murong Inue beside him and said, "You 2 go up first, I'll follow." Okay. Ho Qingning knew Duan Lingtian's strength. Without any hesitation, he prepared to leap into the air, but at the same time, he let go of Murong Inue's hand. This was because he felt that he didn't need to hold Murong Inue's hand. Murong Inue could go up by herself. However, just as he let go of Murong Inue's hand, before he could move, Murong Inue took the initiative to hold his hand. You took advantage of me and now you want to run away? Murong Inue's voice was filled with the anger of a young girl. No, That. Didn't Duan Lingtian say that he was going to teleport? Didn't he say that he sent a message to you? Ho Qingning was a little anxious. Idiot, if you have anything to say it after we get out. Murong Inue glared at Ho Qingning angrily. Then, she took Ho Qingning's hand and leaped into the air above the abyss. Outside the mirror abyss, the master of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu, couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Even if his daughter didn't say anything, as her father, he naturally knew that his daughter liked Ho Qingming. However, even though he was mentally prepared, seeing his daughter holding another man's hand, he still felt a sense of panic in his heart. It felt like a cabbage that he had painstakingly raised was taken away by a wild boar. "You can't leave. Stop them." As Duan Lingtian stood in the air, Ho Qingming and Murong Inua leaped into the air. The group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces were about to chase after them. Some people who were good at the rules of space even wanted to teleport to catch up. However, in the next moment, they were all stopped. Regardless of whether they were teleporting or chasing after them, they were all stopped. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and casually tapped the air with his right foot. Suddenly, a powerful divine power bloomed in the air. After integrating with the rules of space, it formed a space barrier in the air and stopped the people below. Under the obstruction of the space barrier, even teleporting couldn't get through. A medium supreme being. At the same time, the group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces were shocked. They didn't expect the purple-robed young man in front of them to be a medium supreme being. How did he cultivate? One had to know that in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture, anyone who could break through and become a lesser divine king before the age of 5,000 would be considered a freakish talent. Chapter 3794. When Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of a middle god king, it shocked everyone who was chasing him. All of them revealed looks of shock and disbelief. And while they were still in shock, the Linghu family disciple below couldn't help but laugh. "You people can't be so ignorant that you don't know about our Linghu family's exalted Duan, right?" As this Linghu family disciple spoke, many people were suddenly enlightened. So he is the Linghu family's exalted Duan Lingtian. Exalted Duan? Of course, most people didn't know about Duan Lingtian. However, when they learned about Duan Lingtian's background from the people around them, their expressions changed once more. Less than 3,000 years old? He refined the limit of spirit-level divine pills? Is he still a human? Although most people who weren't from God Emperor level influences came from the Tianlong clan's surrounding regions, many of them lived in places where information was limited. There were also some people who were in closed-door seclusion all year round. Thus, even though Duan Lingtian's name had spread far and wide, they still didn't know anything about him. It is said that this Linghu family's exalted Duan comprehended the fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws in his early years. When he was at the lower God King realm, he killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. And those 2 core disciples had the ability to defeat ordinary upper God kings. Now, this Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a middle God king. Even if his comprehension of the laws hasn't increased, his strength has become even more terrifying. Where did this monster come from? Moreover, does such a monster need to follow the rules and participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? Such a monstrous genius could go to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan would welcome him, right? Perhaps he came here for the Hidden Dragon competition. Don't forget, the top 10 prizes of the Hidden Dragon competition this time are all Emperor pills. That should be it. The Emperor Transcending Divine Pellet is a divine pellet that can eliminate the bottleneck between High Divine King and Low Divine Emperor. Only an Emperor-level divine alchemist can refine it. Even Duan Lingtian would want it. For a moment, while the group of people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, they didn't forget to ridicule Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also guessed the purpose of Duan Lingtian's participation in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. The Linghu family and the Murong family go up this way. Just as everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and talent, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the spatial barrier, finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family lit up. At the same time, they quickly moved towards the direction that Duan Lingtian was pointing at. A gap appeared in the spatial barrier there. Humph. A middle-aged man who was closer to the gap snorted. He also wanted to go through the gap. However, what awaited him was a terrifying attack condensed from the power of space. It fell from the sky like a giant hammer, smashing into his body and severely injuring him. Then, after spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, he staggered and fell from the sky. The divine power in his body was incomparably dim. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian holding back, not to mention flying, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. As soon as Duan Lingtian made a move, the expressions of the other people who were also planning to go up changed. Thank you, exalted Duan. At this time, the members of the Linghu family arrived. They stepped into the air through the gap, unimpeded as they moved towards the exit of the abyss. Seeing the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family line up, the eyes of the onlookers turned red. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, for the sake of our friendship with you in the past, please help us. At this time, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect looked at Duan Lingtian and pleaded. Duan Lingtian, if you are willing to help us go up, the Donghua clan will not forget your kindness today. A disciple of the Donghua clan also said. With someone taking the lead, the people of the other godly emperor forces also started to speak up when they approached, asking Duan Lingtian to help them. At this time, the people who weren't from the godly emperor forces were also anxious. What a joke. If it were only the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family, it would be fine. After all, there were only about 30 people in total from these two godly emperor forces. In that case, there were still about 70 places left for them. However, if the people of the other godly emperor forces also received Duan Lingtian's help, they wouldn't be able to get a place in the remaining places. Everyone, if you don't make a move now, there will be nothing for us to do. As a person who wasn't from the godly emperor forces roared, many people immediately made a move. There were more than a dozen people who weren't from the godly emperor forces. Moreover, they were all people who were confident in their own strength. They didn't attack Duan Lingtian or break the space barrier. Instead, they stopped the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family who hadn't had time to go up yet. Now, only half of the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family had gone up. In total, there were about a dozen people below the space barrier. The dozen people who weren't from the godly emperor forces made a move. They attacked one-on-one, trying to stop the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family. Moreover, after they made a move and saw their strength, the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family all changed their expressions. These people weren't much weaker than them. At the very least, they could fight them to a draw. Some of them could even defeat them. Humph. Just as the dozen people made a move, a cold snort was heard, like a clap of thunder. Immediately after, a dozen space energy gathered under the space barrier and turned into a dozen storms. Like giant stones falling from the sky, they pressed down on the dozen people who made a move. They were so fast that the dozen people couldn't dodge in time. However, even if they couldn't dodge in time, they still made a move in a hurry, preparing to defend against the dozen storms that fell from the sky. At this moment, almost all of them took out their divine artifacts, all of which were medium-quality divine artifacts. Boom! A middle-aged man in a blue robe was the first to defend against the storm that fell from the sky. In an instant, the divine artifact in his hand became extremely dim. Then, the terrifying space storm tore his robe apart, and there were streaks of blood on his exposed skin. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge force swept out from the space storm and hit his chest like a giant hammer, seriously injuring him. For a moment, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He spat out blood, following in the footsteps of the previous person. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Before the onlookers could recover from the shock of seeing the first injured person, the remaining dozen or so people also followed in the footsteps of the first person. All of them were seriously injured and only had one breath left to use their divine power to fall from the sky, barely preventing themselves from falling to their deaths. Suddenly, there was a dead silence. Let's go. The dozen people from the Linghu family and the Murong family who had recovered from the shock hurriedly passed through the gap and went up. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Linghu family and the Murong family had gone up. At this time, Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue were the first to leave the abyss and became the first two people to advance in this round of qualifiers. Outside, the atmosphere was dead silent. This is too damn heaven-defying, isn't it? One man can hold back 10,000 men. Who is this person? You don't know who this person is? The Linghu family's consecrator, Duan Lingtian. He is the first divine spirit level core disciple to appear in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. You don't know him? So it's him. Heavens! Over 20 years ago, when he was in the Hidden Fog sect, wasn't he just a higher divine spirit? Later, he left the Hidden Fog sect for a trip. When he returned, he broke through to the lower Divine King realm. Now, 20 years have passed and he has stepped into the Middle Divine King realm. When the people outside regained their composure, they began to discuss amongst themselves. They all knew who the person in the mirror image abyss who could hold back 10,000 men was. Duan Lingtian. The Linghu family's consecrator. A person who had comprehended the fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws. A middle divine king who was less than 3,000 years old. He even had a heaven-defying talent in alchemy. He could refine the limit of spirit-level divine pills at will. He was comparable to an outstanding emperor-level divine pill master. At this time, it wasn't just those who knew of Duan Lingtian's existence that were shocked by his strength. Even those who didn't know of Duan Lingtian fell into a state of shock after hearing of his achievements and seeing the Duan Lingtian's performance. A monster, too monstrous, even the Tianlong clan would find it difficult to keep him here. The Murong family's patriarch, Murong Yunlu, sighed repeatedly as he stood beside the Murong family's patriarch. This time, we owe the Linghu family and this little fellow a favor. Murong Yunlu sighed. His eyes were also filled with shock. Although he knew Duan Lingtian had this strength, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a completely different feeling. He's the Duan Lingtian from the Linghu family? At the same time, the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi, was shocked. The other 7 Tianlong clan's inner sect elders who were standing side by side could not help but discuss among themselves. I originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated. But today, it seems that the rumors about him are not necessarily exaggerated. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he has such strength. In the history of our Tianlong clan, there shouldn't be such a monster, right? With his strength, it's too much of a bully for him to participate in the selection for inner sect disciples under the age of 5,000. If he helps the people from other Divine Emperor forces, those who aren't from Divine Emperor forces won't be able to advance. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to hold another selection for inner sect disciples under the age of 5,000. Otherwise, it'll be unfair to them. The group of Tianlong clan's inner sect elders were shocked and helpless at the fact that Duan Lingtian had single-handedly stopped thousands of people from participating in the third selection for inner sect disciples. Duan Lingtian's actions did not violate the rules. Therefore, even if they felt that this was unfair to the others, they had no way of stopping Duan Lingtian. They could only let Duan Lingtian dominate this selection. Chapter 3795. In the mirror image abyss where the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples were selected, Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the abyss, stepping on the space barrier. He looked majestic like a god descending from the heavens. Above him, half of the young disciples of the Linghu family had followed Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue out of the abyss and passed the selection. The rest of them would be able to leave the abyss and pass the selection soon. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any intention of removing the space barrier. Everyone, if Duan Lingtian helps the people from the other godly emperor forces, then those of us who are not from the godly emperor forces won't have a chance. I suggest that we work together to break through Duan Lingtian's barrier. I don't believe that he can defeat all of us. After those people had been seriously injured by Duan Lingtian, someone finally stirred up the crowd's emotions, and it was very effective. There were a total of 200 people who could advance to the next round of the selection. Now, the Linghu family and Murong family had taken over 30 spots, leaving 160 spots. If Duan Lingtian helped the people from the other godly emperor forces, then those of them who were not from the godly emperor forces would be eliminated directly. That's right. Let's work together. I don't believe that he can stop all of us. Let's work together. Let's go. The group of people who were not from the godly emperor forces were unprecedentedly united at this moment, mobilizing the divine power in their bodies almost at the same time. Of course, they dared to do so because they knew that Duan Lingtian would not kill them. Once Duan Lingtian killed them, it would be against the rules. The people from the other godly emperor forces looked at each other, not knowing whether they should work together to break through Duan Lingtian's barrier or attack those who were not from the godly emperor forces to share the burden with Duan Lingtian. So far, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any intention of helping them, so they were not confident. Did I say I was going to help them? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the group's actions. Raising his head to look at the sky, he noticed that the last member of the Murong family had left the abyss. Immediately, he teleported away. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, the spatial barrier that was blocking everyone's attack instantly shattered into pieces. Duan Lingtian has no intention of helping them. At this moment, a group of people who were not from God Emperor forces also realized this. When Duan Lingtian left the abyss once again fell into a chaotic battle. The battle was even more intense than the previous two battles. This group of people who were not from God Emperor forces seemed to be venting their anger towards Duan Lingtian on the people from God Emperor forces. For a time, the young geniuses of the 17 God Emperor forces were forced to bear unprecedented pressure. At this time, their hearts were filled with resentment towards Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, these people would not have targeted them like this. Now, Duan Lingtian was standing in the void outside the abyss, thanking the people from the Linghu family and the Murong family. Even the third miss of the Murong family, Murong Inua, thanked Duan Lingtian repeatedly. Duan Lingtian, those people from God Emperor forces who have not yet come up probably want to kill you now. Ho Qingming looked down at the battle in the abyss and shook his head with a smile. As time passed, more and more people left the abyss. Among them, there were many people from God Emperor forces. Although these people were under great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's attack, there were many people who were strong. However, there was no lack of powerful experts among them. It was not difficult for them to leave the abyss. Of course, most of the young geniuses who flew out of the abyss were not from God Emperor forces. Part of the reason was that there were more people from God Emperor forces, and part of the reason was that the people from God Emperor forces were being targeted. Moreover, there were less people from two God Emperor forces who supported them. The young disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family had already left the abyss with the help of Duan Lingtian. What are you so proud of? Duan Lingtian can help you in the selection, but in the assessment later, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian is, he can't help you. Some of the young disciples from God Emperor forces were angry when they saw the people from the Linghu family and the Murong family looking at them mockingly. They did not dare to target Duan Lingtian, but how could they be afraid of the ordinary disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family? They vented their anger at Duan Lingtian on the disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family. The disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family were not to be trifled with either. They began to mock and ridicule the young geniuses from God Emperor forces who were angry at them. Naturally, those who came out of the abyss, regardless of whether they were from Divine Emperor forces or not, only had fear and dread in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There was no hint of anger at all. To be precise, they did not dare to be angry. If you have time to quarrel here, you should focus on recovering from your injuries. The assessment later may not wait for you to recover from your injuries. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the young men from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan who were arguing with the young men from the other divine monarch forces. Duan Lingtian's words immediately woke them up from their stupor. They hurriedly took some divine pills to recover from their injuries. As time went by, more and more people came out. Before long, there were 200 people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 200 people were sent out of the Heavenly Dragon sect's Heavenly Dragon sect. A few people from the Heavenly Dragon sect were already waiting there to register them. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of your name for a long time. I thought the rumors were false, but today I see that they are true. An inner deacon of the Tianlong clan stood in front of Duan Lingtian and began to record Duan Lingtian's name without even asking for Duan Lingtian's name. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. After you enter the Tianlong clan, I'm afraid there will be many black dragon elders who want to take you as a disciple. The talent you have shown so far is not inferior to the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. The inner deacon was not stingy with his praise for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a soul bead. My name is Zhou Hao, and I'm an inner deacon of the Tianlong clan. After you enter the Tianlong clan, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you very much, Deacon Zhou Hao. Duan Lingtian politely exchanged soul beads with the inner deacon. The inner deacon's enthusiasm made it difficult for him to treat him coldly. Little guys who advanced in the 3rd round, follow me. Another elder of the Tianlong clan who looked like an old man stepped in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. He said to Duan Lingtian and the others, next, I will lead you into the Tianlong temple. After you enter, the Tianlong clan's inner disciple entrance examination will begin. After the elder finished speaking, he led Duan Lingtian and the others into the Tianlong temple. During this process, he took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of admiration in his eyes. My name is Xiao Zhen, and I'm an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. When Xiao Zhen opened his mouth to introduce himself, he had already led Duan Lingtian and the others into the Tianlong temple and descended towards one of the 9 huge dragon-like mountain ranges that belonged to the Tianlong temple. Next, I will lead you to the Tianlong clan's Blazing Dragon Mountain Range. There are many volcanoes in the Blazing Dragon Mountain Range. From afar, they look green and lush because these volcanoes are isolated by a formation. The lava that erupts from them will be directly swallowed by the formation's power and will not affect the other mountains. When Xiao Zhen led Duan Lingtian and the others down from the sky, he did not forget to introduce the mountain range below them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian focused his gaze and saw that there were indeed many volcanoes in the mountain range. The volcanoes were basically barren, but because the number of volcanoes in the mountain range surpassed the other peaks, it was impossible to see these volcanoes from afar. Currently, there were many volcanoes that were constantly spewing lava. However, when the lava reached the air, it strangely dissolved. Earlier, I saw many lights in this mountain range from afar. I thought it was the refraction of sunlight. Now I know it's actually lava spewing out from the volcanoes. Ho Qingning and Duan Lingtian walked side by side as they exclaimed. Perhaps the Blazing Dragon Mountain Range is named after this. At this moment, many people had already guessed this point. Under Xiao Zhen's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the mountainside of a huge mountain in the Blazing Dragon Mountain Range. There was a vast stone platform here, and many people were already standing on it. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian and the others to recognize that these people were the 2 groups of people who had advanced in the first 2 rounds of the qualifiers. Du Pejuan, Du Qianjun, and Hua Tiandu were among them. At this moment, the group of people on the stone platform was still divided into 2 groups. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived, they also stood separately. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. This was because he knew that the Tianlong clan's test for inner sect disciples was not all the same. According to age, it was divided into 3 levels of difficulty. The older a young genius was, the more difficult the test would be. Of course, the later Hidden Dragon tournament did not differentiate between these. Because of this, in the Hidden Dragon tournament, the older one was, the greater the advantage. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian, thank you. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he received many messages from the Linghu family and Murong family. These people were all thanking Duan Lingtian for helping their younger brothers and cousins pass the qualifier unscathed. When your elders arrive, the inner sect disciple entrance examination will continue. At this moment, the Tianlong clan inner sect elder Xiao Zhen, who had brought Duan Lingtian and the others in, said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 3796. As soon as Xiao Zhen's voice fell, the upper echelons of the various God Emperor forces had all arrived. However, not all of them had arrived, and each of them had left one person outside. For example, the Linghu family. Only the two elders, Heng and Huan, had entered. Linghu Xianxia was still outside. For example, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin and Grand Elder Lei had entered. However, Vice sect master Murong Suifeng was still outside. There was also the Murong family. The Murong family's patriarch, Murong Yunlu, had entered. However, the elder beside him was still outside. Now, among the people who had entered, besides the upper echelons of the various God Emperor forces, there were also some people who weren't from the God Emperor forces. These people were either rogue cultivators or upper echelons of some God King forces. Moreover, they all had their juniors present. Duan Ling Tian, do you think I can successfully pass the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple assessment? Ho Qingming's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear. His tone was slightly nervous. Why? Are you worried that third miss passed the inner sect disciple assessment but you didn't? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Ho Qingming was silent for a moment. After a while, he finally replied, yes. If you don't pass the inner sect disciple assessment, it's fine for you to enter the Tianlong clan as an outer sect disciple. Every 10 years, outer sect disciples have a chance to participate in the inner sect disciple assessment. Duan Ling Tian said. I'm also worried about another situation. Ho Qingming smiled bitterly. If she doesn't pass the inner sect disciple assessment, I shouldn't be able to pass either. My strength is still inferior to hers. Then why don't you just go back to the Murong family with her? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, as a direct descendant of the Murong family, if she can't become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, there's no point in her staying in the Tianlong clan. I know that. Ho Qingming said, but, before I left, I told her, even if I can't become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, I will strive to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Hearing Ho Qingming's words, Duan Ling Tian laughed in his heart. You really lifted a rock only to drop it on your own feet. Don't worry. She'll be overjoyed if you follow her back to the Murong family. She won't care about what you said before. While Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingming were chatting, a figure broke through the air and arrived in the sky above Duan Ling Tian and the rest in the blink of an eye. This was a tall and handsome middle-aged man with a jade-like face. He wore a long gray robe and stood there as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. He saw the identity token hanging on the man's waist at a glance and felt a sense of déjà vu. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered again. In the past, Shui Haichuan also had such an identity token on his waist. The front was carved with a dragon, and the dragon was inlaid with something like white jade. It looked like a white dragon. Duan Ling Tian didn't even need to guess to know that this was the identity token of the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. This is a White Dragon Elder. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was a mid-level divine emperor like the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, the strength of the two couldn't be compared. For example, although the inner sect elder and core elder of the Linghu clan were both high-level divine kings, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. For example, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, whom Duan Ling Tian had dealt with, and the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan, were both mid-level divine emperors, but if they really fought, Kuang Tianzheng might not even be able to take 3 moves in front of Shui Haichuan. This was the difference between the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan and the inner sect elder. The White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan symbolized the top mid-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan. And in the Tianlong clan, above the White Dragon Elder was the Black Dragon Elder. The Black Dragon Elder was basically a high-level divine emperor, and their strength was extremely good. Greetings, Elder Dongfang. Greetings, Elder Dongfang. Following the appearance of this White Dragon Elder, the 4 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan present all respectfully bowed to the person who had come. Immediately afterwards, the members of various Divine Emperor-level forces, as well as those who were not from Divine Emperor-level forces, all bowed to the person who had come. Of course, at this moment, there were still some people who did not know the identity of the person who had come. However, as the surrounding people whispered to each other, they quickly confirmed the identity of the person who had come from the white dragon medallion hanging from his waist. The white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. I am the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. At the same time, the person who had come also opened his mouth to introduce himself. At the same time, he also let Duan Lingtian and the others know his name, Dongfang Yannian. I am fully in charge of the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. Dongfang Yannian said again. Just as everyone's hearts trembled, Dongfang Yannian's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a purple figure. Emin? Seeing Dongfang Yannian's gaze land on him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Also, in view of the Linghu family's consecrator Duan Lingtian's performance in the qualifier, I will give him special permission to not participate in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. He can directly become an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan. When Dongfang Yannian spoke again, apart from the 3 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, everyone else turned pale with fright. This was because they had never heard that the Tianlong clan's entrance examination could be like this. However, after thinking about it, most people understood. Everyone present had either personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's performance in the 3rd round of the inner sect disciples' entrance examination, or heard of Duan Lingtian's performance through transmission. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, even if he participated in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination, it would only be a formality. Of course. Dongfang Yannian continued, if any of the young geniuses below 5,000 years of age have any objections, you can also challenge Duan Lingtian. When Dongfang Yannian said this, the mouths of many people standing around Duan Lingtian couldn't help but twitch. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Wasn't that just looking for a beating? For elders, please lead them to the examination hall. Seeing that no one had any objections, Dongfang Yannian withdrew his gaze from the young geniuses below 5,000 years of age around Duan Lingtian and looked towards the 4 inner sect elders who had led Duan Lingtian and the 3 groups of people in, as well as the elders of these young geniuses. Yes. The 4 respectfully accepted the order, and once again, each of them led a group of people and stepped into the air. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to join in the fun, Dongfang Yannian stopped him. Dongfang Yannian called out to him. Duan Lingtian, stay. HM. Duan Lingtian paused and looked at Dongfang Yannian in confusion. Even the 2 elders of the Linghu family, Heng and Huan, were looking at Dongfang Yannian with slightly furrowed brows. A hint of caution appeared in their eyes as well. Junior brother Haichuan told me to bring you over. Dongfang Yannian sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Haichuan. Dongfang Yannian's words made Duan Lingtian immediately think of Shui Haichuan. However, for safety's sake, he still sent a message to Shui Haichuan. Back then, Shui Haichuan had exchanged soul orbs with him. Brother Duan, you sure are careful. After receiving the message, Shui Haichuan immediately replied, Senior brother Dongfang is one of my closest friends in the Tianlong clan. He's not someone from the Thousand Demons sect or Vice sect Master Shui's side. You can rest assured. Moreover, even if he's from the Thousand Demons sect or Vice sect Master Shui's side, he wouldn't dare to kill you in the Tianlong temple. You can rest assured. From Shui Haichuan's words, it was clear that he knew Duan Lingtian's concerns. There's still some time before the sect entrance exam. If you want to join in on the fun, why don't you come to my place? If you're interested in the sect entrance exam, I can have senior brother Dongfang send a mirror image of the exam situation over there for you to see. Shui Haichuan smiled. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately stopped hesitating. After greeting the 2 elders and Ho Qingming and telling them not to worry, he left with Dongfang Yannian. On the way, Dongfang Yannian praised, Duan Lingtian, I've never seen junior brother Haichuan praise another person as much as he praises you. In the future, I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the Tianlong clan. Although Dongfang Yannian was a white dragon elder, he didn't put on any airs when he chatted with Duan Lingtian. He even acted as if he was talking to him as an equal. Just this alone made Duan Lingtian think highly of him. Of course, he also knew that birds of a feather flock together. Since Dongfang Yannian was on good terms with Shui Haichuan, it meant that this person had received Shui Haichuan's approval. As for Shui Haichuan, he had also received Duan Lingtian's approval in the past. Under these circumstances, Duan Lingtian was also happy to be friends with him. Elder Dongfang is too polite. You're a white dragon elder, and even if I enter the Tianlong clan, I'll only be an ordinary inner sect disciple. Ha! Dongfang Yannian laughed loudly. Duan Lingtian, you're too modest. With your talent, it probably won't be long before you become the youngest white dragon elder in the history of our Tianlong clan. I even think that you have the potential to become the first god emperor of our Tianlong clan. Dongfang Yannian had a good relationship with Shui Haichuan, so he had long heard of Duan Lingtian's existence. In addition, Duan Lingtian's performance in today's qualifier made him feel that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary. It was hard to believe that this was someone who wasn't even 3,000 years old. To have such accomplishments before 3,000 years old. Looking at the history of the Tianlong clan, even the god emperors of the past couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian when they weren't even 3,000 years old. Not long after, Dongfang Yannian brought Duan Lingtian to Shui Haichuan's cultivation place, an independent courtyard halfway up a quiet mountain. Before this, Dongfang Yannian also brought Duan Lingtian to the Inner Sect Disciple Registration Office to complete the Inner Sect Disciple procedures in advance. Now, Duan Lingtian had officially become an Inner Sect Disciple of the Tianlong clan. It was easier to get things done when there were people in the court. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of those words. Brother Haichuan. When Duan Lingtian saw Shui Haichuan again, he discovered that Shui Haichuan was still as graceful as before. In fact, because he had already broken through to become a middle god king, he felt that Shui Haichuan was even more unfathomable. Chapter 3797. Brother Duan. Seeing Duan Lingtian again after more than 10 years, Shui Haichuan's face was full of smiles. After more than 10 years, you look even better than before. The last time Shui Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was only a low divine king. Now, he was a mid-divine king. Before and after a breakthrough, one's appearance wouldn't change much, but their temperament would. Although their temperament wouldn't change much, Shui Haichuan could tell the difference with his eyesight. Brother Haichuan, you two chat first. I still have to preside over the Inner Sect Disciple entrance exam. Dongfang Yannian said to Shui Haichuan with a smile. On the way, he had been communicating with Shui Haichuan, so when he arrived with Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan came out to welcome them. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Dongfang. Shui Haichuan thanked him repeatedly. Duan Lingtian also thanked him. Sorry to trouble you, Elder Dongfang. I'll meet you two later. Dongfang Yannian nodded at the two, then turned and left. Under Shui Haichuan's welcome, Duan Lingtian entered the pavilion in the front yard of the courtyard where he cultivated. There was a wooden table in the pavilion. Under Shui Haichuan's greeting, Duan Lingtian sat opposite him. Brother Haichuan, where's big brother Haishan? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. He still remembered that the last time he saw Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan was in Linghu City. At that time, the three of them drank together, and Shui Haishan was dead drunk. My big brother has been cultivating in seclusion for more than 10 years. Shui Haichuan shook his head. It seems that Brother Haichuan's current strength has stimulated big brother Haishan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It wasn't difficult for him to guess Shui Haishan's thoughts. Duan Lingtian knew that his younger brother, who used to be on the same level as him, was now a mid-level deity emperor and the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. If he were Shui Haishan, he would definitely be shocked and work even harder to catch up with his younger brother, Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan sighed. Big brother has wasted 10,000 years in the Heaven Stairway prison. Now that he's out and given 10,000 years, his achievements will definitely not be below mine. Speaking of which, it's really unfortunate. If I had joined the Tianlong clan a little later, maybe my big brother wouldn't have to go to the Stairway to Heaven prison. As he finished speaking, Shui Haichuan couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Obviously, he was extremely concerned about this. At this time, Duan Lingtian intentionally changed the topic. I heard that the reason Big Brother Haishan was imprisoned in the stairway to heaven was because he stood up for Big Brother Haichuan and killed the only son of the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master. Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded and then said with a dignified expression, the former sect master wanted to sentence my big brother to death. However, at that time, my big brother had a reason to act. In addition, our master has a good relationship with the various martial uncles and martial uncles. In consideration of the former sect master's only son's recklessness, they voted to sentence my big brother to the stairway to heaven stairway prison for 10,000 years. The former sect master, I heard that he later joined the Myriad Demon sect and came to the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. He's in the Tianlong clan and is also an elder of the White Dragon clan. But now, he can't do anything to me. When Shui Haichuan said this, his tone was full of confidence. In the past, he wasn't even a match for the former sect master's son. Now, he even had the strength to not fear the latter. Big Brother Haishan came to the Tianlong clan. I'm afraid he has some ideas, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Shui Haichuan nodded. Ever since I brought my big brother back to the Tianlong clan, he hasn't had a moment of peace, but as long as my big brother doesn't leave my side, he won't be able to touch him. We still have to be careful. Duan Lingtian said with a dignified expression, as the saying goes, even a dog can jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a man. If he's really stubborn, I fear the Tianlong clan's rules won't be able to restrain him. In the past, Shui Haishan had killed the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master's only son. For the sake of his only son's death, the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master might be willing to do anything. I understand. Shui Haichuan nodded. I won't let my big brother leave my sight. He won't have a chance. As his voice fell, a cold light flashed in Shui Haichuan's eyes. In fact, in these past years, the reason he was able to smoothly grow to where he was today was because every step he took was difficult. Although the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master didn't hate him as much as he hated his big brother Shui Haishan, he had never stopped targeting him. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't the one who killed the former sect master's only son, he wouldn't have lived for more than a few days. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. After a while, Shui Haichuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, let's take a look at the inner sect disciple entrance exam this time and see who's the strongest. These people will be your opponents in the upcoming Hidden Dragon competition. As Shui Haichuan raised his hand and waved it in the air, a mirror image appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes like a movie. What appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes was the image of Ho Qingning and the others participating in the inner sect disciple entrance exam. Now, everyone was in a different independent space and faced 3 different levels of exam. The exam was the same, but the difficulty was different. The difficulty was also based on age. For example, the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, was a young genius between 8,000 and 10,000 years old. His exam was the most difficult of the 3. Then, it was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, and the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Qianjun. As young geniuses between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, their exam was of medium difficulty. As for Ho Qingning and Murong Yinue, their exam was the simplest. However, even if it was the simplest exam, with their abilities, it would still be difficult for them to deal with it until the end. Junior brother Duan, that youth and that girl are your friends? Shui Haichuan also noticed that Duan Lingtian often looked at Ho Qingning and Murong Yinue, and he couldn't help but ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His name is Ho Qingning. As for that girl, she is the 3rd daughter of the Murong family, Murong Yinue. They are my friends. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shui Haichuan smiled slightly. Since that's the case, I'll ask senior brother Dongfang to take care of them. As long as they aren't too weak, passing the inner sect exam shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. That's right. Dongfang Yannian was this brother Haichuan's good friend. With one word from him, even if Dongfang Yannian couldn't take care of Ho Qingming and Murong Inue, he would definitely be able to take care of them appropriately. This way, the chances of the two passing the inner sect exam would be even higher. Not long after Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered that the exam for Ho Qingming and Murong Inue had changed. Of course, this was because he was mentally prepared, and his gaze had always been on the two of them. Otherwise, such a subtle change would have been difficult to detect. Senior brother Dongfang is only the person in charge of the inner sect exam. There are also other people in charge of the outer sect exam. At the same time, there is also a black dragon elder who is the overall person in charge. Following Shui Haichuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood. Although Dongfang Yannian was the person in charge of the Tianlong clan's inner sect exam, the process of the exam still had to be recorded in the floating image pearl and reviewed by the overall person in charge. If it wasn't too exaggerated, then it wouldn't matter if the person in charge just closed his eyes. If it was too exaggerated, then Dongfang Yannian would definitely be held accountable. As for himself, with his performance in the selection, even if everyone knew that he was exempted from the inner sect exam, no one would say anything. In fact, the overall person in charge, the Black Dragon Elder, might even praise Dongfang Yannian for being flexible. Thank you, Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian repeatedly expressed his thanks to Shui Haichuan. As for Shui Haichuan, he merely waved his hand and smiled. Compared to the kindness you have shown my big brother, this small matter is nothing. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Shui Haichuan's expression turned solemn. Brother Duan, when you enter the Tianlong clan this time, you must be careful of the 10,000 demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. The current Kuang Tianzheng is completely different from the Kuang Tianzheng who went to the Linghu family to look for you in the past. Because his second disciple married Vice Sect Master Shui's daughter, he can now be considered one of Vice Sect Master Shui's people. In the last 20 years, even the 10,000 demon sect's bloodline has risen along with his rise in status. They seem to be able to suppress our hidden fog sect. As Shui Haichuan spoke to hear, he added, of course, even if he is one of Vice Sect Master Shui's people, he won't dare to rashly make a move against you within the sect. At most, he will think of ways to make things difficult for you. If he wants to kill you within the sect, he can only do so if he challenges you to a life or death battle. However, you can choose not to accept that kind of life or death battle. Apart from that, as long as you don't leave the sect, he won't be able to do anything to you. If you want to go out, just let me know. I will find someone to go with you. It's also because I have to stay behind to look after my big brother. Otherwise, I would have gone with you. Shui Haichuan said. Thank you for Brother Haichuan's reminder. I will remember it. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. At the same time, he was a bit more vigilant in his heart. Shui Haichuan smiled and said, I almost forgot. You are no longer a member of our hidden fog sect. With your status in the Linghu family, once you enter the Tianlong clan, you will definitely be valued by the Linghu family. The powerhouses of the Linghu family will definitely be willing to shelter you. Shui Haichuan's words reminded Duan Lingtian of how the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, had been removed from his position as patriarch because of him. He sighed inwardly. Although he could understand the actions of the Linghu family's elder council, if he could enter the Tianlong clan, he didn't want to owe a favor to anyone in the Linghu family. Of course, he wasn't worried about not being able to repay the favor. Rather, he was worried about being a burden to others. For example, Linghu Renjia was removed from his position as patriarch of the Linghu family because of him. He needed to complete the agreement with the Linghu family's elder council within 100 years before Linghu Renjia could return to his position as patriarch. Chapter 3798. There were some things that Duan Lingtian couldn't control. Take what Linghu Renjia had done for him for example. He didn't know that the 3 years he spent in the Linghu family's secret room had caused the Linghu family to suffer such a huge loss. Moreover, it was enough to affect Linghu Renjia's position as the head of the family. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have continued to stay in there. Even if Linghu Renjia told him, he could understand and wouldn't drag Linghu Renjia down. But the problem was, from the beginning to the end, Linghu Renjie had never told him about his difficulties. Such a favor, if it was a heartless person, might have felt that Linghu Renjie was thinking too much. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't do that. He accepted this favor. That was why he had made a 100-year promise with the Linghu family's elder guild. Within 100 years, no matter the cost, I will definitely let him return to his position as the head of the family. Duan Lingtian's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. After a while, he finally regained his senses under Shui Haichuan's puzzled gaze. Shui Haichuan didn't know what he was thinking and why he was distracted. However, Shui Haichuan didn't ask too much. Instead, he changed the topic back to the inner sect disciple test in front of him. Lil Tian, your opponents this time should be these people. The way Shui Haichuan addressed Duan Lingtian had also changed as their relationship deepened. Now, the people Shui Haichuan pointed at were the core disciple of the Thousand Demons sect, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, and the third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. This girl is not ordinary. From the beginning to the end, very few people surprised Shui Haichuan. However, his gaze was attracted by a girl in the end. Duan Lingtian looked over and recognized her immediately. I heard that this girl is the 7th disciple of the leader of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. People call her Miss 7. 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian had only said it casually. He never expected that after Shui Haichuan heard his words, his originally indifferent expression instantly fell into a daze. It was as if he had recalled something. What? Brother Haichuan, are you on good terms with the 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian saw some clues. Shui Haichuan returned to his senses and shook his head with a sigh. I used to have a friend from the 10,000 Flower Valley, but it's been a long time since we last met. After he finished speaking, Shui Haichuan's gaze turned much gentler as he looked at the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Similar, too similar, although Shui Haichuan deliberately lowered his voice, Duan Lingtian still heard it clearly. It seemed that this brother Haichuan had a deep relationship with the 10,000 Flower Valley. Following this, Shui Haichuan's mood seemed to be rather downcast. Duan Lingtian did not speak either as he quietly observed the progress of the inner sect disciple assessment. After several rounds of assessment, quite a few people were eliminated one after another. From start to finish, Shui Haichuan's attention was completely focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley disciple named 7th Young Lady. His intoxicated and somewhat infatuated gaze made Duan Lingtian wonder if this brother Haichuan had some sort of relationship with this 7th young lady. What was certain was that this was the first time Shui Haichuan had seen this 7th young lady. The reason why he had this suspicion was because Shui Haichuan had already said, similar, too similar, many times. As time passed, the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end. As for Ho Qingming and Murong Yinhua, under Dongfang Yanyan's unintentional care, they successfully passed the assessment and became inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. It's over. When the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end, the mirror image disappeared. Only then did Shui Haichuan come back to his senses. Duan Lingtian discovered that at this moment, a small tear appeared at the corner of Shui Haichuan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was evaporated by divine power. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it. This made Duan Lingtian even more certain that Shui Haichuan and this 7th young lady had some sort of relationship. Moreover, the other party was most likely a girl, and even looked very similar to 7th young lady. However, this 7th young lady is wearing a veil. When Brother Haichuan says they look alike, he should be referring to the shape of their bodies, as well as the exposed eyes, forehead, and nose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Shui Haichuan didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Seeing that the inner sect disciple assessment had come to an end, he looked towards Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I need to protect Big Brother, so I won't be going to the Hidden Dragon competition with you. However, I will use the formation mirror image to observe from afar. Strive to obtain first place. Even the current me is moved by the reward for obtaining first place. As he finished speaking, Shui Haichuan once again looked towards Duan Lingtian with a deeper gaze. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He naturally knew that Shui Haichuan wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since he had said so, then the first place of the Hidden Dragon competition would definitely have other extraordinary rewards besides the Emperor Ascension Elixir. I will do my best. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Shui Haichuan seemed to have thought of something. Looking towards Duan Lingtian, his expression became slightly serious. If you encounter that 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley during the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy if you have the upper hand and she is unwilling to admit defeat. As his voice fell, he added, if I'm not wrong, she should be the descendant of an old friend of mine. The descendant of an old friend. Shui Haichuan's words further verified Duan Lingtian's guess, and Duan Lingtian naturally agreed to Shui Haichuan's request. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. Stay here and chat with me for a while. Later, senior brother Dongfang will come over. At that time, he will bring you new inner sect disciples to your temporary residence in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. Shui Haichuan's place of cultivation wasn't in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range, but in another mountain range adjacent to the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. However, the two of them were very close to each other, and not far away was the intersection of the two mountain ranges. After about an hour, Dongfang Yannian arrived. Under Shui Haichuan's intentional promotion, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian became much closer after chatting for a while. Dongfang Yannian addressed Duan Lingtian as Little Tian, and Duan Lingtian addressed him as Big Brother Yannian. Originally, Duan Lingtian had called him Big Brother Dongfang, but Dongfang Yannian felt that this form of address was too distant, and insisted that he should address him as Shui Haichuan. Duan Lingtian truly didn't expect that the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, one of the best of the middle-level godly emperors, would have such a childish temperament. However, after chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian felt very comfortable with Dongfang Yannian's forthrightness and casualness, and he further approved of this person. After about a few hours, the sky gradually darkened, and Duan Lingtian finally left Shui Haichuan's place of cultivation with Dongfang Yannian, heading towards the temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. The temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples was located within a valley, and there were a few buildings halfway up the mountain around the valley. The upper echelons of the various godly emperor-level organizations, as well as some elders of the new inner sect disciples, were all temporarily living there. The Hidden Dragon competition would only begin in 3 days. Little Tian, then we'll meet again in 3 days. Dongfang Yannian sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the air above the valley, then bid farewell to Duan Lingtian with a smile. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. When Dongfang Yannian left, Duan Lingtian could sense that quite a few gazes were directed at him from below. They were surprisingly some of the new inner sect disciples, as well as some of the upper echelons of the godly emperor-level organizations. Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingning stepped into the air, arriving by his side in the blink of an eye. You knew that elder Dongfang long ago? Why do I feel like you're very familiar with him? Ho Qingning's eyes were filled with curiosity. Brother Yannian is Brother Haichuan's friend. Today, when you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance examination, I was with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, when you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance procedures, until just now, he was with Brother Haichuan and me. So that's how it is. Ho Qingning suddenly understood. In the past, when they were chatting, he also knew that Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan knew each other, and that Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan's relationship was quite good. Ho Qingning quickly changed the topic, sighing, today's examination was truly dangerous. I almost didn't pass the last examination. However, fortunately, my luck was not bad in the end, and I successfully passed. When Ho Qingning reached the end, there was even a hint of pride in his tone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian only smiled and congratulated him. He did not tell him that Shui Haichuan had asked Dongfang Yannian for help to reduce the difficulty of the examination for him and Murong Inue. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this was only a small matter. There was no need to mention it. There was no need to haggle over this between friends. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other new inner sect disciples were settling down in the firing Dragon Mountain range, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng, who was also in the Tianlong temple, learned of Duan Lingtian's actions in the selection today. That little bastard actually broke through and became a mid-god king? Kuang Tianzheng's expression was as ugly as it could be. If it were not for the fact that his second disciple was right in front of him, he would have already smashed the stone table in front of him. At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng was sitting in front of a stone table in a large courtyard. Opposite the stone table sat a young man in a jade-green robe. The young man was tall and muscular. His appearance was cold and handsome, and his eyebrows were sharp and sharp. He gave off a feeling of sharpness and decisiveness. He was Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple, Zhong Can. He was also the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-head Shui. Back then, if the one who died wasn't Han, but him. If Han had obtained that fortune, the one who would be dazzling right now would be Han, not him. In Kuang Tianzheng's eyes, there was a mixture of anger and hatred, making him look extremely vicious. Can, you shouldn't have forgotten. Han, in the past, treated you like his own brother, right? Kuang Tianzheng's gaze softened slightly. He looked straight at Zhong Can and asked in a suppressed voice. Chapter 3799. Honorable Master, don't worry. Zhong Can said, I will not let my little junior apprentice brother die in vain. Honorable Master, if there is anything you need me for, feel free to ask. As long as this disciple is able to do so, I will not refuse. Zhong Can solemnly vowed. When Kuang Tianzheng heard this, a smile blossomed on his face. He had been waiting for this sentence. Honorable Master, do you have a plan? Zhong Can asked. I don't have a plan yet. Kuang Tianzheng shook his head. But, after that boy enters the sect, we cannot let him have an easy time. If we can interfere with his cultivation, that would be for the best. He isn't even 3,000 years old yet, he has such achievements. If he is allowed to continue growing, there will come a day when we won't be able to touch him even if we want to. We might even fall into a passive situation. Kuang Tianzheng said in a deep voice, his tone full of fear. We really can't let him grow. Zhong Can nodded, clearly agreeing with this. We have to find a way to make him leave the sect. That will make it easier for us or the people we find to deal with him. If he really refuses to leave the sect no matter what, we will find a way to anger him and make him sign a life or death agreement, walking down the road of no return. It's best to make him leave the sect. Kuang Tianzheng said, making him sign a life or death agreement isn't realistic. After all, if someone weaker than him challenges him to a life or death battle, he won't fear it. If someone is stronger than him, he won't accept it. For him to reach this step today, he definitely isn't an impulsive person. This can be seen from the time he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and forcefully killed the disciples of Old Wind and Old Thunder. As Kuang Tianzheng spoke, a trace of dread appeared in the depths of his eyes. Make him leave the sect? Zhong Can frowned. If he knows we will do something to him, he won't let go of any chance to kill him. Will he leave the sect? Normally speaking, he definitely won't. Kuang Tianzheng indifferently said, but, what if he learns that the God Emperor's divine treasures or even the Divine Sovereign's divine treasures have appeared? At that time, do you think he will be able to endure it? Zhong Can's eyes brightened. Honorable Master is wise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, which was held once every 100 years in the Heavenly Dragon sect, would officially begin today. At this time, not only had the Heavenly Dragon sect's inner sect disciple entrance exam ended, but the outer sect disciple entrance exam had also ended. Anyone who managed to enter the Tianlong clan during this entrance examination would be able to obtain a spot to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In the Tianlong clan's entrance examination this time, only 286 people successfully advanced to become inner sect disciples. 3 days later, just as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the door, he saw Ho Qingming walking towards him. When he reached his side, Ho Qingming scanned the surrounding people who were walking out of their respective residences. I heard that there are more than 500 outer sect disciples recruited this time. As Duan Lingtian nodded, his eyes lit up. He saw a graceful figure with a veil on her face. At this time, she was no longer wearing the same attire as 3 days ago. Instead, she had changed into a light blue dress. As she stood there, her temperament was otherworldly and ethereal, making it difficult for people to have any thoughts of profaning her. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that a few youths had approached her to strike up a conversation, but the response they received was no response. The woman stood there with an indifferent gaze, as if she didn't care about her surroundings at all. However, it didn't make people feel that she was out of tune with her surroundings. Instead, it made people feel that she could blend in with the world, natural and peaceful. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingming also glanced at the woman and said with a smile, "Since the end of the inner sect disciple assessment, many people have approached her to talk to her, but without exception, they were all rejected. To be precise, no one could make her show the slightest change in expression. It didn't matter if they tried to curry favor or flew into a rage out of humiliation, they were all ignored by her. There were also 2 people who tried to make a move on her out of humiliation. Without exception, both of them were crippled. I don't think the 2 of them will be able to participate in the hidden dragon competition this time." Upon hearing Ho Qingming's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It seemed like this young genius from the 10,000 Flower Valley, known as Miss Seven, was not an ordinary person. The woman's cold temperament reminded Duan Lingtian of Huan. In front of him, Huan was the only one who was gentle. In front of others, she was incomparably cold. She was only slightly gentler in front of his family and friends, but there was still a coldness that kept people at arm's length. Huan. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about Huan. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 30 years since he arrived in the mystic Handle land in the realm of gods. It had been 30 years since he was separated from Huan, Little Fei, and the others, 30 years. In another 30 years, the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms will open. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. His eyes were unfocused as his thoughts drifted away. It was as though he had left the realms of gods and returned to Huan, Little Fei, Tian Wu, and the others. He only regained his senses when he heard Ho Qingming's voice. "Duan Lingtian, she's coming." These were Ho Qingming's exact words. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw the woman who was originally standing in the distance with her side facing him slowly walking toward him in the air. To be more precise, she was walking toward him. That pair of beautiful eyes also emitted a calm gaze that landed on him. After a few moments, the woman arrived in front of Duan Lingtian under many envious gazes. Ho Qingming was shocked when he saw this. When he regained his senses, he hastily took a few steps back and said, "You can continue chatting." Then, he stood at the side and watched. "Duan Lingtian, do you know her?" Ho Qingming asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The reason for this question was because the 7th lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley had been acting unapproachable since 3 days ago, and no one had been able to talk to her. It was said that even during the selection, she had only listened to the suggestions of others and teamed up with those who weren't from the Divine Emperor-level forces. She hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. Some people even suspected that she was a mute. But, this was almost impossible. Even if she was a mute, there were many ways for her to speak after she became a god. For this reason, it was obvious she was unwilling to speak. "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian was also confused. After replying to Ho Qingming, he looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. "Do you have something to say? I heard from them that, you know Shui Haichuan?" The woman asked in a pleasant voice. However, this question stunned Duan Lingtian. He never expected her to come here just to ask about this. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked, "Who did you hear this from?" In his opinion, not many people knew that he knew Shui Haichuan. Even if there were people who knew, it would be limited to the Linghu family. As the woman continued to speak, he suddenly realized that she had indeed heard it from a member of the Linghu family. When he, Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan left the Linghu family mansion to drink. The manager of the restaurant under the Linghu family knew of Shui Haichuan's identity. Then, the servants in charge of serving food and wine also knew of Shui Haichuan's identity. Presumably, it was they who spread the news. Can you get in touch with him? The woman asked again. I can. Duan Lingtian hesitated for a moment, then nodded in the end. Because he recalled that Shui Haichuan had told him 3 days ago that he wanted him to take care of this woman during the Hidden Dragon competition. Presumably, Shui Haichuan wouldn't mind letting her know that he could get in touch with him. Tell him that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, I want to give him a helping hand. After the woman finished speaking, she added, tell him. I'm Fu Qingli's daughter. At practically the instant the woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haichuan quickly responded. Little Tian, tell her that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, you'll bring her to me. At that time, please show her the way. Although Shui Haichuan tried his best to suppress his emotions, Duan Lingtian still noticed the fluctuations in his emotions. Obviously, at this moment, Shui Haichuan's heart wasn't calm. After coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the woman before him. I've already told him. He asked me to personally bring you to him after the Hidden Dragon competition ends. Thank you. After the woman expressed her gratitude, she floated away and followed many people who had already set off towards the location where the Hidden Dragon competition was being held. The Hidden Dragon competition was being held in the Firing Dragon mountain range. At the peak of the tallest mountain in the Firing Dragon mountain range, half of the area was separated as if it had been sliced off by a knife. From afar, it looked like a vast stone platform. This place was also known as the Firing Dragon Arena, and it was the place where the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon competition for generations. Usually, this place was also used as a martial arts practice platform, and many Tianlong clan disciples would meet here to spar. However, because of the Hidden Dragon competition, the Firing Dragon Arena had already been cleared out many days ago. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning arrived together, the Firing Dragon Arena was empty. There wasn't a single person on the arena, but many people had already gathered around the arena. At first glance, there were at least a few hundred people. Duan Lingtian, you're really early. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, causing Duan Lingtian to look over instinctively. With just a glance, he saw a young man wearing a brocade robe walking in the air towards him with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were 2 other people. One was a young man wearing a black robe, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing a blue martial arts suit. When Duan Lingtian reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Young clan leader. The person who had come was the young clan leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. Chapter 3800. Young sect master, you're not too late. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded towards Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu smiled, then looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if we meet in the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy. Young sect master is too modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, not necessarily. At that time, I'll need young sect master to show mercy. Haha, Hua Tiandu laughed, then at that time, you and I will make peace. If one of us has the upper hand, the other will admit defeat to avoid harming the harmony. Sure. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and nodded, agreeing. Hua Tiandu turned his head and glanced, then greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I saw a friend, please excuse me. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, glanced at the direction Hua Tiandu was looking at. There was a young man similarly dressed in luxurious clothes looking at him. However, compared to Hua Tiandu, this young man was clearly much more reserved. Seeing Duan Lingtian look over, the corners of his calm mouth suddenly curled into a faint smile, and then he nodded towards Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian politely returned the other party's nod, Ho Qingning's voice timely sounded in his mind. He's the grandson of the Cold Beginning Sect Supreme Elder, Ji Wuchang. This Ji Wuchang's strength is not inferior to Hua Tiandu, and is someone who is equally famous as Hua Tiandu. However, in the qualifier, he didn't reveal his strength, and wasn't in the group of people between 5,000 and 8,000 years old who displayed absolute strength. In the end, Ho Qingming guessed, he's obviously holding back. Hearing Ho Qingming's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Isn't this very normal? Although many people have revealed their true strength in the qualifier, there are definitely many who have hidden their strength. In a situation where you don't need to use all your strength to pass the audition, those who aren't too interested in showing off their talents naturally won't use too much of their strength. Even if Ho Qingming wasn't here, Duan Lingtian could also guess this. In this hidden dragon competition, his opponents were not only those high-level divine kings like Hua Tiandu and Du Pejuan who had displayed extremely powerful strength. There were also many existences who had yet to display their true strength. In reality, even Hua Tiandu, Du Pejuan and the others might not have used their full strength. Many people didn't even use their divine artifacts during the audition or the later tests. Even if he used a divine artifact, he might still have other tricks up his sleeve. Consecrator Duan. Another female voice sounded, and a fragrant wind assaulted their nostrils. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingming. This person was none other than the Murong family's third young mistress, Murong Inue. Murong Inue was naturally happy that she had successfully passed the inner sect disciple test. However, what made her truly happy was that Ho Qingming had also passed the inner sect disciple test. She had two worries before. One was that she had passed the inner sect disciple test, and Ho Qingming had not. That meant that Ho Qingming could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and it would be difficult to see him in the future. This was because in the Tianlong clan, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples cultivated separately. As for the other worry, it was that if she didn't pass the inner sect disciple test, she would have to return to the Murong family. As for Ho Qingming, even if he could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, he would still choose to stay in the Tianlong clan. With Ho Qingming's strength, becoming an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan might be a little difficult, but becoming an outer sect disciple was more than enough. Third young mistress. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled at Murong Inue, and then glanced at Ho Qingming with an ambiguous gaze. Since the third young mistress has come, I won't disturb you any longer. As his voice faded, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he had already arrived beside the two elders of the Linghu family, Elder Heng and Elder Huan. Lingtian brat. Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. I originally thought that even if you weren't able to obtain first place in this year's Hidden Dragon competition, there would be no suspense in the top 3. But now it seems, even if you want to obtain the top 3, it won't be that easy. Linghu Huan's tone was full of seriousness. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Huan in confusion. Yesterday, I was chatting with a friend of mine from afar, and I heard something, Linghu Huan said with a serious expression. Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua sect, and Ji Wucheng of the Hanchu sect, seemed to have entered a divine treasure left behind by an emperor god more than 10 years ago. Moreover, after that, Hua Tiandu's strength increased greatly, and no one in the Donghua sect below the emperor god level is his match. However, this news was sealed off by the Donghua sect. My friend only knew about it because he has a friend who has gone through life and death with him. He is a core elder of the Donghua sect, and he just happened to see Hua Tiandu fight. According to what he said, Hua Tiandu's strength can be ranked in the top echelon even among the upper divine kings in the entire Tonglang province, and he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the upper divine king prodigies of the top emperor god level forces. Linghu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, and his tone became more and more hurried. Ji Wucheng of the Hanchu sect was originally as famous as Hua Tiandu, and the two of them joined forces to enter a place suspected to be the divine treasure of an emperor god. Moreover, they both came out safely. Since Hua Tiandu's strength could increase to such an extent, I think he won't be too bad either. Duan Lingtian could not help but be surprised by Linghu Huan's news. Of course, it was only a surprise. At the same time, he also felt that Hua Tiandu and Ji Wucheng were lucky. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into the distance and saw Hua Tiandu and Ji Wucheng standing together and chatting happily. Sensing his gaze, both Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang smiled politely and nodded at him. Looks like their luck is pretty good. Duan Lingtian smiled. He had also entered the divine treasure of an emperor god and obtained many things. However, most of the things could only be used after he broke through to the god-emperor realm. If Hua Tiandu's strength has increased greatly because he entered that divine treasure, the place he entered might not necessarily be the divine treasure of an emperor god. It might be the divine treasure of a divine emperor. Divine treasures left behind by divine emperors are usually more beneficial to a god-king's strength than divine treasures left behind by emperor gods. As someone who had experienced this before, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Duan Lingtian, are you currently in the Flame Dragon arena? Duan Lingtian received a message when Linghu Huan spoke again. He did not hear what Linghu Huan said clearly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the message. It took him a moment to recover. Ding Yan? The person who had sent him a message was none other than one of the two friends he had met in the Hidden Mist Court. Ho Qingning was one of them. As for Ding Yan, he was another person. Ho Qingning was the one who told him that Ding Yan had left the Hidden Mist Court without saying goodbye. Later, he and Ho Qingning had tried to contact Ding Yan, but to no avail. If not for Ding Yan's soul orb, they would have thought that Ding Yan had met with some mishap. Otherwise, why would he disappear just like that? How do you know I'm in the Flame Dragon arena? After recovering, Duan Lingtian was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that Ding Yan would know where he was. You. Don't tell me you're also in the Tianlong clan? I'll go find you. Ding Yan replied with a message and then fell silent. Ling Tian, brat, did you listen to me? Linghu Huan frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out in front of him. His tone was somewhat impatient. Ah. Duan Lingtian glanced at Linghu Huan and smiled awkwardly. Elder Huan, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll come back to talk to you later. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Linghu Huan's reply before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was now talking to Murong Inue, so Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance naturally gave him a fright. Even Murong Inue was frightened. She even subconsciously reached out to hold Ho Qingning's arm. After a moment, when Ho Qingning's body stiffened, she recovered and awkwardly let go of her hand. Duan Lingtian, you're going to scare me to death. Ho Qingning glared at Duan Lingtian. What's the matter? You're so anxious that you teleported over. How far are we? How long would it take if you didn't teleport? Although Ho Qingning was indeed a little speechless, Murong Inue's action of holding his arm out of fright made him reminisce endlessly. He couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to scare them a few more times. However, on the surface, he still did enough. He was upright and awe-inspiring. Ding Yan sent me a message just now. Duan Lingtian said. What? Naturally, Ho Qingning was shocked as well. He sent you a message? What did he say to you? That guy, when there's finally news, he only sent you a message and not me? No. I have to scold him. Ho Qingning immediately sent a message to Ding Yan. As for the content, it was naturally to blame Ding Yan for only sending Duan Lingtian a message and not him. I sent Duan Lingtian a message because he's in the Tianlong clan. This was Ding Yan's reply to Ho Qingning. Now, I'm on my way to see him. You're also in the Tianlong clan? Ho Qingning was stunned. What's the situation? You're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? But why didn't I see you during the audition? Even if we didn't see you, Duan Lingtian showed his prowess during the audition. You should have seen me and him, right? After Ho Qingning sent this message, Ding Yan finally replied after a few breaths of time. Ho Qingning, you're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Ding Yan's tone carried a hint of surprise. Then you're now an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Bah! What outer sect disciple? Your brother Ning is now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Ho Qingning retorted repeatedly. Chapter 3801. What? You, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Ding Yan, who had just arrived near the blazing Dragon Mountain range, heard Ho Qingning's message and suddenly stopped his tall and burly figure. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had just come out of seclusion yesterday. In the past 30 years, he had either been in seclusion or staying in the law chamber to comprehend the law of fire. This time, he had come out of seclusion to participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Just now, when he went to handle the Tianlong clan's procedures to become an inner sect disciple, he heard about Duan Lingtian's amazing performance in the qualifier 3 days ago. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name and not necessarily the Duan Lingtian he knew. Although the Duan Lingtian he knew was also very outstanding, it was impossible for him to grow to such a level in less than 30 years. However, when he heard more about Duan Lingtian's background, he couldn't help but be stunned. It really is him. Duan Lingtian, who came from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, later came to the Hidden Fog sect, then went to the Linghu family and became a consecrator of the Linghu family. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, your rise to power has shocked him as well. Duan Lingtian is already a mid-level divine king. Moreover, 20 years ago, he was able to refine a peak-level spirit-grade divine pill, and his alchemy skills are no weaker than the best emperor-level divine pill masters. It had to be said that Ding Yan was shocked. One had to know that when he was taken away from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, his storage ring was taken away by the other party and then he was told to go into seclusion to prepare for today's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Therefore, he didn't come out of seclusion until yesterday. He was going to the Flame Dragon Arena to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. When he learned that Duan Lingtian was also there, he immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He had only come out of seclusion yesterday to retrieve his storage ring. At the same time, he was already thinking about telling Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, his 2 friends from Skywind City's Hidden Mist Academy, that he was safe after the Hidden Dragon competition ended. However, he didn't expect that before he could do so, he would find out that Duan Lingtian was in the Tianlong clan. Therefore, he didn't wait any longer and directly sent a message to Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that after he sent a message to Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning also sent a message saying that he was now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. When did this world become so crazy? At that instant, Ding Yan was completely stunned. Ho Qingning's confident tone didn't sound fake, but if it was true, wasn't this world a little too crazy? Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's achievements, it was only a little. After all, Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious. But what about Ho Qingning? Ho Qingning's talent and perception might not even be comparable to his. Although Ho Qingning was stronger than him in the past, that was only because Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a divine king-level sect. Ding Yan, on the other hand, had only gained his strength through hard work. Although he already had the opportunity to enter the Tianlong clan, he refused. It wasn't until later, when his elder came to Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy and forcibly took him away, that he truly began to enjoy the cultivation resources and environment that he didn't even dare to dream of in the past. He originally wanted to say hello to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, but his elder forcibly took away his storage ring, so he couldn't send a message to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Messages needed to be sent through soul orbs. Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's soul orbs were both in the storage ring. What's with that tone of voice? Ho Qingning was displeased by Ding Yan's suspicion. You, where are you now? Duan Lingtian said that you're also in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian and I are both at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition venue. Hurry up and come over. I'll show you your brother Ning's current cultivation base. Divine King, do you know about the Divine King? There was no lack of complacency in Ho Qingning's tone, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who stood before him, to have the impulse to violently beat him up at this moment. Divine King? After hearing Ho Qingning's words, Ding Yan was surprised. He quickly said, "Just wait, I'll appear in front of you in a dozen breaths' time." After saying this, his figure flashed and turned into a large fireball. He streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed like a flaming meteor, heading in the direction of the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was the highest martial practice field in the Flame Dragon mountain range. It was also the venue where the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held this time. Of course, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition wouldn't really be held on the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was only a landmark for the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was a competition between a group of genius divine kings. Even if the Flame Dragon Arena was made of extraordinary bricks, it still couldn't withstand their brilliance. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition would definitely be held in the large space above the Flame Dragon Arena. He said he'll be there in a dozen breaths' time. After hearing Ding Yan's message, Ho Qingning said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, but he was also a little confused. Why would Ding Yan be at the Tianlong clan? If he had also participated in the qualifier, he should have seen Ho Qingning and himself. After all, it was the third round of the inner sect disciples' entrance exam. His actions were a little high-profile. Anyone who paid attention to the qualifier, regardless of whether they were present or not, would have heard of it. Maybe he only heard of it and knew I was there, so he sent me a message, but Ho Qingning doesn't know. That makes sense. If he was present, he would have seen Ho Qingning. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. What are you talking about, Master Duan? Murong Yinue, who was standing at the side, was confused. A friend is coming. Duan Lingtian smiled. A dozen breaths' time passed quickly. Over there. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Ho Qingning's voice sounded. Before the time was up, Ho Qingning was already looking left and right. Now, following Ho Qingning's gaze, Duan Lingtian recognized Ding Yan at a glance. Ding Yan was tall and sturdy, almost 2 meters tall, so he was still recognizable. However, when he saw Ding Yan again, Duan Lingtian found that he seemed to have changed into a different person. It was purely a change in his temperament. The Ding Yan of the past was extroverted. But now, he was much more reserved. At first glance, he seemed to have matured a lot. When Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning saw Ding Yan also saw them. His eyes lit up as he flew towards them. In the blink of an eye, Ding Yan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. After almost 30 years, the three of them were gathered together again. The last time they were together was at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. Ho Qingning, you really became an inner sect disciple. The first thing Ding Yan did when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was to lower his head and look at Ho Qingning's waist. When he saw Ho Qingning's inner sect disciple identity token, his eyes lit up and his tone was full of surprise and disbelief. While Ding Yan was staring at Ho Qingning's identity token, Ho Qingning also subconsciously looked at Ding Yan's waist and saw Ding Yan's identity token. Ding Yan, you're also an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? No. Your identity token, logically speaking, you should be in the same batch as us. Ho Qingning muttered to himself and couldn't help but frown. But I didn't see you during the selection. Duan Lingtian also glanced at the identity token at Ding Yan's waist. It was the identity token of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and there was a special imprint on it. This imprint was engraved by the Tianlong clan using a special method and special materials. It was almost impossible to fake, and it would remain visible for a month. The identity token of a Tianlong clan disciple with this imprint, regardless of whether they were an inner sect disciple or an outer sect disciple, meant that they were qualified to participate in this year's Hidden Dragon competition. Of course, this imprint normally wouldn't appear on the identity token of a sect disciple who didn't enter the Tianlong clan this time. Ding Yan, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was also puzzled. I'll explain to you later. Ding Yan smiled, then looked at Ho Qingning and Murong Yinue. You two, you still haven't introduced this person to me. This is the Murong family's third young miss, Murong Yinue. Duan Lingtian introduced Murong Yinue in a timely manner. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Ding Yan. She likes Ho Qingning, and Ho Qingning is also interested in her. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before you and I can attend their wedding banquet. After Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Murong Inua and smiled. So it's Miss Silvermoon of the Murong family. Hello, I'm Ding Yan, a friend of Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning. Ding Yan introduced himself. Hello. Murong Inua could feel Ding Yan's ambiguous gaze sweeping between her and Ho Qingning. She could not help but blush. She thought that Duan Ling Tian must have said something to Ding Yan. Otherwise, Ding Yan would not have acted like this. After all, although she was standing next to Ho Qingning, she was not holding Ho Qingning's arm like before. You still know that you're a friend of Duan Ling Tian and I? Ho Qingning glared at Ding Yan. That year, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't say anything. After that, Duan Ling Tian and I tried to contact him many times, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. If we didn't see that your soul orb was still intact, we would have thought that your corpse was lying in the wilderness. Now, shouldn't you explain yourself? As Ho Qingning finished speaking, he glared at Ding Yan fiercely and said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong. I didn't have a choice back then. I wanted to give you guys a heads up, but before I could send you a message, someone took away my storage ring, and it was only returned to me yesterday. Ding Yan's words confirmed one of Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning's conjecture. Who took your storage ring? Ho Qingning asked subconsciously. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for Ding Yan to answer, he asked, also, why are you in the Tianlong clan? Why do you have the same inner sect disciple identity token as us? Chapter 3802. I'm sure that I didn't see you at the audition. If you saw us at the audition, even if it wasn't convenient for you to greet us, you would have sent us a message. Ho Qingning's tone was firm. I didn't participate in the audition. Ding Yan shook his head. I didn't even participate in the sect entrance examination this time. Ding Yan's words naturally shocked Duan Ling Tian and the other two. Didn't participate in the sect entrance examination? Where did he get the same inner sect disciple identity token as them? Connections? For a moment, this thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Facing Duan Ling Tian and the other two's doubtful gazes, Ding Yan shrugged and said, although I didn't participate in the sect entrance examination, I did receive the inner sect disciple identity token today and officially became a disciple of the Tianlong clan today. That's why I was able to participate in this hidden dragon competition. Ding Yan said. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Ding Yan. Back then, during the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student assessment in Tianfeng City, you said that if you left with me, as long as you revealed your identity, the God King clans in Tianfeng City wouldn't attack us. Is it because you're related to the Tianlong clan? Following Ding Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian and the other two could basically confirm that Ding Yan was indeed related to the Tianlong clan. He didn't need to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to enter the Tianlong clan and become an inner sect disciple of the clan. Yes. Ding Yan nodded and then sighed with a complicated gaze. He didn't speak for a long time until Ho Qingning urged him to speak. After Ding Yan spoke, Duan Ling Tian and Ho Qingning also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Ding Yan's only relative in this world, his father, was a rogue cultivator. When he died, his cultivation was at the Divine Emperor realm. At that time, Ding Yan was still young. At that time, one of Ding Yan's father's close friends had come to take Ding Yan away and wanted to marry his daughter to Ding Yan. This marriage had been decided when Ding Yan's father was still alive. It was a standard betrothal. That friend of Ding Yan's father did not forget his friendship with Ding Yan's father just because Ding Yan's father had died. Later on, Ding Yan stayed by his father's friend's side. This friend of his father's was a consecrator of the Tianlong clan. Normally, he would wear the token of the Black Dragon Elder around his waist, showing himself to others as the Black Dragon Elder. In the beginning, Ding Yan felt somewhat sullen staying with his father's old friend because his father's daughter looked down on him and often mocked him in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that this uncle of his was genuinely good to him, he would have left long ago. He was a man with backbone. Later on, this uncle of his went into seclusion to cultivate and his daughter became even more insatiable. Under such circumstances, Ding Yen chose to leave the Tianlong clan. After leaving the Tianlong clan, Ding Yen moved to Tianfeng City and entered the Hidden Mist Academy. He became a student there and was promoted to a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. It was not until nearly 30 years ago that his uncle came out of seclusion and took him back. At the same time, in order to make him work hard and catch up with the time he had spent in seclusion, he took away his storage ring and prevented him from contacting the outside world so that he could concentrate on cultivating. That's how it is. Ding Yen smiled bitterly. Uncle Sikong took me back with the intention of letting me enter the Tianlong clan and become an official disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the past, although I was taken to the Tianlong clan by him, I was not a disciple of the Tianlong clan. I was only his uncle and nephew. After hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning suddenly realized the truth behind the matter. No wonder your bloodline power is extraordinary. It turns out that your father was a divine emperor expert. Ho Qingning sighed. Even he had been envious of Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline in the past. This was because his bloodline power was much less useful than Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline power when he fought with others. Even if my father was a divine emperor expert, he is a fallen divine emperor expert. Ding Yan sighed. Back then, I was still young and didn't know much about my father's strength. I only knew that my father was very strong and often took me everywhere. He collected divine pills for me to consume and built a good foundation for me. Later on, after he died, Uncle Sikong took me to the Tianlong clan. Ding Yan's eyes became dazed as he recalled the past. Ding Yan, what is your current cultivation base? Ho Qingning suddenly asked. Lower Divine King. Ding Yan said. Same as me. Ho Qingning smiled. Are you going to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition? If you are, I look forward to meeting you and seeing how much you've grown over the years. Back then, you were no match for me. Ho Qingning said. I'm also surprised that you broke through and became a divine king. Ding Yan looked at Ho Qingning in surprise. I broke through and became a divine king because of Uncle Sikong's careful nurturing. He gave me all kinds of divine fruits and divine pills. But you were in the Hidden Mist Academy. Even if you have the 10,000 Leaves sect behind you, it shouldn't have been enough for you to break through and become a divine king in such a short time. I left the Hidden Mist Academy a long time ago. Before I came to the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian took care of me and helped me enter the Murong family. Ho Qingning shook his head. The reason I was able to break through and become a divine king in such a short time is all thanks to the divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined for me. Ho Qingning knew his own innate talent and comprehension ability very well. He knew very well that everything he had now was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan's eyes brightened when he heard Ho Qingning's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I heard that you can refine Supreme Spirit grade divine pills. I didn't expect you to know how to refine pills as well. I've never heard you mention it before. Ding Yan said. I dabbled in alchemy when I was in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was only after I came to the Mystic Gang land in the realms of gods that I began to refine pills. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but Ding Yan looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Not every alchemist from the Devata realms can become an outstanding divine alchemist in the realms of gods. An outstanding divine alchemist not only needs to refine pills, but they also need to be able to sense the life energy of the heaven and earth spiritual energy and how much life energy they can extract. It was clear Ding Yan knew a lot about divine alchemists. Ding Yan? Suddenly, a voice rang from afar, drawing the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw the vice sect leader of the Hidden Mist sect, Murong Suifeng, standing in the air not far away. He was looking at Ding Yan in shock. As the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy, he knew all the 10-star students in the Hidden Mist Academy. He also knew who Ding Yan was. More than 20 years ago, Ding Yan had left the words "quit school" on the wall of the dormitory and left. Since then, there had been no news of him. At that time, Murong Suifeng was still wondering why Ding Yan would quit school. However, according to some of the Hidden Mist Academy teachers who knew Ding Yan well, they couldn't contact Ding Yan after that. However, Ding Yan's soul orb was intact, proving that he was still alive. Dean. Seeing Murong Suifeng, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. You're here too? Sixth uncle. At this time, Murong Yinue, who was beside Ho Qingning, looked around vigilantly. She bit her lips and greeted Murong Suifeng. Sixth uncle? Duan Lingtian was startled, and so was Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian had long guessed that Murong Suifeng was in the Hidden Mist sect, and the Hidden Mist sect wasn't far from the Murong family. Could he be a member of the Murong family? However, on the day of the selection, when he saw the Murong family meeting Murong Suifeng, he subconsciously thought that Murong Suifeng had nothing to do with the Murong family. But today, Murong Yinue called him sixth uncle. Hearing Murong Yinue call him sixth uncle, Murong Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked around vigilantly. Sixth uncle, don't worry. There's no one from the Murong family around. Murong Yinue said. Little you, even so, don't talk to me directly. If you want to say anything, just send me a message. You also know that when I was expelled from the family elders ordered that if anyone dares to greet me or say anything to me in the future, they will be expelled from the family. Everyone must pretend not to know me. Murong Suifeng said with a serious expression. Yes, sixth uncle. Seeing that Murong Suifeng was serious, Murong Yinue quickly replied. After hearing Murong Suifeng's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why no one from the Linghu family greeted Murong Suifeng on the day of the selection. They even pretended not to know Murong Suifeng. It turned out that the Murong family elders had given such an order. What kind of mistake was it that made the Murong clan's elder council issue such an order? This was equivalent to never acknowledging Murong Suifeng's identity. At the same time, they did not want anyone to know that Murong Suifeng was related to the Murong family. When you have the time, ask Third Miss about the grudges between the Dean and the Murong family. Yes, tell me when you find out. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Ho Qingning. Although he was not a gossipy person, he was still quite curious about this. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of mistake Murong Suifeng had made that the Murong family elders would be so ruthless. Hearing how Murong Yinue addressed Murong Suifeng, he was most likely a direct descendant of the Murong family. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ho Qingning was actually considering whether to ask Murong Yinue. When he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's message, he immediately replied unhappily. I'll give you a chance to develop a relationship with her. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, I don't mind you telling her that I'm the one who asked you to ask. You, Ho Qingning was speechless. While Murong Suifeng and Ding Yan were chatting, the Tianlong clan elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition finally appeared in front of everyone in the Fire Dragon arena. Behind this Tianlong clan elder were two other people. Duan Lingtian recognized one of them. It was his brother Yannian, the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. Chapter 3803. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man beside Dongfang Yannian. He also had a White Dragon elder token hanging from his waist. Clearly, he was also a White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, just like Dongfang Yannian. As for the old man in front of them, he had an identity token hanging from his waist. The dragon engraved on it was inlaid with a material similar to black jade, making it look like a lifelike black dragon. Black Dragon Elder. Duan Lingtian's gaze hardened. At the same time, it wasn't hard to guess that this person should be the person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain. When Duan Lingtian was chatting with Dongfang Yannian at Shui Haichuan's place, he learned of the existence of Blue Feather Mountain. Whether it was Dongfang Yannian, who was in charge of the Inner Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, or the White Dragon Elder in charge of the Outer Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, they could only be considered the second person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. The first person in charge was this Black Dragon Elder from Blue Feather Mountain. It's Elder Dongfang Yannian. That's Elder Ho Jifang, who's in charge of the entrance exam for us outer sect disciples. After Dongfang Yannian and the other two appeared, they became the focus of everyone's attention. The newly promoted inner and outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan all recognized Dongfang Yannian and Ho Jifang. Ho Jifang was the other white dragon elder standing beside Dongfang Yannian. This is Black Dragon Elder? Very soon, some sharp-eyed people saw the identity token hanging from the waist of the old man in the lead and couldn't help but gasp. The old man in the lead had a medium build and an ordinary face. His hair was like a waterfall behind his back, and his eyes were calm, without any joy or sorrow. Little guys who just entered the sect, let your senior brother tell you. That's Elder Blue Feather Mountain, one of the Black Dragon Elders of our Tianlong clan. He's a high-level divine emperor. A Tianlong clan inner sect disciple, who had obviously come to join in on the fun at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, laughed as he spoke to the group of new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples beside him. The Hidden Dragon Competition was only a stage for the Tianlong clan's new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples to compete. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples weren't very interested in it. Those who came to join in on the fun were basically all Tianlong clan inner sect disciples with average strength. As for the outer sect disciples, unless they were new disciples, they were not allowed near the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena belonged to the inner circle of the Flame Dragon Mountain Range, and the outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan could only move around the outer circle of the mountain range. If they trespassed into the inner circle and were discovered by the patrol, they would be severely punished. It was precisely because of this rule that apart from the new Tianlong clan disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, not many other Tianlong clan inner sect disciples had come. As for the Tianlong clan elders, there were even fewer of them. In total, there were at most a few dozen or close to 100 people. Compared to the thousands of disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, as well as the many elders of these new disciples, the number of people here seemed insignificant. Elder Black Dragon? High-level Divine Emperor? As the old fox inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan spoke, the group of new Tianlong clan disciples present couldn't help but be shocked. More than 90% of them were seeing a high-level Divine Emperor for the first time. Therefore, after learning that the old man in front of them was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan and a high-level Divine Emperor, their gazes towards the old man once again became incomparably hot. The Tianlong clan is indeed the Tianlong clan. I've just entered the sect, and I'm actually seeing a high-level Divine Emperor. Am I dreaming? So this is what a high-level Divine Emperor looks like. This is a high-level Divine Emperor? The one with the highest cultivation among the Divine Emperors? In the Tianlong clan, Elder White Dragon status is above that of the inner sect elders, and Elder Black Dragon status is even higher than Elder White Dragons. Those who can cultivate to the high-level Divine Emperor level are basically those who have survived the test of the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years. Their abilities are usually very powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to become someone like this Elder Blue Feather Mountain in the future after entering the Tianlong clan. High-level Divine Emperor, Elder Black Dragon. The appearance of Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain not only caused the originally noisy surroundings of the Fire Dragon Arena to quieten down, but even the occasional voice that came out was filled with heartfelt reverence. At this time, not only the group of new Tianlong clan inner and outer sect disciples, but even the higher-ups from the various Divine Emperor level forces and the elders of the new disciples present also looked at Elder Blue Feather Mountain with reverence in their eyes. Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, greets Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Near Elder Blue Feather Mountain, Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, who was wearing a luxurious robe, bowed slightly to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Although he was the leader of a clan, Elder Black Dragon of the Tianlong clan was not only stronger than him, but also had a higher status than him. Following Hua Chunming's lead, all the higher-ups of the Divine Emperor level forces immediately bowed to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. As for the others, needless to say, only when Elder Blue Feather Mountain raised his hand did the crowd quiet down. I won't say any more pleasantries, Elder Blue Feather Mountain said with a lazy tone. Blue Feather Mountain spoke with an indifferent tone that carried a trace of laziness. I presume all of you already have some understanding of the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition, so I won't speak any further. Next, I will open the matrix and create 10 battle rings. Whoever's name appears on the rings will go in and fight with their opponent. Those who are absent for more than 10 breaths will be automatically disqualified. Everyone already knew the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition 3 days ago when they went through the procedures to enter the clan. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition was to determine the strongest 100 among the outer sect disciples. Then, they would join the ranks of the inner sect disciples and continue with the second stage of the Hidden Dragon competition. In the end, if someone among the 100 outer sect disciples could enter the top 200, they would be promoted to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. And if there was an inner sect disciple among the bottom 100, that inner sect disciple would be demoted to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Of course, if they were unwilling to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, they could also choose to leave the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not force this kind of person to stay. In the entrance examination 3 days ago, there were more than 300 people who successfully passed the inner sect disciple examination, and more than 800 people passed the outer sect disciple examination. Ho Qingming, who stood opposite Duan Lingtian, muttered. Over 800 people, and the strongest 100 will be determined. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition will probably last for quite some time. Just as Ho Qingming was muttering in a low voice, the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, who stood in the sky and had unknowingly waved his hand, causing 10 formation discs to fly out and condense into 10 areas in the sky, had already spoken in a clear voice. The Hidden Dragon competition begins now. Straightforward and neat. Not the slightest bit sloppy. The Hidden Dragon competition was a rigorous competition in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, but in the eyes of the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it seemed to be only a game. Of course, everyone knew clearly in their hearts that this Black Dragon Elder had the confidence to treat the Hidden Dragon competition as a game. The 10 areas were scattered in the sky above the Flame Dragon arena, and they were very far apart from each other. Moreover, the surroundings were suffused with different colored faint lights that were extremely distinguishable. At this moment, 2 names appeared in each area of the 10 areas. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 10 figures walk over in the sky from afar, and each of them appeared outside an area and stared fixedly at that area. Through the identity tokens on the waists of these 10 people, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern that any one of these 10 people was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, Kuang Tianzheng, who had come to the Linghu family to kill him in the past, was also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Of course, because Kuang Tianzheng had climbed up the branch of the Tianlong clan's vice-sect leader Shui, his current status in the Tianlong clan couldn't be compared to by an ordinary inner sect elder. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 20 figures flew out. These people, without exception, all had outer sect disciple identity tokens on their waists. Moreover, there was a special mark on their identity tokens, which proved that they were new outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan and qualified to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition. What? Worried that you'll be eliminated and return to the outer sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingming and asked with a smile. Although Ho Qingming looked very calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian could see a trace of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Once an inner sect disciple ranked in the bottom 100 in the Hidden Dragon competition, he would be demoted to an outer sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian asked this through telepathy and didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Ho Qingming looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled awkwardly. He replied through telepathy, "A little, take it." Duan Lingtian took a step forward and arrived beside Ho Qingming. Then, with a movement of his left hand, he placed a storage ring in Ho Qingming's hand. "What's this?" Ho Qingming was startled. "Nothing." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "It's just a high-grade divine weapon." "High-grade divine weapon?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingming's expression instantly changed. In an instant, he felt the hand holding the storage ring become extremely heavy. "Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I'm just lending it to you." Duan Lingtian was somewhat speechless. You don't think this is for you, do you? You're dreaming. Ho Qingning's originally excited face instantly flushed red and finally became the color of pig liver. After a long while, he finally calmed down and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although I'm a little disappointed, I still have to thank you for your kind intentions. At this moment, Ho Qingning didn't stand on ceremony with Duan Lingtian. Although as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would most likely possess a high-grade divine weapon, but the hidden dragon competition was extremely humane, and those inner sect elders wouldn't allow inner sect disciples with strong strengths to face each other in advance. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he didn't need a high-grade divine weapon to easily defeat his opponents in the beginning. By the time Duan Lingtian encountered a strong opponent and needed a high-grade divine weapon, even if he had won, he would have been eliminated long ago. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. You're still disappointed? You're really shameless. Duan Lingtian said exasperatedly. Then, at the same time that Ho Qingning smiled awkwardly, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Murong Yinue and transmitted a sentence to her. Chapter 3804. Third young miss, with your and Ho Qingning's strength, there was actually a certain degree of uncertainty if you wanted to pass the inner sect disciple examination 3 days ago. The reason you were able to pass so smoothly was because the white dragon elder in charge of your examination, Dongfang Yannian, is my friend, so I had him go easy on you. These were the words that Duan Lingtian directly transmitted to the Murong family's third young miss Murong Yinue. As soon as he finished speaking, while Murong Yinue was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian continued, so, if you don't want to lose in the hidden dragon competition and end up at the bottom, I suggest that you borrow a high-quality divine weapon from your father. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Yinue completely returned to her senses and quickly replied, okay, I'll borrow a high-quality divine weapon from my father for Ho Qingning. It's not for Ho Qingning, it's for yourself. Duan Lingtian was speechless because of Murong Yinue's words, but at the same time, he also felt that Ho Qingning's luck was pretty good to have found someone who truly liked him. If she didn't truly like him, she wouldn't have been so considerate of him. But, he also needs a high-quality divine weapon. Murong Yinue said, although he and I might not necessarily enter the competition at the same time, I'm afraid that if we're unlucky and enter the competition at the same time, only one person can use a high-quality divine weapon. This time, among the upper echelons of the Murong family, my father isn't the only one with a high-quality divine weapon. The clan elder beside him also has a high-quality divine weapon. However, that clan elder's high-quality divine weapon has already been lent to Big Brother Hanlin. Murong Yinue wanted to continue speaking, but was directly interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He has a high-quality divine weapon. I've already lent it to him. You don't need to worry about him. You just need to take care of yourself. Duan Lingtian said. But you, Murong Yinue was somewhat hesitant. Don't forget the rules of the hidden dragon competition. Duan Lingtian laughed and said, do you think those 10 Tianlong clan's inner sect elders are watching each duel for fun? They will record everyone's strength and prepare the list for later matches. It's impossible to go up against those who are strong. In other words, the opponents I've encountered so far are all far inferior to me. Even if I don't use a high-quality god artifact, I can still easily defeat them. The moment Duan Lingtian said this, Murong Yinue came to a sudden realization, I understand, I will go and borrow a high-grade god artifact from my father. Actually, my father sent me a voice transmission earlier, saying that he wanted to lend me a high-grade divine artifact. However, he warned me not to lend it to Ho Qingning, lest I delay myself. He wants me to agree to his request before he's willing to lend it to me. Murong Yinue said with a wry smile. Patriarch Murong's actions are understandable. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, just tell him that you're borrowing a high-grade divine artifact from him for your own use and that you won't give it to Ho Qingning. If he still hesitates, just tell him that I've lent my high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingning. If he asks about the origin of my high-grade divine artifact, just tell him that the Linghu family's elder Linghu Huan lent it to me. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Yinue went to find the Murong family's patriarch Murong Yunlu. After a few breaths of time, Murong Yunlu also frequently turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Murong Yunlu actually asked him via voice transmission whether he had lent the high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingming. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this patriarch Murong thought that his daughter was deceiving him? In the end, under Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Murong Yunlu handed Murong Yinue a spatial ring. Obviously, just like Duan Lingtian, he had placed the high-grade divine artifact into a spatial ring in advance and was now giving it away. Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan via voice transmission, "Do you have a high-grade divine artifact?" In this hidden dragon competition, those who have a high-grade divine artifact have a greater advantage. "If you don't have one, can I lend one to you?" "I have one," Ding Yan said. "I just asked Ho Qingming if he needed a high-grade divine artifact. If he did, I'd look for my uncle Sikong to borrow a high-grade divine artifact, and he said you lend it to him." "Duan Lingtian, it's not too safe if you don't have a high-grade divine artifact. How about I lend you another one?" Ding Yan asked. "No need." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "If I really want a high-grade divine artifact, I don't need you to lend it to me. This time, 3 elders of the Linghu family have come. Isn't it easy for me to borrow a high-grade divine artifact?" "All right." Realization dawned on Ding Yan. At the same time, the 10-sided combat ring in the middle of the field had also become lively. The 20 outer sect disciples were divided into 10 groups and fought in pairs. These outer sect disciples were basically all higher deities. There were 2 god kings who easily won the battle. As for the other 8 higher deities, they also defeated their opponents and won after a series of battles. In each combat ring, as long as someone was defeated, 2 other names would immediately appear in the next moment, and the other 2 would step forward to take over the ring and fight. One battle after another dazzled the onlookers. However, they were only outer sect disciples after all, and their strength was limited to the extent that many people couldn't help but yawn and feel bored. This feeling was like adults watching children fight. Adults would find it interesting to watch adults fight. But it would be boring to watch children fight. It was only until a young man in a long dark golden robe attacked and defeated his opponent with a single punch that the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly interested. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's no weaker than Ho Qingming. Although the young man had only thrown a single punch, the casualness of the punch and the explosive power in it caused Duan Lingtian to involuntarily recall Ho Qingming's performance in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. The opponent that the young man had defeated was also a lower god king like him. Defeating a lower god king opponent with a single punch, no matter how weak his opponent was enough to prove that he was stronger than the average lower god king. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian had this thought, many of the spectators were already discussing spiritedly. "This is Zhao Pei, the 3rd disciple of the leader of the Qian Yuan sect, a god king level sect. He's only a little over 5,000 years old, but he's already a lower god king. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws is not ordinary. He was eliminated in the previous selection. The person who eliminated him was the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. I remember the situation at that time. Speaking of which, Zhao Pei was unlucky. He originally had the strength to pass the selection easily, but he was targeted by Ouyang Jianchen and was directly injured. Even if he consumed a divine elixir to recover, it was too late. I originally thought that he would be reduced to an outer sect disciple just like that. Now it seems that he completely has the chance to pass the hidden dragon competition and become an inner sect disciple again. Hearing these discussions, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that was the case. In this way, everything could be explained easily. At that time, although he was also watching the selection, he was more focused on the young lord of the Donghua sect, Hua Tiandu, who was participating in the selection with Ouyang Jianchen, and the 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a god king level sect. As a result, he did not pay attention to Ouyang Jianchen. This Zhao Pei is very strong. Ho Qingming's expression was serious. Obviously, he could also see that Zhao Pei's strength was not below his. The hidden dragon competition continued. Later, a few more powerful outer sect disciples who had the potential to pass the hidden dragon competition and become inner sect disciples appeared one after another. They were all unlucky in the selection and were injured to a certain extent, unable to recover in time. Time passed very quickly. When the winners of the outer sect disciples advanced one by one, the night gradually fell. At this point, the Black Dragon Elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, announced that today's Hidden Dragon competition had officially ended and would continue tomorrow. The second day. The Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, when it was close to evening, the strongest 100 of the 800 outer sect disciples had finally been decided. Although many of the outer sect disciples had not fought with each other, the outer sect disciples who were ranked behind knew their own limits. They knew that they were no match for their opponents. Even if they really fought, their opponents would defeat them. The 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of selecting the battle list, were middle-level god emperors. After watching a group of lower-level god kings and upper-level gods fight, they naturally saw through it. The battle list they had listed was the most reasonable. There were close to 1,000 people involved, and no one questioned it. Tomorrow, the top 100 outer sect disciples will participate in the Hidden Dragon competition together with the inner sect disciples. We will strive to determine the strongest 100 out of the 400 people within 3 days. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, today's Hidden Dragon competition also ended. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Duan Lingtian and the other newly promoted inner sect disciples, who had been watching the excitement for 2 days, finally had to go on stage. However, as the names appeared in the battle ring formed by the matrix one by one, Ho Qingning had already gone on stage twice, but Duan Lingtian still did not see his name. It was not just him. Even the names of the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley, and the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen, were not shown. Also, the names of those who had performed outstandingly in the qualifiers were not shown. It seems that our abilities have already been recognized. That's why we are ranked at the back. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. During this period, there were some people who had kept a low profile previously. Because they did not show their abilities during the qualifiers, their names appeared in some battle rings. For example, although many people knew that Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect was as famous as Hua Tiandu, he was still called out because he did not show much ability during the qualifiers. However, after he casually defeated his opponent who used his full strength with a casual palm strike, his name was not called out again. He only went on stage once. It seems that showing my ability during the qualifiers isn't a bad thing. At least, I can save my energy at the beginning and not have to make a move. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Ding Yan, why haven't you been called out yet? Following Ho Qingning's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. That was, Ding Yan had not been called out for the entire day. Seeing the sunset glow in the sky, night was about to descend, and today's Hidden Dragon competition was about to end. Ding Yan's name still did not appear in the battle ring. You couldn't have been left out, right? Ho Qingning frowned. Chapter 3805. Ding Yan was left out? Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely different from Ho Qingning's. He thought deeper and deeper. That uncle of Ding Yan's has the identity of a Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Even if he's only a worshipper, the identity of a Black Dragon Elder was given casually. It's enough to show that he's not ordinary. It's impossible for Ding Yan to be left out when such a person opened this back door for him. If that's the case, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they're taking care of Ding Yan. The second possibility is that Ding Yan's strength is also extraordinary, and there's no need for him to make a move first. Of the 2 possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined towards the latter. Ding Yan. At this time, Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Ding Yan, who was looking at Ho Qingning with deep meaning. Although you're only a lesser divine king now, the increase in your fire element laws should be greater than your cultivation, right? Duan Lingtian's sudden words caused Ding Yan to be stunned. How did you know? he asked himself. Besides his uncle Sikong, very few people knew about the increase in his fire element laws. Perhaps the Black Dragon Elder in charge of this hidden dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, also knew. But it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to know. Looks like in their eyes, your strength is much stronger than Ho Qingning's. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At this time, if Ho Qingning still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Ho Qingning, who came back to his senses, stared at Ding Yan. Ding Yan, to what extent have you comprehended the fire element laws? You actually don't need to go on stage for the entire day. Today, there are less than 100 people who don't need to go on stage. Don't tell me that in their eyes, your strength is enough to enter the top 100 of the hidden dragon competition. Ho Qingning didn't even dare to dream of entering the top 100 of the hidden dragon tournament, even if he had the high-grade divine tool that Duan Lingtian had lent him. Just now, although he had also won the second round, his opponent's strength was so strong that he could only barely win by relying on a high-grade divine artifact. He still remembered the jealousy and unwillingness in the other party's eyes when he looked at the high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He knew very well that if it weren't for the fact that his opponent only had a medium-grade divine artifact, he would have been the one to lose, not his opponent. But what could he do? Who asked Ho Qingning to have a friend like Duan Lingtian? This was fate. If you're jealous, why don't you go and borrow a high-grade divine artifact? Of course, this was all a play in Ho Qingning's heart. If he really said it out loud, he would definitely become a public enemy, because among the group of young geniuses that participated in the hidden dragon competition, not many had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, even if it was only temporarily borrowed. High-quality divine weapons were not something that could be found on the streets. Even among the divine emperors, they were rare items. Only a few of the higher-ups had them. Not bad. Compared to before, you've made quite a bit of progress. Ding Yan smiled innocently. How little progress is quite a bit? Ho Qingning asked, unwilling to give up. It's just comprehending several types of fusion of the three mysteries of the fire laws. When Ding Yan said the answer that Ho Qingning was waiting for, Ho Qingning was immediately dumbfounded. According to what he knew, this level of comprehension of laws was comparable to the peak young geniuses of the various divine emperor level influences. Even Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the space laws was only slightly better than this, right? For instance, the hidden fog sects Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, who had died under Duan Lingtian's hands in the past, their comprehension of laws was only comparable to what Ding Yan said. In addition to Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline. In other words, with Ding Yan's current strength, even if he was weaker than Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao of the past, he wouldn't be much weaker. How did you comprehend the fire laws? Isn't this speed of progress a bit too exaggerated? Ho Qingning's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isn't this easy to guess? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and then looked deeply at Ding Yan. Ding Yan's uncle must have sent him to the Tianlong clan's law chamber. According to what I know, the Tianlong clan is a god emperor level influence. They have a wealth of divine stone veins, far from what a divine emperor level influence can compare to. The law chamber can even help one comprehend the fusion of three mysteries. Ding Yan. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled mockingly. Looks like your uncle isn't just an ordinary black dragon elder. He had allowed a person to comprehend such a powerful law of fire in less than 30 years. The amount of divine stones consumed was comparable to what he had spent in the Linghu family. This wasn't something an ordinary black dragon elder could accomplish. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said bitterly. Ding Yan smiled bitterly. I realize that not only is your innate talent and comprehension ability heaven-defying, but even your brain is frightening. You're right, I did comprehend the law of fire in the Heavenly Dragon sect's secret room. As he spoke, Ding Yan sighed. It was this matter that made him feel like he owed Uncle Sikong a huge favor. It would be difficult to repay it in the future unless his cultivation surpassed Sikong's one day. The Tianlong clan's law chamber? Ho Qingning was somewhat speechless now. He felt his throat dry up, but his heart was still trembling. He wasn't surprised that Ding Yan could enter the Tianlong clan's law chamber. A black dragon elder could probably send a person into the Tianlong clan's law chamber at any time. However, how long he could stay in depended on how high the black dragon elder's status in the Tianlong clan was. He knew Ding Yan had comprehended the law of fire in the past, but it was inferior to the law he had comprehended. But now, Ding Yan's laws of fire had already left the laws that he had comprehended far behind, reaching a level where he could only look on in the dust. To think I wanted to compete with you. It seems like even if you don't use a prominent divine weapon and I use a prominent divine weapon, I still won't be a match for you. Ho Qingming said bitterly. I'm just lucky to have a good father. Ding Yan shook his head. He didn't feel superior at all because of this. The person I admire the most is Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm and has no one to rely on, I can't help but feel a little ashamed of himself. Only a fool would compete with a monster like Duan Lingtian. Ho Qingming said with a speechless expression on his face when he heard Ding Yan's words. He had long been beaten black and blue by Duan Lingtian, and he had lost his temper. While Duan Lingtian and the others were chatting, the day of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition had finally come to an end. Duan Lingtian, it seems like even if I have the prominent divine weapon you lent me, it'll be difficult for me to make it through the third round, Ho Qingming said with a wry smile on his face as they made their way back. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, even if you lose the third round, you won't have to worry about being demoted to an outer sect disciple. That's true. Ho Qingming's mood improved a lot when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As for the Murong family's third young miss, Murong Inua, the situation was similar. Although her strength was slightly stronger than Ho Qingming's, there was a limit to how much stronger she was. Duan Lingtian, I'll probably have to go on stage tomorrow. As for you, there's a possibility that you'll go on stage as well. Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said this. Duan Lingtian nodded. After watching for a few days, I still haven't had the chance to go on stage. My heart is itching. I just don't know what kind of opponent they'll arrange for me. I think it's not your heart that's itching, but your hands that are itching. You want to torture someone, right? Ho Qingming said unhappily, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's heart with a glance. Don't make my opponent sound so unbearable. After all, it's the opponent that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders chose for me. Could it be that you doubt their judgment? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Another day passed. The Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, although Ho Qingming and Murong Inua had high-grade divine artifacts, they were still eliminated. The ones who eliminated them were all inner sect disciples who only had middle-grade divine artifacts. When Ho Qingming's opponent defeated Ho Qingming, he even mocked Ho Qingming. If it weren't for your high-grade divine artifact, with your strength, you might not even be able to win the first round. Ho Qingming wasn't angry. If you have the ability, then go get yourself a high-grade divine artifact. The person who originally wanted to anger Ho Qingming was now angered to the point that his face turned red. Why don't you take a look at how old you are? How old am I? Ridiculous. A person who's almost 10,000 years old has only cultivated to this level. I'm not even 5,000 years old, yet I feel ashamed for you. It had to be said that Ho Qingming's mouth was very poisonous. After Ho Qingming admitted defeat, his opponent was so angry that he wanted to rush up and beat Ho Qingming up. However, under the deterrence of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, he didn't dare to make a move in the end. You really don't want to lose face. After Ho Qingming returned, Ding Yan scolded jokingly. He asked for it. Ho Qingming rolled his eyes, then put the high-grade divine artifact back into the storage ring that Duan Lingtian had given him before. After removing the ownership, he returned it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. I know that this high-grade divine artifact must have been borrowed by you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you a high-grade divine artifact. When Ho Qingming said this, he was serious. You? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In my opinion, you'd better wait for me to give you a high-grade divine artifact. By the time you have the ability to give me a high-grade divine artifact, I'll probably have broken through to the God Emperor realm. Do you think I'll lack a high-grade divine artifact by then? Duan Lingtian's words made Ho Qingming speechless, but he still said stubbornly, even if you break through to the God Emperor realm and nurture a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, would you refuse? At this moment, even Ding Yan and Murong Yinue couldn't bear to listen to Ho Qingming's words. Ding Yan rolled his eyes, and Murong Yinue also looked embarrassed. As for Duan Lingtian, he just shook his head and smiled. A high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul? He already had one. It's my turn. Suddenly, Ding Yan's eyes lit up as he stared at one of the empty battle rings. His name had appeared on it. Then, without saying goodbye to Duan Lingtian and the others, Ding Yan went up in a flash. Chapter 3806. Ding Yan's opponent was a proper middle-level divine king. The Tianlong clan's disciple selection test was divided into 3 different age groups. But the hidden dragon competition was not divided into age groups. Everyone participated together. Among them, there was no lack of existences close to 10,000 years old. And Ding Yan's current opponent was a young genius from a God King level force. He was over 9,000 years old and a middle God King. He had comprehended a triple profound fusion and multiple dual profound fusion. Moreover, he possessed the power of bloodline. He had fought 2 battles before and won both battles with ease. Now, it was his 3rd battle. Lower God King? Although Ding Yan didn't appear in the qualifier, there were so many people in the qualifier that it was impossible to remember everyone's face. Moreover, the other party was a participant in the first round of the qualifier, so it wasn't strange for him to find Ding Yan unfamiliar. At this moment, he did not underestimate Ding Yan just because his divine sense detected that Ding Yan was a lower God King. In the past few days, he had been carefully watching the hidden dragon competition. The first round was fine, but in the second round, he had an impression of everyone who went on stage. But he had no impression of the person in front of him. In other words, this was the first time Ding Yan had gone on stage. And as Ding Yan's opponent's expression turned serious, many people also discovered this point. He is a lower God King. He only went on stage now. It looks like he is very strong. I have no impression of him in the selection test. In the crowd, there was no lack of people who had participated in the 3rd round of the selection test. They had no impression of Ding Yan. This was because they had an impression of all the people who went on stage later. Those people's strength was not ordinary. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I never thought that Ding Yan would be able to reach this step. Murong Suifeng muttered to himself. His tone carried a bit of a sigh. You know him? Sensing Murong Suifeng's gaze, the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin was startled. He looked at Ding Yan and asked. According to the rules of the hidden dragon competition, this youth had only gone on stage now. This meant that his strength had obtained the approval of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for him to go on stage now. The weaker people were arranged to go on stage early on. Moreover, those who were eliminated rarely went on stage again. Unless he performed well and was underestimated. In short, although the rules of the hidden dragon competition couldn't be considered to be extremely fair. After all, it was completely up to the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders to judge the strength of the contestants. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that although there were only 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders holding the fort, the Tianlong clan's black dragon elder Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the hidden dragon competition, and the 2 white dragon elders behind him, would definitely not allow the 10 inner sect elders to act recklessly. Under these circumstances, the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would naturally not be mistaken about a battle between a group of god kings. Unless you don't want to reveal your true strength until you're defeated. There's nothing you can do about it. You're the one who doesn't want to climb up. You can't blame anyone. 20 years ago, he was a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. He suddenly dropped out of the academy and disappeared without a trace. We only met again a few days ago at the Flame Dragon Arena. Murong Suifeng sighed. Almost at the instant Murong Suifeng's voice fell, Ding Yan's opponent, a middle divine king, had already made his move. He used his full strength right from the start. He didn't hold back at all. The profundities of the laws merged into his divine power and were released through the middle divine artifact. At the same time, his bloodline power also extended out at the right time. On the other hand, on Ding Yan's side, Ding Yan casually took out an 8-foot-long spear from his storage ring. Although it was called a spear, it was actually more like a spear. As a blood-red light flashed on his body, his divine power instantly skyrocketed. It seemed to have surpassed the boundary of a lower divine king and reached the level of a middle divine king. Then, the violent power of flames swept out from the spear like a fire dragon and met his opponent's ferocious attack. Ding Yan's opponent specialized in the law of water. Under normal circumstances, water was the bane of fire. However, this was only in the case where the two powers were of equal strength. When the flames were strong enough, they could also evaporate water. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yan's attack destroyed his opponent's power and severely injured him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was frighteningly fast. The fusion of two profundities of the law of fire, Ding Yan's display of strength had shocked many people. With the cultivation of a lower-level god king, he had defeated a middle-level god king opponent with one strike. Ding Yan was the first person to achieve this since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon competition. A lower divine king is actually so powerful? The difference in strength is too great, isn't it? It seems that the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan have misjudged him. Perhaps this young man held back his strength during the sect entrance examination. That's why people underestimated his strength. Ding Yan, a lower divine king, defeated a medium divine king opponent in an instant. His momentum was like a rainbow, attracting the attention of everyone present. Impressive. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Ho Qingning and Murong Yinhua at the side were in a daze. Knowing Ding Yan's strength was not ordinary and witnessing Ding Yan explode with power and defeat his opponent in an instant were two completely different concepts. It's a high divine artifact. Looks like this young man's background is not ordinary. At the same time, many people recognized that the 8-foot-long spear in Ding Yan's hand was a high divine artifact. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he could defeat his opponent, it would not be so easy. At this moment, even the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders present looked at each other in dismay. Revered Elder Sikong's nephew is so strong. Looks like we still underestimated him. If we knew he was so strong, we wouldn't have let him go on stage so early. A lower divine king has such strength. Moreover, he seems to be less than 3,000 years old. There aren't many existences like this in the sect. I heard that his fire element laws were improved in the law room in the last 10 years. Even so, if his comprehension ability is insufficient, it would be very difficult to improve the fire element laws to such an extent in such a short period of time. However, the sect really gives revered Elder Sikong preferential treatment. The time Ding Yan stayed in the law room, even if the 10 of us combined, it wouldn't be as long as him, right? Don't speak nonsense. If the sect leader finds out, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. He respects revered Elder Sikong very much. Many people even say that revered Elder Sikong might be the sect leader's elder or something. As the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders communicated privately via voice transmission, the gazes they looked at Ding Yan with became somewhat unfathomable. He's Ding Yan. Revered Elder Sikong asked for the inner sect disciple slot this time for him. The Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder, Lan Yushan, asked in a voice that only the two people behind him could hear. Yes, Elder Lan. Dongfang Yannian answered in a timely manner. He's a good seedling. Lan Yushan nodded. As expected of the Divine Emperor's descendant. Hearing Lan Yushan's words, he obviously knew that Ding Yan's father was the Divine Emperor. Ding Yan returned victorious. Murong Yinhua congratulated him, but Ho Qingning looked at Ding Yan gloomily. He didn't expect that Ding Yan, who was weaker than him in the past, would be so strong now, leaving him in the dust. Looks like I really have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, Ding Yan will only leave me further and further behind. Ho Qingming sighed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian is one thing. He's a monster. If I don't compete with him, Ding Yan still has a chance to catch up. As long as I can rise in the Tianlong clan, it's not impossible for me to catch up to Ding Yan with the Tianlong clan's resources. Ho Qingming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ding Yan, looks like these Tianlong clan elders don't understand your strength. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Next, you'll probably have to wait for a while before you can go on stage again. They don't know my strength. Letting me go on stage at this time is already giving my uncle Sikong a lot of face. Duan Ling Tian, let's not talk about me. With your strength, I'm afraid you'll only be able to go on stage tomorrow. Ding Yan shook his head. That 10,000 demon sex Du Qianjun is going on stage. At the same time, Ho Qingming's voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian, who had already turned his gaze away from the stage, to look over once more. He saw that the 10,000 demon sex core disciple, Du Qianjun, was going on stage. Du Qianjun hadn't gone on stage before. His comprehension of the laws wasn't weak. In addition, he had recently broken through to become a mid-level god king, so his strength had risen to another level. In addition to his good performance in the qualifiers, he hadn't gone on stage until now. I wonder how senior brother Wu Feng is doing now. Seeing Du Qianjun again, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but think of the trip to the divine treasury left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. He thought of the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciple, Wu Feng, who had gone into the divine treasury with him. Du Qianjun wasn't weak. However, his opponent was also a first-timer. He was also a disciple of a god emperor level sect. After 100 moves, he defeated Du Qianjun and won the first battle. After Du Qianjun was defeated, his expression naturally turned ugly. At this time, the onlookers even whispered that he wasn't as good as his elder brother Du Pejuan. They said that his parents had given birth to a dragon and a worm. Duan Ling Tian was so angry that he glared at those whispering people. He almost rushed up and fought with his life. Of course, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in such an occasion. Moreover, those whispering people were basically people with status and background. They weren't afraid of him. They talked among themselves and completely ignored him. Another day passed. After Ding Yan went on stage again and defeated his opponent in more than 30 moves, Duan Ling Tian finally went on stage. Before this, Du Pejuan, a core disciple of the Million Demon sect, and Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, had gone on stage one after another and defeated their opponents. Master Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a young man in a light blue robe. He had a medium build and a delicate face. He looked quite harmless. However, his opponent's identity wasn't simple either. He was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of the Fong family, a god emperor level family. He was the nephew of the current head of the Fong family, Fong Wenshao. Fong Wenshao was also a famous person. Although he wasn't as famous as Hua Tiandu, he wasn't far off. Chapter 3807. This was not the first time Fong Wenshao had made a move. If you want to read the entire edition for free, please go to Baidu search. Before he met Duan Ling Tian, he had already fought with others and defeated them in 3 moves. He was a high-level god king, skilled in the law of metal, and had a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He had defeated his opponent with ease. Clearly, his strength had been underestimated to a certain extent. Young Master Fong, I've heard a lot about you. In the face of Fong Wenshao's politeness, although Duan Ling Tian wanted to end this duel as soon as possible, he still nodded politely at Fong Wenshao and greeted her. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned Fong Wenshao's greeting, the divine energy that she had been accumulating in her body suddenly surged out. Dazzling golden light instantly covered the surface of his body. Then, a layer of blood-red light flashed on his body. It was the power of his bloodline that had been activated and integrated into the dazzling divine power. Buzz. A solid golden saber ray that was like a bright moon slashed toward Duanling Tian. Wherever it passed, it caused the void to tremble as though it would be slashed apart at any time. Fang Wenxiao's attack was swift and decisive. It was unexpected. Most of the onlookers did not even have time to react. It seems that Fang Wenxiao treats Duanling Tian as a great enemy. He actually attacked Duanling Tian while attracting Duanling Tian's attention. Looking at his methods, he is much stronger than when he defeated his previous opponent. Those who had regained their senses at lightning speed could see Fang Wenxiao's intention. He wanted to catch Duanling Tian off guard and defeat him. He's probably using all his strength now. He's just a mid-level god king. Is there a need for him to go so far? Even the core disciple of the Thousand Demons sect, Du Pejuan, said that he was not confident in defeating Duanling Tian. Do you think there's a need for him to go so far? Fang Wenxiao's strength may not be comparable to Du Pejuan's. Even if he can't compare, the difference isn't that big? The difference isn't that big. He still can't compare to someone that even Du Pejuan is not confident in defeating. How can he be so confident? He's very smart. He grabbed the best opportunity. Among the onlookers, some felt that Fang Wenxiao was despicable, but only a small minority. Most of them felt that Fang Wenxiao was smart and knew how to judge the situation. One had to know that when Fang Wenxiao's previous attack, he was not so unexpected. He was completely waiting for his opponent to make the first move before he attacked. He was extremely graceful. But now, he had completely changed his style, as if he was a completely different person. Duanling Tian is too strong. It's reasonable for him to do this. If I were him, I would do the same. That's what you should do. Now, most of the onlookers. Duanling Tian. Seeing Fang Wenxiao suddenly attack Duanling Tian, Ding Yan, Ho Qingning, and Murong Inua all had ugly expressions. Ho Qingning couldn't help but curse, despicable and shameless. However, the Linghu family's three great elders were calm at this time. It was so much so that Linghu Huan, the fat old man, even looked at Fang Wenxiao with a somewhat playful gaze. This brat Ling Tian wanted to trick him? He probably hadn't woken up yet. Even if he couldn't sense Duanling Tian's divine strength, Linghu Huan wasn't worried at all. This was because he had already discovered that Duanling Tian had 99 heaven veins. His divine strength could be freely and quickly drawn in and out. It was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Moreover, he had experienced Duanling Tian's cautiousness in the past. He had led them into the hidden fog sect, killed the disciples of Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, and then retreated unscathed. How could such a person be so easily tricked? You want to sneak attack me? When Fang Wenxiao suddenly attacked like thunder, Duanling Tian's expression didn't change at all. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Facing Fang Wenxiao's sudden attack, Duanling Tian casually raised his hand. The high-grade divine sword he had lent to Ho Qingning appeared. And this high-grade divine sword was the one Linghu Huan had given him. You sneak attacked me, so don't blame me for being impolite. Duanling Tian's mind stirred. Divine power instantly broke out of his body, turning into a spatial storm. Then, it poured into the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, it swept out like a whirlwind. Whoosh! The high-grade divine sword that was wrapped in a spatial storm broke through the air. It was so strong that it surpassed Fang Wenxiao's current attack. Embryonic form of Sword Dao. The fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws completely crushed Fang Wenxiao's laws. In addition, there was the amplification power of the space law's avatar. The space law's avatar, in addition to being able to leave the body to fight, could also attack together with the main body when it was hidden in the main body. This would strengthen the main body's attack. Although it couldn't completely stack, it could still increase the power by a lot. Of course, this little bit of amplification was far inferior to the space law's avatar leaving the body and joining forces with the main body. But it was enough to deal with Fang Wenxiao. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian's attack finally collided with Fang Wenxiao's attack, and it emitted an enormous bang that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aftershock of the energy spread out in all directions, and then it was completely blocked off by the combat arena formation that enveloped them, causing it to not affect the spectators outside. The gray spatial storm persisted for a moment with the resplendent golden light before completely crushing it. As for the spatial storm itself, it had consumed a lot of energy. However, even so, the strength of the remaining force still caught Fang Wenxiao off guard, and he ruthlessly struck his chest. With a loud bang, an arrow of blood shot out of Fang Wenxiao's mouth as if it didn't cost money. As for him, he was sent flying like an object. He crashed into the array formation barrier of the battle arena and fainted in front of everyone. If the array formation hadn't supported his unconscious body, he would have fallen like a rootless duckweed. The expression of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes suddenly changed. Then, his body swayed as he wanted to check on Fang Wenxiao's injuries. However, when the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was halfway there was a cold snort. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and casually landed a palm on his body. Bang! With another loud bang, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was severely injured and sent flying hundreds of meters away. Not only was he in a sorry state, but blood was also flowing from the corner of his mouth. I was too concerned. Please forgive me, Elder Dongfang. When the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at the person who had injured him, not only did he not dare to show any anger, he instead repeatedly apologized. Although he was the head of the Fang family, their Fang family was only an ordinary godly emperor family below the Tianlong clan. They were on par with the Linghu family and the Murong family. Even the elders of the Fang family did not dare to say they could defeat a white dragon elder like Dongfang Yannian. Not to mention that he was only a low-level divine emperor. If you continue, I'll kill you without mercy. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. His tone was so cold that the middle-aged man did not dare to doubt his words at all. At the same time, he continued to apologize, not daring to be negligent. There were rules in the hidden dragon competition. No one was allowed to interfere. Although the head of the Fang family did not necessarily want to help Fang Wenxiao deal with the Duan Ling Tian, since he had the momentum to charge forward, as the White Dragon Elder in charge of supervising the hidden dragon elders, Dongfang Yannian naturally would not just stand by and watch. In fact, even if Dongfang Yannian did not do anything, the other White Dragon Elder beside him would do something. Even the Black Dragon Elder, Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the hidden dragon competition, might do something. However, once Lan Yushan personally took action, the head of the Fang family would definitely not be so lucky. Sensing the cold gaze from Lan Yushan, the expression of the Fang family's head changed once again. At the same time, he repeatedly apologized to Lan Yushan. Only when he knew that Lan Yushan was no longer looking at him did he let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still covered in cold sweat from fright. Although the Fang family had some background in the Tianlong clan, the strongest was only the White Dragon Elder. If the Black Dragon Elder wanted to kill him, no one would stand up for him. However, because of the commotion caused by the head of the Fang family, Duan Ling Tian defeating and severely injuring Fang Wenxiao with a single strike, the shock brought to the spectators was temporarily diverted. Only when the commotion calmed down did their attention all land on the youth in purple with an outstanding aura. Duan Ling Tian lives up to his reputation. Isn't this difference a little too great? Is Duan Ling Tian really only a middle divine king? A middle divine king defeating a high divine king with a single strike. Duan Ling Tian defeating an opponent above his level is even more exaggerated than Ding Yan's. Ding Yan even had the advantage of a high-quality divine artifact. After all, his opponent did not have a high-quality divine artifact. However, Duan Lingtian's opponent also had a high-quality divine artifact. Although Duan Lingtian's performance in the qualifiers was already frightening enough. However, at that time, Duan Ling Tian had only faced a group of young geniuses who were not even 5,000 years old, and now, the Fang Wenxiao he had defeated was not someone those young geniuses could compare to. Not only was he over 8,000 years old, he was also an outstanding disciple of a divine emperor-level sect. This guy is in the limelight again. Ho Qingming looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred as he shook his head and sighed. As for Ding Yan, he was also staring at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. The shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Before this, he had only heard that Duan Lingtian was more powerful than before, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. At this moment, the 10,000 Devil Sect's core disciple Du Qianjuan's face was as dark as water. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it. If he hadn't stolen the fortune of the God Emperor's divine treasure from me, my current strength would not be weaker than his. The defeat just now caused him to have no chance of entering the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon competition. And in the Hidden Dragon competition, only the top 100 would have rewards. Du Pejuan, who was standing beside Du Qianjun, had an extremely solemn expression. Just like the Donghua clan's young lord, Hua Tiandu, and other people with extraordinary abilities, their expressions were also extremely solemn at this moment. They knew that the youth in purple in front of them would be their greatest enemy in this Hidden Dragon competition. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's soul to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression also changed slightly. If you dare to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition, Linghu Renjie will definitely die. The other party's words were a threat. Ling Tian, War Supremacy. Chapter 3808. The sudden transmission caused Duan Lingtian's heart to sink. This person was actually threatening him. Moreover, he was threatening him with Linghu Renjie's life. Who is it? Duan Lingtian instinctively looked around, trying to find the person who had transmitted the message from the crowd. However, he found nothing. The other party was very clever. Although he had transmitted the message, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to find the direction of the transmission. It was as if the voice had come out of nowhere. There's no need to look. I can see you, but you can't see me. The voice rang out again, its tone extremely cold. Because Duan Lingtian couldn't see the other party, he couldn't communicate with them at all. This caused Duan Lingtian's expression to become even more unsightly. Who was it? Was he deliberately mystifying him, or was he really threatening him? He wanted Duan Lingtian to give up on the top 10 with a single transmission. Who did he think he was? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a transmission to Dongfang Yannian when he exited the Ring of Light, telling him about the transmission he had just received. As for Dongfang Yannian, after hearing his transmission, his expression also changed greatly. Although the Hidden Dragon competition wasn't a grand occasion for the Tianlong clan, it still held great significance for the Tianlong clan. Threatening a new disciple participating in the Hidden Dragon competition was no different from challenging the dignity of the Tianlong clan. Elder Blue. After confirming it with Duan Lingtian, Dongfang Yannian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately reported this matter to the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain. As the person in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition this time, Blue Feather Mountain's expression also changed greatly when he heard Dongfang Yannian's transmission. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a lightning-like gaze and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you telling the truth? There are some words that you must take responsibility for once you've said them. Elder, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear a heart demon blood oath. Duan Lingtian said with a deep voice. Normally speaking, only he would be able to hear the other party's voice transmission. However, the realms of gods were the little worlds of supreme experts. Even if they did not pay attention to voice transmissions, the heaven and earth grand formation in their little worlds would still record it. Otherwise, how could he confirm whether a person had received a voice transmission before? In the realms of gods, a heart demon blood oath could be used against any situation. As long as one was not guilty, nothing would happen to them. However, if one made a heart demon blood oath, one would be doomed. Because of this, Blue Feather Mountain's divine sense immediately swept out in all directions after receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation. To be able to send a message to Duan Lingtian without Duan Lingtian noticing it, it must be someone who was one realm higher than Duan Lingtian. At the very least, it must be a lower divine emperor. Although there were many divine emperors present, other than the elders of the Tianlong clan, there were only the upper echelons of various divine emperors and some young geniuses present. It's useless even if you tell Blue Feather Mountain. While Blue Feather Mountain was scanning the surroundings, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. I've already left. He won't be able to find me. Remember my words. If you don't want Linghu Renjie to die, don't enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition. The other party's voice transmission came to an abrupt end. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. It was obvious that the other party had noticed Blue Feather Mountain's reaction and left at the right time. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian relayed the other party's message to Blue Feather Mountain. Blue Feather Mountain did not continue searching the surroundings. In a flash, he appeared beside Duan Lingtian. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone except Dongfang Yannian, Duan Lingtian was taken away by Blue Feather Mountain. From beginning to end, Blue Feather Mountain did not greet anyone. Duan Lingtian? What's going on? Duan Lingtian being taken away by Blue Feather Mountain's Black Dragon Elder attracted the gazes of the majority of the people present. At this moment, everyone's gazes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even received messages from Ho Qingning, Ding Yan, Linghu Huan, and the others. I'm fine. There's just something that Elder Blue wants to discuss with me in private. Duan Lingtian said to Blue Feather Mountain. As soon as Blue Feather Mountain dared to leave with Duan Lingtian, Dongfang Yannian immediately followed them. They followed Duan Lingtian and Blue Feather Mountain to a relatively short mountain peak in the Firing Dragon Mountain range. Blue Feather Mountain did not say anything about Dongfang Yannian's arrival. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "This is a serious matter. Swear a heart demon blood oath in front of me. Otherwise, I won't be able to completely trust you." Hearing that, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. However, he did not swear a heart demon blood oath immediately. Instead, he asked Dongfang Yannian which branch of the Tianlong clan Blue Feather Mountain belonged to. Of course, Duan Lingtian wanted to confirm whether Blue Feather Mountain belonged to the Thousand Demons sect or not. The Kuang Tianjing of the Thousand Demons sect wanted to kill him even in his dreams. Elder Blue does not come from any external organization. He was accepted into the Tianlong clan because of his extraordinary talent since he was young. He is a disciple born and bred in the Tianlong clan. He belongs to the main branch of the Tianlong clan. The main branch of the Tianlong clan was also the strongest branch of the Tianlong clan. The strongest existences in the Tianlong clan were basically all from the main branch. The people of the main branch of the Tianlong clan here referred to the disciples and elders of the Tianlong clan who did not join the Tianlong clan halfway through their lives. After learning that Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain belonged to the main branch, Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated. He immediately swore a heart demon blood oath in front of Blue Feather Mountain and Dongfang Yannian. After Duan Lingtian swore a heart demon blood oath, Blue Feather Mountain's expression became terrifyingly gloomy. "Elder, please tell me what I should do next." Duan Lingtian looked at Blue Feather Mountain and sighed. "I'm not sure if he's just scaring me or if he's serious. Linghu Renjie is the head of the Linghu family. I owe him a debt of gratitude. I don't want to be a burden to him. Ignore him." Blue Feather Mountain took a deep breath. A cold light flickered in his eyes. "Have you ever heard that person's voice before?" "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Moreover, it's possible to change one's voice through sound transmission. Do you have enemies in the Tianlong clan?" Blue Feather Mountain asked again. This matter was clearly done by someone from the Tianlong clan. Moreover, to be able to come so close to the Flame Dragon arena, that person was at least an inner sect disciple. If it was only an inner sect disciple, he would have easily detected it with his divine sense. Since he couldn't detect it, it meant that the other party was at least a god emperor. Moreover, he knew that the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, was a lesser god emperor. If he dared to use Linghu Renjie's life to threaten Duan Lingtian, it meant that he had the strength to kill Linghu Renjie. I guess so. Duan Lingtian nodded. Who? Blue Feather Mountain asked. Inner Sect Elder, Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian explained the conflict between him and Kuang Tianjing. Of course, he didn't mention that he killed Kuang Tianjing's disciple. Although some things were done by oneself, it was better not to admit it. Moreover, when he killed Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, he wasn't even a Tianlong clan disciple. But Chu Han was a Tianlong clan disciple at the time. Is there anyone else? Blue Feather Mountain frowned and asked again. There is another person, he is the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I don't know his name, but I know that he is Elder Shui Haichuan's big brother. In the past, because I killed his only son, he left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Myriad Demon sect. Later, he entered the Tianlong clan. As for Elder Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan, I met him in the Stairway to Heaven prison, but I didn't kill him. I just don't know if he will vent his anger on me because of this. Moreover, after Shui Haishan came out, he came to find me with Elder Shui Haichuan. He can be considered a friend of mine. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, in terms of suspicion, I think that Kuang Tianjing is more likely. It can't be Kuang Tianjing. Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and said, I just asked the patrolling elders around the Flame Dragon Arena. His cultivation isn't any weaker than Kuang Tianjing's. If Kuang Tianjing came here, it's impossible for him not to discover him, even if he deliberately hid himself. Maybe, it's just one of the divine emperors who deliberately sent you a sound transmission, wanting you to give up the fight for the top 10. If that's the case, their juniors will have a better chance of entering the top 10. Blue Feather Mountain voiced his guess. Although Duan Lingtian also felt that this was a possibility, he still asked further, is it possible that the person behind Kuang Tianjing is threatening me? When Duan Lingtian said this, Dongfang Yanyan's pupils shrank behind Blue Feather Mountain. Blue Feather Mountain also gave Duan Lingtian a deep look. There's only one person behind Elder Kuang Tianjing who has the ability to come to the Flame Dragon Arena and threaten you with a sound transmission without being detected by the patrolling elders. That person either came personally, or sent Elder Black Dragon over. You should know who I'm talking about, right? When Blue Feather Mountain said this, Duan Lingtian could only fall silent. Otherwise, what else could he say? That he suspected it was that vice sect leader Shui of the Tianlong clan? Elder, can you find out who was hiding near the Flame Dragon Arena through the formation mirror image? Duan Lingtian asked. The Linghu family had this kind of formation mirror image. When he left the Linghu family mansion, he wasn't discovered on the spot, but was later discovered through the formation mirror image. I've already asked, Blue Feather Mountain said. Blue Feather Mountain said, no one was around the Flame Dragon Arena when I took you away. In other words, the person who sent the sound transmission to you should be present. From what I saw earlier, other than myself and the 2 White Dragon Elders, there are only a dozen other inner sect elders present. Furthermore, none of them are from the 10,000 Demon sect, nor do they have any interactions with the 10,000 Demon sect. So, it should be some foreign divine emperor who sent the sound transmission to threaten you, wanting you to give up. Among those people, the stronger ones, such as the leader of the Donghua clan and other mid-level divine emperors, should be disdainful of doing something like this. It's most likely someone else who doesn't have confidence in their juniors, and sent the sound transmission to scare you. Blue Feather Mountain voiced his guess. Scare me on purpose? Hearing Blue Feather Mountain's guess, and considering that Blue Feather Mountain had intentionally asked the person in charge of the formation, Duan Lingtian's heart that had been hanging in the air was now slightly relieved. Chapter 3809. Although he was slightly relieved, Duan Lingtian still sent a message to Linghu Renjie when he returned to the Fire Dragon Arena with Lan Yushan. He's using me to threaten you so that you won't enter the top 10? After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Linghu Renjie was stunned at first, but then he said indifferently, ignore him. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'm no longer the patriarch of the Linghu family. I'm preparing to enter secluded cultivation in the clan. I'm still very confident in my Linghu family's protective formation. Also, didn't you say, the Black Dragon Elder who's in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition said that it's probably a prank from those foreign god kings, so there's even less reason for you to pay attention to it. Linghu Renjie spoke casually and fearlessly. Only after hearing Linghu Renjie's message did Duan Lingtian completely relax. At this moment, he had returned to the vicinity of the Fire Dragon Arena with Lan Yushan and Dongfang Yannian. The Hidden Dragon competition was still going on intensely. However, their return still attracted quite a few doubtful gazes. What is it? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Ding Yan and Ho Qingning's questions and said, "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian told the two elders of the Linghu family, Linghu Jingxing and Linghu Huan, what had happened to him was the truth. Naturally, the two of them were furious when they heard that. However, in the end, they advised Duan Lingtian to ignore it. At the same time, they scanned the surrounding god kings, as if they wanted to find the person who could threaten Duan Lingtian. As time passed, Duan Lingtian went on stage again and defeated his opponent easily. Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others were the same. They were unstoppable. The woman from the 10,000 Flower Valley, Lady 7, also displayed strength that was on par with men. No one had been able to last more than 3 moves against her. Of course, this was also the reason why her current opponents were relatively weak. However, the weak mentioned here was only relative to her. The Hidden Dragon competition will determine the top 30 first. From the looks of it, the people who will be able to enter the top 30 are already extremely clear. Ho Qingning glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you will definitely enter the top 30. No one will doubt it. However, I'm afraid Ding Yan will have to accept a few challenges. The Hidden Dragon competition would follow the arrangement of the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan who were in charge of the competition. The top 30 would be decided first. Of course, the exact ranking of these 30 people had yet to be decided. So much so that they hadn't even fought against each other before. They were all people who the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of the competition, thought to be relatively strong, so they hadn't been arranged to fight against each other. Very quickly, the 30 people were decided. At this time, it was already dusk. Next, I will announce the provisional name list of the top 30 people of the Hidden Dragon competition. Now, the 30 people whose names I call will defend the ring tomorrow. Peng Dong, Qin Yuanzheng, Ji Wucheng, Situ Cheng, Duan Lingtian, one of the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan who were in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, loudly announced the names on the name list in his hand. Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan's names were impressively on the list. Besides the two of them, Donghua clan's young sect leader Hua Tiandu, 10,000 Flower Valley's Miss 7, and Ouyang Jianshan of the Ouyang clan were also present. Other than Duan Lingtian, no one else from the Linghu family entered the top 30. However, there was one person from the Murong family named Murong Luofeng, who was a direct descendant of the Murong family. Tomorrow, these 30 people will defend the ring. Those who were eliminated earlier have the right to issue a challenge to them. If the challenge is successful, then they can replace them. If the challenge is lost within 100 moves, it will be regarded as a waste of the Hidden Dragon competition's time, and there will be a corresponding punishment. If the challenge is lost within 100 moves, 1 year's worth of Spirit Stone salary will be deducted, and at the same time, 1 year of unpaid patrol outside the sect. If the challenge is lost within 50 moves, 3 years' worth of Spirit Stone salary will be deducted, and at the same time, 3 years of unpaid patrol outside the sect. If the challenge is lost within 30 moves, the punishment. In the beginning, there were many people who didn't know the details of the Hidden Dragon competition and wanted to challenge a few more people tomorrow to see if they could enter the top 30. But now, after the inner sect elder explained the details, many people who weren't confident in their own strength immediately dispelled this idea. What a joke! Unless they had enough confidence in themselves, if they rashly challenged someone and lost within 100 moves, they would be punished, and the punishment wouldn't be light. Moreover, the faster the person they challenged defeated them, the heavier the punishment they would receive. Today's Hidden Dragon competition also came to an end amidst the sighs of a group of people. Some people sighed because they didn't enter the top 30. Some people sighed because they didn't have the courage to challenge tomorrow. Some people sighed because their juniors didn't perform as well as they expected. There's no more sound transmissions. Ever since he followed the Black Dragon Elder back to the Fire Dragon Arena from Blue Feather Mountain, Duan Lingtian hadn't heard any more sound transmissions from the person who threatened him earlier. Thinking of Blue Feather Mountain's guests and Linghu Renjia's fearlessness, Duan Lingtian gradually stopped taking this matter seriously. Then, he, Ding Yan, and Ho Qingming walked to their temporary residence. These new disciples were all arranged to stay in the same place. On the way, Ho Qingming looked at Ding Yan with a smile. Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian probably won't be challenged tomorrow, but I'm afraid you'll be challenged a lot. You've entered the top 30 today, but don't fail miserably tomorrow. Hearing Ho Qingming's words, Ding Yan lightly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a problem. However, although the top 30 should be in the bag, it's still extremely difficult to enter the top 20. After all, my cultivation is still too low. Ding Yan sighed. Today's provisional top 30. Among the 30, you are the only lower god king. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm sure even your uncle would be pleased with your results. Uncle Sikong only told me to do my best. He didn't set any targets for me. Ding Yan said. He didn't set a target for you to enter the top 10? Ho Qingming stared at him. There's an Emperor Ascension pill in the top 10. Once the Emperor Ascension Divine pill is consumed, the bottleneck between high-level Divine King and low-level Divine Emperor will be broken. In the future, as long as you accumulate enough energy, you'll be able to enter the lower God Emperor realm from the upper God King realm. Ho Qingming's eyes lit up when she mentioned the Emperor Ascension pill. Even though she was still far from the upper God King realm, she still looked forward to it. If she consumed it now, she wouldn't have to worry about the bottleneck between the upper God King realm and the lower God Emperor realm. I'm not in a hurry. Ding Yan smiled as he shook his head. Uncle Sikong told me that it's almost impossible for me to enter the top 10 this time. Even if I don't obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine pill this time, when I become a high-level Divine King, he will still ask the sect master for one. Ho Qingming's expression froze. Even Murong Inua looked at Ding Yan enviously. Ding Yan. Ho Qingming came back to his senses, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Why don't you go back and tell your uncle to get 2 more Emperor Ascension pills for me and third miss? Well, I'll talk to him after the Hidden Dragon competition ends. Ding Yan hesitated for a moment and agreed. It should be, no problem. Huh, before Murong Inua could refuse, Ho Qingming laughed. Ding Yan, I'm just joking with you. I don't deserve it. It's enough that you have the heart. Just now, even Duan Lingtian felt that Ho Qingming was making things difficult for him. After all, he wasn't Ding Yan's father but his uncle. Now, when he heard Ho Qingming's words, he shook his head. He was wondering why Ho Qingming suddenly became so impolite. It should be known that he was very polite in front of him. It turned out that he was just teasing Ding Yan. You. Ding Yan smiled helplessly. However, he had already decided that when he went back, he would mention it to his uncle Sikong. After all, Ho Qingming was one of his few friends. As for Murong Inua, if there were no accidents, she would definitely be a couple with Ho Qingming. Asking for one for her was no different from asking for one for Ho Qingming. When Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their residence, night had already fallen. It was a quiet night. On the second day, Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan, and the others who were tentatively ranked in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon competition became the arena masters and accepted the challenges of others. Of course, each person only had 2 chances to challenge. Moreover, once they challenged and were defeated within 100 moves, they would be punished. Under these circumstances, although there were people who challenged, it wasn't many. There were only 10 or so people, and they were all people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. During this process, Ding Yan was challenged a few times. However, Ding Yan successfully defeated his opponent every time. There were 2 people who persisted past 100 moves. The others were defeated by Ding Yan within 100 moves, and they would also be punished. After a morning, one of the arena masters who were tentatively ranked in the top 30 was eliminated. After that, no one else was eliminated. Until noon, no one issued another challenge. In the afternoon, the 70 people who were tentatively ranked from 31st to 100th would become the arena masters and accept the challenges of others. The rules were the same as well. After an afternoon, before night fell, the results were out. Again, one person was eliminated and replaced, and the others were as steady as Mount Tai. These 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan are too insightful. Only 2 of the people they arranged to enter the top 100 were eliminated and replaced. The scene before their eyes caused many people to sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter what, these 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan were mid-level divine emperors. It was normal for them to be able to make such accurate judgments after watching a group of divine kings fight. Henceforth, the top 100 people in this hidden dragon competition were determined. After that, it would be the top 30 people and the last 70 people in the top 100 to determine the specific rankings. The hidden dragon competition will end in a few days. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. For some reason, he couldn't help but recall the voice transmission that threatened him that day. I hope it's really just a bluff. Chapter 38:10. In the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, only those in the top 100 needed to be ranked. Of course, those ranked 31st to 100th would receive the same rewards in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In truth, the ranking was just a matter of face. As for those ranked in the top 30, the higher they were ranked, the richer their rewards were. In particular, those ranked in the top 10 had the richest rewards. Currently, everyone was able to obtain an Emperor Divine Fruit. This was a divine pill that could allow a higher god king to ignore bottlenecks and break through to the god sovereign realm. However, even if the 70 people ranked after the top 100 had the same rewards, the ranking battle was still intense. Everyone was doing their best to climb up. It looks like these people are quite smart. Ho Qingming smiled. Of course. Ding Yan said matter-of-factly. To be able to cultivate to their level, they aren't fools. Although it doesn't matter if they are ranked 31st or 100th, the rewards are the same. But as long as they are in the limelight enough, they might be taken in by a black dragon elder. Do they have a chance of becoming a disciple of a golden dragon elder? Ho Qingming asked. That's basically impossible. Ding Yan shook his head. There aren't many golden dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. Every one of them, when placed in the Tianlong clan, has a status equal to the Hidden Fog Sect's Cloud Mist and Thunder Elders. Not to mention those ranked 31st, even those ranked 11th to 30th would have a status as high as a Golden Dragon Elder. They wouldn't be taken in. As for those in the top 10, they might have a glimmer of hope, but it isn't absolute. Ding Yan was well aware of some of the Tianlong clan's circumstances. In the Tianlong clan, the Black Dragon Elders didn't have the highest status amongst all the elders. Above the Black Dragon Elders were the Golden Dragon Elders. These were the peak powerhouses of the Tianlong clan. Even when looking at the entire Tianlong clan, they could be counted on one hand. The Golden Dragon Elders were all extreme existences amongst higher god sovereigns. Even the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan was slightly inferior to them. In the current Tianlong clan, the Golden Dragon Elder was the strongest, followed by the clan leader, the vice-clan leader, and then the Black Dragon Elder. Of course, the strength of the few Black Dragon Elders was not weaker than the current clan leader and the vice-clan leaders of the Tianlong clan. Elder Golden Dragon, Duan Lingtian stood to one side and quietly listened to the conversation between Ding Yan and Ho Qingming. He had only heard that the Tianlong clan had a few Golden Dragon Elders whose strength was close to that of a god emperor. There were even 1 or 2 who were only one step away from becoming a god emperor. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. That day was also the day when the ranking of the top 30 would be decided. As for the order of the duels, it was still arranged by the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. 30 people, divided into 15 duels. It was always the strong against the weak. Ding Yan entered the ring earlier than Duan Lingtian and lost to his opponent. The one who defeated Ding Yan was a direct descendant of the Murong family, Murong Luofeng, who was also Murong Inue's cousin. When Ding Yan entered the ring, Murong Inue privately said that Ding Yan was probably not her cousin's match. After one duel, Ding Yan lost. Murong Luofeng's comprehension of the law of nature was not weaker than Ding Yan's. Although her bloodline power was not as strong as Ding Yan's, she easily defeated Ding Yan with her superior cultivation. Ding Yan wasn't surprised by his defeat. His cultivation was his biggest flaw. Of course, to be able to have the cultivation of a lower divine king at his age was actually already not bad. He was less than 3,000 years old, but Murong Luofeng was nearly 10,000 years old. Moreover, Ding Yan was mentally prepared. He knew that with his strength, even if he could squeeze into the top 30, he would definitely be at the bottom of the top 30. When Ding Yan was defeated, Hua Tiandu on the other side also defeated his opponent after 10 moves. Now Hua Tiandu and Ding Yan were the same. Miss Seven also defeated her opponent, but it took her 20 moves to defeat her opponent. Of course, this did not mean that Hua Tiandu was stronger than Miss Seven. The difference in strength between the two opponents was not small. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian judged that Miss Seven's opponent would have no difficulty in reaching the top 20. As for Hua Tiandu's opponent, even if he was not at the bottom, he would at most reach the 25th place. Ouyang Jianshan and Ji Wuchang also won. After Hua Tiandu and Miss Seven, Ouyang Jianshan of the Ouyang family and Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect also won one after another. Then, in the other 5 duels, 5 people also won after some fighting, but it was more difficult. Up until now, the remaining people were all quite strong. Except for those who were especially strong, the rest were about the same strength. Now, there are 10 people who are tentatively in the top 15. The battle for the top 30 would also determine the top 15 people first, and those who were tentatively in the top 15 would also be challenged by those who were tentatively in the bottom 15. Of course, if the challenge failed, they would also be punished according to the previous rules. Unless they had enough confidence, otherwise, challenging them would be looking for a beating. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. There were a total of 10 combat rings. After the top 20 people decided on the 10 victors, the remaining 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, once again ascended the combat rings. This time, there were only 5 duels. And among these 5 duels, the most eye-catching ones were 2 of them. One of them was Duan Lingtian's duel. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to the people present. It was to the extent that Duan Lingtian could be considered a famous person in the area around the Tianlong clan, and at the same time, he was also a popular candidate for the top 3 in the Hidden Dragon competition in everyone's eyes. The most important thing was that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old. Moreover, it was said that he was more than 100 years younger than Ding Yan, who was not even 3,000 years old and had fought his way into the top 30. Originally, Ding Yan's limelight was already strong enough. But Duan Lingtian's limelight had completely overshadowed his. There were even many people who were whispering in private, feeling that Ding Yan was unlucky, and that his limelight had been completely stolen by Duan Lingtian. As the person involved, Ding Yan naturally heard these whispers, but he did not care. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a freak, and he would not compare himself with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan, how many moves do you think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat his opponent this time? Ho Qingming asked with a smile. This was also the second time that Duan Lingtian had fought. Since the last time, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed made the 10 elders of the Tianlong clan, who were hosting the Hidden Dragon competition, directly give Duan Lingtian a spot in the top 30. This kind of treatment was only given to a small number of people. And these people, after being temporarily ranked in the top 30, did not challenge him. Firstly, they all knew that he was strong, and secondly, they all trusted the judgment of the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian's opponent this time is from the God Emperor level Luoxia sect, and he is the last disciple of the Luoxia sect's leader. He is also one of the 2 most outstanding young geniuses of the Luoxia sect. If he did not hide any trump cards before, Duan Lingtian will definitely defeat him within 10 moves. If he does have any trump cards, he should be able to last a little longer. From Ding Yan's words, it was obvious that he was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Their conversation was not soft, and several disciples of the Luo sect who were watching nearby heard it. Immediately, their expressions turned ugly, and they glared at the two of them fiercely. A loser like you dares to talk about the disciples of Jianghu? The current leader of the Luo sect, Jianghu, was a middle-aged man with a strong build and a resolute and cold face. He glanced indifferently at Ding Yan and Ho Qingning and said with a mocking smile, "Your disciple will soon become a loser like us." Unlike Ho Qingning, who was frowning slightly in fear, Ding Yan directly retorted. He did not give them any face just because the other party was the leader of a god-emperor-level sect. At this time, Ho Qingning also gave Ding Yan a thumbs up. Awesome. It was indeed different to have a backer. At this moment, Ho Qingning felt that Ding Yan was awe-inspiring, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss. Why didn't he have a backer who was a black dragon elder in the Tianlong clan? In the Tianlong clan, even if one was a foreign black dragon elder, one had to at least have the strength of a black dragon elder if one wanted to be a black dragon elder. Otherwise, they would not be given such a high status. It was not difficult to guess the strength of Ding Yan's uncle. He was at least a high-level divine emperor. As for a high-level divine emperor, even if he was just an ordinary high-level divine emperor, he was not someone the leader of the Luo sect, who was only a lower-level divine emperor, could compare to. Boy, you're courting death. Jianghu was enraged by the provocation of a lower-level divine king boy. When he looked at Ding Yan again, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his tone was filled with killing intent. Bang! Almost as soon as Jianghu finished speaking, a loud sound reverberated, causing the 10 people in the 5-way fighting ring who were about to fight to stop temporarily. PFFF, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, Jianghu, the leader of the Luo sect, was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he only managed to stabilize himself after flying for a few hundred meters. This is only a warning. If I hear of anyone who dares to talk nonsense about killing a disciple of the Tianlong clan, I don't mind sending him on his way. The voice of the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, rang in the air. The person who attacked Jianghu was none other than him. Jianghu's face was as gloomy as still water, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was only then that he remembered the boastful person was an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, just like his last disciple. However, this person actually dared to talk about killing an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan in front of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. At this moment, only regret was left in his heart. He should not have spoken so arrogantly. Master. Duan Lingtian's opponent, Jianghu's disciple, was a young man dressed in a crimson robe. He had a cold expression on his face, and his expression changed drastically at this moment. Of course, he did not dare to vent the anger in his heart on the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, who had attacked him. After he coldly glanced at Ding Yan, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, it seems like your friend is very confident in you. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me. Chapter 38:11. He was the last disciple of Jianghu, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. As one of the 2 prodigies of the younger generation of the Rakshasa sect, he had his own pride. When he saw that his master had been injured by the elder black dragon of the Tianlong clan because he had tried to protect him, his expression turned ugly. He glared at Ding Yan and swore to himself that he would not let Ding Yan off easily in the future. Then, he vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. You're no match for me. Duan Lingtian shook his head gently in the face of the young man's provocation. Although the young man did not take long to defeat his opponent in the previous battle, it was not difficult to see that he had used almost all of his means and held nothing back. Arrogant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young man was completely enraged. He could no longer hold back and charged toward Duan Lingtian with the power of thunder that shook the void. Boom! Rumble. The power of thunder and lightning converged around the young man, making him look like the god of thunder. In particular, the divine weapon hammer in his hand was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. It pierced through the air and shot toward Duan Lingtian with earth-shattering power. In the face of the young man's angry attack, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Teleportation. In an instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the young man and swung his sword. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment when the sword whistled, the young man suddenly turned around. The power on the divine weapon hammer in his hand seemed to be attracted and changed direction abruptly. Moreover, there was almost no consumption. Bang! With a loud bang, the hammer and the sword crossed each other. The terrifying aftershock of the collision spread in all directions, shaking the surrounding array barrier. After the collision, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. On the other hand, the young man took a few steps back in the air, his face flushed red. At least, that was what the onlookers thought. Duan Lingtian is still better. Isn't that normal? The spectators were not surprised by the scene in front of them. Because, in their opinion, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed in the past, in addition to the fact that he was already a medium divine king now, it would not be difficult for him to charge into the top 10. And now, they were only fighting for the top 15. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't let you have it easy. The eyes of the young man who was pushed back by Duan Lingtian were bloodshot. He was enraged by Duan Lingtian's humiliation. Soon after, the bloodline energy in his body began to vibrate. The terrifying thunderbolt energy in his body was surrounded by blood-red electric snakes. It was a peculiar sight. Duan Lingtian, again. The young man roared and swung the giant hammer in his hand again, smashing it toward Duan Lingtian. This time, the power he displayed was even stronger than before. Of course, his strength was limited. This time, he had only used the power of his bloodline. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes when the young man continued to pester him even after he was at a disadvantage. This guy, can't he see that I have already shown mercy? Forget it. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I will fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then, his eyes turned cold. As he raised his hand, the power of the space storm around the upper-grade holy sword raged. The power of the space law doppelganger, which he had not used previously, was instantly injected into the sword. Swoosh! Another sword thrust out. Although it only brought along a dusky and unremarkable spatial storm, it still easily tore apart the other party's beautiful lightning-like attack when it came into contact with it. After which, it landed on the other party's body. Moreover, this time, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show mercy at all. The tip of the sword was aimed at the young man's head. This scene made Jianghu, the lord of the Luosha sect, pale. The two inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan also acted immediately and blocked Duan Lingtian's sword in time. Duan Lingtian wins. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that his sword was blocked. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the White Dragon Elder, even the 10 inner sect elders present could easily block his attack. A middle-level divine emperor was far more powerful than him. He was only a middle-level divine king. My current strength is still too weak. If a middle-level divine emperor wants to kill me, he may not even need 2 moves. Duan Lingtian sighed when his lethal strike was blocked, yet he didn't feel it was a pity. His figure swayed as he left the combat arena, and only his opponent remained standing in the combat arena with a terrified expression as cold sweat flowed from his body. At the moment of life and death, he did not even have time to admit defeat. He had almost died under Duan Lingtian's sword. Duan Lingtian, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Ho Qingning said mockingly as soon as Duan Lingtian returned to Ding Yan and the other's side. What do you mean on purpose? Duan Lingtian glared at Ho Qingning. Do you think I'm like you? I just couldn't hold back. Ho Qingning rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Do you think I'm stupid? You couldn't hold back? Until now, I still don't know how much strength you've hidden. As someone who came from a Devata realm, not a native of a realm of gods, and without the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse, how could you not have a law clone? In Ho Qingming's opinion, whether it was when Duan Lingtian had fought in the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect, he must have held back. After all, he had never heard of Duan Lingtian using a law clone. It was not a big deal if it was just a law clone. However, since Duan Lingtian's law clone was condensed from the law of space, it was equivalent to a helper whose strength was not much weaker than his main body. Moreover, since it was his law clone, it was not against the rules to join forces with him when they sparred. This was the default rule in the realms of gods. If this was against the rules, then what about the natives of the realms of gods who bullied others with their bloodline? Those who came from a Devata realm and were not natives of a realm of gods had the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. It was just a matter of how strong or weak the bloodline was. Duan Lingtian had defeated a prodigy from the Luo Sha sect, a divine emperor, with just 2 moves. Although the onlookers were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed. It was just 2 moves. For a moment, they felt that Duan Lingtian was more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. At this moment, even Du Pejuan, a core disciple of the 10,000 Devil sect, had a solemn expression on his face. Even if he fought personally, he was not confident he could defeat his opponent with just 2 moves. Unless his opponent underestimated him. The prodigy from the Luo Sha sect was not weak. For a moment, Du Pejuan felt a sense of pressure pressing down on him. At this moment, Du Pejuan was not the only one with a solemn expression. The young sect leader of the Donghua sect, the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley, Ji Wuchang of the Beginning Frost sect, and the others had similar expressions on their faces. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated his opponent with just 1 move, he had used a technique that was not any weaker than the one he had used earlier. However, his opponent was too weak. Moreover, these people were only god kings and could not see through Duan Lingtian's moves. Therefore, they did not see the difference in strength between Duan Lingtian and his opponent. However, the opponent that Duan Lingtian had defeated now was much stronger than his previous opponent. It was even possible that the prodigy from the Luo Sha sect whom Duan Lingtian had defeated now could be defeated by his previous opponent with just 1 move. The same strength had been displayed. Previously, Duan Lingtian had completely crushed his opponent. Now, he had just barely crushed his opponent. It was a completely different concept. Because of this, although Duan Lingtian's current performance was very strong, the group of god emperors present were not very surprised. This was because in their eyes, Duan Lingtian had not actually displayed more strength than before. His strength was about the same as before. It was just that the difference in strength between his opponent and his opponent was huge. Even the leader of the Luo Sha sect was not surprised, although his expression was dark. This was because he also knew that his disciple was no match for Duan Lingtian. The reason why he did not ask his disciple to admit defeat was that he wanted his disciple to train more. However, although he thought so, he was still very unhappy when he heard Ding Yan say that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple within 10 moves. Although he did not think that his disciple could survive 10 moves, it was still unpleasant to hear it from someone else. Since Duan Lingtian did not reveal his true strength, the divine emperors present on the scene were just as shocked as before. Their expressions were as calm as water in an ancient well. At the same time, the other 8 people who had fought with Duan Lingtian had also finished their matches. Soon, the provisional rankings of the top 15 were out. Next, the 15 people who were defeated just now can challenge the 15 people in front of you. If you succeed in your challenge and successfully fend off the challenges, you will have a chance to re-enter the top 15. Moreover, it will not be a provisional ranking, but a final ranking. Elder Blue Feather Mountain's voice was heard. Next, it was the challenge round. However, after watching the previous matches, the people in the top 15 did not dare to challenge their opponents unless they were very confident in their strength. If they were defeated within 100 moves, not only would they not be able to enter the top 15, but they would also be punished. I really don't understand why there is a punishment. If there was no punishment, I would definitely be willing to give it a try. A young man sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not think much of it. The Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition had this rule to test the courage and confidence of the participants. Of course, he also felt that if he knew that he was no match for them, there was no need to challenge them rashly. However, if there was a glimmer of hope, he would definitely challenge them. Now, he heard a few people whispering. They all felt that there was a certain level of hope, but they did not challenge them because they were not confident enough. However, in the end, there were still people who challenged them, including Duan Lingtian's opponent, the disciple of the Luo Sha sect. However, he failed in his challenge. He did not need to be punished after 100 moves. When there were no more challenges, it was only noon, and the ranking battles for the top 15 people and the top 30 began. After an afternoon, the rankings were out. Ding Yan was ranked 28th, that Duan Lingtian has entered the top 15. Deep in the night, somewhere in the Tianlong temple, a slightly gloomy voice sounded in a courtyard, but the voice was not loud. If he enters the top 10 tomorrow, he will kill that Linghu Renjia. Another voice sounded, dignified and indifferent. Chapter 38:12. The next day. If nothing unexpected happened, this was also the last day of the Hidden Dragon competition. On this day, the final ranking of the top 15 would be decided. Therefore, unlike yesterday, the number of inner sect disciples and Tianlong clan elders that had come to the Flame Dragon arena had increased by a lot. Although the number had been increasing before, the increase had been very small. Today was the first day that it was truly lively. The number of Tianlong clan disciples and elders that had come to join in the fun was no less than the number of senior members of the various Divine Emperor forces and the elders of the other new disciples combined. Duan Lingtian, take first place. That way, I can brag to others. On the way to the Flame Dragon arena, Ho Qingming said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. As he spoke, his eyebrows were raised as if Duan Lingtian had already taken first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. Although Ding Yan didn't say anything, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was some expectation in his eyes. Lingtian, you brat. When they arrived at the Flame Dragon arena, the voice transmission of the Linghu clan's elder, Linghu Huan, entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. If you're able to seize first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, then I won't go back on my word. The high-grade divine sword I lent you is yours. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. It seemed that Elder Huan really thought that he didn't have a high-grade divine weapon. If he knew that the number of high-grade divine weapons in his possession was more than all the high-grade divine weapons in the Linghu family combined, what would Elder Huan think? Little Tian, that person who sent you a message a few days ago didn't send you another message, right? Dongfang Yannian asked Duan Lingtian when he arrived near the Flame Dragon arena with Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Then it really was a prank. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't send you another message after seeing you enter the top 15. Duan Lingtian nodded. He no longer took this matter seriously. He had also thought it through. Linghu Renjia was in the Linghu family, so if one wanted to kill him, one would need at least the strength of a high-level divine emperor. If it was only a middle-level divine emperor, even if it wasn't an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, or the stronger white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, even if they could just barely break through the formation, it would be very difficult for them to have enough strength to kill Linghu Renjia. This matter was confirmed by the two white dragon elders, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. When the person in charge of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, Blue Feather Mountain, arrived, the people who were supposed to be here had basically all arrived. After Blue Feather Mountain arrived, he opened his mouth to announce the competition rules for the top 15 participants of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Currently, the top 15 participants of this year's Hidden Dragon Grand competition have yet to be determined. For the sake of absolute fairness, we will no longer be the ones to decide on the list of participants. Next, the top 15 will draw lots. The lots will be numbered from 1 to 15. After that, the people who draw lots and the people who draw lots at the back can challenge the people who draw lots at the front. The people who are challenged can rest for a round after fighting one round, and no one else can challenge them. If there is a situation where the person in front of you has just fought a round, and no one can challenge them, then wait for a while, and wait for the person in front to recover his divine power and injuries before challenging him again. Today is the last day of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, and the final ranking of the top 15 will be decided. Therefore, there will be no more people fighting separately. Every round will be 2 people fighting each other. As Blue Feather Mountain's voice fell, he raised his hand, and 15 objects that looked extremely like stones appeared in the air. They were completely black. However, these 15 stones were wrapped in a faint mist, and were faintly discernible. The numbers on them couldn't be seen clearly. Now, the 15 of you will each take an ink profound stone. The numbers on the ink profound stone represent the order of your challenge. The people who draw lots at the back can challenge the people in front of them, and if they succeed, they can replace them. Black profound stone was a material used to refine divine artifacts. Duan Lingtian had heard of it before. It wasn't the kind that was especially rare, and was mostly used to refine low-ranked divine artifacts. As Blue Feather Mountain's voice fell, many people immediately began to move, and each of them used their own power to absorb a piece of ink profound stone. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry. Before long, there were only 2 pieces of ink profound stone left. Only Duan Lingtian and the 7th young lady from the Divine King level sect, 10,000 Flower Valley, had not taken any. The 2 of them subconsciously looked at each other, and then moved together, each taking a piece of ink profound stone. After obtaining the ink profound stone, Duan Lingtian glanced at it. 6. At this time, Ho Qingming also came over, and said with a mocking smile, Duan Lingtian, your luck isn't too good, you didn't get one. 1. Duan Lingtian shrugged indifferently. If you really want one, you can just challenge it. But I'm in no hurry. Now, I'm sure everyone will take one. As Duan Lingtian spoke, rows of names appeared in the void in front of them. From top to bottom, they were divided into 15 lines. First place, Peng Dong 2nd place, Yuan Yuanjing 3rd place, Hua Tiandu 4th place, Murong Luofeng 5th place, Deng Jinni 6th place, Duan Lingtian, 11th place, Du Pejuan, 13th place, 7th young lady, 15th place, Ouyang Jianchen. This is the provisional ranking you've drawn from the lots. When the ranking formed by the matrix appeared, Blue Feather Mountain's voice sounded again. Next, if you want to climb up, you have to challenge the people in front of you. If the person in first place can withstand all the challenges and stand until the end, he will be first. And the person in 15th place can also challenge the person in first place. As long as he wins, he will be the new first place, and the people behind him will move down 1 place. If no one challenges him until the end, then the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon Tournament will be decided. Following Blue Feather Mountain's words, Ouyang Jianchen, who drew lot number 15, had already transformed into a sword ray and flashed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the combat ring that had just formed not long ago. This combat ring was surrounded by light, and compared to the combat ring that appeared yesterday, it was clearly better and more solid. And the people that were fighting today were even more powerful. Some people might have already displayed quite a bit of strength earlier. But there were also some people who held back earlier. No one dared to say that the person who quickly defeated his opponent was the strongest. How would you know if this person didn't use his full strength? How would you know that those people who eliminated their opponents weren't intentionally hiding their strength so that they could explode out at a critical moment to gain an advantage? I challenged the person in first place, Peng Dong. Ouyang Jianchen was the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, a famous young genius around the Tianlong clan. Up until now, the strength he had displayed was not inferior to Hua Tiandu, 7th young lady, and the others. As for whether that was his true strength, it would depend on his performance today. As soon as he entered the arena, he challenged the person with the best luck, Peng Dong, who had drawn lot number 1. Peng Dong was a young man in a loose blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his figure was medium, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. At this moment, facing Ouyang Jianchen's challenge, he also entered the arena in a timely manner. Peng Dong did not belong to a divine emperor force, nor a divine king force. He was just a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator who can reach Peng Dong's level. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, his foundation is probably not inferior to Du Pejuan and Hua Tiandu. It's really rare. His elder is also here, a lower divine emperor. While Peng Dong was the center of attention, one of the onlookers also attracted the attention of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Peng Dong. He had a head of gray-white hair, and although he was not tall, he gave people a feeling that he was as tall as a mountain. He stepped on the void, and a faint yellow light twined under his feet. What he was stepping on was the fusion of divine energy and the law of earth. He's injured. Many of the people present noticed that this low-level godly emperor was injured. Because of this, they could understand why Ouyang Jianchen sent his junior to the Tianlong clan. It was most likely because he did not have confidence in the upcoming heavenly tribulation. He was afraid that if he died, there would be no one to take care of his junior. Under such circumstances, sending him to a powerful force was the best choice. In the realms of gods, many loose cultivators would do this. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ouyang Jianchen and Peng Dong made their moves. One of them used a sword, while the other used a saber. For a time, the battle arena was filled with saber lights and sword shadows. The raging power set off a terrifying storm. At the same time, those with good eyesight could easily see that both of them were injured. However, Peng Dong's injuries were more serious. After 100 moves, Ouyang Jianchen stabbed Peng Dong's shoulder with his sword. Peng Dong immediately admitted defeat. When Ouyang Jianchen stabbed Peng Dong, the sword was aimed at his forehead. However, Ouyang Jianchen's sword changed direction midway. As expected of a disciple of an aristocratic family. You're so graceful. Thank you for showing mercy. Although Peng Dong lost, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. This was because Ouyang Jianchen did not use a high-grade divine artifact. Instead, he used a medium-grade divine artifact like Peng Dong. There was no other way. Peng Dong's father was a loose cultivator. Although he was a lower divine emperor, he did not have a high-grade divine artifact. As for Ouyang Jianchen, Peng Dong did not need to guess. He knew Ouyang Jianchen would definitely have a high-grade divine artifact. When Peng Dong admitted defeat and retreated, he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be more famous than Ouyang Jianchen, did not have Ouyang Jianchen's demeanor. Earlier, when he attacked, he almost killed the last disciple of the sect leader of the Rakshasa sect. What's with that look? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw Peng Dong's meaningful look. It was not difficult to guess the meaning behind Peng Dong's gaze. Does he think I'm not as good as Ouyang Jianchen? Alright. I'll pull Ouyang Jianchen down from first place in a while. Ho Qingning, who was next to Peng Dong, could not help but laugh when he saw Peng Dong's expression. At the same time, the positions of the two names on the ranking list had changed. Ouyang Jianchen's name appeared in the first place while Peng Dong's name dropped to the second place. The remaining 13 people's names dropped by 1 rank each. Chapter 38:13. After Ouyang Jianchen successfully challenged the first place, it was the turn of the 14th place, who was now the 15th place, to challenge. This person was a disciple from a God King level faction and had made it into the top 15. The only people he could choose to challenge now were those who were ranked 3rd and below. In the end, he chose to challenge Deng Jiani, who was ranked 1 place behind Duan Lingtian and ranked 1st. During this time, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. The reason why he chose Deng Jiani in the end was because he felt that he had more confidence in challenging this person. Deng Jiani was a genius disciple from a God King level faction. He was quite strong and defeated his opponent after 30 moves. At this time, he also displayed a stronger strength. This Deng Jiani hid a lot of his strength before. It's because he hid his strength that he was targeted. However, judging from the current situation, Deng Jiani's strength is not weaker than the other people in the second tier. I just don't know if he's still hiding his strength. Deng Jiani's further display of strength also attracted the attention of the spectators because the strength he displayed before was somewhat reserved compared to now. With the strength he displayed now, it was enough for him to enter the second tier. Up until now, the surrounding crowd of spectators had divided the top 15 people in the Hidden Dragon competition into 3 groups. The first tier consisted of Duan Ling Tian, Miss Qi, Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, Ji Wu Cheng, Ouyang Jianchen. The second tier consisted of Peng Dong, Qin Yuanzheng, Situ Cheng, Murong Luofeng. Now, there was Deng Jiani. The third tier consisted of the remaining 4 people, including the person who challenged Deng Jiani and was defeated. If the challenge failed, the ranking would not change. It's Miss Qi's turn. Miss Qi from the 10,000 Flower Valley was also one of the 2 women who made it into the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon tournament. She was also the stronger of the 2 women. So far, she had defeated her opponents relatively easily. Who will Miss Qi challenge? While many people were curious about this, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Miss Qi. He was also curious about her next choice. He will probably choose the first one. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, Miss Seven's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Then, she said bluntly, "I challenge Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian was stunned. The others were also stunned. This 7th young lady, instead of challenging the first-ranked Ouyang Jianchen, actually challenged the current 7th-ranked Duan Lingtian? What happened? This 7th miss didn't pay attention to anyone before the Hidden Dragon competition began, and only took the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that she went to seek love from Duan Lingtian, and hate was born from love? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian may be handsome, but he's not handsome enough to make a female genius like the 7th young lady so infatuated with him, right? It's hard to say. I have seen many handsome men, but this is the first one with such temperament. The whispers of the spectators entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a little lightheaded. So, my appearance is actually so attractive? However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze met Miss Seven's gaze, he instantly came back to his senses. Perhaps the other party's challenge had nothing to do with his appearance. Since he was challenged, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't avoid the challenge. His goal was to be first. If he avoided the challenge, even if he defeated everyone else, he would at most be second. This 7th young lady went to look for Duan Lingtian before? Ding Yan asked Ho Qingning curiously. Yes. Ho Qingning nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "She seemed to be looking for Duan Lingtian to meet Elder Shui Haichuan. I wonder what her relationship with Elder Shui Haichuan is." Challenging Duan Lingtian probably has something to do with Duan Lingtian and Elder Shui Haichuan being acquainted. Of course, this was only Ho Qingning's conjecture. However, this battle still attracted the sidelong glances of everyone present. Especially the Linghu family's clan elder Linghu Huan, who transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said, "Kid, this is the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The reward for first place and the reward for later places can't be the same. Don't fail miserably because you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Women are the most terrifying creatures in this world. Don't be bewitched by her." At the same time that Linghu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian to boast, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at him. His deep gaze caused Linghu Huan to feel somewhat guilty. "Elder Huan, tell me your story." Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice. This time, Linghu Huan was mute for a moment, then he said in a stuttering voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? I've never suffered a loss in the hands of a woman. I'm such a wise and powerful person, how could I possibly suffer a loss in the hands of a woman?" Duan Lingtian laughed involuntarily. Did this count as confessing without being pressed? However, Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to continue chatting with Linghu Huan, because Miss Seven had already followed him into the arena and confronted him. Divine energy appeared on her body. Who do you guys think will win, Duan Lingtian or Miss Seven? Many of the spectators were extremely curious about this. Based on the strength they've displayed so far, Miss Seven is slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. I just don't know if this Miss Seven is hiding her strength. Otherwise, she shouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. If she's hiding her methods, she might be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Of course, the prerequisite is that what Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was already his full strength. While the spectators were discussing animatedly, Miss Seven's gaze focused on Duan Lingtian. Following that, her figure swayed, and a green light shot out from her body. Terrifying thick thorny vines swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. Miss Seven was skilled in the law of wood among the 5 elemental laws. However, when she first made her move, she did not use the law of wood. Instead, she used another law. Later on, when she encountered opponents who were stronger, she used the law of wood that she was most skilled in. Whoosh! 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 The thorny vines shot out like giant pythons opening their bloody mouths as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian ferociously. Moreover, there was a faint blood mist surrounding the giant pythons. As soon as Miss Seven made her move, her strength was even stronger than before. At this moment, the spectators finally realized that she was holding back. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how ferocious 7th young lady's attack was. At the same time, a figure suddenly shot out from his body. Surprisingly, it was another person who looked exactly like him. It was his space law avatar. When Duan Lingtian made his move, his clone from the law of space made his move as well. However, this time, his clone from the law of space made his move as well. The only difference was, this time, his clone from the law of space made his move as well. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law avatar made their move together. Although it was only 1+1, the power that was displayed was enough to easily crush Miss Seven's attack. Then, before Miss Seven could react, Duan Lingtian and his original body had already teleported one after another, sandwiching Miss Seven in the middle. Then, without any hesitation, the sword in his hand shone and a space storm raged. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as the vine beneath 7th young lady's feet exploded like a cannonball. The recoil from the explosion pushed 7th young lady up into the sky and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's space law avatar and his space law avatar collided. However, there was no destructive power because the two of them came from the same source. When they collided, they only merged with each other. She dodged pretty quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, he teleported again with his space law avatar and chased after Miss Seven. At this time, the spectators also recovered from their shock. It's a space law avatar. Duan Lingtian is just like the rumors say. He's not a native of the mystic gangland. That's right. People from the realms of gods like us from the mystic gangland can't form a space law avatar because of the supreme bloodline in our bodies. This is a space law avatar? I've only heard of it before. Today is my first time seeing it. Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's space law avatar. At the same time, some of them recalled the rumor that Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Naturally, most of them had scoffed when they heard the rumor. How could a person from a Devata realm break through and become a god king before the age of 3,000? What a joke! In their opinion, people from the Devata realms who came to the realms of gods were mostly old people. Those who could cultivate to the god king stage before the age of 10,000 were rare geniuses. Even more people felt that it was fake news spread by others. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's space law avatar with their own eyes, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian was really from a Devata realm and was not a native of a realm of gods. This is too terrifying. His space law avatar is not any weaker than his true body. Apart from the fact that he doesn't have a prominent grade divine weapon, his space law avatar is no different from his true body. If his space law avatar is given a prominent grade divine sword, its strength will be on par with his true body. As the crowd discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand in the battle. After summoning his space law avatar, his strength completely overwhelmed the seventh young lady. After 3 moves, the seventh young lady was completely at a disadvantage. He defeated her with the 5th move. I've lost. Although the seventh young lady was defeated, there was no sign of dejection in her eyes. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a determined expression. Defeating you will be my first goal after joining the Tianlong clan. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, he was inwardly shocked by the seventh young lady's strength. Based on the seventh young lady's strength, she was stronger than Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others. Naturally, Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others might not have used their full strength before today. A space law avatar? Interesting. A smile appeared on Hua Tiandu's face. Chapter 38:14. When Duan Lingtian summoned his law of space clone, it was as though he had duplicated himself and joined forces with his main body. Under such circumstances, even though Miss Seven was strong, she was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu and Miss Seven who had just been defeated by Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people in the top 15 had a solemn expression on their faces. It was apparent they did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess such a technique. Duan Lingtian. Du Pejuan's expression was grave. Initially, he thought even if he was not strong enough to defeat Duan Lingtian, it would not be a problem for him to come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like if he were to fight Duan Lingtian, even if he took every step carefully and did not take the conventional path, the chances of him being defeated would be higher. Damn it. Du Qianjun's expression turned even more ferocious. This fellow actually has such a trump card? He's just a lowly person from a Devata realm. How could he possess such a technique? At this moment, Du Qianjun's rationality was almost consumed by jealousy. He wished he could possess Duan Lingtian and take all of Duan Lingtian's abilities for himself. At this moment, even the high-ranking officials from the various Divine Emperor forces were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to rank first in the Hidden Dragon competition. Many people sighed. Although there were still many people who performed well, Duan Lingtian's performance had completely overshadowed theirs. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not at his limit yet. Currently, his law of space clone did not have a Devata artifact to rely on. If he could use a Devata artifact, his strength would rise to another level. After all, would Duan Lingtian lack any Devata artifacts? Even if he only had a prominent Devata artifact, he could still borrow another one. This time, there were 3 elders from the Linghu family. Each of them had at least one prominent Devata artifact. And now, most people were thinking the same thing. The challenge continues. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, after 7th young lady's failure, the person ranked before 7th young lady, who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon, also challenged another person who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon. After 100 moves, the 2 of them were tied, and their rankings remained unchanged. After a few consecutive battles, the rankings began to change. Ouyang Jianchen replaced Peng Dong as the new number 1, while Peng Dong fell to number 2. It's Du Pejuan's turn. Who do you think he will challenge? Soon, it was Du Pejuan's turn. After looking at the people in front of him, Du Pejuan decisively challenged another person who had not yet made a move and was recognized as the 3rd echelon. In less than 10 moves, he had defeated the other party. Then, he replaced the other party's ranking and took the 9th place. Du Pejuan fought steadily and surely, he did not rush for quick success. After Ouyang Jianchen, he had successfully defeated his opponent. After Du Pejuan won, the challenge continued. It was Situ Cheng's turn, who had fallen to the 11th place because Du Pejuan had jumped the queue. Situ Cheng came from the Situ family, a Divine Emperor clan. The Situ family was a powerful Divine Emperor clan with a medium Divine Emperor. After Situ Cheng went up, he challenged Deng Jiani and defeated him after 50 moves. Then, the challenge continued. After one challenge after another, it was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Now, Duan Lingtian had fallen to the 8th place because Deng Jiani had been eliminated. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian went up and successfully attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen, who was temporarily in the first place. They thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely challenge Ouyang Jianchen. In fact, Duan Lingtian did think so. Ouyang Jianchen. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen. Ouyang Jianchen instantly turned into a sword light and entered the arena. Then, the sword light turned into an elegant young man. Duan Lingtian. After Ouyang Jianchen entered the arena, he was no longer as calm as before. His gaze was solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't think I can defeat you, I still want to see the gap between us. Even someone as proud as Ouyang Jianchen could not help but be convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Ouyang Jianchen. After 3 moves, he suppressed Ouyang Jianchen and defeated him. During this process, he did not let his clone of the law of space use a divine artifact. Otherwise, his strength would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian has reached the top. Although he's temporarily in the first place, I think he'll still be in the first place in the end. Everyone present was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, looked at Duan Lingtian with a much gentler gaze. It could be foreseen that once a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, he would definitely surpass anyone in the history of the Tianlong clan. He was not even 3,000 years old, yet he had such strength. Even among the top God Emperor level forces in Tungleng province, there was no such existence in the current era. Perhaps, such an existence had appeared in their history, but it was definitely very rare. In the following challenges, very few people challenged Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Ji Wuchang, Hua Tiando, or the others, none of them challenged Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of others, they knew that they were not a match for Duan Lingtian and were not in a hurry to challenge Duan Lingtian. Of course, this did not mean that they would not challenge Duan Lingtian in the future. However, challenging Duan Lingtian at the beginning was not a good thing for them. If they were injured and their performance was affected, perhaps they would not be able to get the desired ranking. For this reason, Duan Lingtian became a bystander in the upcoming battle. He stayed by Ding Yan and Ho Qing Ning's side and watched the battle with them. Duan Lingtian, look, this Ji Wuchang is really strong. Facing the challenge of Miss 7, he is not at a disadvantage at all. No wonder he is as famous as Hua Tiando. Duan Lingtian, I think this Du Pejuan is going to lose. I'm afraid he is not a match for Hua Tiando. Sai, our Murong family's Murong Luofeng should be able to squeeze into the top 10, right? After a series of challenges, other than Duan Lingtian who was temporarily first place, no one else was challenged in the top 15. The rankings of the people behind him were basically fixed. In this process, the most outstanding was still Hua Tiando. Not only did he defeat Du Pejuan, he also defeated Miss 7, Ji Wuchang, and Ouyang Jianchen. However, Ouyang Jianchen's strength was also not bad. Other than losing to Miss 7, he also defeated Ji Wuchang and was temporarily ranked 3rd. Hua Tianfu was ranked 2nd. The current top 10 rankings were, 1st place, Duan Lingtian. 2nd place, Hua Tiando. 3rd place, Ouyang Jianchen. 4th place, Miss 7. 5th place, Ji Wuchang. 6th place, Du Pejuan. 7th place, Peng Dong. 8th place, Situ Cheng. 9th place, Qin Yuanzheng. 10th place, Murong Luofeng. And behind her was the 11th place, Deng Jini. However, including Deng Jini, other than not challenging Duan Lingtian, the 5 people behind him had basically fought with the people in front of them and were all defeated. Therefore, unless they could defeat Duan Lingtian, they were not fated to be in the top 10. And if they wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, unless Duan Lingtian went easy on them, they also knew that they were no match for him, so they also gave up the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid only Hua Tiandu is capable of challenging Duan Lingtian. Although Hua Tiandu's strength isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian's clones without Devata artifacts, I'm afraid he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Maybe Hua Tiando is still hiding his strength. I remember, he hasn't used his bloodline power so far. At this time, many people realized that Hua Tiando, the young master of the Donghua sect, had defeated Ouyang Jianshan, Miss 7, and Ji Wuchang without using his bloodline power so far. Ji Wuchang, Du Pejuan, do you still intend to challenge Duan Lingtian? Just as everyone's gaze passed by Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando, the voice of Elder Lan Yushan of the Black Dragon sect also sounded. As for the two people who were asked, they shook their heads when they heard this. Ji Wuchang and Duan Lingtian did not have any grudges, and he admitted that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with not challenging Duan Lingtian. However, Du Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Normally, with the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 demon sect, he would definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he was also worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge and attack him severely. Once Duan Lingtian injured him, the other two people in the top 10 who were ranked behind him might challenge him. At that time, he might fail miserably. He did not know if the two people behind him knew about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 demon sect, but they did not challenge him until now. It was as if they had intentionally left the opportunity to challenge him until the end. Since that's the case, the next battle for first place will be decided between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando. Lan Yushan spoke again. If the rest of you have any objections, you can voice them out. As soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, no one spoke. The others clearly did not have any objections. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength had been defeated there, and they were wholeheartedly convinced. Since that's the case, let's first confirm the rankings. In the end, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando will decide the final first and second place. Lan Yushan said. Up until now, Hua Tiando had fought with almost all of the people behind him and had defeated them. However, as soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, although one or two people at the bottom of the rankings had issued a challenge, they had all failed in the end. There was no change in the top 10 rankings. The third place to the 10th place had been completely confirmed. The last battle, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando's battle. After this battle, the top 10 rankings will be completely confirmed, and this year's Hidden Dragon competition will also be completely over. As Lan Yushan spoke in a clear voice, his gaze was somewhat complicated. In the previous Hidden Dragon competition, the top few people had fought fiercely. However, in this year's competition, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando had appeared. Their strength was so strong that it practically crushed everyone else. Lingtian War Reverend, please collect. Lingtian War Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 38:15. Hua Tiandu was the young lord of the Donghua clan, a divine emperor-level sect. He was less than 8,000 years old. In the past, everyone said that he was as famous as Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect. Only today did everyone know that his strength was far greater than Ji Wuchang's. He was not someone Ji Wuchang could compare to. Even when he defeated Ji Wuchang, looking at Ji Wuchang's expression, it was obvious that he did not expect it. Obviously, Ji Wuchang did not know that Hua Tiandu was hiding such strong strength. Until now, Hua Tiandu had not used the power of his bloodline, but he had defeated a group of young experts, including Ji Wuchang, Miss 7, and Du Pejuan. Previously, they were in the first group. Now it seems that there is an even higher group above the first group. There are only two people in this group, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. Many people sighed. Based on the strength that Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian had displayed, they were not at the same level as Ji Wuchang and the others. Even if Duan Lingtian and Hua Tianfu were placed in the top divine emperor-level forces of Tongleng province, they would be rare geniuses of this generation. Especially Duan Lingtian. They even suspected that once the news of Duan Lingtian's age and corresponding strength spread, those top divine emperor-level forces would invite Duan Lingtian to join. At that time, unless Duan Lingtian refused. Otherwise, the Tianlong clan would not dare to keep Duan Lingtian. Those top divine emperor-level forces had divine emperors. They were not comparable to the Tianlong clan, which did not have any divine emperors in this generation. Duan Lingtian. Under the gazes of everyone present, Hua Tiandu's figure flashed to enter the combat ring, and he looked at Duanling Tian from afar as he smiled lightly. Next, I'll let you and me battle to end this hidden dragon competition. Duanling Tian nodded, and then his figure flashed as he entered the combat ring as well. The two of them stood facing each other, but there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, it gave off a calm and peaceful feeling. However, in the eyes of the spectators, this calmness was like the calm before the storm. Between the two of them, who do you think is stronger? It's hard to say. Hua Tiandu hasn't used the power of his bloodline yet. According to what I know, his bloodline power is not weak at all. What bloodline does his bloodline power belong to? I don't know about that. I don't know. You said his bloodline power isn't weak? I heard about it. Duanling Tian and Hua Tiandu entered the arena. Not only were the spectators staring at them, even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, and the two White Dragon Elders behind him were staring at them. This would be the Tianlong clan's last battle in this year's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. After this battle, the champion of the Hidden Dragon Competition would be decided. Duanling Tian, just give your avatar of the Law of Space a high-grade divine weapon. Hua Tiandu looked at Duanling Tian calmly and said in a calm tone as the aura of death spread from his body. He was skilled in the law of death. As Hua Tiandu spoke, everyone was shocked. Hua Tiandu, what does he mean? Isn't he afraid that Duanling Tian's avatar of the law of space will use a high-grade divine weapon? He's so confident. Where did he get his confidence from? It seems that he might not only have an extraordinary bloodline power, but he might also have some tricks up his sleeve. While everyone was in an uproar, Duanling Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. It seems that the young sect master is very confident in your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm began to wreak havoc on Duanling Tian's body. Although Duanling Tian was confident, he couldn't help but be cautious when facing Hua Tiandu, who was equally confident. One had to know that the strength he'd displayed earlier, even if he'd held back, was already not weak. In this hidden dragon competition, it was enough to easily defeat anyone other than Hua Tiandu. If you don't have an extra high-grade divine weapon, I'll give you a chance to borrow one now. Otherwise, you won't be able to borrow it in time. Hua Tiandu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he gave Duanling Tian a chance to borrow a high-grade divine weapon. This scene made the onlookers feel that Hua Tiandu was hiding a lot of his strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so confident. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits. His expression became slightly serious. Young sect master, you don't have to worry about this. Duanling Tian, today will be the first time I'll show my full strength. Hua Tiandu took a step forward. Immediately, his aura underwent a world-shaking change. Then, a figure shot out from within his body. It was another Hua Tiandu. However, this Hua Tiandu had blood-red eyes. Naturally, this was not Hua Tiandu's law clone. It was an undead clone condensed from the Law of Death's undead clone profundity. It was also known as the Death Clone. This was a different concept from the Law of Death's clone. For example, Duanling Tian's old friend, Ling Jueyun, was from a realm of gods. Like Hua Tiandu, due to the Supreme Powerhouse's bloodline, it was impossible for him to condense a law clone. It was impossible for him to condense a law clone, including the Law of Death's clone. However, the undead clone was an exception. This was because it was a clone condensed from one of the profundities from the Law of Death. Moreover, its strength was far inferior to a law clone. However, Duanling Tian saw a layer of blood-red light shone from Hua Tiandu's undead clone as soon as Hua Tiandu formed his undead clone. Moreover, the undead clone's emotionless crimson eyes seemed to have turned lively as well. Swoosh! A divine artifact appeared in the undead clone's hand. Based on the aura it emitted, it was a prominent divine artifact. Hua Tiandu's main body also held a prominent divine artifact. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, Hua Tiandu and his clone both moved. They both unleashed their attacks. During this process, to the astonishment of the crowd, it was not only Hua Tiandu himself, but even his clone was able to use the laws of death at will. This clone did not look like an undead clone at all. It should be known that an undead clone could not use the law of death at will. It could only use the law of death that had been fused with the law of death. However, the law of death that Hua Tiandu had displayed was only the law of death that had been fused with 3 profundities. Naturally, it was stronger than the other participants of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. It was not inferior to the law of space that Duan Lingtian had displayed. Hua Tiandu only lacked 1 profundity from the law of death to fuse with 2 other profundities. He had already comprehended the fusion of the 3 profundities. He was only a step away from mastering the fusion of the 3 profundities from the law of death and reaching perfection in the fusion of the 3 profundities. As long as he could master the fusion of the 3 profundities, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. That's bloodline energy. Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy can turn his undead clone into an existence similar to the law of death's clone. Doesn't that mean he also has the advantage that Duan Lingtian has? He has never used such a technique before. No wonder Hua Tiandu is so confident. With this technique, even if Duan Lingtian gave his clone the law of space a prominent divine sword, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Hua Tiandu. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu's father, the leader of the Donghua clan, everyone else, including the other members of the Donghua clan, was shocked. No one had expected Hua Tiandu to have such a technique. Before this, the reason why Hua Tiandu could easily defeat Miss Seven, Ji Wuchang, Du Pejuan, and the others was not because of the advantage that he had displayed, but because his comprehension of the law of space was far superior to Miss Seven's and the others. Now, Duan Lingtian's law of space clone will probably be at a disadvantage against Hua Tiandu even if he has a prominent divine sword to rely on. The law of space that he used earlier was not as strong as Hua Tiandu's. Even if he uses the embryonic form of the Way of the Sword again, he probably won't be Hua Tiandu's match. Hua Tiandu's cultivation is 1 level higher than his. Under the unblinking gaze of the crowd, Duan Lingtian was also shocked by Hua Tiandu's technique. He had never imagined that Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy could make his clone, which was formed from the law of death's undead clone, become a law of death clone. Moreover, it could also use a prominent divine weapon. It should be known that an undead clone formed from the law of death's undead clone would not be able to use the power of a divine weapon. However, Hua Tiandu's undead clone, which was controlled by his bloodline energy, seemed to have transformed into a law of death clone. Moreover, based on the combat strength displayed by his clone, it was not any weaker than the law of space clone that used a prominent divine weapon. How shocking! The young sect master actually has such a technique. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He knew that with Hua Tiandu's current strength, if he were to fight Miss Seven and the others with his full strength, it would be difficult for anyone to be a match for him unless they were fast enough to dodge his attacks. Duan Lingtian, I look forward to the surprise you'll give me. If you only have the technique that you've displayed before, I'm afraid you won't be a match for me. However, my intuition tells me that your strength is not limited to this. When Hua Tiandu and his clone attacked Duan Lingtian together, he did not forget to speak. From his words, one could tell that he held Duan Lingtian in high esteem. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not show the slightest bit of shock when facing the powerful Hua Tiandu. He only appeared surprised. If Duan Lingtian only has the strength that he displayed before, he will definitely lose this battle. Many people sighed. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Hua Tiandu. Under everyone's gazes, his law of space clone wielded a prominent divine sword and attacked his original body. Similarly, 2 prominent divine weapons were displayed. His sword doesn't seem to be yours? Linghu family's elder Linghu Huan looked at Linghu Jingxing beside him and asked with a glare. He had only given Duan Lingtian a prominent divine sword, and he was certain that the sword that Duan Lingtian took out did not belong to his elder brother. It did not seem to belong to Linghu Jingxing either. It doesn't. Linghu Jingxing shook his head. I've seen all the prominent divine weapons in the family, including the ones in your hands. This sword doesn't belong to the family. It should be his. Chapter 38:16. His own? Ling Hu Huan's eyes widened. At the same time, his face was filled with regret. If I knew that this brat had a high-grade divine sword, I wouldn't have made that bet with him. If he really gets first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, my high-grade divine sword will really be his. At that time, he will have 2 high-grade divine weapons, and I will only have 1 left. It was also because Ling Hu Huan didn't know that Duan Lingtian still had many high-grade divine weapons in his hands. Otherwise, he would really go up and take back the high-grade divine sword that he had temporarily lent to Duan Lingtian. Are you showing off to me that you have 2 high-grade divine weapons? Ling Hu Xianxia unhappily glared at Ling Hu Huan. Even he only had a single high-ranked divine artifact. Ling Hu Huan, on the other hand, was lucky enough to obtain a high-ranked divine sword. At this time, while Ling Hu Huan and Ling Hu Xianxia were talking, the situation in the field changed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, whether it was Duan Lingtian's original body or his doppelganger, the spatial storm on their bodies became even more terrifying at this moment. The 3 profound meanings of the law of space merged and mastered. None of the profound meanings were excluded. Everything seemed so perfect and perfect. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's original body exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's original body, and his doppelganger also exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's doppelganger. During this process, Duan Lingtian's embryonic form of Sword Dao appeared in a timely manner. For a moment, whether it was his original body or his doppelganger, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu were evenly matched. The scene of Duan Lingtian falling into a disadvantage did not appear. Ha! Duan Lingtian, it seems that my intuition was correct. Hua Tiandu laughed as he fought with Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that your attainments in the law of space would surpass my attainments in the law of death. Moreover, there is a difference of nearly 5,000 years between you and me. As he spoke, the smile on Hua Tiandu's face vanished and was replaced by a look of shock. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. Now that he mentioned it, those who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space, who were no weaker than most of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, were suddenly shocked. That's right. Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 3,000, in Tungleng province, was simply shocking. Even if this Duan Lingtian started cultivating in his mother's womb and comprehended the laws of space, it's impossible for him to have such attainments at such a young age, right? In the realms of gods, I'm afraid only God Emperor or godly venerable god forces could produce such a genius. Don't forget, his attainments in the path of divine pills are not low either. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the fusion of all 3 profundities from the law of space, it was no surprise that it had caused a commotion. In the Sky Dragon sect, even the more outstanding inner sect elders had only comprehended so many profundities of the laws of Heavenly Dragon. In the Tianlong clan, as long as one's cultivation base was at the intermediate celestial emperor level and had comprehended the fusion of all 4 profundities, even if one had only comprehended one of the 4 profundities, one could become a white dragon elder. Of course, if one did not have the power of a bloodline, the requirements would be higher. However, those who could cultivate to the intermediate celestial emperor level had the power of a bloodline. Very few people did not. Being able to cultivate to such a level meant that one's innate talent was not bad. Generally, having good innate talent also meant that one's bloodline was not bad and could activate the power of a bloodline. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu fought to a draw. Unless I reveal some more trump cards, I won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he fought with Hua Tiandu. He did not expect the young lord of the Donghua clan to be so powerful. Based on the power that Hua Tiandu had displayed, he was probably not weaker than Yang Qinya, the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Thousand Demon clan. Yang Qinya had received invitations from the strongest emperor-level forces in Tungleng province because of his innate talent. It was said that he had already gone to one of the emperor-level forces. I did not expect Hua Tiandu to be so powerful. At this moment, Ho Qingning's expression was very serious. Based on the current situation, it will be extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat him. Ding Yan nodded in agreement. Of course, Ding Yan was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have grown to such a level after 30 years. Was this still the Duan Lingtian that he had fought in the Mist Academy in Wind City? He's so powerful. Among the crowd, there were many people from the Hidden Fog sect. Tang Wuyan, who had passed the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment and become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, looked at the purple figure in the field with a complicated expression. As proud as she was, she felt ashamed of her inferiority in front of this young man. Maybe everything is just my wishful thinking. I am not worthy of him. Tang Wuyan sighed. After the Hidden Dragon competition, I will return my outer sect disciple identity token and leave the Tianlong clan. Return to the Hidden Fog sect. I, Tang Wuyan, will never leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Now, Duan Lingtian was thinking about whether he should show his strength and defeat Hua Tiandu. If I show my strength, I will definitely be exposed. There are so many divine emperors here. It will be extremely difficult to hide. I definitely can't use the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Once I use the sword Dao that I have just comprehended, I will probably become everyone's target. The embryonic form of the sword Dao can be said to be my luck, but if I use the true sword Dao, it will be equivalent to announcing to the world that my attainments in the sword Dao are not low. Do I have to use the rudimentary sword Dao of control? But if the rudimentary sword Dao is luck, then the rudimentary sword Dao of control is also luck? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? How many people will believe that? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. To be honest, if he showed a little strength, he wouldn't lose a single piece of meat. But, once he showed some strength, not only would it arouse the jealousy of others, but those who were hostile to him might even take a step further in order to kill him. With the strength I show at my age, once news of this spreads, the strongest God-Emperor level influences in Tungleng province will most likely send people to invite me. There's no need to further show my worth. But if I don't further show my strength, it will be extremely difficult to defeat Hua Tiandu and obtain first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. If it was said that at the beginning, Duan Lingtian was only interested in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition and didn't have much interest in the first place. Then, after he heard Shui Haichuan speak of the benefits of the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he instead wanted to seize the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition this time. Shui Haichuan definitely wouldn't lie to him about this. But, if he wanted to obtain first place now, there would be a certain degree of difficulty. Hua Tiandu's strength was beyond his expectations. One had to know that he originally thought that Hua Tiandu's strength was on par with Du Pejuan and Ji Wuchang, but he didn't expect that they were on a completely different level. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts raced, he suddenly realized that Hua Tiandu's attacks had suddenly become hurried, as if he was fighting with his back to the wall. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have time to unleash his next attack, was continuously pushed back by Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage? No. Hua Tiandu seems to be in a situation. While the spectators were in an uproar, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the bloody aura around Hua Tiandu's undead clone had actually started to dim. The power displayed by the undead clone had also weakened. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Hua Tiandu had suddenly unleashed his strength. It turned out that his bloodline power wasn't enough to support the undead clone. Without the support of bloodline power, the undead clone couldn't be used like a clone of the Edict of Death. When the bloodline power dissipated, the undead clone wouldn't be able to use high-grade divine artifacts, it wouldn't even be able to use ordinary divine artifacts or immortal artifacts. Moreover, it wouldn't be able to use the Edict of Death wantonly. There's no need to further expose my strength. As long as I can endure Hua Tiandu's short burst of strength, I can defeat him. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. While heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from Hua Tiandu's sight. Then, he arrived beside his avatar of the Law of Space and attacked Hua Tiandu's avatar of the Undead, consuming its bloodline power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword energies formed by the spatial storms continued to fall on Hua Tiandu's avatar. The bloodline power on the avatar was rapidly being depleted. Although Hua Tiandu's original body wanted to clash head-on with Duan Lingtian with explosive power, as if he wanted both sides to suffer, Duan Lingtian wouldn't let him do as he wished. For a time, Hua Tian was powerless. Duan Lingtian is exhausting Hua Tiandu's bloodline power. It seems like Hua Tiandu's bloodline power is still limited. However, I can confirm that most bloodline powers are inferior to law avatars. Isn't this a little unfair? Why are those who aren't natives of the realms of gods able to form law avatars? There's nothing unfair about it. Since we were born, we've been given cultivation resources and an environment that those from the Devata realms can't compare to. Moreover, our ancestors were supreme powerhouses who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, many people had already guessed the outcome of the battle. Just as everyone had expected, Duan Ling Tian managed to deplete Hua Tian Dou's bloodline energy in just 15 minutes. After the avatar of the undead was reduced to its original form, Duan Ling Tian defeated Hua Tiandu in just 2 moves. He had obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Ling Tian defeated Hua Tiandu and obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. A message was sent from the Flame Dragon Arena to a certain place in the Tianlong Temple. Immediately, an order was transmitted from that place. Kill Linghu Renjia. Chapter 38:17. Duan Lingtian smoothly obtained first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition. Little Tian, congratulations. Dongfang Yannian was the first to congratulate Duan Lingtian via sound transmission. At the same time, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. One must know that before this, he was friendly to Duan Lingtian mostly because of his relationship with Shui Haichuan. But now, the potential that Duan Lingtian displayed completely convinced him. If he didn't have a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's background, he would really find it hard to believe that this was a young genius who wasn't even 3,000 years old. Brother Yannian, apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, what other rewards are there for first place in the Hidden Dragon competition this time? Duan Lingtian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, the rewards are quite generous. Apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, there's also, as Dongfang Yannian continued, Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually lit up. Because apart from a high-quality divine artifact, the rest of the rewards that Dongfang Yannian mentioned were all things that he urgently needed. All of them were items that were helpful to cultivation. Moreover, he could actually enter the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws to comprehend the laws for a year. Although a year wasn't a long time, after all, he had stayed in the Linghu family's Chamber of Laws for a whole 3 years, but the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws allowed him to comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities. In the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities apart from the laws of space and time to the fusion of 2 profundities. With this foundation, if he stayed in the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws for a year, he could completely comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities of several laws. Since when did profundities of laws become so easy to comprehend? While Duan Lingtian was excited, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. If I can comprehend the other 7 laws apart from the law of time to the point where I can fuse 3 profundities and form a law clone, how strong would my strength be? At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that although the natives of the realms of gods possessed the power of bloodlines, they were not at an advantage compared to his law clones. Not only did he not gain any advantage, he even suffered a huge loss. Duan Lingtian knew the world was fair. Even if the natives of the realms of gods were at a disadvantage in this aspect, they had other advantages that the people from the Devata realms could not compare to. Among the powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon sect, how many of them were from the Devata realms? How many of them were natives of the realms of gods who did not possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse? Speaking of which, Ker's reincarnation can be considered a blessing in disguise. After her reincarnation, her new body doesn't have the bloodline of a supreme master. Although she doesn't have the bloodline power, she can still form a law clone. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with confusion when he thought about Ker. Was Linghu Chuyin really Ker? They were very similar. However, unless Ling Hu Chuyin personally confirmed it in front of him, he did not dare to be 100% sure no matter how much he felt Ling Hu Chuyin resembled Ke. I don't know where Ku went, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. The Hidden Dragon competition had officially come to an end with the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. Although Hua Tiandu was defeated, he still maintained his composure. After healing his injuries, he congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. I hope you'll take care of me and the Tianlong clan in the future. You're welcome, young sect leader. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and nodded with a smile at Hua Tiandu. Although he was not familiar with Hua Tiandu, since the other party was so polite, he naturally could not treat him coldly. Moreover, he had no enmity or conflict with the other party. If it was the Du brothers, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun brothers, he might have directly ignored them. After defeating Hua Tiandu, there was a wave of congratulations from the surroundings. Duan Lingtian could not greet everyone, so he just nodded with a smile. At the same time, he thought of the person who threatened him with a sound transmission that day. Patriarch, I won first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Ling Hu Renjia, and Ling Hu Renjia quickly replied. I knew you would definitely be first. Congratulations. Patriarch, you should be careful. Duan Lingtian said. Ha. Don't worry. Even if it wasn't a joke, it won't be that easy to kill me, Ling Hu Renjia. Ling Hu Renjia laughed. Hearing Ling Hu Renjia's laughter, the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart lessened by a lot. You kid, quickly return the high-grade divine sword to me. At this moment, Ling Hu Huan also walked up and clamored for Duan Lingtian to return his high-grade divine sword. However, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Elder Huan, didn't you say that as long as I won first place in this Hidden Dragon competition, you would give that sword to me? What? Are you regretting it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. That's because I didn't know you had a high-grade divine weapon. Ling Hu Huan said unhappily. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then with a raise of his hand, he really did return the high-grade divine weapon that Ling Hu Huan gave him, because he really did not lack high-grade divine weapons. Not to mention that he already had one. Even if he won first place in this Hidden Dragon competition, he would still be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon, and he could choose the type. It was fine if he wanted a sword or a blade. However, seeing Duan Lingtian hand over the sword, Ling Hu Huan was embarrassed. Kid, I was just joking. A loss is a loss. I, Ling Hu Huan, am not so unwilling to admit defeat. Ling Hu Huan waved his hand, and in the end, he did not accept the high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian handed over. However, since Duan Lingtian took it out, he naturally did not plan to return it, and in the end, he returned it to Ling Hu Huan's hands. As for Ling Hu Huan, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Did he care about this high-grade divine sword? He really did not care. Moreover, he gave Duan Lingtian a high-grade divine sword, which was actually equivalent to a favor. He never thought that with a joke, this favor would be gone. Looking at Duan Lingtian's appearance, he clearly knew that as well. At that instant, Ling Hu Huan truly felt that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Kid, why don't we make a deal? You still keep this divine weapon? Ling Hu Huan said with a smile. With the potential that Duan Lingtian had shown, his future achievements would definitely be above his. How could a high-grade divine weapon compare to a favor from Duan Lingtian in the future? However, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. This old man was very bad. He had returned the favor with great difficulty, yet he still wanted him to owe him a favor? What a joke. I'm not stupid. At that moment, Ling Hu Xianxia also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Hu Heng, who had not spoken all this time, nodded at Duan Lingtian. His stiff and thin face revealed a rare smile that was uglier than crying. Speak to your elders properly. After today, your elders will no longer be able to stay in my Tianlong temple. The voice of Elder Black Dragon, Lan Yushan, entered the ears of everyone present. Tomorrow morning, there will be people who will go to your temporary residences and bring you to your future cultivation grounds in the Tianlong clan. For the people who obtained the top 100 rankings of the Hidden Dragon competition, there will be elders who will deliver your rewards to you in a few days. In the next few days, it's best that you don't enter closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if you miss out on the rewards, the clan will not compensate you in the future. After Lan Yushan finished speaking, he left with Dongfang Yannian and the other elder White Dragon. Before leaving, his deep gaze fell on Duan Lingtian for a moment before leaving. As for the 10 inner sect elders who were in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, they also left. The Tianlong clan elders and disciples that came to watch also left one after another at this time. Only a group of new disciples of the Tianlong clan who were participating in the Hidden Dragon competition and their elders remained to talk. At this time, many people brought their juniors over to get closer to Duan Lingtian. Exalted Duan, in the future my family's boy will be your junior apprentice brother. I hope you can take care of him a little. Exalted Duan, I also have a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower. Do you want to consider her? Exalted Duan, the current Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people like a moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention. In a corner where he couldn't see, the Hidden Fog Sect's Tang Wuyan had at some unknown time arrived in front of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qian Yin. She said to Qian Yin, "Sect master, I regret this. I want to return to the Hidden Fog Sect." Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Miss 7 from the God King level sect Myriad Flower Valley arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. "Now, can you bring me to see Shui Haichuan?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people. Just as he was preparing to escape, Miss 7's arrival gave him a way out. "Come with me." As his voice fell, Duan Lingtian brought Miss 7 away. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Linghu Jingxing and Elder Hang Huan. "Ding Yan, do you think that Miss 7 has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian?" Ho Qingming asked with a smile. As for Ding Yan, he rolled his eyes at Ho Qingming. "What? Are you jealous?" At this time, Murong Inue looked at Ho Qingming with an unfriendly gaze. Ho Qingming couldn't help but look away in embarrassment. I was just joking." At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian winning first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition spread like a hurricane through the entire Tianlong clan. Perhaps not many people went to watch the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. However, there were still many people watching the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Many people were waiting for the results. When the results of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition came out, everyone was shocked. Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old, won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old and is a middle divine king. He condensed a doppelganger of the law of space, fused the 3 profundities of the law of space to perfection, and grasped the embryonic form of the way of the sword. Hua Tiandu, who isn't even 8,000 years old and is a high divine king. He fought to a draw with Duan Lingtian using the power of his bloodline. He was only defeated by Duan Lingtian when the power of his bloodline dissipated. His strength isn't below the number 1 core disciple of the 10,000 demon sect, Yang Qinya. These 2 people. I'm afraid that before long, those God Emperor level forces will send people over and extend an olive branch to them. Regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Hua Tiandu, they both became the focus of attention of the Tianlong clan in the following period of time. At the same time, a crisis was approaching Linghu City, where the Linghu family was located. More accurately, it was approaching the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. If you like Ling Tian War Reverend, please bookmark it. Ling Tian War Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 38:18. In the Linghu family. Linghu Renjia had a solemn expression on his face after he ended the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian. It was a stark contrast to the calm expression he had when Duan Lingtian had sent him the voice transmission. Someone had threatened Duan Lingtian that if Duan Lingtian dared to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition, they would take his life. Although he also felt that there was a high chance that someone was joking. Nevertheless, he had to be cautious. I didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would still be, Wuxia Xianxia sighed. Then, he took out a jade slip that was enshrouded in a mysterious light and crushed it. He then muttered, I only hope that I didn't delay her matters. At this moment, a silhouette appeared in Wuxia Xianxia's mind. It was a beautiful silhouette, a beautiful woman. However, in the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman changed. She became a young lady, a little girl. I really didn't expect that. The girl who used to chase after me in the past would grow to such an extent today. What exactly did she experience when she went to the world of divine remains? She seems to have changed completely when she came back this time. As Wuxia Xianxia sighed, a hint of heartache flashed across his eyes. She must not have had a good time these years. It's a pity that she's too stubborn and refuses to say anything. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation on Wuxia Xianxia's side. After he brought Miss Seven to Shui Haichuan's place, he left sensibly without waiting for Shui Haichuan to speak. He returned to his temporary residence in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. As for the 3 elders of the Linghu family, he had already informed them, so there was no need for him to bid them farewell. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, when he returned to his temporary residence, Ho Qingning was standing outside waiting for him. Why aren't you going back to your room? Why are you standing here waiting for me? Duan Lingtian. But now, Ho Qingning seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer as frivolous as before. His face was solemn and serious. Was it your idea? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. What did he mean? He didn't understand. Did you ask her to send someone to find my father and ask him to propose marriage to the Murong family? Ho Qingning asked grumpily. Fortunately, his father had not acted on his own. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. However, according to his father, if this matter was not resolved properly, it would not be good for their 10,000 Leaves sect. Aren't you interested in her? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he realize what Ho Qingning was talking about. Isn't this just right? When Ho Qingning heard this, his expression softened quite a bit, but his gaze was still unkind. I've already asked third miss. You've been instigating her since long ago. To think that I misunderstood and thought that you really. Ho Qingning didn't finish his sentence, but Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you continuing? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known that you have such deep feelings for her. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If this was my hometown, you would have to give me a referral fee. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian's hometown was naturally the Yan Huang realm's earth, not the mundane realm's Saint Region realm. Ho Qingning glared at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, but he didn't continue the topic. I'm not waiting for you here entirely because of this. Duan Lingtian, I've heard many people say that with your and Hua Tiandu's performance this time, the strongest God Emperor forces in Tungleng province will probably send people to invite you to their place. What do you think? Do you want to stay in the Tianlong clan or go to their place? Ho Qingning asked. This was also the reason why he was standing here and waiting for Duan Lingtian to come back. We'll see. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled casually. Ho Qingning asked this question because when he sent 7th Miss to Shui Haichuan's place, Shui Haichuan had also asked him about it and didn't really recommend him to go. Although the development there was better and the competition there was greater, sometimes it wasn't a matter of competition. If Duan Lingtian went there, it would be fine if he was willing to take the initiative to look for a backer, but Shui Haichuan saw that Duan Lingtian didn't intend to become a disciple of anyone. This situation was disadvantageous to Duan Lingtian. In fact, this was similar to what Duan Lingtian had thought before. A large part of the reason why he tried to keep a low profile was because of this. We'll see when the time comes. Ho Qingning frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian, I feel that this matter isn't urgent. In the Tianlong clan, you can rely on the Linghu family and elder Shui Haichuan. But if you go to those God Emperor level forces, with your character, even if you don't offend them, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. It's not good for you. I suggest that before you break through and become a god emperor, there's no need to go to those forces. Ho Qingning gave the same suggestion as Shui Haichuan. I'll think about it. Duan Ling Tian nodded but didn't give Ho Qingning a definite answer. Finally, under Ho Qingning's worried gaze, he returned to his room. If those god emperor level forces really send people, should I go? After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and considered this question seriously. Brother Haichuan and Ho Qingning's suggestions are good. However, apart from my innate talent and comprehension, I also have the ability to refine pills. If I keep the fact that I can refine limited king-grade divine pills, those god emperor level forces will fight to get me to join them. After all, even an emperor-grade divine pill master would find it difficult to refine king-grade divine pills. Duan Ling Tian weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Why had he come to the realm of gods in such a hurry? Wasn't it to improve his strength so that he could enter the world of divine offering 300 years later, rescue Ku-er, and gain the recognition of the family behind Ku-er? I'll think about it carefully. Whether it's staying in the Tianlong clan or joining one of those god emperor level forces, there are pros and cons. I'll weigh the pros and cons before I make a decision. For now, I should wait for the rewards of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian was no longer in a hurry. He calmed himself down and closed his eyes to cultivate. That night, apart from the 3 elders of the Linghu family, the people from the other god emperor level forces, and the elders of the Tianlong clan's new disciples were brought away from the Tianlong temple. Early the next morning, Dongfang Yannian, the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, appeared and brought Duan Ling Tian and the other new inner sect disciples to the cultivation area of the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples. As for the outer sect elders, they were brought away by another white dragon elder. In the Tianlong clan, to become an inner sect disciple, the God King stage is the threshold. However, not everyone can become an inner sect disciple after becoming a God King. It also depends on the profundities one has comprehended. Along the way, Dongfang Yannian spoke frankly with assurance. Perhaps all of you came from God Emperor level sects. In God Emperor level sects, above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. In our Tianlong clan, above the inner sect disciples are the Azure Dragon disciples. Any inner sect disciple under the age of 10,000 can challenge the Azure Dragon disciple test. If they succeed, they will become an Azure Dragon disciple. Azure Dragon disciples enjoy much better treatment in the sect compared to inner sect disciples. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the secret chamber of the laws of the sect as an example. Unless an inner sect disciple uses a large amount of sect contribution points to exchange for time to cultivate, they won't be able to enter under normal circumstances. Azure Dragon disciples can enter the secret chamber of laws to comprehend the laws for free every year. When Dongfang Yannian spoke up to this point, the eyes of many people, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up. They had all heard of Azure Dragon disciples before coming here. However, it was the first time they had heard of the exact treatment. In our Tianlong clan, there aren't many Azure Dragon disciples. Currently, there are only 70 or so people, and the upper limit is 100. During the most glorious time, the number of Azure Dragon disciples exceeded 100. At that time, the requirement to become an Azure Dragon disciple wasn't just to pass the test, but also to defeat one of the Azure Dragon disciples in order to replace them and become a new Azure Dragon disciple. Unlike now, where you only need to pass the test to become an Azure Dragon disciple. As Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, many people became restless. Dongfang Yannian had also noticed this. Many of you have a chance to become an Azure Dragon disciple. For example, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu. As long as they participate in the test, if nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely become Azure Dragon disciples. As for Ji Wucheng, Du Pejuan, 7th young lady, and the others, they also have a chance. This year's Hidden Dragon competition is the most dazzling competition in the history of the Tianlong clan. It's enough to be recorded in the history of the Tianlong clan. For example, in the previous Tianlong Grand competition, the person who obtained first place at that time only had strength comparable to the few of you. As Dongfang Yannian spoke up to hear, he glanced at Ji Wuchang, Du Pejuan, seventh young lady, and the others. In an instant, even more people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. These two people were, without a doubt, monsters among them. We've arrived. Soon, Dongfang Yannian's voice sounded. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw that they had arrived within a vast and narrow canyon. On the two sides of the canyon, there were many courtyards with individual houses hidden within. Moreover, in front of these courtyards, there were some blank stone tablets, and some had stone tablets with names carved on them. You can all occupy the courtyards with blank stone tablets in front of the courtyards. However, before you occupy them, you must carve your names on the stone tablets. This way, you can avoid being disturbed in conflict. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, everyone nodded. At the center of the canyon, there was an enormous palace. Many people were going in and out, and it seemed to be quite lively. That's the Internal Affairs Hall. The word Internal Affairs in the Internal Affairs Hall represents the meaning of inner sect missions, and not another literal meaning. When he saw Duan Lingtian and the others' gazes land on the palace, Dongfang Yannian timely opened his mouth to explain. If you want to earn sect contribution points, you can go inside and accept missions. Chapter 38:19. Even though the Tianlong clan didn't have any God Emperor experts, as a clan that had produced quite a few God Emperors in the past, it had a very deep foundation. Even the most supreme God Emperor level powers couldn't compare to it. Precisely because of this, the Tianlong clan had an abundance of cultivation resources that those God Emperor level powers couldn't compare to. But in the Tianlong clan, if one wanted to obtain cultivation resources, apart from the Tianlong clan actively giving them to them, one had to rely on oneself to fight for them. In the Tianlong clan, as long as one had enough contribution points, one could exchange them for cultivation resources that the Tianlong clan could afford. For example, the Emperor fruit that the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition had received. It wasn't sold in the External Affairs Hall where the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciples cultivated, but it was sold in the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the price was very high. Comparatively speaking, obtaining the Emperor fruit in the Hidden Dragon competition could be said to be an enormous profit. It was enough to make many of the Tianlong clan's high god kings feel envious and jealous. Everyone, disperse. As Dongfang Yannian spoke, the crowd dispersed. In the end, Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian into a large courtyard that Duan Lingtian had chosen. He sat down across from Duan Lingtian at a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. This scene was seen by quite a few people. This Duan Lingtian seems to be quite familiar with Elder Dongfang Yannian. Elder Dongfang Yannian is Elder White Dragon. Duan Lingtian has this sort of relationship with Elder White Dragon. Even though he's just entered the Tianlong clan, there are probably very few people in the Tianlong clan who would casually offend him. He's actually familiar with Elder White Dragon, how enviable. Right now, quite a few inner sect disciples were looking at the violet-clothed youth seated across from Dongfang Yannian. All of them had looks of envy and jealousy on their faces. Little Tian. After sitting down, Dongfang Yannian's expression became much more serious. If there's nothing important, don't leave the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, your safety is guaranteed. But that may not be the case after leaving the Tianlong clan. If you really want to leave the Tianlong clan, you can ask your friend Ding Yan. As long as revered Elder Sikong is willing to help, he can ask a Black Dragon Elder to protect you. With the protection of Elder Black Dragon, unless Vice Sect Leader Shui personally makes a move, no one can kill you. As for Vice Sect Leader Shui, it's impossible for him to personally make a move. After all, he might not have the confidence to kill Elder Black Dragon before Elder Black Dragon sends out a message. We are both high-level deity emperors. Even if his comprehension of laws is stronger, there is a limit to how strong he can be. From Dongfang Yannian's words, he clearly knew that Duan Lingtian's strongest enemy in the Tianlong clan was the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect Leader Shui. Although Vice Sect Leader Shui and Duan Lingtian didn't have any direct conflict, Vice Sect Leader Shui's only daughter was Duan Lingtian's daughter. However, Vice sect leader Shui's only daughter was married to the second disciple of the Black Sect's elder Kuang Tianzheng, and there was enmity between Kuang Tianzheng and Duan Ling Tian for killing his disciple. No matter what the truth was. At least, that was what Kuang Tianzheng believed. Moreover, Kuang Tianzheng's dead disciple, Chu Han, was the junior brother of Vice sect leader Shui's son-in-law. Vice sect leader Shui loved his daughter as much as his own life. As long as his daughter asked for his help in killing Duan Ling Tian, and he could guarantee that the news wouldn't be leaked, Vice sect leader Shui would most likely be willing to personally make a move. Thank you for your reminder, big brother Yannian. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a solemn expression. Actually, Shui Haichuan had already reminded him of what Dongfang Yannian had said, so he didn't have any plans to leave the Tianlong clan. Right now, the most important thing for him was to increase his cultivation level. In this world where the strong were respected, without strength, one couldn't even control one's own fate. This feeling made Duan Ling Tian feel an enormous pressure, to the point of suffocation. It's good that you understand. Send me a message if you need anything. Dongfang Yannian smiled, then stood up and didn't stay any longer. As for Duan Ling Tian, he returned to his room and began to condense his other law clones. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, instead waiting for the rewards of the hidden dragon competition to arrive. A few days later, Dongfang Yannian reappeared and personally gave him the rewards. An Emperor Ascension Pill. There was also a passage medallion that allowed one to enter the Tianlong clan's law chamber to comprehend laws for a year. Apart from that, there were also many divine pills that could help divine kings cultivate. Although they weren't as valuable as the Emperor Ascension Pill, there were many of them, and they could help Duan Ling Tian break through to the high divine king realm. These divine pellets are all relatively rare divine pellets. The Linghu clan doesn't have the recipe for the divine pellets, and I've never refined them before. It's also because of this that I've never consumed these divine pellets in the past. My body doesn't have any resistance to these divine pellets. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. However, among these divine pills, the first one he took was still the Emperor Ascension Pill. The Emperor Ascension Pill didn't need to be taken after reaching the high divine king realm, it could be taken before the breakthrough. The medicinal energy would be stored in the body, and would be released at a critical moment to break through the bottleneck from the high divine king realm to the lower divine emperor realm. This Emperor Ascension Pill is truly miraculous. Feeling the Emperor Ascension Pill's medicinal energy hidden in his body without the slightest leakage, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. One had to know that all the divine pills he had refined and condensed, including the Emperor-level divine pills, would still consume some of the medicinal energy even if he tried to prevent it from dissipating. However, this Emperor Ascension Pill didn't show any signs of dissipating. Outside Linghu's city, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a skinny old man with a cold expression, and he was looking indifferently at Linghu's city not far away. After a long while, he murmured, "Linghu Renjia, the Linghu family. I've long heard of the Linghu family's clan protection formation. It's very impressive. Today, I'd like to see it for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand, and a token hanging from his waist flew into his hand, then disappeared. It was obvious that he had put it away into his storage ring. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the command token that the old man put away was shockingly exactly the same as the Black Dragon Elder's command token that hung on the waist of Azure Feather Mountain during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition a few days ago. It was the identity token of the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. I owe Vice Sect Master Shui a favor. This time, you can only consider yourself unlucky. When he spoke again, the old man's figure flickered, and he entered Linghu's city like a ghost. After arriving in the sky above Linghu's city, the old man looked down at the entire city. At the same time, his footsteps slowed down, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the sky. As expected, it looks like the so-called Hidden Fog Sect's Grand Elder self-destructing the small world within his body isn't a false rumor. As the old man muttered to himself, his feet swayed, and he arrived outside the Linghu family's mansion on the east side of Linghu city in the blink of an eye. Then, he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the Linghu family's mansion. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and entered the Linghu family's mansion. A moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. This array formation is indeed mysterious. In the past, I only heard that the Linghu family once produced an amazing array master, but I didn't expect his level to be so high. With this level of skill in setting up formations, even if he's compared to me, he's not much inferior. However, there are still many flaws. As he spoke, the old man's tone became more arrogant. If I want to break this array, it will be quite troublesome, but temporarily paralyzing this array formation isn't a problem. With the array formation paralyzed, it won't be difficult to find that Linghu Xianxia. As the old man muttered to himself, his hands danced. Divine power was shot out from his hands, silently fusing into the array formation and tampering with it. During this process, the Linghu family's mansion was quiet. It was obvious that no one noticed anything unusual. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man stopped. It's done. Whoosh. In the next moment, the old man's figure blurred and he entered the Linghu family's mansion like a ghost. He appeared in front of a Linghu family elder who was drinking tea in the courtyard. Before the Linghu family elder could react, the old man had already placed a hand on his shoulder. A terrifying divine power surged into his body and suppressed the Linghu family elder's divine power. Mid-divine emperor? The Linghu family elder was only a higher divine king. When he sensed the divine power, which was even stronger than that of the Linghu family elders, his heart trembled. Who was this middle-level divine emperor? How had he entered the Linghu family's mansion? The Linghu family's mansion was said to be difficult for even a higher divine emperor to enter. Take me to Linghu Xianxia. If you dare try anything funny, you'll definitely die. As the Linghu family elder's heart trembled, the old man spoke in an indifferent tone. He did not dare to doubt the old man's words. In the end, the Linghu family elder brought the old man to the mansion of the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Xianxia, out of fear of death. Bang! When the old man's divine sense swept out and detected the aura of a lower divine emperor in the front yard of Linghu Xianxia's mansion, he guessed that it was Linghu Xianxia. With a wave of his hand, the Linghu family elder's body trembled and turned into a mist of blood. Even his robe was reduced to fine powder and disappeared like dust. Whoosh! The old man's figure flashed and he entered the front yard of Linghu Xianxia's mansion. Within the pavilion in the courtyard, Linghu Xianxia, who had just sensed the commotion outside, had a drastic change in his expression. Before he could recover from his shock, he saw an incomparably swift figure appear before his eyes. Who are you? Linghu Xianxia's pupils constricted and his expression changed again. This person had ignored the protective array of the Linghu family and intruded into the Linghu family's mansion. Linghu Xianxia? The old man did not respond to Linghu Xianxia. Instead, he asked a question. Are you, from the Tianlong clan? Linghu Xianxia took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Looks like I'm right. The old man muttered to himself. Then, he released his divine power. With a wave of his hand, a green wind blade whizzed out, creating a tearing sound in the air. Linghu Xianxia did not seem to be able to react in time. Of course, this was also because the difference in strength between the two was too great. Whoosh! A beautiful figure appeared silently in front of Linghu Xianxia. The old man's attack, which could easily kill an ordinary middle-level god emperor, had just arrived in front of the beautiful figure when it was crushed into nothingness. Chapter 38-20. Su Tongyuan was the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. He was a high-level celestial emperor who specialized in arrays and was recognized as one of the top 3 array masters in the Tianlong clan. He was not weak either, having comprehended the fusion of 2 of the 4 profundities of the Law of Wind. Just now, when he attacked Linghu Xianxia, he had used the Wind Blade profundity to fuse 3 other profundities of the Law of Wind. It was a fusion of 4 profundities. Coupled with his high-level celestial emperor divine power, killing a low-level celestial emperor was as easy as killing a chicken. However, to his absolute surprise, his attack was actually blocked by someone. Moreover, the other party did not even make a move. All she did was appear in front of Linghu Xianxia, and an invisible protective divine power shattered his attack. The aura contained in the protective divine power caused his expression to change drastically. A celestial emperor powerhouse. At this moment, Su Tongyuan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, his eyes wide open. She was actually a celestial emperor powerhouse. Even the Tianlong clan did not have a celestial emperor powerhouse. Although the Tianlong clan was now a celestial emperor clan, it relied on the celestial emperor powerhouses that had appeared in the past to retain the title of a celestial emperor clan. Of the Tianlong clan's celestial emperor powerhouses, with the exception of a few who had disappeared without a trace, the rest had died in the 1,000-year tribulation. Even the few celestial emperors who had disappeared without a trace had most likely perished in the 1,000-year tribulation. However, because they did not return to the Tianlong clan to undergo the tribulation and did not send any news back to the Tianlong clan did not know about their situation and still thought that they had gone missing. Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan greets my lord. Su Tongyuan took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless and frightened emotions. However, it was not difficult to see his fear from his trembling body. How could this be? How could this be? Why would a celestial emperor appear here? Wasn't the Linghu family just a god emperor family? Normally, he could easily destroy a godly emperor-level clan that didn't even have a medium godly emperor, let alone killing their patriarch, who was just a low-level godly emperor. But now, what was going on? He had found the person, and had also made a move to kill the other party. However, an immortal emperor had appeared and saved him. A god emperor from a god emperor clan? Are you kidding me? I'm not dreaming, am I? Even though Su Tongyuan had lived for tens of thousands of years and his heart was as still as water, at that very moment, he couldn't remain calm in front of an emperor god expert who could kill him with a flip of his palm. Now, he just wanted to survive. The Sky Dragon Sect's Black Dragon Elder token that he had hidden before entering the city had also been hung back on his waist. In the beginning, Huang Xiaolong didn't want others to know that it was a Sky Dragon Sect inner sect elder who came to the Linghu family manor to kill Linghu Renjia. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Once the matter blew up and he was found to be the culprit, even if the Sky Dragon Sect didn't kill him, they would punish him. This matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, the Linghu family was a godly emperor-level force affiliated with the Tianlong clan. But now, he only wanted to use his status as the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder to save his life. Perhaps the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder had a history with the Tianlong clan and would spare his life out of respect for his status as the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. The Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder, a dignified god emperor, actually came to the small Linghu family to kill someone. I really want to know how my brother offended you to make you kill him as soon as you saw him. The beautiful woman wore a long yellow dress that made her look elegant and graceful. Although she looked to be in her 30s, she still had an outstanding charm that was breathtaking. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, Su Tongyuan's body trembled violently, and his expression changed again. Brother? Linghu Renjie was this god emperor expert's brother? Was this a joke? No. There must be a mistake somewhere. Su Tongyuan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the middle-aged man behind the beautiful woman. My lord, I made a mistake. The person I'm looking for isn't him. Su Tongyuan was so frightened that he didn't even know what to say. Elder Su, are you sure you made a mistake? Linghu Renjie also spoke at this time. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Su Tongyuan. Although this is the first time I, Linghu Renjie, have met Elder Su for a long time. I know that Elder Su is not only the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, but also one of the top 3 array masters in the Tianlong clan. This time, you came to kill me. If I'm not wrong, you're here on Vice Sect Leader Shue's orders, right? Linghu Renjie looked at Su Tongyuan with a mocking gaze as he spoke. Of course, although he looked like this on the surface, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The Black Dragon Elder. The Black Dragon Elder had actually personally come to kill him. Fortunately, he had called Renfeng back in time. Otherwise, he would have died just now. That's right. Vice sect leader Shui asked me to do it. After confirming that the middle-aged man in front of him was Linghu Renjie, Su Tongyuan's heart trembled. At the same time, he didn't care if he had betrayed the person behind him. Now, he only had one thought, and that was that the God Emperor in front of him would spare his life. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate until now. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to go through another 8 or 10,000 year heavenly tribulations. In other words, he had at least more than 10,000 years to live. Even if he knew that he would most likely die under the heavenly tribulation after 10,000 years, he still cherished his life. Clan leader Linghu, I have no enmity with you. It's precisely because I owe Vice Sect leader Shui a favor that I've lost my mind to find trouble with you. Please forgive me, Clan leader Linghu. As long as Clan leader Linghu is willing to let bygones be bygones, Su Tongyuan, will do my best to fulfill Clan leader Linghu's request. Su Tongyuan bowed to Linghu Renjie. Linghu Renjie was just a low-level divine emperor that he didn't even put in his eyes. Now, his life was in the hands of Su Tongyuan. At this moment, there was only regret in Su Tongyuan's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed to Vice Sect leader Shui's request to attack Linghu Renjie. Humph. At this moment, before Linghu Renjie could speak, the beautiful woman in front of him had already let out a cold snort. Then, she waved her hand disdainfully. In an instant, the violent energy caused the space to fold as if it would collapse at any time. Then, it landed on Su Tongyuan's body. Su Tongyuan's expression changed drastically, and the divine power in his body surged wildly. However, in front of the energy that enveloped him, his power was like the difference between a stream and the waves. It wasn't worth mentioning. Whoosh! As the energy swept past, Su Tongyuan turned into ashes as if he had evaporated from the world. Not even the blood mist was left behind. The place where he stood before was as clean as before. While Linghu Renjie heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a complicated gaze. Ren Feng, although I suspected that you were already an emperor god, the gap between us was too big, so I couldn't be sure. You must have had a hard time in the divine offering land all these years, right? When Linghu Renjie reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of heartache in his eyes. The beautiful woman in front of him was his biological sister, Linghu Renfeng. When Linghu Renfeng was young, she had left the profound Handle land and went to the divine offering land. She had not returned for many years. It was only recently that she had returned. If it wasn't for the fact that Linghu Renfeng's soul orb was intact, Linghu Renjie would have thought that his sister had died. Brother, there are some things that I don't want to talk about. Linghu Renfeng shook her head gently. In a pair of autumn eyes that Linghu Renjie could not see, there was a fierce look in them at the right time, as if she had thought of something unpleasant. All right. Linghu Renjie sighed. Girl, you've grown up now, and you're much stronger than me. I'm not as good as you. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But I still want to say, if you're unhappy outside, you can return to the clan. I don't expect you to lead the clan to become a God Emperor clan. I only hope that you can be as happy and carefree as before you went to the divine offering land. Back then, you were so happy, so happy. But now, before Linghu Renjie could finish his words, Linghu Renfeng interrupted him. Brother, why did the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan attack you? Also, he said that it was the Tianlong clan's vice sect master Shui who ordered him to kill you? How did you offend him? When her voice fell, Linghu Renfeng turned around and looked at Linghu Renjie. The fierce look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by traces of coldness. Now, in this world, there were only 3 people that she cared about. Her brother. And her 2 daughters. Although she already had the intention of going to the Tianlong clan to kill that vice sect master Shui, she still found it strange that her brother would provoke such an existence. The difference in status was too big. Linghu Renjie didn't conceal anything from his younger sister, and he slowly spoke of the sequence of events. After he finished speaking, he laughed in contempt. That vice sect leader Shui is obviously worried about Duan Ling Tian's growth, and that's why he's unwilling to have him charge into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. I really didn't expect that a little guy who's not even 3,000 years old could make him do this. What I didn't expect even more was that he would stand up for Kuang Tianjing. When he finished speaking, Linghu Renjia's eyes were filled with coldness. Is it because of others? Linghu Renfeng suddenly understood. She knew that her brother had always been steady and wouldn't offend the higher-ups of the Tianlong clan. Right. Suddenly, Linghu Renjia thought of something. He looked at Linghu Renfeng. Renfeng, does Chuyin have another name, Xianxia? What Linghu Renjia didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Linghu Renfeng's eyes instantly turned red. At the same time, the divine power in her body started to become restless. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Linghu Renjia, a low-level divine emperor, to tremble and be sent flying. After a while, the restless aura on Linghu Renfeng's body finally calmed down. At this time, the courtyard of Linghu Renjia's residence was in a mess, like a ruin. Renfeng, what happened to you? Linghu Renjia barely managed to stop his body, but his face that had turned red from the pressure of the aura just now did not ease up. Brother, how did you know? Xianxia. Linghu Renfeng's eyes were red as she looked at Linghu Renjia. Xianxia was her other daughter, the daughter who was taken away when she was still an infant. Chapter 38-21. Linghu Renjia was also a little stunned by his sister's loss of composure. And now, facing Linghu Renfeng's question, Linghu Renjia also faintly realized that something was wrong. The name Xia Xuaning seemed to be a little sensitive to his sister. Was it because his niece Chuyin was really Xia Xuaning, Duan Lingtian's wife, or was it because of something else? I heard it from Duan Lingtian. In front of his sister, Linghu Renjia didn't intend to hide anything. And whether his niece was Duan Lingtian's wife or not, that was the only way to confirm it. Duan Lingtian? Hearing Linghu Renjia's words, Linghu Renfeng's emotions eased a little, but she couldn't help but frown slightly. Just now, I felt that this name was a little familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Linghu Renjia smiled bitterly. Previously, when Chuyin went to Junlin City with Elder Qing Zhe, she was stopped by him on the street. Many people knew about this matter. Although he didn't tell his sister must have heard about it. I remember now, it's him. Linghu Renfeng nodded, then asked, why would he suddenly mention the name Xianxia? Even now, when Linghu Renfeng mentioned the three words Xianxia, her emotions fluctuated slightly. This was because she was trying hard to control herself. He said that Xianxia was his wife. Linghu Renjia sighed. That day, it was because he saw Chuyin, who looked exactly like his wife and had a similar temperament, in Junlin City that he thought she was his wife. Then, he stopped her on the street. Later, he came to Linghu City to confirm whether Chuyin was his wife or not. Later, he left the Hidden Fog sect and came to our Linghu family. Linghu Renjia told the whole story in one breath, including the rumor that Duan Lingtian had told him about his wife being separated from him. It's actually him. And now, after Linghu Renjia finished listening to her brother, Linghu Renjia, her gaze became absent-minded. When she spoke again, even Linghu Renjia was puzzled. Why did his sister keep repeating this? What was going on? However, he did not know that Linghu Renfeng's current state of mind was extremely complicated. This was the first time she had heard of the name Duan Lingtian. However, she knew very well about her other daughter, Xia Xuaning. Her eldest daughter, Xia Xuaning, was unwilling to marry Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. She had committed suicide and passed away ever since. It was also at that time that she completely gave up on that man, the head of the Xia family, Xia Yu. He even thought that he would never cross paths with him again in this life. In fact, they would never know that he had another daughter. Furthermore, they would never know that she, Linghu Renfeng, was still alive. Back then, when Linghu Renfeng left the Profound Handle Land and went to the Divine Offering Land, she accidentally met Xia Yu, who was not the head of the Xia family at that time. Even though she knew that he had a wife and a son, she did not regret it. Later on, she became pregnant with Xia Yu's child. At that time, she thought that it was fine for her to put down her pride and become Xia Yu's concubine for the sake of the child in her womb. However, she did not expect that Xia Yu's first wife would order someone to kill her and take away her 2 children. In the end, she was lucky enough to escape. However, she only managed to take away 1 child, Linghu Chuyin. It was also because of that disaster that Linghu Chuyin was afflicted with a chronic illness when she was still an infant. Every once in a while, her current memories would disappear without a trace. After that, Linghu Renfeng brought her youngest daughter everywhere to look for a cure. At the same time, she did not forget to inquire about the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. She wanted to know how her eldest daughter was doing. When she learned that her eldest daughter had become the eldest daughter of the Xia family and was doted on, she was completely relieved. At the same time, she thought that as long as her eldest daughter was well, she would accept it no matter how difficult it was for her. However, she did not expect that thousands of years later, she would hear that her eldest daughter had committed suicide and passed away. Since then, she had been on the verge of despair. She wanted to go to the Xia family to see how Xia Yu would take care of his daughter. However, before she could see Xia Yu, she was stopped by Xia Yu's first wife. She said that she was already a dead person in Xia Yu's eyes. If she insisted on letting Xia Yu know that she was still alive, her youngest daughter would not be able to live either. As for her eldest daughter, Xia Yu's first wife told her that there was hope for her to reincarnate. At that time, although she was extremely angry, she still gritted her teeth and endured the grievances and pain in silence for the sake of her youngest daughter. It was not until many years later that she heard that the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Xuaning, had returned that she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Her daughter had returned. However, not long after, she heard that her eldest daughter had entered the planar battlefield to escape her fate. Later on, she heard that after her eldest daughter was found by the Xia and Yin families, she had mysteriously disappeared in order to escape the search of the 2 families. At that time, Linghu Renfeng, who had just painstakingly cured her youngest daughter's illness, wanted to send her youngest daughter back to her maternal family, the Linghu family, which she had not returned to for many years. She went to the planar battlefield to look for her eldest daughter. However, her youngest daughter was unwilling to leave her side. Moreover, her youngest daughter and eldest daughter were twins, so they had a certain telepathy with each other. Perhaps they could help each other find their older sister. Therefore, she brought her youngest daughter into the planar battlefield of the Profound Handle Land to look for the spatial barrier that led to the Divine Offering Land and wait for an opportunity to break through the spatial barrier. Back then, she had also used this method to return to the Profound Handle Land and the Linghu family. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. For Ning Shui, he came from the mundane world to the Profound Handle Land. Moreover, he even has the cultivation of a divine king. Linghu Renfeng murmured, right now, he seems to be only slightly over 700 years old, right? Slightly over 700 years old? Upon hearing Linghu Renfeng's words, Linghu Renjie was stunned. Renfeng, you said. Duan Lingtian is only slightly over 700 years old? Isn't he over 2,700 years old? 2,700 years old? Linghu Renfeng was stunned when she heard this. Then, she glanced at Linghu Renjie and said, it seems like that kid knows how to conceal his strength. Brother, don't you know that some divine pills can conceal one's bone age? Linghu Renjie was enlightened when he heard Linghu Renfeng's words. Then, he thought about what his younger sister had muttered earlier. Linghu Renjie asked, Renfeng, based on what you said earlier, could Chuyin really be Duan Lingtian's wife, Xia Xuaning? No. Linghu Renfeng shook her head. Then, as Linghu Renjie was still in a daze, she said, brother, since you're fine now, I'll take my leave. As for that deputy clan leader Shui of the Tianlong clan, I'll take care of him. As soon as she finished speaking, Linghu Renfeng did not wait for Linghu Renjie to reply. Her figure flashed, and she left like a ghost. Only Linghu Renjie was left standing on the spot with a confused look on his face. As a god-level clan, the Tianlong clan's protective array was extraordinarily strong. Even though the Linghu family had once produced an array master, the protective array of the Linghu family's protective array was far inferior to the protective array of the Tianlong clan. The protective array of the Tianlong clan was said to be unbreakable by ordinary god-level experts. Today, however, a figure came from beyond the heavens and barged into the protective array of the Tianlong clan at an astonishing speed. Boom! Rumble! The protective array of the Tianlong clan shook, and waves of terrifying killing energy appeared. If you don't stop the array in 3 breaths' time, I'll annihilate the Tianlong clan. A cold voice sounded, and it spread throughout the Tianlong temple. Everyone in the Tianlong clan was alarmed, and they were extremely shocked. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations descended from above the Tianlong temple. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the killing energy formed by the protective array was shattered. It could not withstand a single blow. At the same time, the terrifying energy fluctuations descended, causing the 9 mountain ranges of the Tianlong temple to tremble, as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Which god emperor are you? Lord God Emperor, why have you come to the Tianlong clan? Lord God Emperor, you, figures soared into the sky from various parts of the heavenly dragon sect. Many of them spoke loudly. Although their voices were filled with anger, they were doing their best to suppress it. These people, without exception, were all experts of the Tianlong clan, and they were all high-level divine emperors. However, although they appeared, no one paid them any attention. At this moment, in a valley of the Tianlong temple, a figure who had just stepped into the sky was enveloped by an invisible force and fell down. Who is it? The person who was pressed down was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly at the same time. Bang! However, even though the middle-aged man tried his best, he still could not resist the force falling from the sky. He was pressed into the ground and sank into it. Whoosh! A beautiful figure silently appeared in front of the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man sank into the ground as if he was lying there. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, his expression changed greatly. God. God Emperor Expert. Just now, it was you? The middle-aged man was the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Xuemingji. Xuemingji, as the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, was so strong that he was even stronger than the Black Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. In the entire Tianlong clan, even the strongest people could not suppress him like this. Now, he was almost certain that the beautiful woman in front of him was a genuine God Emperor expert. When he thought about how she had crushed the Tianlong clan's great protective array, his heart trembled again. This was not something an ordinary God Emperor could do. Su Tongyuan is already dead. The beautiful woman was Linghu Renfeng, who had come to the Tianlong clan after leaving the Linghu family. She looked down at Xuemingji and said indifferently. When Xuemingji heard this, his heart trembled, and his pupils shrank. You are? Chapter 38-22. At this moment, Xuemingji's heart was filled with despair. Although the person in front of him hadn't revealed her identity, when she said that Su Tongyuan was dead, he realized that Su Tongyuan's death was most likely related to what he had asked Su Tongyuan to do. However, he couldn't figure it out. Didn't he just ask Su Tongyuan to kill the patriarch of a God Emperor clan that didn't even have a God Emperor? Why did he provoke such a powerful God Emperor that caused his heart to palpitate? At this moment, Xuemingji also noticed that the divine sense he extended out to seek help was completely sealed off by an even stronger divine sense. It was even to the extent that even his transmission was blocked, and he was unable to send it out. This wasn't hard to figure out from the fact that no one had come to him for a long time. His transmission must have been blocked. Linghu Renjia is my elder brother from the same father and mother. Faced with Xuemingji's anxious inquiry, the beautiful woman, Linghu Renfeng, calmly replied. Although Xuemingji had already mentally prepared himself and guessed that the God Emperor before him was most likely here for the Linghu clan and Linghu Renjia, when he heard the other party's words, Xuemingji's heart was filled with despair. This God Emperor powerhouse was actually Linghu Renjia's younger sister. How could a small god emperor clan produce such a powerful god emperor? Why hadn't he heard of this before? At this moment, Xue Mingji's heart was filled with disbelief and fear. He had ordered someone to kill the elder brother of this god emperor expert before him. To be able to die at the hands of Lord God Emperor Xue Mingji have not lived in vain. Xue Mingji's eyes were filled with despair as he spoke bitterly. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead this time. He had actually asked someone to kill this god emperor's elder brother. If he were him, he definitely wouldn't let him, the instigator, off. As for why they could come to him, it wasn't hard to guess that Su Tongyuan must have sold him out. Of course, he didn't blame Su Tongyuan, because if he were Su Tongyuan, he would definitely expose the mastermind in order to survive. However, based on the current situation, although Su Tongyuan had betrayed him, he was still dead. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly survive? If that girl hadn't married that disciple of Kuang Tianzheng, if I hadn't been soft-hearted and interfered in this matter because that girl had begged me, I wouldn't have fallen into this situation. At this moment, Xue Mingji's heart was filled with regret. Of course, he also knew that there was no medicine for regret. Now, he didn't even have the heart to beg for mercy. The other party had even killed Su Tongyuan, so how could he, the person behind the scenes, be let off? Just as Xue Mingji was about to lose all hope, Linghu Renfeng calmly said, "Who said I wanted to kill you?" These words caused Xue Mingji to be dumbstruck at first, but then his face was filled with ecstasy. "Sir, you won't kill me? I don't care what enmity you have with Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Linghu Renfeng indifferently looked at Xue Mingji and said, "I don't care how you deal with Duan Lingtian. He's only a guest of the Linghu family, and he's already left the Linghu family. His life and death have nothing to do with me. However, if you dare to make a move against a member of the Linghu family again, I will definitely kill you. Do you understand?" As Linghu Renfeng finished speaking, his deep gaze stared into Xue Mingji's eyes. Currently, Xue Mingji's face was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Hearing Linghu Renfeng's question, he hurriedly replied, I understand. Sir, don't worry, from today onwards, as long as it is a member of the Linghu family with the surname Linghu, I will definitely be courteous to them, and will definitely not make a move against them. I hope you'll do as you say. Otherwise, no matter how deeply you hide, I'll still be able to find you. After Linghu Renfeng finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, disappearing in front of Xue Mingji's eyes. At this moment, Xue Mingji was finally able to control the divine power in his body. Just now, his divine power had been completely suppressed by his opponent, and he was unable to move. His body shook, and the first thing Xue Mingji did after coming out of the crater was to pick up some dirt and fill in the human-shaped crater. He didn't want anyone else to know about what had happened today. After filling up the crater, Xue Mingji's face was filled with fear. After surviving a calamity, he looked around and felt that this world was so beautiful. Why didn't he feel this way before? Luckily. From what she said, as long as I don't attack anyone from the Linghu family with the surname Linghu, everything will be fine. As for dealing with Duan Lingtian, she won't care. Xue Mingji heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, I still can't let that Duan Lingtian go. That Duan Lingtian, I had no enmity with him in the past, but this time, because of him, I was almost killed by that god emperor. I can't find that god emperor for revenge, and I don't dare to find trouble with the Linghu family, but that doesn't mean that I can't find trouble with him. Even the god emperor couldn't protect him, what do I have to fear? A murderous intent flashed in Xue Mingji's eyes. Ever since he had started cultivating, this was the first time he had been so humiliated. He had been pinned down in a pit, but since he was weaker than the other party, he could only accept it. Moreover, because the other party was too strong, he didn't dare to think about revenge. However, when he thought about the cause of this incident and the fact that the god emperor had no intention of protecting Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but want to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if I don't kill that Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely find out about this from Linghu Renjie of the Linghu family. He'll definitely know that I'm the one who wants to kill him. Such a young genius with so much potential. If he doesn't die, when he grows up in the future, the one who dies will be me. I have to kill him in the cradle. When he thought of this, the murderous intent in Xue Mingji's eyes grew even stronger. At the same time, he sent a message to his son-in-law, who was also the second disciple of the inner sect elder, Huang Tianjing. Find your master and come to my place together. I have something to tell you. Xue Mingji didn't intend to tell anyone about the arrival of the God Emperor. After all, this was an extremely embarrassing matter. However, he still wanted to warn Huang Tianjing and his disciple that they could target Duan Lingtian in the future, but they couldn't have any thoughts about the Linghu family. He didn't want that God Emperor to vent his anger on him because of Huang Tianjing and his disciples' foolish actions against the Linghu family. He didn't think that he would be so lucky next time. An earthquake occurred in the Tianlong temple. Other than those who were in seclusion, everyone else was alarmed. Duan Lingtian was also startled awake. Walking out of his room and into the courtyard, Duan Lingtian easily noticed that a group of inner sect disciples had gathered in the air and were discussing animatedly. Is it the arrival of a God Emperor? I think so. A God Emperor is too scary. He directly attacked and forcefully broke our Tianlong clan's protective array. He even threatened to destroy our entire Tianlong clan if we don't stop the array. It's obvious that the array has been stopped. That God Emperor is probably not an ordinary God Emperor. I heard that even an ordinary God Emperor wouldn't be able to break our Tianlong clan's protective array. Hearing these discussions, Duan Lingtian recalled the voice that had reverberated throughout the Tianlong clan. The owner of the voice was obviously a woman. Although she was a woman, she was more domineering and fierce than a man. With just one sentence, she had made the Tianlong clan stop the array. Now, the voices of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups were still echoing in the air above the Tianlong temple. These people were all greeting the other party, but it seemed that the other party was ignoring them. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared next to two people in the air. They were Ho Qingming and Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian, a God Emperor. A God Emperor. Ho Qingming was clearly excited, and his tone was full of excitement. I heard them. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why are you so excited? Those who don't know might think that the God Emperor is someone to you. Hearing this, Ho Qingming laughed awkwardly. I was just a little too excited and forgot myself. Emperor God experts, to me, are existences of legends. Although she sounds young, if she's willing to acknowledge me as her godson, I'll definitely kneel down and call her godson. A God Emperor. If I can acknowledge such a godson, who in Tungleng province would dare to provoke me in the future? As Ho Qingming spoke, his face was filled with yearning. Ding Yan, who was beside him, intentionally took a few steps back, as if he didn't know this guy. Duan Lingtian also had a look of disdain and disdain. This guy, why didn't he realize before that he was so immoral? Pa! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and Ho Qingming disappeared. Then, he heard a crisp sound. Bang! The loud sound attracted the attention of a group of people, including Duan Lingtian. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ho Qingming, who was embedded in the mountain wall at the side of the valley, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Now, Ho Qingming was embedded in the mountain wall. Other than fear, there was only shock in his eyes. The reason being that he had just received a voice transmission. I'll teach you a lesson this time. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you with one slap. He was familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the female God Emperor who had just arrived at the Tianlong clan and destroyed the Tianjin clan's great sect protection array. She was the one who had stopped the Tianlong clan from activating the great sect protection array. At this moment, Ho Qingming was panicking. He didn't expect that a casual joke from him would cause the God Emperor to attack him. Were all God Emperors so petty? What's going on? Who attacked him? Just as the group of inner sect disciples were wondering who had sent Ho Qingming into the mountain wall, Duan Lingtian, who had used his divine consciousness to check that Ho Qingning was only slightly injured, heaved a sigh of relief. Almost at the same moment he heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian felt his palms sink as if something had dropped, and he instinctively grabbed it before focusing his eyes to look at it. Only then did he notice that it was a spatial ring. At the same time, a woman's voice came into his ears. "It's the God Emperor." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed the moment he heard the voice. Chapter 38-23. Do your best. That's all I can do for you. After the voice transmission entered his ears, it did not speak again. However, Duan Lingtian could tell that this voice belonged to the female God Emperor who had threatened to destroy the Tianlong clan if they did not comply with the order to deactivate the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Formation. Duan Lingtian looked around when he heard the voice, but he did not see anyone. He did not even know how the other party had delivered the spatial ring to him. While Duan Lingtian was still looking around, a voice once again echoed throughout the Tianlong clan. "Let's go. The scenery of the Tianlong clan isn't bad." It was the voice of the God Emperor again. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he heard the voice. On the other hand, Linghu Renjia, who had climbed out of the mountain wall with great difficulty, had a look of lingering fear on his face. As for the vice clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Shuemingji, who had been warning Kuang Tianzheng and his disciple, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since the God Emperor had left, it meant that the other party had no intention of making things difficult for him. Left? Just like that? This God Emperor intruded into the Tianlong clan with great fanfare just to look at the scenery? What else could it be? Don't tell me you think he's up to something? A God Emperor of this level has never appeared in the history of the Tianlong clan. Yes, a God Emperor who could ignore our Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Formation is definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. Not far from Duan Lingtian, a group of inner sect disciples were discussing fervently. Their voices were filled with shock. A God Emperor. Even though they were from a God Emperor level sect like the Tianlong clan, they had never seen one before. This was because the Tianlong clan was a God Emperor level sect that did not have a God Emperor in the current generation. Only God Emperors had appeared in the past. In the Plains of Gods, Celestial Emperor level sects like these were considered outdated Celestial Emperor level sections. Of course, even if it was an outdated God Emperor level sect, it was still a God Emperor level sect. Even other God Emperor level sects with God Emperor level experts wouldn't dare to act rashly if they didn't have complete confidence. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it was an outdated God Emperor level sect, which didn't have any God Emperor experts in the current generation, who knew if their God Emperor ancestor had any good friends who were still alive? If there were God Emperors or even ultimate gods among those people, they might not be able to stand up for their friend's sect. This was not the first time something like this had happened in the history of the realms of gods. For example, in the Mystic Handle Land, there was once a God Emperor level sect with many God Emperors that exterminated a God Emperor level clan that had passed its prime. After that, a God Venerable expert acted and killed all the God Emperors of that God Emperor level sect. He even implicated all the people who had acted against that God Emperor level clan. After that incident, that God Emperor level sect had completely fallen. Moreover, this wasn't the only case. It was also because of these cases that even those outdated Emperor God level powerhouses didn't dare to casually make a move against him. As for ultimate God level sects, they couldn't be bothered to deal with those outdated God Emperor level sections. Moreover, if ultimate God level sects really wanted to make a move, it didn't matter if the God Emperor level sects were outdated or not. In their eyes, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Who is she? Why did she give me the spatial ring? What's in the spatial ring? Just as the group of inner sect disciples were discussing, Duan Lingtian also claimed ownership of the spatial ring in his hand. He then extended his divine consciousness into the spatial ring and looked at the space inside. The space in the storage ring was very large, and there was a small mountain of divine stones in it. It was much more than the divine stones in his possession. The divine stones in his possession, including the divine stones in the spatial ring, definitely exceeded 3 million taels. So many divine stones. While his heart trembled, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on other things. It wasn't difficult to notice that there were divine fruits, divine herbs, and many elixir bottles among the other things. Moreover, there were many of them. Duan Lingtian casually opened a few elixir bottles. Other than 1 or 2 elixir bottles that he didn't recognize, the rest of the elixir bottles were all emperor-level divine pills. Moreover, they were all emperor-level divine pills that could aid his cultivation. Other than that, there were a few divine weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, and staffs. All of them were upper-grade divine weapons. In the corner of the spatial ring, there was a crimson long whip that was surrounded by light. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and could feel the spiritual energy within it. This is an artifact soul? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This crimson long whip was an upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. However, this artifact soul wasn't complete. It was similar to the divine weapon that Wu Feng obtained in the past. It wasn't complete yet. It could be said that even if all the other things in the spatial ring were added together, their value wouldn't be comparable to this upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. Who exactly is she? Why did she give me these things? Duan Lingtian was confused. He couldn't figure out who the other party was. Why would she give him so many things? Moreover, they were all good things. This was especially true for the upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. In the realms of gods, even a group of ordinary god emperors would fight for it. How unlucky. Ho Qingming returned to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan's side. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is a god emperor so stingy?" Fortunately, she showed mercy. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have killed me with that slap. Ho Qingming said as he looked at his right shoulder. There was a palm print left behind by a slender hand. His robes were in tatters and his skin was filled with blood. No wonder I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared. So it was that god emperor who did it. Ding Yan turned pale with fright. You brat, you really managed to escape with your life. Who said otherwise? Ho Qingming sighed. His face and eyes were still filled with fear. Everyone, disperse. At this moment, a loud voice rang from the sky above the Tianlong temple. It was so loud that it seemed to resound throughout the Tianlong temple. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the sect protection formation that enveloped the Tianlong temple rose again. However, at this moment, the sect protection formation was no longer as mysterious and sacred as it was in the past. It was not invincible. As long as it was a god emperor with sufficient strength, they could easily destroy it. Vice clan leader, Elder Su Tongyuan is dead. In the cultivation place of Xue Mingji, the vice clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, received the news. His expression changed as he looked at Su Tongyuan. Elder Su Tongyuan is dead? Xue Mingji raised an eyebrow, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It can't be that coincidental. I just contacted him and told him to come back, and he died on the way back. As Xue Mingji spoke, he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his storage ring. Then, his eyes turned cold. Who was it that dared to kill Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan? As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji stood up with a murderous aura radiating from his body. This matter must be investigated. I'll go find the clan leader now. Before Kuang Tianzheng could react, Xue Mingji disappeared in a flash. Only Kuang Tianzheng and the young man beside him remained. The young man was none other than Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple and Xue Mingji's son-in-law, Zhong Ken. Do you think this is a coincidence? After Xue Mingji left, Kuang Tianzheng sent a voice transmission to Zhong Ken. A vice clan leader Xue just said that he learned from a good friend that ancestor Linghu Renjia of the Linghu family was very close to that good friend of his. He told us not to think about dealing with Linghu Renjia and the Linghu family. After that, Elder Su Tongyuan died. Elder Su Tongyuan couldn't have been killed by his good friend, could he? Kuang Tianzheng guessed. Master, it's fine if you and I talk about this in private, but please don't tell anyone else. If my father-in-law finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't be happy, Zhongkin said solemnly. Zhongkin solemnly said, moreover, the death of a black dragon elder is no small matter to our sky dragon sect. Of course, I understand. Kuang Tianjing nodded. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In any case, Vice Clan leader Shui only told us not to deal with those from the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian can still be dealt with. Moreover, based on Vice Clan leader Shui's attitude, it's obvious that he wants to kill Duan Lingtian himself. He doesn't need Miss Shui to persuade him like before. However, this is also strange. How did Duan Lingtian suddenly become a thorn in Vice Clan leader Shui's side? Kuang Tianjing was clearly puzzled. No matter what, this is a good thing. Zhongkin smiled. Father-in-law wants to kill Duan Lingtian. This is good news for us. As for those from the Linghu family, as long as they don't provoke us, we don't have to deal with them. That's true. Kuang Tianjing nodded. Ho Qingning originally thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely make fun of him after he was taught a lesson by the God Emperor because of his blabbering. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of dismissing him. Instead, he seemed to be absent-minded. Duan Lingtian, what's wrong? Ho Qingning asked curiously. Ding Yan also felt that Duan Lingtian was acting a little strange. Nothing. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and shook his head. However, he was still very confused. Who exactly was that God Emperor powerhouse? Why did he suddenly give him a storage ring with so many precious items in it? Is it that Yu Qiushuan? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of the young girl he met in Wind City, Duan Xiaoyu, and the beautiful woman named Yu Qiushuan. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, it was extinguished by him. The voice just now was completely different from Yu Qiushuan's voice. Moreover, Yu Qiushuan shouldn't be a god emperor. Moreover, if she really wanted to give him these things, she could have done so long ago. There was no need for her to wait until now. They. Who are they? Thinking back to how familiar, intimate, and defenseless Duan Xiaoyu was with him, Duan Lingtian felt that he didn't just look like her brother. The other party gave him the feeling that he knew him. Chapter 38-24. Duan Lingtian racked his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why the female god emperor would take such good care of him. Moreover, he couldn't figure out why Xiaoyu acted as though she had known him for many years. Not only did she speak to him with great familiarity, but she also acted as though she had known him for many years. He could still remember that she was so familiar with him that he couldn't get used to it. It was as though all these people knew him. However, he was certain that he didn't know these people in the past, and he had nothing to do with them. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Another half a day passed before he finally calmed down. He restrained himself from thinking too much and took out the Emperor-grade divine pellet that female god emperor gave him. He consumed it and started cultivating. The divine pills that the female god emperor gave him were all divine pills that he had never consumed before. Moreover, they were all emperor-grade divine pills that could aid god kings in their cultivation. It was as though she knew that he needed these divine pills. As for ordinary divine pellets, she didn't give him any. Perhaps it was because she didn't have any ordinary divine pellets. With this batch of divine pills, my cultivation base will be able to advance to the upper divine king stage. Although I won't be able to rely on this batch of divine pills to cultivate to the upper divine king stage, it will allow me to reduce the distance I have to travel. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and started cultivating. A look of gratitude flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he was grateful that she had helped him so much. As for whether there was a problem with the divine pellets, he didn't think about it. After all, with the other party's strength, even if she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to spend so much effort. A single slap would be enough to kill him several times over. The Linghu family. Linghu Renjie received a message from his younger sister. I didn't kill the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. However, from now on, he won't dare to make a move against you or anyone from the Linghu family. Just as I told you before, don't tell Duan Lingtian that he sent someone to kill you. The reason I kept the vice leader of the Tianlong clan alive was because I wanted to use him as a whetstone for Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dies in his hands, it can only mean that he has a short life and can't become strong. If you can't become strong, even if you don't die in the Tianlong clan, you'll still die in other places. When he breaks through to the God Emperor realm, you can tell him that his wife isn't Chuyin, but Chuyan's twin sister. Also, when that time comes, tell him that his wife is trapped in the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land, and there's no news of her at all. Although she's still alive, she could die at any time. Previously, I brought Chuyin back to the Linghu family because I wanted to entrust Chuyin to you and then go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land to look for my eldest daughter. However, Chuyin didn't want to stay and insisted on going with me, so I had no choice but to bring her along. Now that the matter here is settled, I'll go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land again to look for Xuanning. Linghu Renfeng's message caused Linghu Renjia's expression to change again and again. At this time, he finally understood why Duan Lingtian would mistake his niece for his wife. It turned out that it was because Duan Lingtian's aura and his niece's aura were twins. To be precise, Duan Lingtian's wife was also his niece, the eldest daughter of his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng. Trapped in the dimensional battlefield, and there's no news of her? After hearing Linghu Renfeng's words and regaining his senses, Linghu Renjia's expression changed completely. The dimensional battlefield was a place where even a god emperor could die. Moreover, he did not think that his niece was a god emperor. For existences below the level of a god emperor, the lower their cultivation, the more dangerous it was for them in the dimensional battlefield. Once they lost contact in the dimensional battlefield, it meant that they were in grave danger and could easily die. However, even if I let Duan Lingtian know about this now, it'll only increase his burden. In fact, with his character, he might even think of a way to go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land immediately. At this thought, Linghu Renjia dismissed the idea of telling Duan Lingtian about this. Even if his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng, did not say anything, he would still do so. The dimensional battlefield was too dangerous. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, there was only a slim chance of survival if he entered. The Greater One sect was the closest God Emperor force to the Tianlong clan. Like the Tianlong clan, it was also a God Emperor force that did not have a God Emperor expert in the current generation. Its strength and foundation were comparable to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, in the Greater One sect's conference hall, a group of higher-ups, including the sect master of the Greater One sect, had gathered. I've gathered everyone here to inform everyone. In order to advance further and produce a God Emperor expert, the Greater One sect is preparing to officially launch an Emperor War against the Tianlong clan. The sect master of the Greater One sect stood in front of the main seat and said in a deep voice, "An Emperor War." As soon as the sect master of the Greater One sect said this, there was an uproar below. An Emperor War was a battle of life and death between two God Emperor forces. An Emperor War was usually carried out in an independent dimension, and this dimension was provided by the few God Emperor forces that controlled the Tongleng province. The so-called Emperor War referred to a battle of life and death between two God Emperor forces that did not have a God Emperor expert. If one side initiated the battle, the other side could refuse, but once they accepted, they would be on opposite sides. An Emperor War was an opportunity for God Emperor forces that did not have a God Emperor expert, an opportunity to become a God Emperor. Those who were half a step into the God Emperor realm but had not been able to break through to become a God Emperor for a long time could very likely smoothly break through to become a God Emperor during the course of the Emperor War and in the process of exchanging blows with the other God Emperor forces of the same level. Once a God Emperor was born in one of the God Emperor forces during the Emperor War, the Emperor War would end. An Emperor War was to produce a God Emperor. Sect Master, why so sudden? Yes, Sect Master, isn't this too sudden? Moreover, the Tianlong clan's strength is not weaker than our Greater One sect. Once an Emperor War starts, I'm afraid both sides will suffer great losses. Sect Master, Do the great elders know about this? Among the Greater One sect's upper echelons present, many of their expressions changed. Once the Emperor War started, all of them had the responsibility to enter the Emperor War plane and fight with the experts of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, they may die inside. If it was not necessary, they really did not want to start an Emperor War. Moreover, they could not leave the Greater One sect because of the Emperor War, because, with the help of the Greater One sect, after they broke through to the God Emperor realm, they had to make a heart demon blood oath according to the Greater One sect's requirements. Once the Greater One sect started an Emperor War, they must participate. If they did not participate, or if they wanted to leave the Greater One sect to avoid the war, only death would await them. The heart demon blood oath could not be violated. Once the Emperor War started, they would have no way out. This is also the will of the Grand Elders. The Greater One sect master said in a deep voice, since 10,000 years ago, the Tianlong clan has challenged our Greater One sect 3 times in a row, but we have refused. This time, our Greater One sect has taken the initiative to challenge the Tianlong clan. Presumably, the Tianlong clan will not refuse. The Tianlong clan's strength is not stronger than ours, but they dared to challenge us 3 times in a row. Could it be that our Greater One sect is really as timid as a mouse? The Greater One sect master's tone was incomparably indifferent. Back then, the Tianlong clan's 3 Emperor Wars did not start because many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups had stopped them. And he had always supported it. Seeing that many of the higher-ups were about to move, as if they wanted to stop it, the Greater One sect master said in a cold voice, "This Emperor War will not be decided by your vote." Since ancient times, the Greater One sect has a rule. Once the sect master and the strongest great elders support the Emperor War, there is no need for other people to vote. As the Greater One sect master's voice fell, many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups voiced their doubts. Sect master, this time even Elder Luo supports the Emperor War? Elder Luo, one of the current great elders of the Greater One sect, was one of the strongest existences in the Greater One sect. In the past, the Tianlong clan had challenged the Greater One sect 3 times, and the other great elders had also stopped it, but on the 3rd time, only Elder Luo had stopped it. This time, I am one of the initiators of the Emperor War. Before the master of the Greater One sect could speak, an aged figure silently appeared beside the master of the Greater One sect, and the master of the Greater One sect hurriedly bowed to him. Greetings to Martial Granduncle. The old man was the Greater One sect's great elder, Luo Qijian. As Luo Qijian's voice fell, many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups present turned ashen. Even Elder Luo supports the Emperor War? This time, it seemed that they could not avoid it. At the same time, Luo Qijian said coldly, "This time, the other great elders and I have carefully considered the Emperor War against the Tianlong clan. In terms of the strength of the older generation, our Greater One sect is not weaker than the Tianlong clan. In the past, in terms of the strength of the younger generation, our Greater One sect is also not weaker than the Tianlong clan. However, a few days ago, in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition, 2 monstrous geniuses appeared. Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. The performance of these 2 monstrous geniuses in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition, I believe you all have heard of it. Let me ask you all, with their monstrous talents, is there a chance for them to break through and become god emperors in the future? When Luo Qijian's words came out, everyone fell silent. A moment later, someone questioned, "Elder Luo, perhaps in the near future, they will leave the Tianlong clan and enter the top god emperor forces in Tungleng province. In that case, if the Tianlong clan loses them, it will not be easier for them to produce a god emperor expert than our Greater One sect." Once the Tianlong clan produced a god emperor expert, according to the rules of Tungleng province, as a neighboring god emperor sect of the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect must move away from their current location. A god emperor force with a god emperor expert could occupy a wider territory in Tungleng province, and the nearby god emperor forces must avoid them. Chapter 38-25. The War of the Sovereigns originated from the War of the Strongest. In the realms of gods, the War of the Strongest was a tradition. The War of the Strongest was a battle to the death between godly venerable rank forces. Moreover, it was carried out under the witness of the sovereigns in a separate realm created by the sovereigns. Of course, looking at the history of the realms of gods, the number of war of the strongest could be counted on one hand. This was because it was too tragic. In a war of the life and death, the sovereigns from both sides might have fought to the death without the birth of a sovereign. Since then, both sides had suffered great losses and could not recover from the setback. Of course, there were some godly venerable rank forces that managed to produce a sovereign, but they had to pay a heavy price. As for the godly venerable rank forces that had fought against them, they had also suffered great losses and might not be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, there was a saying that was very popular in the realms of gods: victory and defeat are due to the war of the strongest. The war of the strongest was the highest level of battle in the realms of gods. The war of the strongest was personally provided and hosted by the sovereign. However, due to the high risk, not many godly venerable rank forces dared to initiate the war of the strongest. Similarly, not many godly venerable rank forces dared to accept the war of the strongest from other godly venerable rank forces. In fact, compared to the war of the strongest, the war of the sovereigns and the war of the sovereigns were more intense. Whether it was the war of the sovereigns or the war of the sovereigns, they originated from the war of the strongest. Similar to the war of the strongest, the war of the sovereigns was for the birth of a godly venerable. The war of the sovereigns was for the birth of a god emperor. The war of the sovereigns was carried out by the godly venerable rank forces that did not have a godly venerable. The war of the sovereigns was carried out by the godly venerable rank forces that did not have a god emperor. Whether it was the war of the sovereigns or the war of the sovereigns, it was all about courage. However, due to the fact that there were more godly venerable rank forces than higher godly venerable rank forces, the frequency of the war of the sovereigns was much higher than the war of the sovereigns. As for the war of the sovereigns, the frequency was even higher for the same reason. There were so many outdated godly emperor forces in all the divine planes that those outdated godly venerable gods could not compare to. Tai sect. Inside the assembly hall. If that's the case, you're all hoping for a fluke. You think that Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu might leave the Tianlong clan and join our Tung Leng province's top god emperor forces? Luo Qizhan sneered. Suddenly, the group of Greater One sect higher-ups who had just said similar words fell silent, because they also knew that this was just a fluke. With Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian's talent, it would have been a piece of cake for them to join any of those god emperor level forces. So why did they have to join the Tianlong clan? As the saying goes, one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, it had to be known that if they joined the Tianlong clan, they would be the chicken head. However, if they went to the other peak god emperor level forces, they would not have to be the phoenix tail. With their talents, even if they were to be placed in a few peak emperor god level powerhouses, they would still be considered top-notch. Especially Duan Ling Tian. Even among the few peak emperor god level powerhouses, he was a top-notch existence. He was not even 3,000 years old. The matter of the emperor war has already been decided. You all don't have to rely on luck anymore. Luo Qizhan continued, his tone incomparably resolute. All along, our Greater One sect, compared to the Tianlong clan, to a certain extent, has fallen into a lower position. The last time the Tianlong clan had an emperor god expert was 20,000 years ago. But what about our Greater One sect? That was 50,000 years ago. That year, the Tianlong clan's emperor god expert was also born in the Emperor War. But our Greater One sect has not launched an Emperor War for tens of thousands of years. We have also rejected more than 10 Emperor War challenges. This time, the appearance of the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu could only be considered as a fuse for our Greater One sect to launch the Emperor War. It was not entirely because of them. It's time for our Greater One sect to fight. You all have enjoyed the benefits of the sect for so many years. Now, it's time for you to stand up and fight for Greater One sect, and strive to bring Greater One sect to the next level. Moreover, this time, the Tianlong clan's Divine King Realm disciples, as well as monstrous talents like Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu. When the Emperor War begins, the two of them cannot avoid it. Once they do, their hearts will be shaken. In the future, no matter how talented they are, if they want to become emperor gods, they will have to face layers of inner demons. And if the divine king disciples of our Greater One sect can defeat or even kill those two geniuses in the emperor battle, their hearts will be filled with an indomitable will. Even if we don't produce an emperor god expert in this emperor battle, they will have a higher chance of stepping into the emperor god realm in the future. Moreover, it's not only our Greater One sect that is exhausting our resources in the emperor war. Even the Tianlong clan is exhausting their resources. What are you all afraid of? Use your brains and think carefully. If your participation in the Emperor War allows Greater One sect to produce an Emperor God expert, how proud will you all be? How proud will your juniors be? Your names will be engraved on the Emperor War tablet of the sect, and your names will go down in history. After Luo Qijian finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the meeting hall. After a while, many people spoke up in agreement. Elder Luo, I support the Emperor War. Elder Luo, Sect Master, it's time for Greater One sect to change. After so many years of peace, our spirit has been worn down. The strong are respected, and this is all about fighting. After the Emperor War, our Greater One sect may really produce an Emperor God expert. The several Grand Elders are all well-known figures among the upper divine emperors. They are only a step away from the God Emperor realm. In this war of emperors, even if only one of the Grand Elders becomes a God Emperor, our Greater One sect will still benefit. Elder Luo, you are so supportive of the Emperor War this time. The heart of the strong is indomitable. It's very likely that you will break through and become an Emperor God. At this moment, many of the Greater One sect's upper echelons in the meeting hall were affected by Luo Qijian's words. As for those who opposed the Emperor War before, they were silent now. Because they could see that this matter was already decided. If they continued to oppose, other than making Elder Luo and the sect master feel bad for them, there was no other use. Forget it. Emperor War it is. As long as we are careful, we may not die. They comforted themselves in their hearts. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a team to the Tianlong clan, and officially declare the Emperor War to the Tianlong clan. At this time, the Greater One sect master said loudly, his eyes resolute. As long as the Tianlong clan agrees, when the procedures of the top Emperor God forces in Tungleng province are completed, the date of the Emperor War will be confirmed. If there are no accidents, the Emperor War will begin in at most 3 years. Following the Greater One sect's decision, the next day, the Greater One sect master personally led a few people to the Tianlong clan to officially declare the Emperor War to the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan's upper echelons were also surprised by the Greater One sect's initiative to declare the Emperor War. Because in the past, the Tianlong clan had declared the Emperor War to the Greater One sect more than once, but they were always rejected. In their eyes, the Greater One sect's people had long lost the backbone that an Emperor God force should have. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have a better choice, they would have already found another Emperor God force to declare the Emperor War. What do you all think? After arranging for the Greater One sect master and the others to rest temporarily, the Tianlong clan's upper echelons gathered together. Among them, the Golden Dragon elders with the highest status in the Tianlong clan were also present. The Golden Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, like the Greater One sect's Grand Elders, were existences who had half a foot in the God Emperor realm. In the past, the Tianlong clan had repeatedly declared the Emperor War to the Greater One sect in the hopes that one of them would break through to the God Emperor realm through the Emperor War. That way, the Tianlong clan would regain its former glory. In the realms of gods, there was a huge difference between having a God Emperor and not having a God Emperor in a realm of gods. Not to mention other things, just take the current situation as an example. In the area around the Tianlong clan, there was another God Emperor realm force, the Greater One sect. Once the Tianlong clan produced a God Emperor, they would surpass the Greater One sect in one fell swoop. According to the ancient rules of Tungleng province, the Tianlong clan that produced a God Emperor would further expand their territory. As for the Greater One sect, because they were close to the Tianlong clan, they could only move away when the Tianlong clan's territory expanded. Otherwise, the Tianlong clan's new god emperor would have every reason to attack them. Sect Master. In response to the Tianlong clan's sect master's question, Xuemingji, the vice sect master, took the initiative to speak first. What I mean is, there's no need to rush. Let's first investigate why the Greater One sect suddenly changed their mind and declared the emperor war to us. I have a feeling that the cowardly Greater One sect suddenly declared the emperor war to us because there's a secret we don't know about. Xuemingji said cautiously. In the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji, the vice sect master, belonged to the conservative faction. Even when the Tianlong clan declared the emperor war to the Greater One sect in the past, he did not agree with it. However, most of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups were warmongers who supported the emperor war. Even though he was the vice sect master of the Tianlong clan, his words carried little weight. Of course, the most important thing was that the several golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan dreamed of breaking through to become god emperors and insisted on the emperor war. The reason for this was that the two golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan were under a lot of pressure from the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulations. If they did not break through, they all felt that their lifespan would be in the next few thousand years. Under such circumstances, the emperor war became their only choice. In a life and death struggle, in a battle between two god emperors, they felt the pressure and forced themselves to break through. Xuemingji. A golden dragon elder of the Tianlong clan glared fiercely at Xuemingji, the vice sect master of the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect took the initiative to declare the emperor war. If the sect misses this opportunity because of you, this old man will not forgive you. Chapter 38-26. Within the Tianlong clan, all of the Golden Dragon elders supported the War of Emperors. The Tianlong clan's clan leader and the majority of the Tianlong clan's upper echelons also supported the War of Emperors. Although it's called the War of Emperors, it's actually a battle for the birth of a god emperor. But even if there's no way for a god emperor to be born, isn't it a good thing for us and the sect's disciples to break away from our peaceful lives and enter the War of Emperors to fight and gain the determination to improve? Said a black dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. At this moment, two of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, were also present. However, an inner sect elder like Kuang Tianjing wasn't qualified to appear here and participate in such a high-level meeting of the Tianlong clan. To be able to participate in such a high-level meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelons, a white dragon elder was the lowest requirement. I also think that's the case. Someone immediately agreed and said, although it's possible to accept missions and go out to train in the sect, the effects of these missions are extremely limited. Moreover, not all sect's disciples are willing to accept missions to earn contribution points and buy divine pills and divine fruits to aid in their cultivation. The majority of sect's disciples are just muddling along within the sect. They don't have any goals, and they act as if they're gaining strength with age. Normally, they use the identity of a Tianlong clan disciple to intimidate others. Of course, it's not just our Tianlong clan that's like this, but all of the God Emperor level forces that enjoy peace and comfort are like this. The person who spoke now was another vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. Unlike Xuemingji, this vice sect leader had always supported the War of Emperors. His cultivation was still far from the God Emperor realm. Even if the Tianlong clan really did engage in a War of Emperors with other God Emperor level forces, his chances of breaking through and becoming a God Emperor were extremely slim. He supported the War of Emperors mostly because he couldn't stand the fact that most of the Tianlong clan's disciples were content with the status quo and had no ambition at all. Of course, this didn't mean that those people were trash. Trash wouldn't be able to enter the Tianlong clan. What he meant was that even if those people were to accept missions to earn contribution points, they would only accept missions that were not dangerous at all and would only earn low contribution points. As for missions with higher contribution points, they were often accompanied by a certain degree of danger, so many people were unwilling to accept them. In their opinion, once they joined the Tianlong clan, they would become powerful sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they would face after reaching the Divine King realm, they did not feel any pressure for the time being. After all, there was still a long way to go. If they did not work hard today, they could work hard tomorrow. Tomorrow after tomorrow, there were so many tomorrows. I think so too. The Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain, who was in charge of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition a while ago, agreed. Even us old fellows, when we were young, weren't we just muddling along? Now, we are facing the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. Ask yourselves, have you ever regretted not working hard enough when you were young? I support the War of the Emperors. I hope that our Tianlong clan's younger generation can learn from shame and become courageous. In the near future, we will break through to the God Emperor realm and lead the Tianlong clan to greater heights. Following Blue Feather Mountain's agreement, more people immediately joined in to support the War of the Emperors. Haichuan, it seems that the War of the Emperors is inevitable this time. Dongfang Yannian transmitted his voice to Shui Haichuan. Hearing this, Shui Haichuan's eyes flashed. Actually, after knowing the purpose of the Greater One Sect Masters Group, I knew that the War of the Emperors would definitely succeed this time. The War of the Emperors, I have been looking forward to it ever since I entered the Tianlong clan. Now, the time has finally come. In the Tianlong clan, not all of the young disciples were content with the status quo and did not want to improve. There were some young disciples who were outstanding talents of the younger generation. The halo above their heads was the motivation for them to work hard. Including Shui Haichuan, the 3 youngest White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan were representatives of this group. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian shook his head and smiled. As Shui Haichuan's good friend, he naturally knew what Shui Haichuan was thinking. He was not surprised by Shui Haichuan's answer. Yannian. Shui Haichuan's expression suddenly turned serious. He transmitted his voice to Dongfang Yannian. Your cultivation has long reached the bottleneck of the middle God Emperor level. This War of the Emperors will be an opportunity for you to break through. At that time, you and I will act together in the early stages and try to find some pressure. That will be helpful for your breakthrough, said Shui Haichuan. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian immediately refused. No need. I can just find 2 people to go with me. You go do your own things. What a joke. He still remembered that when he went out on a mission with Shui Haichuan saw 2 high god emperors charging straight at them. In the end, although he managed to kill those 2, they were also seriously injured. Especially Shui Haichuan, who had almost died. After that time, he asked Shui Haichuan why he had risked his life like that. Shui Haichuan said that because he trusted him, he was confident. After that time, every time Shui Haichuan asked him to go on a mission, he would politely refuse. He wasn't afraid of death. Instead, he was afraid that Shui Haichuan would take risks because of him. Also, you don't have to work too hard yourself. Ever since you entered the Tianlong clan, you have been working hard. Compared to those disciples of other sects who are content with the status quo and don't want to improve, you are the opposite of them. They need to work hard, but you can rest for the time being. While politely refusing Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian warned him, also, don't forget about your big brother. If something really happens to you, who can protect your big brother at all times like you? Hearing this, Shui Haichuan first bitterly smiled, then sighed and fell silent. Right. Seeing that Shui Haichuan's mood seemed to be somewhat low, Dongfang Yannian said, that 7th lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley seemed to have followed little Tian to see you last time. She seems to be that person's daughter. Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, what? Did she come to denounce you? Ask you why you refused her mother back then? Back then, when Shui Haichuan, the proud son of heaven of the Tianlong clan, was out on missions, there was no lack of women who adored him. One of the female disciples from the 10,000 Flower Valley even wanted to break off her engagement with someone else for Shui Haichuan. She acted as if as long as Shui Haichuan was willing to accept her, she would immediately be together with Shui Haichuan. Many people in the Tianlong clan knew about this. Dongfang Yannian also only found out a few days ago that the 7th lady who had performed outstandingly in the Hidden Dragon tournament was actually the daughter of that bold female disciple from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Shui Haichuan's expression gradually darkened. In the end, he couldn't help but send a mental message in curse, scram. Huh, you're even angry out of humiliation. Dongfang Yannian laughed loudly. Clearly, he didn't plan on letting Shui Haichuan go just like that. Why don't you tell me, why did she come looking for you? Don't tell me she wants to inherit her mother's stubbornness and make a move on you. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Shui Haichuan turned his head away, looking like he couldn't be bothered with him. At the same time, the Tianlong clan's high-level meeting also came to a conclusion. They agreed to the Emperor's Battle of Emperors proposed by the Greater One sect. They would engage in a battle of emperors with the Greater One sect. After this matter was confirmed, all sorts of news regarding the Battle of Emperors began to spread throughout the Tianlong clan. At first, many people didn't know what a Battle of Emperors was. However, when they found out what a Battle of Emperors was, they were naturally shocked. Even higher deity emperors can die in a Battle of Emperors? All the elders and disciples of the clan must participate in a Battle of Emperors. No one can stay out of it. I'm only a higher deity. If I enter a Battle of Emperors plane, won't I just be throwing my life away? Don't worry, those below the deity king level have the privilege of not entering a Battle of Emperors plane. Similar discussions spread throughout the Tianlong temple. More and more Tianlong clan disciples began to panic. Many Tianlong clan disciples even gathered together to protest the Battle of Emperors. However, their efforts were futile. A group of deity realm outer sect disciples rejoiced at the fact that they weren't deity kings. However, they also asked around. How long will the Battle of Emperors last? After all, in the Tianlong clan, if a deity realm outer sect disciple couldn't break through and become a deity king within a certain time limit, they would be expelled from the clan and sent back to wherever they came from. Many people didn't want to go back because they felt that it would be shameful to go back as an exiled disciple of the Tianlong clan. There were also people who felt that as long as they could survive, it was fine to lose face. In short, as news of the Battle of Emperors spread throughout the Tianlong temple, the Tianlong clan became much more chaotic in the following period of time. In many places, it was like a market. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about the Battle of Emperors, 3 months had already passed. After 3 months, the Tianlong clan finally calmed down. In fact, it was even quieter than before. Outside, it was rare to see people gathering together and chatting. Originally, there weren't many people going in and out of the Internal Affairs Hall. But now, there was an endless stream of people going in and out. It was too much for the eye to take in. This, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had made some progress. He just wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air before continuing to cultivate. But he didn't expect to see a completely different scene from 3 months ago. What's going on? With a blank expression, Duan Lingtian walked into the Internal Affairs Hall. This was also his first time seeing the Internal Affairs Hall. After walking into the Internal Affairs Hall, all sorts of noises entered his ears. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally filtered out the key points. Battle of Emperors. 5 years later. To be precise, there were only 4 years and 7 months left until the Battle of Emperors. Battle of Emperors. After Duan Lingtian came to the realm of gods, the Profound Handle land, he deliberately wanted to understand some things about the Profound Handle land. In the past, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect or the Linghu family, he took a lot of time to understand all kinds of things. When he was in the Linghu family, he learned a lot of things that he didn't know before. Among them was the Battle of Emperors. The Tianlong clan is going to have a Battle of Emperors with the Supreme sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It seems that the heavens don't want me to leave the Tianlong clan. The Battle of Emperors, crisis and opportunity coexisted. For someone like him who was eager to become stronger, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 38-27. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, staying with the Tianlong clan or going to one of the strongest emperor god-level forces in Tungleng province had its advantages and disadvantages. For the time being, he chose to stay with the Tianlong clan. Of course, this did not mean that he would not agree to go with the top emperor god-level forces in Tungleng province. If they came to poach him, they would not come empty-handed. Perhaps they would give him something that would tempt him. At that time, it was not impossible for him to leave the Tianlong clan. Now that the Tianlong clan was about to start the War of the Emperors, he was not in a hurry to leave the Tianlong clan. The War of the Emperors will take place in the War of the Emperors Plain. The participants will be Emperor God level forces or top Emperor God level forces who both want to produce Emperor God level experts. Of course, top Emperor God level forces, even the most outdated Emperor God level forces, would not be willing to fight with them, because the foundation of an Emperor God level force is limited. Come to think of it, a force that has never produced an Emperor God level expert in its history, how much foundation could it have? Therefore, if top Emperor God level forces want to start the War of the Emperors, they will usually choose another top Emperor God level force as their target. During the War of the Emperors, both sides will take out a large amount of precious resources that they have for their disciples to compete with the disciples of the other side. The stronger side will have the upper hand in this competition, while the weaker side will have to watch the precious resources of the force behind them being snatched away. These were all records and descriptions of the War of the Emperors that Duan Lingtian had read in the Linghu family's library when he was still in the Linghu family's library. Once the War of the Emperors began, both sides would not be able to hide anything. They would continue to take out precious resources that would tempt even a high-level Emperor God level to compete for. This was to increase the enthusiasm of the participants in the War of the Emperors. Of course, even if there were no such things to increase the enthusiasm of the participants, all disciples of the two forces would have to participate unless their cultivation had not reached the God-King realm. Moreover, after participating, they had to obtain a certain amount of battle results before they could temporarily not enter the battlefield. Whether it was the Emperor Battle Realm, the Revered Battle Realm, or the Paramount Battle Realm, all of them were publicly known as the Meat Grinder. Inside, deity kings fought each other, deity emperors fought each other, deity emperors fought each other, and supremes fought each other. Every cultivator had a specific battlefield, and those with high cultivations were not allowed to enter the battlefield of those with low cultivations. There were formations set up by the strongest cultivators for the Monarch Battle Realm and the Reverend Battle Realm. As for the Supreme Battle Realm, there were at least 3 strongest cultivators there. If someone with a high cultivation base dared to cross the battlefield and attack someone with a lower cultivation base, they would be killed by the strongest cultivators. The battle between the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect is about to begin. The specific details of the battle should have been announced by the Tianlong clan, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian came to the side of the Internal Affairs Hall. It was not the place to accept and return missions, but it was a place with a lot of people. A group of people was standing in front of a light screen formed by a formation, looking at the densely packed words on it. As soon as he approached, Duan Lingtian learned from many of the onlookers that they were all inner sect disciples who had just come out of closed-door cultivation or had just returned from outside. I didn't expect that the world would change when I came back after going out once. An inner sect disciple sighed. Although I've long known about the existence of the Emperor battle and knew that the sect had challenged the Greater One sect many times in the past and was rejected, I didn't expect that the Greater One sect would take the initiative to challenge the Tianlong clan. This is too surprising. I thought it would be difficult to encounter an Emperor battle in my life, but I didn't expect to encounter one when I was just a higher deity king. A Emperor battle is a good thing. Yes. Only the outer sect disciples are complaining. Among the inner sect disciples, more than half of them are looking forward to the Emperor battle. The Emperor battle is not only an opportunity for the Supreme Elders to break through and become Emperor gods, it is also an opportunity for us to obtain a large amount of resources. It is said that those who enter the Emperor battle, no matter who it is, are not allowed to wear a storage ring that will self-destruct if the owner dies. They must wear a storage ring that will automatically remove the owner if the owner dies. Be that as it may, under such circumstances, how many people would bring in the good stuff? You're thinking too much. If someone deliberately went home before the Emperor battle, someone would definitely notice. If he died, his family would be implicated. At that time, they would think that he went home to store his treasures. Therefore, before the Emperor battle begins, very few people will leave the sect. The discussion of the inner sect disciples surprised Duan Lingtian. He thought that there would be many complaints, but he did not expect that more people were looking forward to the Emperor battle. Emperor battle, Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly fell on the array light screen in front of him. The densely packed words recorded the various details of the Emperor battle. The Emperor battle would take place in the Emperor battle realm. The Emperor battle realm was provided by the few peak Emperor God forces in Tungleng province. There were 3 large arrays that were set up by the strongest and compressed into array discs. As for the divine stones and divine crystals required to set up the arrays, it would be shared equally between the Tianlong clan and Supreme Yi sect. The Emperor battle realm had a total of 3 entrances. 2 of them were in the Tianlong clan and Supreme Yi sect, and the last one was in the Tungleng province. It was a place set up by the peak Emperor God forces for the people sent by those Emperor God forces to enter and leave. In the Emperor battle realm, the Tianlong clan and Supreme Yi sect each had a city. It was a place for the people of the 2 sects to rest. After a long battle outside the city, if they were tired or injured, they could return to the city. After returning to the city, they would be completely safe and the enemy would not be able to attack them. In the Emperor battle realm, the 3 major battlefields took up more than 90% of the area. Among them, the High Godly Emperor's battlefield was called the Quasi-Emperor's battlefield, followed by the Low Godly Emperor's and Mid-Godly Emperor's battlefield, and then the Godly King's battlefield. Among them, the 3 major battlefields took up about the same area, but the number of people entering was definitely a world of difference. The God King battlefield would definitely have the most people and was the most chaotic. Next was the God King battlefield. As for the Boundary Emperor battlefield, it was the place where the top experts of the 2 sects fought. It was also the focus of attention, because if an Emperor God was born, it would definitely be there. In the God King battlefield, upper divine kings can kill lower divine kings. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He thought of his 2 friends, Ho Qingming and Ding Yan. The 2 of them were only lower divine kings. Ding Yan's strength was slightly better. Although he was only a lower divine king, in terms of strength, even among middle divine kings, he was considered strong. Ho Qingming was much weaker. However, when he saw the words at the end, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. For inner and outer sect disciples who have just broken through to the lower divine king realm within 100 years, and for inner and outer sect disciples who have just entered the sect will specially arrange for outer sect deacons to lead them into the Emperor battle dimension. As for inner and outer sect disciples who are lower divine kings, they can only find others to work with. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head. It was not hard to imagine that once a lower divine king disciple who did not have an outer sect deacon to lead them into the Emperor battle dimension, there was basically a 90% chance of survival. Unless the sect gave an order, how many people would be willing to bring along a lower divine king burden? Of course, a lower divine king like Ding Yan was still very popular. Following this, Duan Lingtian read the contents at the end. It was nothing more than some things to take note of. In the Emperor battle dimension, due to the formations set up by the supreme powerhouses, other formations could not exist. Even if they were set up, they would be forcefully destroyed by the supreme powerhouses' formations. Due to this reason, there was no formation mirror image in the Emperor battle dimension. After entering the Emperor battle dimension, even if fellow disciples killed each other, as long as it was not seen by a third party, no one would be able to pursue the matter. The only way to pursue the matter was if the person who did the killing admitted to killing a fellow disciple. Naturally, the Tianlong clan had also set a heavy punishment for those who killed fellow disciples in the Emperor battle dimension. The lightest punishment would be crippling their cultivation base and banishing them from the sect. The heaviest punishment would be death. After all, the Emperor battle dimension was a battle between 2 sections. Attacking fellow disciples at this time was a provocation to the sect. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. After entering the Emperor battle dimension, unless one's strength is sufficient, one can't completely trust and cooperate with someone from the same sect. Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had risen from the mundane realms and had traveled all the way until now. He knew how sinister a person's heart could be. If one did not know them well, one should not completely trust them. After looking around for a while, Duan Lingtian walked towards the place where missions were accepted. There were many people gathered there, and there was a long queue in front of each counter. What's the mission like? An outer sect elder said that he doesn't have time to return home, so he asked someone to help his family solve a problem. Even higher god kings can accept this mission. There shouldn't be any risks. All you have to do is show your strength and reveal your identity. This mission is not bad. Help an inner sect deacon deliver something to his family. Once the item is delivered, you can receive the reward. The reward is very generous. His family should be quite far away, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he listened to the discussions around him. Many of the missions were trivial. It was as though they did not have time to return home. It seems like many people are preparing for their deaths after the start of the Emperor battle. Unknowingly, a person appeared beside Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Young clan leader? Duan Lingtian regained his senses and realized that the person beside him was Hua Tiandu, the young clan leader of the Divine Emperor-level Donghua clan. Hua Tiandu smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian, in the Tianlong clan, you and I are both inner sect disciples. Please don't call me that. You can call me by my full name. Do you want me to call you Consecrator Duan? Duan Lingtian used to be a consecrator of the Linghu family. This was no secret. Duan Lingtian heard this and was stunned. He felt that there was something wrong with this form of address. However, since Hua Tiandu minded, he agreed. All right. End of chapter. Chapter 38-28. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed, Hua Tiandu's smile widened. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you and I made the right choice. The Tianlong clan didn't disappoint me after all. You're very confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he knew that Hua Tiandu was referring to the upcoming battle between the Tianlong clan and the Tianlong clan. It's all right. Hua Tiandu nodded. Other than you, Duan Lingtian, there aren't many people below the Divine Emperor level in the Tianlong clan that I'm afraid of. Duan Lingtian, are you interested in joining forces with me? Hua Tiandu asked with a smile. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to dominate the Divine King battlefield. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Hua Tiandu had approached him. It turned out that Hua Tiandu wanted to join forces with him. Why me? In the Tianlong clan, there are a few people below the Divine Emperor level who have mastered the profundities of the laws that aren't inferior to mine. Not everyone in the Tianlong clan was mediocre. Although he and Hua Tiandu had attracted the attention of everyone in the Tianlong clan due to the strength they had displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, there were still a few divine kings among them. However, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, there were a few prominent celestial kings whose strength was on par with Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian. These people had comprehended profundities comparable to Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian. Of course, in the eyes of the Tianlong clan, the profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended were the fusion of all three profundities of the law of space. However, they didn't know that what Duan Lingtian had displayed was only a part of his true strength. It's still early for the battle between the divine kings. We'll see when the time comes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Who knows, maybe I'll have broken through and become a divine emperor by then. Divine emperor? Duan Lingtian's words made the corners of Hua Tiandu's mouth twitch. Even if he had consumed the emperor connecting divine fruit, he was not confident that he would be able to break through and become a divine king in 5 years. The emperor connecting divine fruit could only remove the bottleneck between a high-level godly king and a low-level godly emperor. If a low-level godly king wanted to break through to become a godly emperor, even if the bottleneck was removed, it still required a certain amount of accumulation. He only dared to say that he could break through and become a god king within 100 years. But now, Duan Lingtian was telling him that he could break through from the middle divine king realm to the divine emperor realm in 5 years? Then I'll wait and see. Hua Tiandu smiled politely, but in his heart, he had already concluded that Duan Lingtian was tactfully rejecting his invitation. Hua Tiandu, who felt that he was rejected by Duan Lingtian, also felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He casually chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. During this process, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through Hua Tiandu's thoughts, but he did not explain further. In his opinion, as long as he could break through and become a high-level godly king in a short period of time, it was possible for him to break through and become a divine emperor in 5 years. Of course, there was a reason why he said that. He was tactfully rejecting Hua Tiandu. He did not intend to cooperate with anyone in the War of Emperors. Once they cooperated, they would have to divide the spoils of war. Moreover, he would not be able to act recklessly. That was not what he wanted. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a mission. The mission was initiated by an elder of the White Dragon clan. The condition for completing the mission was a Supreme King grade divine pill. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian happened to have a Supreme King grade divine pill. He had refined it before he came to the Linghu family. This Supreme King grade divine pill did not have any supplementary effect on one's cultivation. Once a Supreme King grade divine pill was refined, it could quickly repair one's shattered heavenly veins. In fact, let alone cultivators from the realms of gods, even celestials from the Devata realms had the ability to repair their shattered heavenly veins. However, it would take a lot of time to repair one's heavenly veins. That time would be more than enough for one's cultivation base to rise to a higher level. Previously, Duan Lingtian had chosen to refine this King grade divine pill because it was one of the most difficult pills to refine among the limit King grade divine pills. If one did not refine a Supreme King grade divine pill, it was no different from a useless pill. Therefore, no one would refine it. This White Dragon Elder actually took out 10,000 contribution points to exchange for an extra limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the mission reward. The Tianlong clan's contribution points could be used to exchange for various cultivation resources and rare materials in the Tianlong clan. Many of the resources in the Tianlong clan could not be exchanged with divine stones and divine crystals. They could only be exchanged with contribution points. This was to encourage the disciples of the Tianlong clan to earn contribution points. For example, prominent divine weapons could only be exchanged with contribution points in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, prominent divine weapons that were exchanged with contribution points in the Tianlong clan could not be traded with divine stones and divine crystals. If one was caught doing so, one would be punished and would not be able to use contribution points in the Tianlong clan for 1,000 years. A high-grade divine weapon is only worth 5,000 contribution points. Elder Bai Long is actually willing to exchange 10,000 contribution points for a limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pill? Under normal circumstances, the value of a Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill could not be compared to a prominent divine weapon. However, compared to a prominent divine weapon, a Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was even more priceless. Therefore, it was often very valuable to those who needed it. It would be a waste if I don't accept this mission. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked to the queue to accept the mission. After about an hour in the queue, he successfully received the mission he wanted and completed it on the spot. It really is a Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. The Internal Affairs Hall elder who confirmed the completion of the mission could not help but exclaim when he saw the divine pill that Duan Lingtian had taken out. Instantly, the surrounding people's gazes were attracted. Many people recognized Duan Lingtian immediately. It's Duan Lingtian. He's the new inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian? The champion of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition not long ago? That's him. He used to be a consecrator of the Divine Emperor level Linghu family. He can easily refine Supreme Divine Pills. Could he be the one who refined this Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill? Impossible, right? Even the old sect leader did not have the ability to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill, let alone him. The old sect leader was a divine alchemist who could refine the Emperor Connection Divine Pill. His alchemy skills could not be better than Duan Lingtian's. As the crowd whispered, they all felt that this Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was not refined by Duan Lingtian. The Internal Affairs Hall elder who was holding the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was now looking at Duan Lingtian with great interest. Duan Lingtian, this divine pill. Did you refine it yourself? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. He had long heard the doubtful whispers in the surroundings, but he did not care. He did not plan to explain anything. However, since the Internal Affairs Pavilion's elder had asked him, he did not plan to hide anything. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. However, more people's eyes were still filled with doubt. Duanling Tian, you said you refined this Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill personally. If you're really capable, then refine one right now and show us. Otherwise, we really don't believe you can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. It's one of the most difficult Supreme King level divine pills to refine. A young man in a yellow robe with golden edges said with disbelief. However, Duanling Tian merely glanced at him indifferently. He had no intention of replying to him at all. He turned to look at the Internal Affairs Pavilion's elder and asked, Elder, can you give me my contribution points now? As Duanling Tian spoke, he took out his identity token, which was the identity token of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. The contribution points were stored in the token. It was similar to the bank cards on Earth in his previous life. 2 identity tokens could be used to transfer contribution points to each other. I'll transfer it to you right away. The Internal Affairs Hall elder regained his senses and took the identity token from Duanling Tian. After a while, he transferred 10,000 contribution points to Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian received the contribution points, he ignored the questioning gazes around him and walked to the other side of the Internal Affairs Hall. He planned to use the contribution points he had just earned to exchange for some items. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 2 upper-grade divine weapons. It was not a small amount. Humph. The young man in the yellow robe looked at Duanling Tian's back and snorted coldly. He deliberately raised his voice and said disdainfully, Duanling Tian, are you admitting that you were boasting? You don't even want to prove yourself. That ultimate meridian recovery pill could not have been refined by you personally. Prove myself? Hearing the voice behind him, Duanling Tian stopped in his tracks. Then, he took another step forward and said without looking back, Who are you? Why should I prove myself to you? There is always someone better than you. Don't think too highly of yourself. Duanling Tian's tone was indifferent as he walked away calmly. The young man in the yellow robe's face alternated between green and white. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. He unconsciously clenched his fists. At this time, a young man who had just walked into the Internal Affairs Hall laughed and said, Huang Ting, not everyone cares about your status as Vice Sect Master He's disciple. Duanling Tian, when he was in the Hidden Fog Sect, he killed the disciples of 2 of the 4 strongest highest elders. Do you think he cares about your status? Listening to this young man's words, it was clear he had a good understanding of Duanling Tian. As for Huang Ting, after hearing this young man's embellishment, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. His green and white complexion also calmed down. He lightly said, Shuejin, do you think I don't know that you are trying to sow discord? If I remember correctly, your junior apprentice sister married Zhong Can's junior apprentice brother. He was killed by Duanling Tian. If you want to take revenge for your brother-in-law's junior apprentice brother, you should do it yourself. I won't do anything for you. Huang Ting coldly sneered. Ling Tian's latest chapter address, Ling Tian's full-text reading address, /13909 Ling Tian's War Reverent TXT download address, Ling Tian's War Reverent mobile phone reading address, /13909 In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. If you like Ling Tian's War Reverent, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38-29. Shuejin was a disciple of the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Shuemingji. At the same time, he was also an orphan adopted by Shuemingji. He shared the same surname as Shuemingji and could be considered Shuemingji's adopted son. As for Huang Ting, he was a disciple of the other deputy clan leader of the Tianlong clan, He Zhaoming. Both of them were well-known figures among the inner sect disciples. Even if they weren't as strong as Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu, they weren't far off. They were the most outstanding among the disciples of the Tianlong clan's divine king. Originally, Huang Ting had indeed been furious because Duan Lingtian had looked down on him. He had even viewed Duan Lingtian as an enemy. However, now that Xue Jin had spoken, he wasn't so angry anymore. He, Huang Ting, wasn't going to be a tool for others. "You're making my wedding dress?" Xue Jin laughed when he heard Huang Ting's words. "Huang Ting, you speak as if you are a match for Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, you, Huang Ting, won't even be able to take a single blow from Duan Lingtian." As he spoke, the smile on Xue Jin's face became even more radiant. Huang Ting's expression darkened and he was about to say something, but his words were interrupted by someone else. The person who had interrupted him was Duan Lingtian, who had already walked far away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Xue Jin calmly. "Xue Jin, is it? Could it be that you think you can take a single blow from me?" Duan Lingtian hadn't originally planned to get involved in the matter between Xue Jin and Huang Ting. But now, Xue Jin was using him to draw hatred. Naturally, he couldn't sit idly by. Moreover, some time ago, he had received a message from Linghu Renjie from the Linghu family. In the message, Linghu Renjie reminded him that he had investigated the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Xue Mingji. The other party doted on his only daughter very much. If Xue Mingji's only daughter wanted to target him, Duan Lingtian, Xue Mingji would not stand idly by. From that time on, Duan Lingtian was a bit more wary of Xue Mingji, who was the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader. At the same time, he didn't have a good impression of him. Part of the reason why he was being rude to Xue Jin was because of this. Since he had long been on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Xue Mingji, what did he have to worry about? Huang Ting was originally a little angry because Duan Lingtian had interrupted him. However, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said to Xue Jin, his anger disappeared completely. His face was full of smiles. He suddenly felt that this Duan Lingtian wasn't as annoying as before. At the same time, Huang Ting didn't forget to look at Xue Jin and sneered. "Xue Jin, do you want to prove whether you can take a single blow from Duan Ling? Junior brother Duan?" At this moment, the way Huang Ting addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. Presently, Xue Jin had instead completely disregarded Huang Ting, and his gloomy gaze stared at Duan Lingtian as he said in a cold voice, "Duan Lingtian, your strength is indeed not bad, and I admit that I'm not a match for you. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with a single blow." Xue Jin's expression was ugly. "I'll bet 10,000 contribution points." Duan Lingtian glanced at Xue Jin indifferently and said calmly, "If you can take a single blow from me without being defeated, I'll give you 10,000 contribution points. If I defeat you with a single blow, you'll give me 10,000 contribution points. Do you dare?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned deep. 10,000 contribution points. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out among the onlookers. 10,000 contribution points was a huge bet for them. "Are you serious?" Although Xue Jin was furious that Duan Lingtian looked down on him, he was also attracted by the 10,000 contribution points bet. It should be known that this was not a small number. Even he, who had been in the Tianlong clan for many years, had only accumulated close to 20,000 contribution points. This was because he had a master and godfather who was the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. "Of course, it's true," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "If I remember correctly, at this time, Xue Jin calmed down. You, Duan Lingtian, just joined the sect a few months ago. Do you have 10,000 contribution points? Of course, I heard that you have a good relationship with Elder Xue Haichuan. If you borrow from him, you should be able to get 10,000 contribution points. However, you have to return the contribution points you borrowed." When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a penniless pauper. "It's only 10,000 contribution points." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "I don't need to borrow from others." Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words, a bystander reminded Xue Jin, senior brother Xue Jin, Duan Lingtian just accepted Elder Zhu Feiyu's mission to find the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill and took out one on the spot. As if to set off this person's words, at the same time, a swift figure entered the internal affairs hall like a ghost. Someone completed my mission to find the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill? Yes, it's indeed the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. Who completed the mission? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in front of the internal affairs hall elder who had completed the mission for Duan Lingtian. He took the divine pill from the elder's hand and examined it carefully for a while before asking the elder. Elder Zhu Feiyu. At this time, the elder of the internal affairs hall came to his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian who completed the mission. Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, Zhu Feiyu's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were shining. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you were able to refine the ultimate limit spirit level divine pill when you were in the Linghu family. Did you refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill as well? As soon as Zhu Feiyu appeared, Duan Lingtian saw the white dragon elder's token hanging on his waist. In response to his question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. Zhu Feiyu's gaze became even more intense. Do you still have the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill? If you do, I want to exchange it for 2 more at 10,000 contribution points each. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. More people's eyes were mixed with curiosity. Would Duan Lingtian be able to take out a supreme limit meridian recovery divine pill? I just happen to have a few more. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled and took out a pill bottle from his storage ring. He poured out 9 divine pills and picked up 2 of them, casually holding them in front of Zhu Feiyu with his divine power. At the same time, Duan Lingtian put away the other ultimate limit meridian recovery pills and handed his identity token to Zhu Feiyu. Give me 3 and I'll transfer 30,000 contribution points to you. Zhu Feiyu had only asked casually. In his heart, he felt that it would be a great surprise if Duan Lingtian could take out another ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would take out 9 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Thinking of his son's heavenly vein injury, he secretly gritted his teeth and asked Duan Lingtian for another ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. For ultimate limit meridian recovery pills would be enough to completely heal his son's heavenly vein injury before the imperial battle. 3 wasn't enough insurance. All right. Hearing Zhu Feiyu's words, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse. This was a good opportunity to earn contribution points. Only Zhu Feiyu continued to sell ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Normally, the ultimate limit meridian recovery pills in his hands wouldn't be able to fetch such a price. 3 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills were worth 30,000 contribution points. In an instant, the contribution points in Duan Lingtian's identity token soared from 10,000 contribution points to 40,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If you're still in the Tianlong clan in the future, feel free to visit me whenever you're free. I, Zhu Feiyu, will always welcome you. Zhu Feiyu was in a hurry to send the 4 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills back to his son. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he turned and left. After Zhu Feiyu left, the scene was still dead silent. 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Duan Lingtian had actually taken out 4 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Even though he had sold 4 to Zhu Feiyu, he still had 10 left. Did he really refine them himself? Heavens! I've only heard that he could refine ultimate spirit-grade divine pills as easily as eating and drinking, but I didn't expect him to be able to refine ultimate king-grade divine pills. Even divine pill masters who can refine ordinary ultimate king-grade divine pills may not be able to refine ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. The ultimate limit meridian recovery pill is known as one of the most difficult king-grade divine pills to refine. Duan Lingtian's talent in divine pill Dao seems to be even more heaven-defying than his cultivation talent. Did he really refine them? Why don't I believe it? If it was his master who refined them, I'd still believe it. I really don't dare to believe it. Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, but his cultivation base and attainments in the law of space were already shocking enough. They found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian could multitask and achieve such heaven-defying attainments in Divine Pill Dao. Even if the Supreme Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill wasn't refined by him and was refined by his master's achievement in the Tao of Divine Pills is also shocking. After all, even the old sect leader couldn't refine the Supreme Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian put away his identity token and looked at Xue Jin, who had a gloomy expression on his face. Why don't we bet 40,000 contribution points? Xue Jin's eyes narrowed when he heard this. After a moment, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he turned around and left without saying a word. Ha! Xue Jin, are you scared? Huang Ting laughed when he saw Xue Jin turning around to leave. His tone was filled with ridicule. Huang Ting, if you have the ability, sign a life and death contract with me. I can give you a chance to fight me. Xue Jin stopped moving and turned around to look at Huang Ting, causing Huang Ting to laugh disdainfully. Xue Jin, aren't you just relying on the fact that you're slightly older than me? Do you think you're a match for me at my age? Humph. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Xue Jin snort coldly and leave. What was going on? His 40,000 contribution points were gone just like that? End of this chapter. Chapter 38:30. Just now, Xue Jin had really wanted to test himself against Duan Lingtian and see if he could withstand one of Duan Lingtian's moves. He was very confident that he could withstand one move and not lose. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian take out 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills, his heart began to waver. This Duan Lingtian did not seem to be able to be judged by common sense. It was difficult to see through him. What one saw might not be the whole picture. If he did not deliberately show it, one might not be able to see through him. Therefore, after thinking about it, he began to think about withdrawing from the 10,000 contribution points bet. His contribution points were not as easy to obtain as Duan Lingtian's. He had to accumulate them bit by bit. He had been in the Tianlong clan for many years, but until now, he had accumulated less than 20,000 contribution points. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had changed his mind and wanted to bet 40,000 contribution points. He quickly used this as an excuse to turn around and leave. When he sensed the questioning gazes behind him, Xue Jin said without turning his head after dealing with Huang Ting, Duan Lingtian, I don't have 40,000 contribution points. When I have 40,000 contribution points, I'll bet with you again. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked deeply at Xue Jin's back and said, if you don't have it, 30,000 will do. If you don't have 30,000, then 20,000. If you don't have 20,000, then 10,000. I'll bet 10,000. However, even when he said that he only wanted 10,000 contribution points, Xue Jin did not stop walking, as if he did not hear him at all. At this moment, Huang Ting, who was standing at the side, sneered. Duan Lingtian, he's a coward. Let alone 10,000 contribution points, he wouldn't even dare to bet 1,000 contribution points with him. In the distance, Xue Jin, who was about to walk out of the side door of the Internal Affairs Hall, paused when he heard Huang Ting's words. Then, he walked out of the door and disappeared from everyone's sight. If he doesn't want to bet with me, why don't you try? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Ting, who wanted to see the world in chaos, and asked calmly. Me? Huang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he shook his head. My parents and master have taught me since I was young that I can't lose my will to play around. This includes gambling. Duan Lingtian, it's fine if you just want to spar, but if you want to find someone to bet contribution points with, you should find someone else. Although I want to bet with you, I can't disobey my master's orders. With that said, Huang Ting also left. He couldn't afford to offend them. He now felt that he really couldn't afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Although he didn't think that Duan Lingtian could defeat him in one move, didn't he see how terrified Jin was? He had been at loggerheads with Jin for many years, so he naturally knew what kind of person Jin was. He was a person who wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. The fact that he could remain calm in front of so many contribution points meant that he wasn't completely confident. Even Jin was like this, let alone him who was slightly weaker than Jin. Huang Ting, didn't you just bet contribution points with another inner sect disciple a while ago? Just as Huang Ting was about to leave, an inner sect disciple in the crowd asked curiously. I was there 2 months ago. Huang Ting bet 500 contribution points with that person and won. Soon, someone else chimed in. After a while, more people started to talk about this matter. Many people also talked about how Huang Ting bet contribution points with someone half a year ago or even a year ago. Huang Ting, who had yet to leave the Internal Affairs Hall, staggered a few times. In the end, it was as though there was wind beneath his feet as he quickly left the Internal Affairs Hall as though he had something urgent to do. Why do I feel like the people of the Tianlong clan are all shrewd? Duan Lingtian was speechless. Wasn't it just a bet of 10,000 contribution points? Was 10,000 contribution points a lot? Before today, he didn't even have a single contribution point. Now, he had 40,000 contribution points. Sighing, Duan Lingtian looked around and said, Everyone, if there are any senior brothers or junior sisters around you who need a limited limit meridian recovery divine pill, you can look for me. I still have 6 limited limit meridian recovery divine pills in my hands. Once they are sold out, they will be gone. The war of the emperors is imminent. If the vein of the heaven is too severely injured, it will definitely affect the performance of one's strength when the war of the emperor starts. Therefore, the limited limit meridian recovery divine pill is especially important at this time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people started to stir. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. The reason why he said this was because he had overheard people whispering. He knew that the White Dragon Elder, Zhu Feiyu, was eager to get so many limited limit meridian recovery divine pills because his only son was severely injured outside. It would be difficult for him to recover without 80 to 100 years of effort. This time, when the War of the Emperors started, according to the rules of the Tianlong clan, anyone above the Divine King realm who was not dead had to participate in the War of the Emperors. Anyone who dared to desert would be severely punished. Under such circumstances, in order to let his son recover as soon as possible, Zhu Feiyu wanted to use the mission to exchange contribution points for limited limit meridian recovery divine pills. Before Zhu Feiyu issued the mission, the limited limit meridian recovery divine pill in the Tianlong clan was only worth 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points. Of course, this was just a price. Moreover, not everyone had a limited meridian recovery divine pill. In the past, although limited meridian recovery divine pills had appeared in the Tianlong clan, they were circulated in from outside. They were obtained by the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who went out. For example, the top god emperor level forces in Tungleng province had divine pill masters who had a certain probability of refining limited meridian recovery divine pills. The limited meridian recovery divine pills circulating in Tungleng province were basically from them, but the quantity was not large. There had always been a shortage of supply. Now that the Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors was imminent, whether in the Tianlong clan or Greater One sect, the limited meridian recovery divine pill was definitely more in demand. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. The limited meridian recovery divine pill, the remaining 6, Greater One sect wants to take them. Greater One sect can exchange for it with divine crystals, and the value of the divine crystals will not be less than the 10,000 contribution points of the Tianlong clan. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice transmission, he looked around but could not see who was talking to him. Therefore, he naturally could not reply to the other party. You don't have to look, I can't let you know who I am. The voice sounded again. If you are willing, 10 days later at noon, at that time, there will naturally be people from Greater One sect who will come to you. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not respond. What a joke. At this time, if he really sold the limited meridian recovery divine pill to Greater One sect, if the people of the Tianlong clan knew about it, would they let him go? This was equivalent to a confrontation between two armies. If you provide help to the other side, this was a great crime. Moreover, who knew, this was not a trap for him. Perhaps, the other party was not a mole of Greater One sect hidden in the Tianlong clan, but the people of the Tianlong clan wrote and directed it. It may even be someone related to Kuang Tianzheng who deliberately lured him away from the Tianlong temple. After all, the location that the other party said was outside the Tianlong temple. Therefore, he had no intention of going to that place. Moreover, he believed that it wouldn't be long before someone would come to buy the remaining 6 extreme limit meridian recovery divine pills at the price they were sold at before. However, thinking that the person who had just transmitted the message to him might be a mole of Greater One sect, Duan Lingtian still sent a message to Shui Haichuan to inform him. Shui Haichuan's response did not seem to be surprised. This kind of thing is very normal. Not only does Greater One sect have a mole in our Tianlong clan, but our Tianlong clan also has a lot of spies in Greater One sect. The spies on both sides are very careful and will not easily give themselves away. Shui Haichuan said. In the end, Shui Haichuan also reminded Duan Lingtian, and the content of the reminder was similar to what Duan Lingtian had thought before. The other party may be a mole, or may not be. If not, it was extremely frightening to think about. Brother Haichuan, don't worry, I naturally won't do as he said. Duan Lingtian smiled. After ending the communication with Shui Haichuan, Duan Lingtian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Should I take out these 6 limited meridian recovery divine pills and hold a small auction? In that way, the contribution points I can earn should not be less than 60,000 contribution points, and may even exceed 100,000 contribution points. This idea, as soon as it arose, was extinguished by Duan Lingtian himself. This was no different from making money from a national disaster. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable. If I really want to earn so many contribution points, I will refine a few more limited meridian recovery divine pills. Making money from a national disaster was definitely not a good idea. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian went to the other side of the Internal Affairs Palace, the place he had originally planned to go, but didn't manage to. That was where he could exchange his contribution points for various items. There should be something I need. Also, the materials I needed to refine some divine pills are hard to find around the Linghu family. The Tianlong clan, as a God Emperor level force, should have some in stock. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. While Duan Lingtian was still strolling around the Internal Affairs Palace, the people inside the palace were sending out messages, and the outside was not calm at all. To be more precise, those whose heavenly veins were damaged were unable to calm down. Limited meridian recovery divine pill? I thought that my heavenly veins, which have been damaged for decades, would not be able to fully recover before the start of the war. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to exchange contribution points for a limited meridian recovery divine pill. This is great. It's only 10,000 contribution points, worth it. What? 10,000 contribution points for a limited meridian recovery divine pill? Or is it Elder Huang Feiyu who raised the price? Crap, I don't have that many contribution points. Does that Duan Lingtian accept divine stones and divine crystals? And 6 limited meridian recovery divine pills? I need at least 3 to recover my heavenly veins. One figure after another walked out of the cultivation grounds and rushed towards the Internal Affairs Palace. Little Tian, you took out so many limited meridian recovery divine pills? In an extremely feminine room, Dongfang Yannian smiled and said to the young woman sitting cross-legged on the bed, weren't you worried that you would be a burden to me because of your damaged heavenly veins? Once your heavenly veins recover, you won't have to worry about this problem. End of chapter. Chapter 38-31. Mackerel fruit? This is dream grass? And this magnolia flower? Duan Lingtian pocketed his 40,000 contribution points and went to the herb and material exchange area at the side of the Internal Affairs Hall. Soon, he saw many things that he had wanted in the past but could not obtain. Even if the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was willing to help him search for those things, he was powerless to do so. That was because those things were too rare. Furthermore, the moment they appeared, they were all collected by others. This was because these were all herbs used to refine divine pills that aided in the cultivation of godly kings. They were hard currency and there was no need to worry about demand. In addition, at the divine pill exchange area, Duan Lingtian also saw the divine pills refined from the herbs he had seen earlier. However, the price was much more expensive. It was far more expensive than pure materials. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, these divine pills were king and emperor level divine pills. Even if he had the materials, not everyone could successfully refine them. Moreover, the success rate of refining pills was also related to the process of refining pills. Of course, Duan Lingtian himself was a divine pill master. To him, it was naturally more cost-effective to directly exchange for the materials. To him, it was a great loss to exchange for the finished product. He was fully confident that he could refine king-level divine pills. To him, the value of exchanging for the materials was much higher than that of other divine pill masters. It seems that with the cultivation resources I can obtain from the Tianlong clan, I will be able to break through to become a high-level godly king very soon. Even the godly emperor realm is not far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually lit up. Then, Duan Lingtian began to buy the materials he needed for refining pills. 40,000 contribution points was not a small amount, but it was not a large amount either. Under his unrestrained spending, he had almost used them all up in 15 minutes. Elder, since I'm such a big customer, shouldn't you give me a discount or something? Is there no wholesale price for these materials sold by the sect? After paying the bill and storing the pile of materials into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the Internal Affairs Hall elder in charge of exchanging materials with contribution points and asked with a smile. When the Internal Affairs Hall elder heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Duan Lingtian, this is not something I can decide. If I was doing business outside and you helped me like this, would definitely give you a good price. But this is the sect, and these materials are not mine. I don't have the right to set the price. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the Internal Affairs Hall elder's words because he had already guessed that this would be the case. He was only holding on to a sliver of hope and casually asked. If there was really a slight possibility of a discount, he might be able to get a discount when buying materials in the future. Little Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Internal Affairs Hall, he received a message from Dongfang Yannian. Are you still in the Internal Affairs Hall? Brother Yannian? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, I'm in the Internal Affairs Hall. Brother Yannian, is there something you need? I'll head over right now. Dongfang Yannian said, leave 3 of your remaining limit meridian recovery divine pills for me. I'll buy them from you at the price you sold them for before. 10,000 contribution points for 1. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Brother Yannian, if you want them, I'll give them to you. No. Even if we are friends, that's a separate matter. As the saying goes, even between brothers, things should be settled clearly. It's already good that you left me 3. If I'm not mistaken, you'll soon have a group of people buying limit meridian recovery divine pills from you. Almost at the same time that Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian heard a clamor in his ears. Duan Lingtian is over there. Duan Lingtian, sell me a few limit meridian recovery divine pills. Duan Lingtian, in the blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could respond to Dongfang Yannian, a group of people had surrounded Duan Lingtian. These people were basically the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Among them were 2 white dragon elders. They had all come for limit meridian recovery divine pills. With so many people wanting to buy limit meridian recovery divine pills, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of a headache. Although he had guessed that there would be people wanting to buy his remaining limit meridian recovery divine pills, he didn't expect so many people to specially rush over. Moreover, they were all staring at him like hungry wolves that had seen their prey. Elders. Duan Ling Tian was the first to express his stance in the face of the crowd's chatter. Among the 6 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills in my possession, I've already sold 3 of them earlier. Now, I only have 3 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills left. See if you want to discuss among yourselves who to give the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to. Duan Ling Tian said, as for the price, it's still 10,000 contribution points per pill. It could be said that for Duan Ling Tian to be able to do this, he could definitely be considered a kind seller. However, the development of the situation was often out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Almost at the same time he finished speaking, someone shouted, Duan Ling Tian, I'll pay 12,000 contribution points for 1 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Sell it to me. The next moment, another person followed suit and said, I'll pay 15,000 contribution points. I'll take all 3. 50,000 contribution points. Sell all 3 to me. A group of people called out prices one after another. In the end, when Dongfang Yannian arrived, the 2 White Dragon Elders had even raised the price of the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to 100,000 contribution points. 3 pills for 100,000 contribution points? Dongfang Yannian, who had just arrived, was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a bitter smile, Little Tian, all my contribution points added together is only 70,000. As for the rest, how about I return it to you later? Right now, Dongfang Yannian was truly embarrassed. On one hand, he didn't want to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, he didn't have that many contribution points. Brother Yannian, what are you saying? They're blindly making a ruckus. I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Duan Ling Tian said in a somewhat speechless manner. Right after that, one of the White Dragon Elders called out a price of 110,000 contribution points. After ending this auction, Duan Ling Tian finally had a chance to speak. Elders, I believe that you're all buying Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills for the upcoming Emperor battle. As for me, I really don't have that many Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills. However, I don't plan on letting you all bid. For Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills, I'll still sell them to the Elder with the highest price at 10,000 contribution points each. As for the other Elders, I can now refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills that you all need. However, I'll need you to prepare the materials. Additionally, I'll need to add a processing fee. As for the processing fee, you can choose to use 10,000 contribution points or some of the medicinal herbs that I'll list out later. Before I leave the Internal Affairs Hall, I'll leave the names of those medicinal herbs for you. Of course, if you use medicinal herbs, you'll be left with quite a lot of contribution points. After that, Duan Ling Tian split the 6 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills between Dongfang Yannian and another White Dragon Elder. After receiving 60,000 contribution points, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down the names of some of the medicinal herbs that he needed. These medicinal herbs were things that Duan Ling Tian hadn't seen in the Internal Affairs Hall at the moment. Some of them just happened to be sold out in the Internal Affairs Hall. There were also some that weren't very common even in the Internal Affairs Hall. Duan Ling Tian. After reading the list of medicinal herbs that Duan Ling Tian had written down, an inner sect elder gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up. This is the first time that I'm sincerely convinced by an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. You clearly had the opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points, but you gave it up because you didn't want to sacrifice so much for us. Many years later, if you have a chance to fight for the position of clan leader, I'll definitely support you. I just feel that with the War of Emperors at hand, I shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, I also hope that all the elders and your families will be able to enter the War of Emperors in one piece and come out safe and sound. At this moment, all the Tianlong clan elders and disciples who had personally witnessed the sequence of events looked at Duan Ling Tian in a different light. It could be said that at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's character had completely convinced these people. In the past, I only heard that Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension were heaven-defying, so I thought that he must be a junior with good luck. Today, after seeing Duan Ling Tian's character, I can't help but feel that it's only natural for you to be where you are today. Perhaps it's because of Duan Lingtian's selflessness that allowed him to cultivate so smoothly and become a medium divine king at such a young age. Duan Lingtian, if you ever need any help in the future, as long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. The surrounding crowd was full of praises for Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced a lot along the way, he still felt a little overwhelmed and his cheeks were burning. Selflessness? He knew that he wasn't worthy of these 4 words. If it weren't for the impending emperor battle and the fact that the ultimate meridian recovery pill concerned the lives of some Tianlong clan elders and disciples who had entered the emperor battle plane, he would have really wanted to maximize his profits and earn as much as he could. Even Duan Lingtian himself hadn't expected that today's trip to the Internal Affairs Hall would make him a figure praised by everyone in the Tianlong clan. They all said that he had the demeanor of a future clan leader. Duan Lingtian was worried that the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan would come looking for trouble because of this. Fortunately, he hadn't come. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan would definitely praise him for what he had done. He definitely wouldn't denounce him. After all, what he had done was beneficial to the Tianlong clan. Perhaps because of his good deed, this time, the Tianlong clan would have fewer casualties in the emperor battle plane in the future. When I told Huatian that I might have become a divine emperor by the time the emperor battle begins, I was just saying it casually. But based on the current situation, it's really possible. A few Tianlong clan elders had sent Duan Lingtian various herbs that the Internal Affairs Hall didn't have as a processing fee. Duan Lingtian felt that he might be able to break through to the divine emperor realm within 5 years. These herbs were all used to refine various divine pills that aided the cultivation of divine kings. Chapter 38-32. The ultimate meridian restoring divine pill was one of the most difficult king-grade divine pills to refine. Even the number 1 divine pill master of the Tianlong clan, the former clan master of the Tianlong clan, had never been able to refine it. Now that Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in private. However, he didn't expect Shui Haichuan to come to him directly and tell him that the clan master wanted him to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in public. In return, the clan master was willing to help him gather all the herbs he needed and spare no effort. Moreover, the limit was 300,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points was actually not a lot for Duan Lingtian now. Currently, he had received more than 50 orders to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, which were worth more than 500,000 contribution points. However, Duan Lingtian was still tempted. The Tianlong clan's efforts to gather herbs for him would definitely be more efficient than the Tianlong clan elders who needed his help to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill. I really didn't expect the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill to bring me such great benefits. This was something Duan Lingtian didn't expect. As for refining the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in public, it was nothing to Duan Lingtian. After all, the way of divine pills relied on restraint. The most important thing was to sense the vitality in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as the steps to extract it. These 2 steps, which were extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary divine pill masters, were not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had a divine tree of life in his small world. Before coming to the Tianlong clan, he had already refined the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill, but the success rate was higher because it was easier to refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Even so, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were second to none in Tungleng province. This was because no one in the Tungleng province could refine ultimate emperor-level divine pellets as easily as Duan Lingtian. Even the ones that were easier to refine. There had been people who had refined a limit emperor-level divine pill before, but it was mostly due to luck. It was extremely difficult to replicate and refine a second limit emperor-level divine pill. Of course, Duan Lingtian had no intention of exposing the fact that he had refined a limit emperor-grade divine pellet. It was better to reveal some of his trump cards appropriately. To him, the pros outweighed the cons. However, once he revealed too much, he would not be able to control it properly. The cons would outweigh the pros. Duan Lingtian had been doing his best to maintain this balance. He didn't dare to act recklessly, as if he was treading on thin ice. However, even if the news of me being able to refine an ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill spreads, the few peak god emperor forces in Tongling province would not be able to sit still. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already expected. He even felt that his performance in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was enough to attract the attention of those peak god emperor forces in Tongling province. As for why they didn't send anyone over, it was probably related to the Tianlong clan and Supreme East Sex Emperor battle. If a talented young man could survive the baptism of an emperor battle, his future achievements would definitely be higher than if he didn't participate in the emperor battle. Therefore, under such circumstances, those peak god emperor forces would definitely be happy for Duan Lingtian to participate in the emperor battle. As long as Duan Lingtian could survive the emperor battle, they would immediately extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian after the emperor battle ended. Moreover, once the emperor battle started, the peak god emperor forces in Tongling province, according to the tradition of Tongling province, could not casually poach people from other peak god emperor forces. Of course, when they said they couldn't poach people, they mainly meant that they couldn't poach god emperor experts. On this day, a group of people gathered in the valley where the inner sect disciples cultivated. Among these people, there were many white dragon elders, and even some black dragon elders. What's going on? Why are there so many white dragon elders here? Moreover, even 2 black dragon elders have come. These 2 black dragon elders seem to be one of the few god alchemists in our Tianlong clan, right? Some of the inner sect disciples who had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had just walked out of their cultivation grounds looked at the vast group of people in the sky above the valley. They were a little stunned. However, as others in the know explained the situation to them, they also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Duan Lingtian will start refining the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill in public today? The ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill is one of the hardest king grade divine pills to refine. He can actually refine it? Is this a joke? Yes. Although he could refine ultimate spirit grade divine pills whenever he wanted when he was in the Linghu family, the ultimate spirit grade divine pill and the ultimate king grade divine pill are 2 completely different concepts, especially the ultimate meridian recovery divine pill, which is one of the hardest king grade divine pills to refine. He once took out 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills in the Internal Affairs Hall and said he refined them. I think we don't have to question him anymore. When he refines the meridian recovery divine pill in public, we'll know if he can refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill. That's true. After the valley became lively, more and more inner sect disciples walked out of their residences. Many inner sect elders even came over to join in the fun. As time passed, even some inner sect deacons and outer sect elders came over. If it was not for the restrictions on the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, which prevented outer sect disciples and outer sect deacons from coming over, more people would have come. In fact, not many of those who came to join in the fun were divine pill masters. They came mainly to see if Duan Lingtian could really refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill. Duan Lingtian can actually refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill? Ding Yen, who had just returned from a mission outside, had a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, there was a beautiful young lady standing next to Ding Yen. She was dressed in a fiery red long dress, but there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. Ding Yen, that Duan Lingtian. He's your friend, right? The young lady glanced at Ding Yen indifferently and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes. Ding Yen nodded, then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This young lady had been forced by Uncle Sikong to go on a mission with him. Along the way, she had not taken the initiative to talk to him. He did not expect that she would take the initiative to talk to him now because of Duan Lingtian. Did he owe this to Duan Lingtian? Thinking of this, Ding Yen laughed at himself. Before he returned to the Tianlong clan, he had expressed to his uncle Sikong that he wanted to call off the engagement with this young lady. Otherwise, he would not have followed them back. At that time, his uncle Sikong had no choice but to agree. After that, although this eldest young miss, who was his Uncle Sikong's daughter, didn't target him like before because of the annulment of the engagement. She was incomparably cold to him and always looked down on him. No matter what, he was still a man. Although they were no longer fated to be husband and wife, being looked down on by a woman like this was a strong challenge to his pride as a man. A large part of the reason why he was able to improve so much over the years was because of this woman's contempt. Humph. Sikong snorted coldly and said in disdain, "Birds of a feather flock together. Someone who is willing to be friends with you, Ding Yan, is probably not much better. Refining a limit meridian recovery pill? I think it's just empty talk. I'm afraid that refining it in front of everyone today will be a disgrace." Sikong words seemed to have determined that it was impossible for Ding Yan's friend to refine a limit meridian recovery pill. It was already rare for someone to have such strength before they were 3,000 years old. Wanting to have such achievements in the Tao of divine pills? Looking at the history of Tungleng province, there had probably never been such an existence. Sikong. Ding Yan's expression instantly became ugly. "It's fine if you look down on me. I'm indeed inferior to you. But you don't have the qualifications to look down on Duan Lingtian. Although you're a higher divine king, do you dare say that you're a match for Duan Lingtian?" As he finished speaking, the corners of Ding Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sikong was the Azure Dragon disciple of the Tianlong clan. His status and treatment in the Tianlong clan surpassed that of inner sect disciples and was comparable to inner sect elders. Of course, if Duan Lingtian were to participate in the Azure Dragon Disciple test now, he would definitely pass smoothly. Azure Dragon Disciple was an honor bestowed to the genius disciples of the clan by the Tianlong clan. The Azure Dragon Disciple test targeted different ages and had different levels of difficulty. The younger the age, the easier the test. You have to know that Duan Lingtian is even younger than me. And you are even older than me by a few hundred years. As Ding Yan finished speaking, the mocking smile on his face grew thicker. And Sikong expression also became ugly as Ding Yan finished speaking. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Even if this Duan Lingtian is stronger than me now, it's only because his luck is better than mine. If all the fortuitous encounters he encountered along the way were given to me, Sikong, I would absolutely not be inferior to him. As Sikong finished speaking, his tone was resolute and filled with deep confidence. Pfft. When Ding Yan heard Sikong words, he couldn't help but sneer. Sikong, you have the face to say this? Then why don't you say that Duan Lingtian is from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background to rely on? Whereas you have the support of Uncle Sikong since you were young. 1,000 years ago, you were an Azure Dragon disciple in the Tianlong clan and enjoyed treatment equivalent to an inner sect elder. Is this something that Duan Lingtian can compare to? It's fine if you mock me. I, Ding Yan, am indeed inferior to you and don't have the confidence to debate with you. But you really can't compare to Duan Lingtian. As for you saying he can't refine a limit meridian recovery divine pill, I find it even more laughable. It's absolutely impossible for the Duan Lingtian I know to joke about something like this. In the past, Ding Yan had always endured Sikong ridicule, and he had a belly full of anger. It was fine if Sikong was only talking about him, and he could endure it. But when Sikong said he was a friend, Ding Yan couldn't endure it any longer and completely exploded. Chapter 38-33. Ding Yan. Sikong stared at Ding Yan. At this moment, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes were suffused with an ice-cold killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that your father is my father's good friend, would have killed you several times over for your contemptuous words. The Tianlong clan's rule of not killing each other is useless against me. You should be aware of this. As he spoke, the cold glint in Sikong eyes grew even stronger. It was like a blade, like a sword, extremely sharp. I know. Ding Yan said indifferently, it's naturally easy for you, Sikong, to take my life. However, I, Ding Yan, won't even bat an eyelid. I owe Uncle Sikong a lot. As Uncle Sikong's daughter, I'll accept it if you can repay his kindness with your life if you kill me. Currently, Ding Yen was like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Sikomyu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Her divine energy was about to surge out of her body, but she forced herself not to make a move. Ding Yen, even if my father allows me to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years, I won't travel with you. Today, you've completely infuriated me. Sikomyu said coldly, in the Emperor battle realm, even if I, Sikomyu, saw that you were about to be killed, I still wouldn't save you. However, Ding Yen smiled when he heard Sikomyu's words. I never planned to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years. If Uncle Sikom really arranged it that way, I would have rejected it myself. As for you not saving me in the Emperor battle, I won't have any complaints. If I die in there, I can only say that I, Ding Yen, am not strong enough and have bad luck. Ding Yan's indifferent expression angered Sikomyu to the point that her pretty face turned increasingly ugly. In the end, she simply ignored Ding Yen and followed the crowd's gazes, looking towards a courtyard within the inner sect disciples' training grounds. This courtyard was also the focus of everyone's attention. This was because Duan Lingtian lived in it. Alchemist Duan, it's time for you to come out. One of the 2 black dragon elders present called out very politely. The black dragon elder was dressed in a long green robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked as though he had attained the Tao. He was the only black dragon elder in the Tianlong clan who came from a Devata realm. One could say that he was from the Duan Lingtian's hometown, but he was not a native of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian had once refined an ultimate spirit-grade divine pill, and a few days ago, he had taken out 10 ultimate meridian-restoring divine pills. Now, he even threatened to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill in public. As a god alchemist, Duan Lingtian had already gained the approval of this black dragon elder. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm, so he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. He did not treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill, the people present on the scene did not think it was likely. If Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian-restoring divine pill, would he dare to say he would refine it in public? The people present on the scene were unaware that Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public because the sect leader of the Tianlong clan had asked Shui Haichuan to relay a message to Duan Lingtian. Not many people in the Tianlong clan were aware of this. At the very least, the people present at the inner sect disciples' cultivation area were unaware of this. In a room in the courtyard, Duan Lingtian was cultivating with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he heard the voice from outside. He was stunned. It's time. Last time, Shui Haichuan had passed the Sky Dragon sect master's message to him. He had also specifically told Shui Haichuan that he needed him to go out and demonstrate how to refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. He had also sent him a message to remind him that he was worried that he would be delayed because of cultivation. However, before Shui Haichuan's message arrived, Duan Lingtian was woken up by someone else. Brother Haichuan, is today the day you're going to refine pills in public? Duan Lingtian asked Shui Haichuan through voice transmission. Huh? Shui Haichuan was stunned as well. Is it today? I asked Dongfang Yannian to send me a message today, but he didn't send me a message at all. That guy is really unreliable. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Shui Haichuan ridiculing Dongfang Yannian. I didn't even say you were unreliable, and you're blaming me? After a short while, Duan Lingtian had just gotten out of bed when Dongfang Yannian's message arrived. Little Tian, I'm really sorry. I've been helping your sister-in-law recover her heavenly meridians and didn't pay attention to the time, so I forgot to remind Shui Haichuan. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. It was obvious that Shui Haichuan had definitely sent a message to ridicule Dongfang Yannian. Otherwise, Dongfang Yannian wouldn't have sent him a message to apologize. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dongfang Yannian, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and stepped into the air. So many people. Only now did he carefully look at the top of the canyon. He immediately saw a black mass of people that covered the sky. He's Duan Tian? He's really young. I heard he's not even 3,000 years old. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his strength is at the peak of the inner sect disciples. Moreover, he knows how to refine ultimate king-grade divine pills. What a monster. As soon as Duan Tian appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Many people who were seeing him for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Master Duan. At the same time, Duan Tian saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was dressed in a Daoist robe flying toward him. His face was filled with a kind smile. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes. After a short while, he confirmed the old man's identity through the identity token on his waist. He was the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Master Duan, I'm Yuan Gangming, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The old man arrived in front of Duan Tian and introduced himself politely. Elder Yuan. Duan Tian greeted the old man. This was not his first time hearing the old man's name. Previously, when he was chatting with Shui Haichuan had mentioned this old man. The reason Shui Haichuan mentioned this old man was because, like him, the old man was not a native of the realms of gods. Both of them were from the Devata realms. Moreover, Shui Haichuan had also said this old man was an emperor-grade divine alchemist. He was one of the most outstanding divine alchemists in the Tianlong clan apart from the old ancestor. Master Duan. After a short while, another Black Dragon Elder stepped forward and greeted Duan Tian. This old man was dressed in a light gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would be difficult to spot in a crowd. Before the gray-clad old man could even speak, Yuan Gangming had already taken the initiative to introduce him to Duan Tian. Master Duan, this is Ho Fong, old geezer Ho. His strength is ordinary, and he's barely on par with me. However, in terms of divine pills, he's slightly inferior to me. Nonsense. As soon as Yuan Gangming finished speaking, Ho Fong shouted angrily, Yuan Gangming, do you want to compete or what? Are you saying my attainment in divine alchemy is inferior to yours? With your half-baked skills, you have the face to say such things? Seeing that the two old men were about to quarrel, Duan Tian smiled awkwardly. The two of you didn't come here today to quarrel in front of so many people, right? As soon as Duan Tian said this, the two old men fell silent. Yuan Gangming snorted coldly, old ghost Ho. Today I'm not going to argue with you because of Master Duan's face. Ho Fong was not to be outdone. It's because of Master Duan that I'm not going to argue with you. The two of you. Duan Tian smiled bitterly. No matter who is going to argue with who, let's talk about it after I finish refining the divine alchemy. I'll only refine 3 meridian restoring divine pills in front of everyone. As soon as Duan Tian said this, the two old men finally stopped quarreling. However, they were still staring at each other. Duan Tian felt a little helpless. Were these two old men really the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elders and high-level divine emperors? Why did they look more like two old hooligans and scoundrels? This was especially true for Yuan Gangming. He had the demeanor of an immortal and looked like an enlightened expert. However, at the moment, he was like an unreasonable woman who kept on chattering. His inner and outer appearance were two extremes. At this moment, an indifferent voice seemed to come from all directions. You two old men, get out of my way. Don't disturb Duan Tian when he's refining the divine alchemy. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you personally. You can join forces. I don't mind. This was an indifferent voice. Although it sounded old, it was full of energy. When they heard this voice, Yuan Gangming and Ho Fong, who were still staring at each other, immediately returned to their original serious appearance. At the same time, they cupped their hands and bowed to the people around them. Old sect leader, I'll go to the side now. Old sect leader, please calm down. As soon as the two of them said this, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. That voice just now. Was it the old sect leader? In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader's status was equivalent to the Golden Dragon Elders. It was said that the old ancestor was not only highly accomplished in the divine alchemy Dao, but he had also caused several top emperor gods in Tongling province to extend an olive branch to him many times. His strength was also not inferior to the other Golden Dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader was an elusive figure. Very few people had seen him before. Because of this, although his voice had sounded earlier, only Yuan Gangming and Ho Fang, who were both Black Dragon elders, could tell it was his voice. Old sect leader? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He did not expect the old sect leader of the Tianlong clan would also be paying attention to him now. This old man is still spying on me secretly. Is he trying to secretly learn how to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill from me? Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were not known to the old sect leader. Otherwise, the old sect leader would most likely show up and kill him directly. Now, many of the onlookers were whispering among themselves. Even the old sect leader is paying attention to this? It seems that he is also very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. Do you think? After the old sect leader observed Duan Lingtian's method of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill, will he also be able to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill? I think he definitely can. Even if Duan Lingtian can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill and the old sect leader can't, I don't think we can say that the old sect leader's attainment in the Divine Pill Dao is inferior to Duan Lingtian's. It must be that Duan Lingtian has mastered the technique of refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. If the old sect leader knew about this technique, he would definitely be able to refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill. I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Divine Pill Dao is higher than the old sect leader's. Chapter 38-34. The old sect leader of the Tianlong clan was a legendary figure in the Tianlong clan. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples regarded him as their idol. Even the remaining disciples admired him very much. In their opinion, this was not the case. Even if such a person did not refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it could only be said that he did not grasp the trick and failed to refine it. As for Duan Ling Tian, it was most likely due to his good luck that he managed to obtain the technique to refine the Supreme Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Today, as long as the old sect leader watched Duan Ling Tian refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pill, he would definitely be able to refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pill as well. Who knows, maybe the trick Duan Ling Tian used to refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pill can be used to refine other Ultimate Limit King Grade Divine Pills. If that's the case, once the old sect leader grasps the trick, he'll be able to refine the Ultimate Limit King Grade Divine Pills at will. He might even be able to refine the Ultimate Limit Emperor Grade Divine Pills. The Ultimate Limit Emperor Grade Divine Pill. If the old sect leader can really refine such a divine pill, I'm afraid he'll be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Tongling province in terms of divine pill Dao. However, Duan Ling Tian is really lucky to have grasped the trick to refine the Ultimate Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pill. I wonder where he got it from. Divine Pill Masters, watch carefully. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to refine the Ultimate Limit Divine Pill after you've grasped the trick. When their eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian again, most of them were filled with curiosity and anticipation, but most of them were filled with eagerness and desire. Trick? Although the group of Tianlong clan disciples were whispering among themselves, Duan Ling Tian could hear them clearly. He could not help but laugh inwardly. These fellows would most likely be disappointed in a while. Trick? Naturally, he had it. However, no one was able to learn his tricks. I have the divine tree of life in my body from the ruins of a realm of gods. Do you have the same in your lesser worlds? Ever since Duan Ling Tian arrived in the realms of gods, he had learned many things that he did not know before, including the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, did not tell him. Perhaps, even the world-cleansing divine water wasn't sure. As it turned out, when a realm of gods was reduced to ruins, the ruins of the realm of gods would fall into spatial turbulence at the same time. No one would be able to track it down. Moreover, although the divine tree of life could be found in the ruins of a realm of gods, the divine tree of life would be destroyed along with the realm of gods. Duanling Tian's divine tree of life had survived the destruction of the realm of gods due to the world-cleansing divine water. That was the only reason it was able to survive. If Duanling Tian did not enter the ruins of the realm of gods and take the divine tree of life away, the divine tree of life would have withered in just a few years. After all, the world-cleansing divine water was not omnipotent. It could not keep the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Is it possible that he can refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill? Si Kongyu frowned when he heard the whispers of the inner disciples around him and saw the indifferent expression on Duanling Tian's face. He found it hard to believe. How could someone like Duanling Tian be friends with Ding Yan? Was Duanling Tian blind? Ding Yan, who was standing not far away from Si Kongyu, was not surprised. However, he was worried about Duanling Tian. Therefore, he sent a message to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, if you really have the trick to refining the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it's best if you keep it a secret. Although it's selfish of you, there's no need for you to reveal your secret to someone else. Old sect master, if you really want the secret, ask him to exchange it for something else. To be honest, if you really have such a secret, it's not something that can be measured by ordinary things. Although Ding Yan's words were selfish, they were for Duanling Tian's sake. Even if he could not keep the secret, he could still ask for some benefits. There was no need for him to give the secret to someone else, even if the other party was the old sect master of the Tianlong clan. To him, no matter how high Duanling Tian's status in the Tianlong clan was, he was still a stranger. Moreover, if Duanling Tian was not the old sect master of the Tianlong clan but his uncle Sikong, who treated him like his own son, he would have reminded Duanling Tian the same way. It was not that he was ungrateful, but that was another matter altogether. If it was something that belonged to him, he would give it to his uncle Sikong unconditionally. However, it did not belong to him. It belonged to Duanling Tian, and Duanling Tian was his friend. Naturally, he would not be so selfish as to ask Duanling Tian to give it away for free. Don't worry. In response to Ding Yan's reminder, Duanling Tian felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly replied, "No one can learn my secret." No one can learn it? Ding Yan was stunned. Then, he sent a message with some disappointment. Then this secret cannot be exchanged for any benefits. A secret that no one can learn. You can imagine how desperate the old sect master and the other divine alchemists present would be if they knew this now. Let's begin. The old sect master of the Tianlong clan's voice once again reverberated in all directions, landing heavily in Duanling Tian's ears. Obviously, he was very anxious about Duanling Tian refining the ultimate meridian recovery divine pill. Usually, Duanling Tian would hide in his own residence to refine pills. Due to the restrictions of the array, even a high-level divine emperor would not be able to spy on Duanling Tian while he refined pills without alerting Duanling Tian. Moreover, once Duanling Tian was alerted, Duanling Tian would definitely stop refining pills. That would not achieve the goal of spying on Duanling Tian. It would be meaningless. Yes. After all, the other party was the old sect master of the Tianlong clan. Even if the old sect master was not in front of him, Duanling Tian still did not dare to be presumptuous. Then, in front of everyone, he began to refine pills. It was just like how he usually refined pills. It was as light as the clouds and breezy as the wind. He did as he pleased. Although his technique is practiced, this level of proficiency is something that any outstanding king-grade divine alchemist would be able to do. It seems like Duanling Tian's secret lies in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, as well as extracting the life force from the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Some of the divine alchemists present muttered similar words to themselves. Up until now, Duanling Tian's refining technique had been standard and cautious. However, there was nothing outstanding about it. They were sure that most of them could do the same. He's going to start sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Soon, Duanling Tian reached the critical moment of refining the meridian restoration divine pill. He began to sense the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a divine pill in the Tianlong clan. It had to be said that the Tianlong clan was worthy of being called a God-Emperor grade divine stone sect. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Tianlong temple was extremely rich. It was not something that Duan Lingtian's Linghu family could compare to. Duan Lingtian could sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here. He could not help but sigh inwardly. The life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here is enough for me to refine an ordinary emperor grade divine pill into a supreme divine pill. It's more than enough to refine an ultimate emperor grade divine pill. Although there were thousands of thoughts in his mind, Duan Lingtian's movements did not slow down at all. He was familiar with the process of extracting the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. At first, the divine alchemists present did not think much of it. However, when they saw the life force flowing into the pill cauldron, they were stunned. This much? The Black Dragon Elder, Yuan Gongming's pupils shrank rapidly as a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other side, the other Black Dragon Elder, Ho Fong, who was not on good terms with Yuan Gangming, did not expose him. How did he do it? How can he extract so much life force? Even the old sect master can't do this, right? Moreover, looking at his method of extracting the life force, it's obviously very crude and direct. Obviously, he sensed a large amount of life force, and the life force does not seem to reject him, allowing him to use such a simple and crude method to guide it. At this point, Ho Fong did not know what to say anymore. Did Duan Lingtian have a knack for it? Obviously not. It was said that the deeper one's attainment in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the more life force one could sense. However, the old sect master of the Tianlong clan was an expert in the law of life. His comprehension of the law of life was definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian's. Even so, the old sect master's efficiency in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi was still not as good as Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, it was not just a little bit, but a lot. With so much life force, if he can't refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, then his alchemy skills are really bad. At this moment, Yuan Gangming, Ho Fong, and some other divine pill masters who were more accomplished in the divine pill Dao had similar thoughts. Even if it were them, if they could extract so much life force to refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, they were very confident that they could refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill. High up in the sky, above the clouds, an old figure stood there. At the same time, he sighed. There's no knack for it. It seems like he's the kind of person who was born sensitive to the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This kind of person is a natural divine pill master. As long as his alchemy skills are good enough, let alone the ultimate king grade divine pill, he might even be able to refine the ultimate emperor grade divine pill. In the next moment, the old man's figure swayed and disappeared without a trace. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the other two ultimate meridian restoration divine pills in front of everyone, he seemed to have lost interest in watching. At the same time, Duan Lingtian happened to start taking out the pills and successfully refined the meridian restoration divine pill in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as the meridian restoration divine pill was in his hand, the tribulation cloud arrived at the horizon. Meridian recovery pill. In front of the crowd of inner sect disciples, he completed the tribulation and successfully turned it into an ultimate meridian recovery pill. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. So, the Supreme King grade divine pill was refined just like that? Yuan Gangming had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 38-35. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. For those who weren't divine pill masters or those who had just entered the sect, they couldn't see the profoundness of Duan Lingtian's pill refining process. They only felt that since Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it meant that Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were profound. At the same time, he should have grasped some tricks. However, in the eyes of those who were in the know, Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were only average and couldn't be considered profound. The reason why Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill so easily was because he could sense a large amount of life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and extract it all. That's right, it was all. At the very least, it was in the eyes of divine pill masters like Yuan Gangming and Ho Fang. If that wasn't all, then wouldn't the amount of life force that Duan Lingtian could sense in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth be more than what they could see? It's difficult to sense the life force, and extracting it is even more difficult. For divine pill masters, this has always been a difficult problem to solve. It's also because of this that a brilliant divine pill master is extremely rare and valuable. Ho Fang smiled bitterly and said, however, in the hands of this divine pill master, sensing the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seems to have become very simple. Extracting the life force seems to be a piece of cake. At this moment, some of the divine pill masters nearby felt the same when they heard Ho Fang's words. Amazing. Ding Yan also heard the conversation of the divine pill masters nearby. After learning about Duan Lingtian's attainments in sensing the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but exclaim. As for Sikongyu, who was not far away, the contempt in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian was replaced by disbelief. This Duan Lingtian was not only younger than her, but he was even younger than Ding Yan. However, not only did he surpass her in terms of strength, but he also had heaven-defying achievements in the divine pill Dao at his age. Compared to him, Sikongyu only felt that she was so ordinary that she felt ashamed of her inferiority. This was the first time in Sikongyu's life that she had such a thought. One had to know that although there were many young geniuses in the Tungleng province, those who were more outstanding than her, Sikongyu, were either from noble backgrounds, disciples of peak god emperor level forces in the Tungleng province, or were older than her. Sikongyu felt that if she were to reach their age, she wouldn't be any weaker than them. But now, Duan Lingtian, who had no background and was younger than her, had appeared in front of her, which made her doubt her life. At this moment, even though Ding Yan had subconsciously glanced at her with ridicule in his eyes, Sikongyu wasn't in the mood to fuss over it with Ding Yan. Sikongyu took a deep breath and glanced once more at the violet-colored figure in the distance, and then he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he didn't say a single word. This surprised Ding Yan a little. Had this woman changed? He was already prepared to bicker with the other party, but the other party ran away. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time. This time, the process was exactly the same as the previous time. I still find it unbelievable. I'd like to see if the amount of life energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy this time is comparable to the previous time. Ho Fang's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps, he was just lucky the previous time. Perhaps, he won't be so lucky every time. In fact, many people, including Yuan Gangming, had the same thought as Ho Fang. However, compared to other people's anticipation, Yuan Gangming had a feeling this young man who came from a Devata realm like him was still as heaven-defying as before. As time passed, Yuan Gangming realized he had guessed correctly. The amount of life energy Duan Lingtian extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy when he refined the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time was even greater than the previous time. What happened next was only logical. Another Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill appeared. 2 pills now. Duan Lingtian actually has such a high success rate when refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill? 2 refinements, 2 successes. The success rate of these 2 refinements is 100%. Let's see if he can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 3rd time. If he can still refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill in one go, his achievement in the Divine Pill Dao will be really shocking. Currently, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 2nd time. Even the non-divine alchemists present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's shocking success rate. This was not an ordinary king-grade divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme King-grade divine pill. Among all the king-grade divine pellets, this was one of the hardest to refine into an ultimate-level divine pellet. Only Yuan Gangming, Ho Fang, and other insiders knew that with Duan Lingtian's level of alchemy, coupled with his heaven-defying ability to sense and extract life energy, refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Following that, under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill again. This time, the group of outsiders was naturally even more shocked. He's actually so powerful? The third miss of the Murong family, Murong Inua, was also present. When she saw Duan Lingtian successfully refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the third time, she couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, she even felt that if she were to be with Ho Qingming, she might not have an advantage in terms of identity. After all, although Ho Qingming's identity and background were not as good as hers, Ho Qingming's friend was someone that the entire Murong family would have to look up to in the near future. In the future, if she were to be with Ho Qingming, others might only say that she was trying to climb the social ladder. Okay, it's over. Under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian put away the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill that he had successfully refined. He, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, stood up at the right time and spoke in a clear voice. Alchemy Master Duan, your alchemy water, your alchemy skills are really amazing. Ho Fang exclaimed. He originally wanted to say that Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were profound, but when he realized that it would be against his will, he changed his words at the right time. As soon as Ho Fang finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Yuan Gangming sneered and said, "What? Old geezer Ho, are you unwilling to admit that Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb? Don't forget that the most difficult thing for a divine pill master is to sense and extract the life force in the heaven and earth spirit chi. If this isn't enough to be considered as an alchemy skill, then what is? Is it those skills that can be accumulated over time?" As soon as Yuan Gangming spoke, even though Ho Fang and Yuan Gangming did not see eye to eye, he was speechless at this moment. After a while, Ho Fang seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and cupped his hands slightly as he said, "Alchemy Master Duan, what I said earlier was definitely not what he said. Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb, and I'm inferior to you. I hope Alchemy Master Duan can give me some pointers when you're free in the future." As soon as Ho Fang finished speaking, he took out his soul orb. "Alchemy Master Duan, how about we exchange soul orbs? If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. You're from the Linghu family. Speaking of which, there's one person in the Linghu family who's a disciple of my junior brother. We can be considered as a family," Ho Fang said with a smile. Pfft. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out his soul orb, Yuan Gangming could not help but laugh as he looked at Ho Fang. "Old geezer Ho, you're really thick-skinned. How can you be considered as a family with Alchemy Master Duan? Don't forget that Alchemy Master Duan is only a revered elder of the Linghu family." Ho Fang did not hold back when he heard Yuan Gangming's words. "At least he's better than you. Apart from being from a Devata realm like Alchemy Master Duan, you're not related to him at all, right?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and left silently when he saw the two of them quarreling again. After Duan Lingtian left, Yuan Gangming and Ho Fang finally regained their senses and began to blame each other again. "It's all because of you that I couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan. Do you think you're the only one who couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan?" At this moment, the two of them did not seem like two black dragon elders. Instead, they seemed more like two scoundrels or two shrews who were quarreling on the street. Among the people present, the person with the highest status in the Tianlong clan was the White Dragon Elder. The quarrel between the two Black Dragon Elders was no different from a fight between celestial immortals in front of a mortal like him. How could he dare to stop them? On the other hand, the group of inner sect disciples present on the scene had their eyes opened. It turned out that even someone as high as the Black Dragon Elder was just like them. He was a normal person and had his own emotions. He also had his own enemies. I didn't expect to obtain a rare medicinal herb worth 300,000 contribution points just like that. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian finally had some peace and quiet. He was delighted when he thought about how he had only spent a few hours to refine the Limit Meridian's recovery divine pill 3 times in front of everyone and obtained the rare medicinal materials that were worth 300,000 contribution points. In the following month, he continued to refine Limit Meridian restoring divine pills because he still needed to refine many Limit Meridian restoring divine pills to exchange for contribution points and various medicinal herbs. Of course. While refining these Limit Meridian restoring divine pills, Duan Lingtian did not forget to refine other divine pills. Among them, there were several Limit Emperor grade divine pills. Of course, the pill tribulation for Limit Emperor grade divine pills was different. However, before refining the Limit Emperor grade divine pills, the news of Duan Lingtian refining 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills at the same time using 2 pill cauldrons spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. Therefore, when the pill tribulation for the Limit Emperor grade divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined arrived, the Tianlong clan members only thought that it was 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills that were refined at the same time. Of course, the fact that Duan Lingtian refined 2 Limit Meridian restoring divine pills at the same time and successfully refined them also shocked Yuan Gangming, Ho Fang, and the other Tianlong clan divine pill masters. With Yuan Gangming and Ho Fang's efforts, they also successfully exchanged soul orbs with Duan Lingtian. However, after the exchange of soul orbs, they discovered that imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. They originally thought that they could ask Duan Lingtian to help them refine other Limit Emperor grade divine pills. But before they could speak, Duan Lingtian asked them more questions about the divine pill Dao. Some of the questions were so tricky that they could only send a message to the Tianlong clan's old clan master. Days passed one after another. The day of the Emperor Battle Plains opening was gradually approaching. Chapter 38-36. The Emperor battle was about to begin. Whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Tai sect, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Even the disciples of the 2 sects who hadn't become God Kings felt tremendous pressure. After all, the Emperor battle wasn't something they could escape from if they didn't break through to God King. It didn't matter if you were young and had just joined a God King level sect like the Tianlong clan or the Tai sect, but if you hadn't broken through to God King after a period of time and enjoyed the sect's various resources, then sorry, you could only scram. As for those above God King level, they had to enter the Emperor battle realm no matter who they were. After entering the Emperor battle plane, everyone had a mission. Only by completing the minimum mission would one be able to leave the Emperor war realm. If one exceeded the requirements, one could store the spoils and hand them over the next time they entered the Emperor war realm. This way, they wouldn't have to enter the battlefield in the Emperor war realm in the future. The mission was to defeat the other sect's people. The members of the 2 sects who entered the Monarch battle realm would enter a city behind their respective sections. Before a formation set up by a formation disc set up by a supreme expert, they only needed to inject their divine energy into it to form an identity medallion that belonged to them. The token was compatible with one's aura and could only be carried by oneself. Once the token was exchanged with someone else, it would disperse. Only when the owner of the identity token died would the identity token solidify and become rigid. At that time, it could be held by others. In the Emperor battle realm, this was known as a life token. Once it was lost, it meant that one's life would wither away. Inside the Tianlong temple, as the Emperor battle drew near, many people's hearts burned with anticipation. Once the Emperor war begins, as long as you obtain enough life tokens, you will be able to obtain the corresponding amount of Emperor war merit points. Emperor war merit points can be exchanged for items from the sects and greater one sect in the Emperor war realm. Those items are all protected by formation discs formed by formations set up by supreme experts. Only with enough Emperor war merit points can they be exchanged. Of course, if you don't want to exchange merit for them, you can do so after the Emperor battle ends. After the Emperor battle ends? Once the Emperor war starts, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. At the very least, unless a God Emperor is born, it won't end so easily. Thinking about it, that's true. Once one's eyes turn red from killing, and no God Emperor expert is born, no one would be satisfied. All in all, the Monarch duel is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. In my opinion, the path to becoming an expert is all about fighting. If you don't even dare to fight, how can you become strong? Everywhere in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment, the majority of the Sky Dragon sect's disciples supported the Emperor battle. To them, their talent and comprehension were limited, so they could not enjoy special treatment like the genius disciples of the Tianlong clan, and the Emperor battle was their chance. In the Emperor battle, they could obtain battle merits by killing Greater One sect disciples and exchange them for what they wanted. When the Emperor battle began, whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would take out all kinds of treasures from their storehouses. This was because a few peak god emperor level forces in Tungleng province would participate in the supervision. They would know if anyone did not put in their best effort to take out something. On the other hand, the start of the Emperor battle symbolized the struggle between the two major sections. At this time, the two major sects participating in the Emperor battle would not be stingy. If, at the beginning, the Greater One sect's encampment was still a little panicked. As time passed and the Emperor battle was about to begin, the panic in the Greater One sect gradually dissipated without a trace. It was replaced by resignation, hard work, and progress. To be able to cultivate to their current cultivation realm, no one was a fool. Since the Emperor battle was irreversible, what they had to do was to improve their strength as much as possible before the Emperor battle, so that they could have more life-saving capital in the Emperor battle. In addition, thinking that the Emperor battle was also an opportunity for them, they were even more excited. Tianlong Temple, today, once again welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The reason why it was once again was because there had been two other groups of uninvited guests recently, and they were all from the peak god emperor level forces in Tungleng province. The first two groups of uninvited guests had just arrived. After paying a visit to the Tianlong clan's clan master, they were directly led by the Tianlong clan's clan master to see the recently popular Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan. Their purpose of coming was to invite Duan Lingtian to join the forces behind them, and to do so, they promised many benefits. In the past, the sects and families behind them knew that Duan Lingtian was extremely talented and had strong comprehension, and wanted to recruit him. However, as the Emperor battle between the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect was about to begin, they thought that after the Emperor battle, if Duan Lingtian was still alive, they would recruit Duan Lingtian. Later, Duan Lingtian refined multiple ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills in front of everyone at the Tianlong clan, and even opened 2 pill cauldrons in front of everyone, simultaneously refining 2 ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills at the same time, causing 2 pill tribulations to descend at the same time. While the Tianlong clan was shaken, the news also spread to the peak god emperor level forces in Tungleng province. Suddenly, they couldn't sit still anymore. They all sent people over. However, some people came early, while others came late. Yang Qinya greets all the martial granduncles, martial granduncles, martial uncles, and martial uncles. The uninvited guest of the Tianlong clan this time was Yang Qinya, the former number 1 of the younger generation of the God Emperor level sect, the Myriad Demon sect. He was someone who was above Du Pejuan. Yang Qinya didn't come alone. There were a few people following him, and each of them was far stronger than him. They had been sent by the God Emperor level force behind him to follow him to the Tianlong clan. The current Yang Qinya was more introverted than before. His eyes were deep and profound. He stood there with a transcendent aura that made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority. At least, that was how Du Qianjun, who was standing at the side, felt. It feels like Brother Qinya has changed after going to that God Emperor level force. At this moment, Du Pejuan was also standing beside Du Qianjun, looking at Yang Qinya with a complicated expression. He was sincerely convinced by this existence who had suppressed him in the Myriad Demon sect, but now that he couldn't see through him even more after going to that God Emperor level force, he knew that he had most likely been left behind in terms of strength. Ha! Qinya, when did you break through to the God Emperor level? The 2 people who were doing the best in the Tianlong clan were the 2 white dragon elders. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting in 2 of the 3 main seats. One of them even asked Yang Qinya with a smile. Martial granduncles, I just broke through recently. Yang Qinya replied respectfully, a rare faint smile on his face. He was rejoicing over his choice in the past. If he had gone to the Tianlong clan, he might not have been able to break through to the God Emperor level in such a short time. Brother Xianxia, you're already a God Emperor? Du Qianjun, who had been standing at the side, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Qianjun. At this time, the other old man frowned and scolded, your martial granduncles are talking to your brother Xianxia, don't interrupt. This old man was none other than Kuang Tianjing. Normally speaking, with Kuang Tianjing's status in the Tianlong clan, he wasn't qualified to sit in the main seat when the myriad demon sect was gathered. He could only sit below the main seat. However, he had a disciple who was capable enough to marry the only daughter of the Tianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Xue Mingji. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was standing behind Kuang Tianjing, looking at Yang Qianxia with a complicated expression. Zhong Can had heard of Yang Qianxia more than once. After Yang Qianxia had been invited to that peak God Emperor level force, he had begun to value Yang Qianxia because he was about the same age as him. Of course, at that time, he felt that he wouldn't lose to Yang Qianxia. But today, after learning that Yang Qianxia had broken through to become a God Emperor, he knew that there was a big gap between them. It doesn't matter. The old man on the main seat shook his head and waved his hand. Qianjun and Qianxia have always had a good relationship, this I know. Tianjing, don't be angry. Yes, senior brother. Kuang Tianjing hurriedly responded. At this time, Elder Bai Long of the Myriad Demon sect, who was sitting on the other main seat, was a middle-aged man wearing a light blue robe. He had a tall and sturdy build and a particularly conspicuous aquiline nose. He looked at Yang Qianxia and said, Martial nephew Qianxia, what are the cultivations of the people who followed you here? Martial uncle Lu Yin, I have to call them martial uncles and martial uncles. They are all high god emperors, and their duty this time is to escort me here and cooperate with me to invite Duan Lingtian to join the sect behind Qianxia. Yang Qianxia said with a faint smile. The aquiline-nosed middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Qianxia's words. They were all high god emperors? Du Pejuan, Du Qianjun, and their martial granduncle, Kuang Tianjing, who had the best relationship with their grandfather, Du Zhan, all changed their expressions at this time. Even Du Zhan, who was standing behind Kuang Tianjing, had a slight change in his expression. Although they had guessed that Yang Qianxia would bring a few experts with him, when they heard it from Yang Qianxia's mouth, they still had a different feeling. Since that little bastard rejected the two god emperors, I don't think he'll agree to Qianxia's request. When they thought of this, Kuang Tianjing, Zhong Can, Du Pejuan, and Du Qianjun all sighed in relief. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian had to die. If he didn't, they might be the ones to die in the future. Even though Zhong Can had no enmity with the Duan Lingtian in the past, he had instigated his wife to send his father-in-law to deal with the Duan Lingtian. That had put him on the opposite side of the Duan Lingtian. Because of his guilty conscience, he also felt that if the Duan Lingtian were to grow stronger, he wouldn't have an easy time. Martial nephew Qianxia. The aquiline-nosed middle-aged man's eyes suddenly focused. He said to Yang Qianxia in a deep voice, can you ask those people to kill the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder Xue Haichuan? Chapter 38-37. As the aquiline-nosed man's voice fell, the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, Yang Qianxia opened his mouth. He bitterly smiled and said, Hi Master Lu Yin, I also heard that Xue Haishan was released from the Hidden Fog Sect Stairway Heaven prison. I know you're eager to take revenge, but those elders only followed me here because they were ordered to invite Duan Lingtian. If you want them to kill another person, they might not refuse to give me face. But Xue Haichuan, in truth, before we came here, the sect had already done something for Duan Lingtian. Those elders also know that Duan Lingtian has a good relationship with Xue Haichuan. There was even an elder who said that he could use Xue Haichuan to persuade Duan Lingtian. In this situation, wanting them to kill Xue Haichuan is unrealistic. Yang Qianxia shook his head as he spoke. As for the aquiline-nosed man, he was Lu Yin. He was one of the two white dragon elders of the 10,000 demon sect in the Tianlong clan. At this time, his complexion was gloomy. Lu Yin was once the Hidden Fog sect master. In the past, his only son was killed by Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan. He wanted to kill Shui Haichuan to avenge his son, but in the end, the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect had Shui Haichuan imprisoned in the Stairway Heaven prison for 10,000 years. He wasn't willing to accept this result. In a fit of anger, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Hidden Fog sect's mortal enemy, the 10,000 Demon sect. As soon as he arrived at the 10,000 Demon sect, he became a highest elder. Later, through the 10,000 Demon sect, he entered the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, he broke through and became a middle divine emperor. First, he became an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Then, as his strength increased, he became a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He had always viewed Shui Haichuan as a fellow white dragon elder with hostility. This former junior actually had the same status as him in the Tianlong clan. In fact, in terms of strength, he wasn't confident he could defeat Shui Haichuan. After all, there was no direct enmity between him and Shui Haichuan. Therefore, although he didn't like Shui Haichuan in the Tianlong clan, he didn't have any major conflicts with Shui Haichuan. It was only when Shui Haishan had been released from the Stairway prison for 10,000 years that he really wanted to kill Shui Haichuan. This was because Shui Haichuan had always been inseparable from his elder brother, Shui Haishan. If he wanted to kill Shui Haishan and avenge his son, he would have to kill Shui Haichuan first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in his revenge. Ever since Shui Haishan had followed Shui Haichuan to the Tianlong clan, he had looked for opportunities many times, but found that there was no chance at all. Shui Haichuan had been guarding Shui Haishan to the death. No matter what he did, he would bring Shui Haishan along. The tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain had been used many times, but it had always failed. Right now, he was only asking for Yang Qinya's help because he was anxious. What if Duan Lingtian refuses? After hearing Yang Qinya's words, Lu Yin clearly didn't plan to give up. That Duan Lingtian has already rejected 2 of the top Emperor God forces in Tungleng province. If there are no accidents, he will also reject you. If he refuses, does that mean that you, junior nephew Qinya, only need to say the word, and those elders will kill Shui Haichuan? Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion once again. I'm afraid that's impossible. Yang Qinya shook his head again. Actually, before we came out this time, we were specifically warned. Even if we can't recruit Duan Lingtian, we can't become enemies with him. The war between the emperors is coming, so it's normal that Duan Lingtian is unwilling to leave the Tianlong clan. The sect plans to recruit Duan Lingtian after the war between the Tianlong clan and the Taoist sect is over. If we can't recruit Duan Lingtian this time, Yang Qinya's words completely extinguished Lu Yin's hopes. At this time, another white dragon elder from the Thousand Demon sect spoke. Lu Yin, I know you want to avenge your son. Only by killing Shui Haichuan can you kill Shui Haishan. However, don't you think you've entered a dead end? Shui Haichuan will definitely enter the Emperor battlefield when the war between the emperors starts. What about Shui Haishan? Even if he brings Shui Haishan in, can he bring Shui Haishan into the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? The battlefield of the Divine Emperors isn't just restricted to high-ranked Divine Emperors who entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Even those who haven't reached the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. At that time, you won't have a chance to kill Shui Haishan. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as the White Dragon Elder finished speaking. I didn't think of this. It seems that I'm too close to the situation. Yes. The war between the emperors will be the best opportunity for me to kill Shui Haishan. Lu Yin's eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Kuang Tianjing said in a low voice, when the war between the emperors starts, is it possible to kill Duan Lingtian in the battlefield of the Divine Kings? Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, everyone fell silent. Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious to all. Even if the emperor battlefield opened, Duan Lingtian would be like a fish in water in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Most likely, there wouldn't be anyone below the Divine Emperor realm in the Taoist sect who could be his match. Even if they joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to escape alive. It was impossible to kill Duan Lingtian in the Emperor battlefield unless someone above the Divine Emperor realm made a move. Almost impossible. Kuang Tianjing's words made Lu Yin shake his head repeatedly. Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary divine king. In the Tianlong clan, no one below the Divine Emperor realm would dare to say that they have the ability to defeat him. Even if multiple divine kings besieged him, with his strength and his proficiency in the law of space, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. As for the Tai sect, I haven't heard of anyone below the Divine Emperor realm stronger than him. Even if the battlefield of the divine kings in the Emperor battlefield is dangerous to him, it won't be life-threatening. Lu Yin saw through it all. Of course, this was also because he didn't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian. However, to Lu Yin, having no enmity with Duan Lingtian was a thing of the past. Now that he knew that the High Divine Emperors following Yang Qinya wouldn't attack Shui Haichuan because of Duan Lingtian, he hated Duan Lingtian and wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. If Duan Lingtian died, the High Divine Emperors following Yang Qinya would no longer have any qualms about attacking Shui Haichuan. Indeed, it's unlikely. Another white dragon elder nodded. If we want to touch Duan Lingtian, we'll have to do it outside the Emperor battlefield. The Emperor battlefield is either a safe zone for sects or a battlefield with distinct boundaries. Those above the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, and he can't go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, even if he wanted to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, he can't because his cultivation isn't strong enough. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that everyone in the Thousand Devils sect, including Yang Qinya, wanted to kill him. It was all because of the enmity between him and Kuang Tianjing. Kuang Tianjing had attacked him in the Linghu family's residence. If the Linghu family hadn't activated the protective grand formation, Duan Lingtian might have died at Kuang Tianjing's hands. The people from the Thousand Devils sect knew very well that after that incident, the Thousand Devils sect and Duan Lingtian had become enemies. It was almost impossible for them to reconcile. Unless they killed Kuang Tianjing or the people from Kuang Tianjing's faction and apologized to Duan Lingtian. However, that wasn't realistic. Kuang Tianjing was still fine. However, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was now the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Shui Mingji. If they killed Zhong Can and the matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Thousand Devils sect. The Thousand Devils sect couldn't take such a risk. Half a month later. I've finally stabilized my current cultivation. In the inner sect disciples training area, Duan Lingtian was in his room. On his bed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the High Divine King stage with the help of a large number of King and Emperor-level divine pills. However, the cultivation base that was built up through the use of pills was ultimately not very stable. Therefore, he spent a long time stabilizing his cultivation. Only today did he manage to completely stabilize his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian got off his bed and removed the formation that enveloped his room. With the formation, no one could send a message in from the outside. Almost a moment after Duan Lingtian removed the formation, a message came. It was from Shui Haichuan. Little Tian, Yang Qinya brought people to the sect half a month ago. They want to invite you to the top emperor-level sect behind them in Tongleng province. On Duan Lingtian's side, Shui Haichuan had also set up a small formation. The function of the small formation was to notify Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come out of seclusion when Duan Lingtian removed the formation. As for the matter of Yang Qinya and the others looking for Duan Lingtian, it was arranged for Shui Haichuan by the Tianlong clan's patriarch because everyone knew that Shui Haichuan was close to Duan Lingtian. Yang Qinya. Under Shui Haichuan's arrangement, Duan Lingtian met Yang Qinya. This was a figure that he had heard of when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. He was the number one person of the Myriad Demon sect's younger generation. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Myriad Demon sect. Alchemist Duan. When Yang Qinya saw Duan Lingtian, a rare smile bloomed on his originally cold face. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Alchemist Duan, are you interested in joining the sect behind me? Xianxia asked politely. There were several people standing to the side. There were middle-aged men and old men. They were all looking at Duan Lingtian. These people were the several high-level god emperors who came with Xianxia. Their purpose was the same as Xianxia's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian. The reason why these high-level god emperors came together was because the sects behind them wanted to express their sincerity in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid young sect master Yang has come in vain. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. But as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Xianxia's complexion changed. Duan Lingtian, you can't call me that. Aren't you the son of the myriad demon sect's patriarch? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the startled Xianxia. It wasn't hard to guess that Xianxia had misunderstood.